Reborn as a Uchiha, I am now bound to the mood-based system. My initial evaluation is a C-rank task, and my attribute panel is nothing short of dismal. Ambushing Itachi, attacking Sure Sway, challenging the third Hokage, dancing on the edge of self-destruction repeatedly is the ultimate essence of this system. Though the system is second-hand, the tasks are treacherous, and the rewards are arbitrary. I, Uchiha Izumi, am determined to carve my own path in the ninja world with this. Flawed tool, system. Host, please cease your reckless behavior. Chapter 1. Ambush on Uchiha Itachi. My name is Mo Shien. I was merely a high school student until I inexplicably found myself in the world of Naruto, reborn into the Uchiha clan as Uchiha Izumi. Unfortunately, I encountered Uchiha Sasuke, who is of similar age to me. At this moment, I am in hiding, targeting none other than Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious genius with a severe brotherly attachment. The reason for my ambush stems from the golden finger I acquired. While others enjoy various buffs upon reincarnation, able to dominate the world with ease, or at least possess the Nine-Tails chakra, I, poor soul, have been granted a system that demands task completion for any benefits, and my recent task has been particularly odious. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully refining chakra. The main task has been automatically accepted. Ambush Uchiha Itachi. Task rewards will be distributed based on completion status, with a time limit of 3 days. Failure results in erasure. Are you kidding me? That's Itachi we're talking about. Even though he hasn't fully matured yet, he's still Itachi. Are you trying to get me killed? Can we negotiate for a different task? Certainly. I could change it to ambush the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Brother, you're my own brother. I was wrong. I'll stick to assassinating Uchiha Itachi. What a farce. The likelihood of success against Hiruzen Sarutobi is minimal. Even throwing a kunai from 800 miles away would likely result in instant death at the hands of the Umbu. And should I survive, being invited for tea by a Biki would hardly be a pleasant fate. The only fortune I hold is being a member of the Uchiha clan, allowing me easy access to ninja tools. Otherwise, I doubt I would even catch a glimpse of Itachi. Training ground no. 7. Exclusive to the Uchiha clan, is one of Itachi's favored locations when he has free time. The dense foliage here provides an excellent setting for an ambush. Yet Uchiha Izumi holds no confidence against the legendary Uchiha Itachi. Straining to calm my anxious heart, I finally spot Itachi within my line of sight, prompting me to activate my traps. Dozens of kunai encircled him, launching toward Itachi simultaneously. Though a mere genin at this time, Itachi's true strength is already at the Chunin level. He effortlessly evades my traps with a high leap. However, before he lands, a wooden stake suddenly flies toward him, and Itachi, unable to gain leverage in midair, is indeed struck and sent flying. Did I succeed? Witnessing the legendary Itachi fall to my trap, I could hardly believe my eyes. Could it be that I inadvertently crossed into a different world? Perhaps this Itachi is merely an imposter? As I ponder, I sense a presence behind me. Before I can react, a cold kunai is pressed against my neck. Any slight movement would mean my demise. Itachi, I mean no harm. I was just joking. Faced with Uchiha Itachi, I lack the courage to resist. I'm not even a ninja. If I could escape from him, it would utterly ruin his illustrious reputation. Itachi remains silent, showing no sign of lowering his kunai. Fine. I'll be honest, that MY parents told me you were a genius of our younger generation, so I wanted to challenge you. But I know you are a ninja, so I set a trap here. Upon hearing my words, Itachi finally lowers his kunai, though whether he believes me is known only to him. As Itachi turns to leave, I hastily pull out an explosive tag I had prepared, intending to throw it. But unexpectedly, Itachi suddenly turns back to face me. Experiencing the gaze of a Sharingan for the first time, I felt as if death enveloped me, paralyzing me in place and causing me to tremble uncontrollably. Normally, being under the Sharingan's gaze would not faze me, but I must not forget I am holding an explosive tag. In the manga, explosive tags are mere disposable items, but for a 4-year-old Uchiha Izumi, it is a weapon potent enough to be fatal. The explosive tag ignites, and despair washes over my face. Perhaps I am destined to be the first reincarnator to meet my end by my own hand, that I close my eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Itachi, too, did not anticipate such a turn of events. Although displeased by my attempt to ambush him, he recognized me as a family member. In an instant, he appears by my side, discarding the explosive tag while simultaneously pinning me to the ground. Had I opened my eyes at that moment, I would have witnessed the body flicker technique, a skill typically mastered by jonin, emerging from a mere genin like Itachi. Instead of facing death, I only hear a loud bang, and when I open my eyes, I am greeted by a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone. This is the last memory I hold before losing consciousness. However, after I faint, the voice of the system echoes in my mind. Ding. Main task completed. Task evaluation, C rank. Reward, Shuriken technique, 5 kunai. Deep within training ground number 7, Uchiha Itachi, engaged in discussion with Uchiha Shursui, suddenly glances outside. Itachi, what's the matter? There's a little one from the clan who attempted to ambush my clone and ended up injuring himself. I'll go check on him, he states, departing toward my location. An ambush? One interesting little fellow. When I awaken, I find myself in my own room, surrounded by familiar sights, and I recall my attempt to ambush Itachi today. After all that planning, I only managed to ambush a shadow clone, and it was a complete success. It seems even a young Itachi surpasses others by a wide margin. After a brief examination of my body and confirming I'm unharmed, I open the system interface. Uchiha Izumi, Reincarnator. Ninjutsu 5, Taijutsu 3, Genjutsu 4, Wisdom 4, Strength 3, Speed 2, Chakra 5, Hand Seals 6. Gazing at my pitiful stats, I find myself at a loss for words. Over the 4 years since my rebirth, the only improvements have been in chakra and hand seals. All other attributes are woefully lacking. Habitually, he opened the task list. Initially believing that the mission to ambush Uchiha Itachi remained unaccomplished, to his surprise, the task was highlighted, indicating completion. He was at a loss for words regarding its fulfillment. He hadn't even touched Itachi, let alone inflicted any harm. How could this possibly meet the task criteria? It was essential to note that the system's tasks required actual injury to Uchiha Itachi. However, he had only confronted a shadow clone. Even if he had destroyed it, it was merely a clone, nothing that could be construed as harming Itachi himself. System, how did I complete this task? Even if Itachi's clone was obliterated by my explosive tag, it hardly counts as injuring him, does it? The shadow clone technique transmits knowledge and fatigue back to the original. Destroying a clone is considered a form of damage as the fatigue returns to the main body. System, why didn't you mention this when the task was assigned? Upon hearing this explanation, he felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle the system. What kind of situation was this? Firstly, I'm not your servant. Secondly, you did not inquire. Chapter 2, Uchiha Shursui. Though he felt deceived by the system, the task was completed, sparing him from annihilation. He clicked the completion button, and a task reward package appeared, pushing him to the brink of frustration once more. Is this a joke? The task reward consists of 5 kunai. Are you serious? I scrimped and saved to purchase several kunai for the ambush, and now you tell me the reward is merely 5 kunai? You must be mocking me. The task itself presented no difficulty. Your own foolishness is to blame. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system only intensified his irritation that you've won. You are undoubtedly sent by fate to oppose me. Actually, the reward isn't limited to 5 kunai. The kunai is merely a supplementary reward. The true reward lies in the throwing technique for shuriken and kunai. Seemingly sensing his despondence, the system finally ceased its torment. The throwing technique? The kind that Uchiha clan excels in? Upon hearing this, he finally felt a surge of enthusiasm. With only 3 years until the Uchiha massacre, he needed to cultivate significant strength before then. Otherwise, he would be doomed to failure. Indeed, at that moment, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, and he sensed a transformation within himself. Yet upon checking his stats, there were no visible changes. Is that all? Otherwise, your proficiency with kunai and shuriken is now comparable to that of a typical Uchiha chunin. That he felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their mastery of kunai, and achieving the level of a chunin was indeed a remarkable feat. Just as he intended to exit the system and test his newfound abilities, he noticed a new task appeared in the taskbar, sending him teetering once again on the edge of frustration. Beep. Main task acquired. Become friends with Uchiha Itachi. Achieve a favorability rating of 100. Task reward. Time limit, 1 month. Failure results in annihilation. Is this a prank? The last task was to ambush Uchiha Itachi, and now you want me to become his friend? Moreover, a 1-month deadline with annihilation for failure? Is that all you can do? And why is the reward a question mark again? Are you going to offer me more kunai? Oh, you don't fancy kunai? Then how about I change it to military rations instead? The unprincipled system spoke again. Deciding to refrain from further dialogue with the system, he believed that continuing to converse would surely lead to his demise. Initially eager to experiment with his newly acquired abilities, he now found no desire to do so and simply lay down to rest. Unbeknownst to him, since he had awakened, a pair of eyes had been quietly observing him from a distance, taking note of every movement he made. Thankfully, his communication with the system remained confined to his thoughts. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi would have already discovered his possession of the system. Once he fell asleep, Uchiha Itachi, who had been watching him, finally departed. He found the ambush attempt perplexing. There was no prior interaction between them, and the flimsy excuse offered was hardly convincing. The following morning, he rose early and, after breakfast, headed straight to Training Ground 7. Familiar with the storyline, he understood that the Itachi he encountered during school was merely a shadow clone, while the true Uchiha Itachi remained with Shursui. If he wished to forge a bond with Itachi, he had to wait here, especially since Itachi was now a genin and could only be found in this location. Although he couldn't traverse the trees like a ninja, he was adept at climbing and settled on a branch to await Itachi's arrival. To his surprise, it was Shursui who appeared, not Itachi. "Who are you?" Despite recognizing Shursui, he feigned ignorance, as he had never met Shursui before. "I am Uchiha Shursui. You're the little rascal who attempted to ambush Itachi, aren't you?" Shursui was quite curious about him. Even if the Uchiha clan was known for their combative nature, it was unusual for someone to challenge Itachi. Moreover, Shursui sensed no aggressive intent from him. "I am Uchiha Izumi. Yesterday, I attempted to ambush Brother Itachi, but it seems it was only a shadow clone. If not for Brother Itachi saving me, I would have likely perished." As he recounted the incident, he felt his cheeks flush. Failing to ambush someone and instead being saved was indeed a source of embarrassment that he wished to keep hidden. The system noted that there is evidence, including video footage. "Brother Itachi? Huh. He has been elevated to Big Brother status now. Are you waiting for him here today?" "Yes. Yesterday, I encountered Brother Itachi's clone. I assume he will come here if there are no missions, and I don't know anywhere else to wait. I see. What do you wish to speak with Itachi about? Given your demeanor today, it appears you are not planning to ambush him again, but rather to confront him directly?" "Not at all. I wish to learn from Brother Itachi. Currently, I cannot attend ninja school, so I can only seek guidance from him." "Shursui, are you here to find Brother Itachi as well?" He was fully aware of Shursui's purpose, but continued to feign ignorance, as revealing too much could lead to complications. "Izumi?" Just as Shursui was about to explain his relationship with Itachi, the latter happened to arrive. "Brother Itachi, I wish to learn from you." As soon as he spotted Uchiha Itachi, he dashed past Shursui to stand before Itachi. "Hey, Izumi has already referred to you as Big Brother. Itachi, why not provide him some guidance?" Knowing Itachi would likely refuse, Shursui spoke up. "Very well." With Shursui's prompt, Itachi nodded in agreement. What he expected to be a challenging endeavor was effortlessly resolved by Shursui's words. In Izumi's eyes, once he had established rapport with Shursui, his relationship with Itachi would naturally follow suit. 3 individuals entered the training ground, and just as Izumi was about to speak, he observed Itachi demonstrating his prowess in shuriken technique. "First, you must solidify your fundamentals. This is the art of shuriken, practiced diligently." "I understand, Brother Itachi." Noticing that Izumi had begun his practice, Itachi and Shursui proceeded deeper into the training area. Izumi paid little mind to their departure, for it was evident that neither Itachi nor Shursui would remain to instruct him. With the two gone, Izumi commenced his training, repeatedly hurling shuriken. Thanks to the assistance of the system, he soon found himself capable of striking the bullseye with remarkable precision. Chapter 3. The Prodigy. With the aid of the system, Izumi swiftly mastered the art of shuriken throwing. Both Itachi and Shursui, observing from a distance, were astounded by Izumi's rapid progress. Despite being prodigies of the Uchiha clan, their own speed of learning shuriken techniques paled in comparison to Izumi's. "Shursui, how long did it take you to learn?" "About a week. I suppose you were similar, but this kid is a true anomaly. He managed to achieve this after just one glance. It seems our clan will soon have another formidable member." Unbeknownst to Izumi, both Itachi and Shursui had taken note of his abilities. Yet even if he were aware, he would remain unconcerned. Both Itachi and Shursui were good-hearted individuals, and as long as Izumi posed no threat to Konoha's safety, he would be safe. The entire morning was devoted to familiarizing himself with shuriken techniques. as it was the only skill he possessed. Approaching noon, Itachi and Shursui joined Izumi. You've done remarkably well, Izumi. Next, I will teach you about chakra refinement. Chakra is the energy produced by the perfect fusion of various energies controlled by the human body. It serves as the source of energy for ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and for creating bindings or severing materials formed by chakra. This energy consists of 1. The physical energy absorbed from the 130 trillion cells in the body, and 2. The mental energy cultivated through extensive training and experience. Chakra can only be utilized after extraction and forming hand seals. Itachi briefly explained the concept of chakra. In truth, this information was readily available within the Uchiha clan's archives and was quite fundamental. However, Itachi did not expect a mere 4-year-old like Izumi would possess such knowledge. Do you understand what I've said? Yes, I have read about the theory of chakra at home, but I'm unclear on how to extract it. Itachi nodded and was about to speak further when a figure approached. Itachi, I found you here. Wait, who is this child? I remember your younger brother Sasuke not looking like this. This is Izumi Uchiha. Well, he's sort of Itachi's rival. He was the one who ambushed Itachi yesterday, Shursui explained. Izumi? Hello, Izumi. Upon seeing Izumi for the first time, Uchiha Izumi may immediately recognize that this beautiful little girl was Itachi's admirer. Unfortunately, she perished at the hands of Itachi during the Uchiha massacre. For Izumi Mei, perhaps dying within Tsukuyami was a form of happiness, as it spared her from facing the grim reality of dying by the hand of her beloved. Ding, system notification, side quest detected. Assist Uchiha Izumi Mei in fulfilling her wish. Completion rewards unlock special system. Failure incurs no penalty. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Izumi was momentarily at a loss. Although the system did not specify what Izumi Mei's wish was, Izumi, well versed in the plot of Naruto, understood that her desire was to be with Itachi. Hello, you are quite remarkable, having the courage to challenge Itachi at such a young age. However, if you wish to win against him, you'll need to work hard. Izumi Mei felt an instant connection with Izumi, as if he were her younger brother. Perhaps their similar names contributed to this bond. Yes, I know. I am currently learning shuriken techniques from big brother Itachi, and he is now explaining chakra to me. Is that so? Then you. Izumi and Izumi Mei quickly became good friends, leaving Itachi and Shursui to the sidelines. Ahem, Izumi Mei. Did you come here to see Itachi today? Seeing how engrossed Izumi and Izumi Mei were in conversation, Shursui could no longer resist interrupting them. Yes. I brought lunch for both of you. After you eat, you can continue your training. He then presented the package he had been carrying. Oh, Shursui, I just remembered I need a favor from you. Can you come with me? As she spoke, Izumi subtly gestured to Shursui, though her little actions were too obvious to others. While Shursui and Itachi seemed somewhat oblivious, Izumi Mei realized that Izumi was trying to create an opportunity for her and Itachi to be alone together. On one hand, Izumi Mei was surprised by Izumi's maturity. On the other hand, being discovered made her, as a girl, blush despite being a ninja. Shursui was half dragged away by Izumi, leaving only Itachi and Izumi Mei at Training Ground 7. Izumi had no interest in knowing what would transpire between them. Izumi, do you have something to discuss? Once outside the training ground, Shursui and Izumi wandered around the Uchiha clan's residence. Shursui, didn't you notice? Izumi Mei likes Itachi. Otherwise, why would she come all the way here to bring you and Itachi lunch while still in class? Izumi remarked, a hint of disdain in his expression, feeling somewhat sympathetic for Izumi Mei, as she always encountered Shursui, the big third wheel, during her visits. Is that so? But you, little one, seem to understand everything. Earlier, Itachi explained the origin of chakra to you. Now, I will tell you about its attributes. The basic chakra attributes are earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning, each of which counters the other. Earth counters water, water counters fire, and so forth. I see. Although Izumi understood this, he feigned ignorance, pretending to hear it for the first time. Generally speaking, ninjas possess one attribute, while jonin may cultivate another attribute through training. This will be elaborated on when you attend the Ninja Academy. For now, I will test your chakra attribute. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan possess fire attributes, though there are exceptions. As he spoke, Shursui pulled out a piece of chakra test paper. This paper is used to test your chakra attributes. By infusing your chakra into it, it will reveal your attributes. Fire is burning, wind is cutting, lightning is wrinkling, earth is cracking, and water is moistening. Izumi took the test paper and infused it with his chakra, unaware that Shui was deliberately concealing information about chakra extraction. Although Izumi endeavored to hide his prior knowledge of chakra, Shui had noticed subtle clues and decided to probe Izumi through the test. To his surprise, Izumi fell right into the trap. As Izumi was already capable of extracting chakra, yet pretended otherwise, Shui began to regard him with suspicion. However, the very next moment, Shui dismissed this concern. When Izumi infused his chakra into the paper, it instantaneously split in half, with one portion igniting while the other crinkled. 3 attributes. Shui was utterly astonished, simultaneously dispelling the notion that Izumi was a spy. It is known that ninjas with 2 innate attributes are exceedingly rare. Even Shui himself only possessed fire and lightning, although he was currently developing other attributes. Shui was aware that the only ninjas known to possess 3 innate attributes were the 3rd Tsuchikage and Inoki, whose dust release was formed through the combination of wind, earth, and fire attributes. Chapter 4. A heroic rescue. Shui was left in utter shock, while also dispelling any suspicions he had about Izumi being a spy, given the extreme rarity of a ninja possessing 3 attributes. Meanwhile, Izumi himself was equally astonished. Although he had suspected that he possessed more than just the fire attribute, he never anticipated having 3. Shui, I think I have 3 chakra attributes, Izumi whispered, fortunate that their location was secluded, otherwise, he might have attracted the attention of the Uchiha higher-ups. To my surprise, this little fellow possesses such remarkable talent. However, you must keep this matter confidential. Aside from myself and Itachi, you are forbidden from discussing it with anyone, not even your parents. Shui understood that if the higher-ups in the clan learned about today's incident, it was likely that Izumi would be taken away for rigorous training, which might not bode well for her future. I understand, brother Shui. I won't tell anyone, Izumi replied earnestly. In truth, even if Shui had not advised her, Izumi had no intention of revealing anything, fully aware of the Uchiha clan's extremist tendencies. If Fugaku were to discover her latent abilities, it could spell disaster for her. Ding. Side quest. Master the fire release. Great fireball technique. With a time limit of 3 days. Failure to complete this continuous task will prevent the acceptance of subsequent missions. The system's voice echoed once more, and Izumi was left at a loss for words. 3 days seemed like an eternity, yet one must not forget that she was only 4 years old. And mastering a C-rank jutsu at this age was no simple feat, brother Shui. Now that the test is complete, could you teach me a jutsu? Preferably an S-rank technique, one that can defeat many opponents at once. Izumi's request was driven by a desire to appear as a regular child. Being overly mature might raise suspicions. You've got quite the imagination. Even I cannot perform S-rank jutsu. To unleash a jutsu, one must have a supply of chakra, and the amount required for S-rank techniques is astronomical. If you were to learn one, it could drain you completely, Shui explained. Then, surely you could teach me a more formidable jutsu? Izumi feigned disappointment, her chubby cheeks adding a touch of adorability to her expression. Very well. I shall teach you a technique created by the Uchiha clan. Pay close attention. Shui began forming hand seals at a deliberate pace, ensuring Izumi could follow along, taking about 2 seconds for each seal. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized and soared into the distance. This is the great fireball technique, a creation of our Uchiha clan. This scroll contains the seals and chakra usage. You must practice diligently. I will be on a mission for the next few days, and Itachi likely has one as well. Training Ground 7 is our exclusive practice area, where you will not be disturbed. You may practice there, but I will return in 3 days to check on your progress. If I find you slacking, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, brother Shui, I will work hard. I will surely succeed. There was no chance of her slacking off. The consequences of failing to master the technique within 3 days were too daunting to contemplate. With the scroll in hand, Izumi hurried to Training Ground 7. Ignoring Itachi and Izumi Mei, who were still practicing, she found a quiet spot by the lake and began to meticulously study the scroll. Ninjutsu is not merely about forming hand seals. It also requires a specific chakra flow. Each technique possesses a unique chakra pathway, and when combined with the hand seals, it allows one to execute true ninjutsu. Following the scroll's instructions, Izumi channeled her chakra and formed the seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A tiny fireball appeared before her, but its size was disappointingly small, barely exceeding a centimeter in diameter. It was hardly sufficient to inflict harm, let alone ignite a cigarette. Though she had managed to produce a miniature fireball, the success was encouraging, and now it was time for her to hone her skills. She repeated the great fireball technique again and again, meditating to replenish her chakra whenever it ran low, and upon recovery, she continued to practice. Unbeknownst to her, snow began to fall from the sky, and by the time she realized it, the ground was blanketed in white. As twilight approached, Izumi felt no urgency to return home. Having spent 4 years in the Hidden Leaf Village, she had yet to explore it properly, having only wandered through the Uchiha district. She made her way toward the village center, but as she passed through a grove of trees, she suddenly heard loud voices. Drawn to the commotion, she moved closer, only to be confronted by a scene that left her deeply unsettled. Hey, if you're from the Hyuga clan, show us your Byakugan. If you don't want to, then don't look this way. Your eyes are disgusting. You're a monster, aren't you? A Byakugan monster. 3 older boys were bullying a young girl, who was crying in response to their taunts, while the bullies showed no signs of relenting. Hey, shut up. What kind of bravery is it to gang up on a little girl? Izumi shouted at them. Who are you? One of the boys sneered. Uchiha Izumi. I advise you to back off, or I'll report you for bullying. Recognizing her current strength was insufficient to take on 3 older boys, she decided to leverage her Uchiha heritage for intimidation. Uchiha, even if you are one, that doesn't concern us. Do you really think you can take us on? The 3 boys advanced toward Izumi, who noticed the bullied girl raise her head to look at her. Hinata Hyuga? Realizing the girl was Hinata only fueled Izumi's desire to protect her, as she recognized her gentle heart and inner strength. I might not be able to stop you, but you just bullied a member of the Hyuga clan and mentioned the Byakugan. If I were to tell the elders that someone is trying to take her Byakugan, who do you think they would believe? You'd likely find yourselves in the Uchiha interrogation room for a few days, Izumi declared confidently. The 3 boys were taken aback by her words. Even as children, they understood that the Uchiha clan was responsible for the village's security, and being labeled a threat to the village could lead to arrest. Few left the Uchiha interrogation room unscathed. Then we'll just take you down first and see how you report it. The ringleader charged at her. Chapter 5. Hinata Hyuga Izumi was surprised that they dared to attack. But despite her astonishment, her movements did not falter. She launched 2 kunai, forcing them to dodge, and seized the opportunity to leap high into the air, landing right in front of them. With swift precision, she began forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. After an afternoon of dedicated practice, the fireball that had once barely measured a centimeter now swelled to the size of a fist. Given the close proximity, it ignited the hair of the boy in the lead. Seeing their leader falter, the other 2 boys rushed to assist him. Facing a 2-pronged attack, Izumi thought of retaliating with kunai, but found herself overpowered by the 2 older boys, who swiftly forced her to the ground. At merely 4 years old, how could she possibly contend with children aged 7 or 8? Consequently, poor Izumi found herself pinned down and beaten. Seizing a moment of distraction, she grasped a kunai. With a weapon in hand, her opponents hesitated. The ringleader's gaze shifted toward the dazed Hinata, and Izumi understood his intent to use Hinata as a hostage. Without hesitation, she hurled 2 kunai to deter him and dashed protectively in front of Hinata, gripping the final kunai tightly and fixing her gaze on the bullies. Do not entertain any malicious thoughts. To harm her, you would have to step over my corpse. Izumi's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, exuding an aura of predation, with a hint of crimson barely perceptible. At this moment, the 3 boys began to retreat, for the Uchiha clan was not known for its leniency. If they were discovered, they would not escape unscathed. After all, they were merely children from ordinary families. They bullied Hinata solely due to her timid nature, believing that the heiress of the Hyuga clan would never report them. However, the sudden emergence of Uchiha Izumi clearly indicated he was no benevolent soul. Under Izumi's watchful gaze, the 3 boys finally departed, and he let out a sigh of relief. My name is Hinata Hyuga. Thank you, Hinata murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Ding. System notification. You have befriended Hinata Hyuga. Upon hearing the system's voice, Izumi chose to selectively ignore it. I am Uchiha Izumi, no need to thank me. It is natural for boys to protect girls. We are all from the same village and should help one another, he said, flashing a self-assured smile that, combined with his swollen face, appeared rather comical. Thank you, Hinata said again, at a loss for words, her gratitude spilling forth once more. Just as Izumi was about to speak, a rather discordant sound interrupted him. his stomach growled. He had not eaten since midday, and his breakfast had been scant, leading to a protest from his belly. If it's all right, I would like to treat you to something to eat, Hinata mustered her courage to propose. Izumi was taken aback by her invitation. In the world of Naruto, Hinata's shy demeanor meant that even speaking to Naruto would make her blush, let alone inviting him to share a meal. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Allow me to treat you instead. How could I let a girl spend money? He insisted. I've heard that Ichiraku ramen is exquisite. We should go try it. Without waiting for Hinata's response, he took her hand and led her toward the bustling district of Konoha. Hinata was completely unprepared for Izumi to suddenly grasp her hand, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Thankfully, the cold, snowy weather masked her embarrassment, allowing others to dismiss her reddened face as a response to the chill. Upon reaching the marketplace, Izumi encountered a rather awkward predicament. He was lost. Since arriving in this world, he had never ventured beyond the Uchiha clan's compound, and now, amidst Konoha's bustling streets, he had quite simply lost his way. I seem to be unfamiliar with the area. Do you know where Ichiraku ramen is? He asked Hinata, feeling utterly dejected at his embarrassment. I know, Hinata responded, still keeping her head down, before leading the way toward Ichiraku ramen. Unbeknownst to either of them, their small hands remained tightly clasped together. With Hinata guiding him, Izumi finally arrived at Ichiraku ramen. 2 bowls of miso ramen, please. He ordered once seated, while Hinata quietly sat across from him, her head bowed, lost in her thoughts. Sure thing. The owner, Uncle Ichiraku, said, mildly surprised to see members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans together. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Izumi's stomach protested once again, revealing just how hungry he truly was. Hinata, may I call you that? Of course, she replied, still keeping her gaze downward. If one looked closely, they would see her fingers nervously fidgeting in her lap. Then let us eat quickly. Otherwise, the noodles will cool. Izumi intended to say something more, but the words morphed into this simple statement. In no time, Izumi devoured his bowl of ramen, and he had to admit, Ichiraku's ramen was indeed delightful, explaining Naruto's fondness for it. Turning to Hinata, he noticed her bowl was entirely empty, even cleaner than his own. Uncle Ichiraku, 2 more bowls, please. He ordered additional ramen, recalling Hinata's reputation as a gourmet queen. Though still young, she certainly could eat more than the average child. Once again, 2 bowls of ramen arrived. And this time Izumi only managed to consume half of his, having realized that the first bowl had been more than sufficient. The second order was merely to spare Hinata any embarrassment. Before long, Hinata polished off yet another bowl. Before Izumi could speak, Hinata hurriedly interjected, I'm full now. After paying, Izumi naturally took Hinata's hand as they exited. Outside, the snowfall intensified, prompting Izumi to worry that Hinata might catch a cold. Her small stature made her vulnerable to the harsh weather. Given the weather, let me escort you home, he offered. Came her soft reply. As they walked towards the Hyuga residence, the surroundings fell silent, leaving only Izumi and Hinata in the stillness of the night. Hinata walked behind him, her hand still firmly in his, never once attempting to pull away. At last, they arrived near the entrance of the Hyuga compound. Knowing he was not suited to appear at the gate, Izumi turned to her and said, Hinata, we've arrived at your home. I will take my leave now. I usually practice at Training Ground 7. If anyone bullies you, feel free to come find me, Izumi said unexpectedly, his words tumbling out. As he turned to leave, a delicate voice called out from behind him. Be careful on your way home. Startled, Izumi turned back to wave at Hinata, who stood by the gate of her home. It's all right. With that, Izumi departed, and Hinata entered her house. Back in his room, Izumi chose to forget about Hinata's visit. Lying on his bed, he pondered the events of the day. He had memorized the chakra flow for the great fireball technique, yet he still could not achieve the desired results with the jutsu, which left him feeling quite troubled. Chapter 6. The unsavory old man unbeknownst to Izumi. All of his actions had been observed by an old man with a penchant for voyeurism. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, watched through a crystal ball, initially intending only to check on Hinata, who had previously escaped the kidnapping that had resulted in the death of Hyuga Hayashi. If such an incident were to repeat, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly retaliate against him. However, to his surprise, he witnessed Izumi's appearance. The following morning, Izumi returned to Training Ground 7 to practice. Although he could perform the great fireball technique, its power was far from satisfactory, compelling Izumi to train diligently until midday. Izumi, where are Itachi and Shursui? Izumi's sister. Izumi Mei once again brought lunch to him. Izumi Mei, Itachi is on a mission, and Shursui seems to have something to attend to. They should be back the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Izumi Mei appeared somewhat disheartened. Do you have feelings for Itachi's sister? If you don't like him, why do you come by every day? Sister Izumi must have met Itachi at the ninja school. Since she harbors feelings for him, why does she not express them? In truth, both Itachi and Shursui are rather reticent. If you do not voice your sentiments, he will remain oblivious. Upon having her secret revealed by a mere child, Izumi's face flushed crimson. She glanced around, reassured to find no one else present. Whom have you confided in regarding this matter? No one, really, just Shursui. Otherwise, when you come to seek out Itachi in the future, he will undoubtedly linger here as an unwanted third wheel. By the way, Itachi does not actually enjoy barbecue. His true preferences lie with dango and natto. As a fervent admirer of fire techniques, Izumi is quite knowledgeable about Itachi. Observing the diminutive Izumi, she found herself at a loss for words and chose instead to sit down with her food nearby. Since Itachi is not here, it appears I have an advantage. Speaking of which, what brings you here? I am practicing ninjutsu. Shursui has taught me the great fireball technique and will assess my progress in 3 days. Although I can produce a fireball, it is rather small, see? As she spoke, Izumi demonstrated the great fireball technique. This time her effort showed improvement, yet it was still only about the size of her head. Izumi was somewhat astonished. Even at the ninja school, they only teach basic techniques. The great fireball is a C-rank ninjutsu, which even a genin might struggle to master. Although Izumi's current execution is merely a prototype, it is still commendable. At the age of 4, mastering a C-rank ninjutsu is indeed an extraordinary feat, Izumi. It seems you are encountering issues with chakra quantity or perhaps insufficient chakra output while performing the technique. Izumi intended to suggest that achieving this at your age is already impressive, but the lack of chakra is what's hindering your great fireball. However, before Izumi could finish her thought, upon hearing it was a chakra issue, Izumi immediately intensified her chakra output. Fire release, great fireball technique. With her increased chakra, a complete great fireball finally manifested. Chapter 7. Hinata, yes, I did it. Thank you, Sister Izumi. Seeing the jubilant Izumi, Izumi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she had yet to master the great fireball herself. She couldn't help but wonder, does proximity to Itachi bestow genius? Otherwise, how could this little one possess such talent? A series of system notifications startled Izumi. Side quest completed, learned the great fireball technique, unlocked ninjutsu exchange system, and opened the ninjutsu achievement system. The rapid succession of notifications made Izumi feel somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, she had perused the system, but all options had been grayed out and unexchangeable. She never anticipated that mastering the great fireball would yield such benefits. Ding. Side quest completed, unlocking subsequent quest. Learn fire release. Peony technique, limited to 3 days. The first in a series of continuous tasks following the great fireball technique also brought a sense of urgency. As for the peony technique, Izumi felt somewhat helpless. She seemed to lack the necessary materials for learning it. Izumi, you are truly remarkable. You learned the great fireball in less than a day. Oh, it's nothing. Itachi can use it after just one glance. I am far behind. As Izumi and Izumi conversed, their namesakes fostered a harmonious bond, and under Izumi's encouragement, Izumi resolved to confess her feelings to Itachi. This piqued Izumi's curiosity. Would Itachi accept her? With classes resuming in the afternoon, Izumi departed from Training Ground 7. Sensing a presence nearby, Izumi prepared for an attack, but upon seeing the figure, she felt as if she had made a grave mistake. Hinata Hyuga emerged from behind a large tree. Perhaps startled by Izumi, little Hinata appeared utterly flustered, her eyes brimming with tears as if she might cry at any moment. Those eyes, are you of the Hyuga clan? Have you lost your way? The Uchiha clan's territory lies on the outskirts of Konoha. Ordinarily, one would not venture here, especially not a Hyuga from within the village. Little Hinata's voice was barely audible, and Izumi could only catch the initial words. The rest was lost to her. However, she noticed that despite Hinata's apparent disarray, her gaze kept drifting towards Training Ground 7. Are you looking for Izumi? Training Ground 7 is primarily associated with Shursui and Itachi. Izumi doubted that the little Hyuga would be connected to either of them. It could only be that mischievous Izumi. Upon hearing Izumi's name, Hinata's face instantly flushed, and she attempted to flee, only to collide with the tree behind her, knocking herself out. Izumi had not anticipated such an outcome and hurried to Hinata's side, relieved to find she was unhurt. Soon, Hinata regained consciousness, eager to leave, but Izumi blocked her path, leading to a conversation between the two. Before long, 3 days had swiftly passed. During this time, Izumi not only mastered the great fireball technique, but also made significant strides in shuriken jutsu. Unbeknownst to her, a small figure had been observing her from a distance throughout those mornings. Itachi and Shursui, you have arrived. I have successfully mastered the great fireball technique. Upon seeing Shursui and Itachi, Izumi ran up to them, eager to share her accomplishment. Chapter 8. Challenge. Shursui. Hearing Izumi's words, both Itachi and Shursui were taken aback. Even they had not mastered the great fireball technique at the age of 4. Although they had not been exposed to it at that time, it nonetheless underscored Izumi's extraordinary talent. Izumi, you truly have mastered it? Shursui spoke with skepticism. He had taught Izumi the great fireball only 3 days prior. And to learn a C-rank ninjutsu in such a short time at this age was indeed prodigious. However, if Shursui had known that Izumi had accomplished this in just 1 day, what would he have thought? Certainly. Fire release, great fireball technique. As she spoke, Izumi successfully unleashed the great fireball before Itachi and Shursui. They exchanged astonished glances, each seeing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. Although the fireball was not yet perfect, it was undeniably a genuine success. Shursui, being someone who appreciates talent, would not have taught the technique to Izumi if he did not recognize her ability. Thus, he felt genuine joy for her accomplishment. Izumi, do you intend to enter the ninja school early? Shursui inquired, now convinced of her talent and hoping she would not squander it. No, I prefer to continue learning alongside Itachi and Shursui. I remember that Itachi's younger brother is around my age. I want to attend school with him and ensure his safety. It would be foolish to enter the ninja school early, as it would expose me to Danzo and the third Hokage. The third is manageable, but being targeted by Danzo would surely lead to a dire fate. Even someone as formidable as Shursui did not fare well under Danzo's scrutiny. Shursui nodded in agreement. It was not a time of war, and generally, entering the ninja school would not expedite graduation. Furthermore, Shursui understood that the curriculum would likely not satisfy someone as exceptional as Izumi, considering she had already mastered the great fireball, with no peer in the school likely to rival her. All right then, train with us. I saw you practicing shuriken techniques earlier. Today, unleash your full power against me and let me witness your strength. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Izumi felt an exhilarating rush. Engaging with the legendary Shursui was undeniably an honor. However, her excitement was short-lived as she soon heard the mechanical voice of the system. Ding. Side quest. Challenge Uchiha Shursui. Withstand Uchiha Shursui's attacks for 15 minutes and successfully inflict damage upon him. Failure will result in a deduction of 3 main quest rewards. Success will earn 30 points of favor from Uchiha Itachi. Current favor, 20100. You bastard system. That is Shursui. Even in his untrained state, he is beyond my capabilities. Withstanding 15 minutes is one thing, but how am I supposed to hurt him? Itachi has awakened his Sharingan. Shursui must possess at least 2 Tomo by now. As a matter of fact, Uchiha Shursui currently wields the 3 Tomo Sharingan. By the way, if you continue to insult this system, I will increase the difficulty of the task, such as defeating Uchiha Shursui or even killing him. The unscrupulous system, upon hearing Izumi's curses, expressed its dissatisfaction and began to threaten her. In the face of the system's intimidation, Izumi had no choice but to remain silent. It was absurd to think she could inflict harm on Shursui, let alone kill him. Perhaps, with the right glare, that might be feasible. Chapter 9. Victory. The 3 of them ventured deeper into the training grounds, where Izumi and Shursui readied themselves for battle. As Itachi announced the start of the match, Izumi promptly unleashed her shuriken, 3 projectiles shooting out from different angles to encircle Shursui. Observing this, Shursui nodded appreciatively before gracefully leaping to evade the incoming shuriken. Witnessing Shursui's movement, Izumi wore a triumphant expression. She suddenly produced a fine steel wire from her hand and pulled with all her might, altering the trajectory of the shuriken. What was initially an evasion transformed into a trap for Shursui. Shursui casually threw a shuriken, which ricocheted between Izumi's 3 shuriken, not only dismantling her trap, but also heading back towards her. Shursui was indeed remarkable, effortlessly neutralizing Izumi's attack while launching a counter. Yet, was Izumi truly so easy to handle? Fire release, great fireball technique. With 2 hand seals in a second, the massive fireball was released, instantly engulfing Shursue's shuriken and hurtling toward him without losing momentum. In response, Shursui executed his own great fireball technique. Compared to Izumi's 2 seals, Shursui was twice as fast, completing 4 in a second. In less than 2 seconds, a colossal fireball emerged, its size and intensity far surpassing Izumi's. The 2 ninjutsu collided, resulting in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Izumi had completely vanished from sight. Noticing her concealment, Shursui refrained from activating his Sharingan. He understood that doing so might lead to her swift defeat. Time slowly passed, and Izumi remained hidden while Shursui patiently awaited her reappearance. Just as the 15-minute mark approached, a kunai suddenly shot out. Although Shursui had not activated his Sharingan, he noticed that the kunai was tethered to an explosive tag. At this, he couldn't help but wonder if this little rascal was a pyromaniac, possessing such devices at her young age. Shursui deftly dodged the kunai, extinguishing the explosive tag in the process. While this was a training ground, minimizing destruction was still essential. Just as Shursui completed these maneuvers, Izumi suddenly charged forward, launching 2 kunai, each also attached to explosive tags. After firing them, Izumi still had 2 kunai left in her hand. However, as she prepared to shoot them, she unexpectedly slipped and fell to the ground, causing the kunai to land just a short distance away. The explosive tags began to ignite, threatening to explode shortly. Seeing this, Shursui swiftly employed the body flicker technique to appear before Izumi and extinguish the tags. "Izumi, are you alright?" Shursui asked, attempting to help her up. However, just as he did, a burst of flames suddenly erupted, and Shursui, caught off guard, narrowly avoided being struck by the fireball. Though he evaded her attack, a small flame grazed his shoulder. "You little rascal," Shursui sat down, astonished that Izumi possessed such tactics. Hee. Izumi chuckled awkwardly as she sat on the ground. Glancing at Shursui, in a standard battle, she knew she wouldn't stand a chance against him, even without the Sharingan. This method was her only viable approach to successfully complete the task. As it turned out, she had succeeded. "Are you not afraid that my reflexes would fail and lead to your own demise?" Shursui inquired. "Not at all, Shursui. Those last 2 explosive tags were drawn by me and won't explode. The fire ignited because I pre-lit the paper." Chapter 10. Eavesdropping. The reason Izumi managed to injure Shursui stemmed from her ability to exploit his underestimation of her and his reluctance to harm her. Although, as a ninja, Shursui did not typically underestimate opponents, it was hard for anyone to take a 4-year-old seriously. A very clever tactic, Itachi remarked unexpectedly, catching Izumi off guard. It was rare for Itachi, not known for excessive words, to offer praise. Ding. Side quest complete. Earned 30 points of favor from Uchiha Itachi. Current favor, 50100. The system's notification echoed, prompting Izumi to exhale in relief. Regarding this system, she was at a loss for words. Unlike others whose golden fingers aided them, hers seemed more like a hindrance. "Itachi and since Shursui and taught me a technique, won't you also teach me one? I've mastered the great fireball technique and am ready for the next one." Itachi nodded and proceeded to demonstrate the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Witnessing this ninjutsu, Izumi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She took the scroll from Itachi and began studying it diligently. Time was of the essence, and she needed to master the Phoenix Fire technique within a day to accomplish her task. Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances before continuing deeper into the training ground. Yet as they departed, both cast their eyes toward a large tree, behind which a small, slender figure concealed herself, her gaze fixated on Izumi. Engrossed in her study of the new technique, Izumi was oblivious to the passage of time. Before she knew it, noon had arrived, and, as expected, Izumi may returned. Unlike before, this time she brought food that Itachi adored. Even Itachi, known for his stoic demeanor, seemed momentarily taken aback. Understanding Izumi Mei's intentions, Shursui excused himself as she arrived, while Izumi hid nearby to observe. Clueless about Izumi Mei's affections, the somewhat dull-witted Itachi and she shared lunch, unaware of her feelings. Perhaps with Itachi's personality, he would never grasp her sentiments unless expressed directly. Eventually, after they finished their meal, Izumi Mei produced a letter from seemingly nowhere and, lowering her head, confessed, "Itachi, I really like you. Before Itachi could react, she bolted away, her speed rivaling that of a fully unleashed guy. Witnessing this, Izumi felt a sense of helplessness. While it was normal for girls to be shy, Izumi Mei's behavior seemed quite excessive. Itachi Iban was aware that with Itachi's strength, he could not possibly remain undetected. Therefore, after Izumi left, he stepped forward. Itachi, Izumi admires you greatly, knowing your favorite foods. She has been practicing every day for the past few days. She even cut class today to queue up for your favorite three-color dumplings. Itachi gazed at Izumi, seemingly lost in thought, as he picked up the letter she had given him and began to read it intently. As for Izumi, she had already left. Understanding that the matters concerning Itachi and Izumi could not be resolved in a single day. If that were the case, this frustrating system would definitely impose time constraints. Chapter 11. Completing the task after an entire morning of delving into ninjutsu, Izumi felt somewhat fatigued, compounded by an empty stomach. Thus, she headed towards Ichiraku Ramen. Now familiar with the route, she did not lose her way this time. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, Izumi spotted a familiar figure, Naruto Uzumaki. Although she saw Naruto, she had no intention of engaging him in conversation. On one hand, they were not well acquainted. On the other hand, Izumi was certain that there were multiple Umbu watching closely in Naruto's vicinity. Speaking to him rashly would likely draw unnecessary attention. After enjoying her ramen, Izumi wandered aimlessly and, for some inexplicable reason, found herself near the Hyuga clan's residence. Memories of delivering Hinata there flooded her mind, and she felt a pang of nostalgia for that girl who often blushed. It was worth noting that Hinata was one of Izumi's favorite female characters. Given her identity, Izumi could not enter the Hyuga household, nor could she seek out Hinata. So, she turned and walked towards the training ground. Not long after, a petite figure appeared in the spot where Izumi had just stood. Watching Izumi from a distance, the small figure suddenly blushed. Upon returning to the training ground, Izumi was puzzled to find it deserted. Shursui and Itachi were nowhere to be seen. However, she was not overly concerned. After all, those two could not remain there indefinitely. Just as she was preparing to continue her research on the Fusenka flower, a notification sounded, indicating the completion of a task. Ding. Side quest completed. Help Uchiha Izumi fulfill her wish. Point system activated. Character system activated. Izumi understood the point system well. Everything in the system required points. Previously, her points had been non-existent, but now they were displayed. However, what on earth was this character system? What is this character system? By altering the original character's endings, you can obtain special rewards. Special rewards? What are those? I don't see any rewards, and how do I earn points? The rewards are in your item inventory. Remember to use your eyes before asking questions, and don't forget to engage your brain. As for earning points, after activating the point system, you can earn points by completing tasks. Real-world tasks will also yield points. E-rank tasks grant 1 point. D-rank tasks grant 5 points. C-rank tasks grant 10 points. B-rank tasks grant 100 points, and A-rank and above grant 200 points. Are you kidding me? A fireball technique costs 100 points in this system, and it's merely a C-rank ninjutsu. And A-rank and S-rank tasks are worlds apart. How can they have the same point value? You can't play me like this. At that moment, Izumi truly felt like crying without tears. A mere C-rank ninjutsu required 100 points, while B-rank ninjutsu started at a minimum of 1,000 points, and thereafter, it would escalate into tens of thousands. It seemed that completing tasks until death would barely earn enough points for a single ninjutsu. I am not trying to deceive you. The ninjutsu obtained through my system will be fully grasped, regardless of your innate attributes. Simply put, if you lack water chakra, you cannot use water release. Even if you force it, the power will be greatly diminished. However, the ninjutsu learned here does not have that drawback. You can use it freely without any reduction in effectiveness. Despite the system's explanation, Izumi remained dissatisfied. Yet, no matter how displeased she was, what could she do? Chapter 12. Umbu. Unbeknownst to Izumi, the unique nature of the system would later lead to a fortunate event. As for the character system, it would become clear that upon activation, various characters would appear, and upon completing their tasks, they would remain loyal to you, exhibiting absolute fidelity. Upon hearing the system's words, Izumi paused, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of human hearts. One could never truly know what thoughts lay hidden beneath the surface, especially in the world of ninjas, where trust was a fragile commodity. The character system undoubtedly resolved this issue, serving as Izumi's greatest advantage. Her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain, and she couldn't help but wonder what Itachi was truly thinking. Initially, she had anticipated requiring considerable persuasion to help Izumi fulfill her wish, but to her surprise, it had been remarkably straightforward. Could it be that Itachi harbored feelings for Izumi as well? Shaking her head, Izumi dismissed the thought and continued her study of the fusenka flower. She spent the entire afternoon at the training ground. Yet it was peculiar that neither Itachi nor Shursui showed up for further training. By evening, Izumi returned home. Pondering the fact that her parents had been away for so long, she began to suspect she might have become a mere pawn in their absence. The following morning, Izumi returned to the training ground. After another morning of practice, she finally released the complete version of the fusenka flower. With its completion, she received her third task. Continuous task, learn fire release, dragon fire technique. No time limit. Seeing that this task had no time constraints, Izumi decided not to rush into mastering it. Although the dragon fire technique was also a C-rank ninjutsu, its power was nearly on par with that of B-rank techniques. She doubted Shursui and Itachi would teach it to her so soon. With no new ninjutsu to learn, Izumi began to grow somewhat complacent. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared before her. Uchiha Izumi, please come with me. A silver-haired man wearing a mask stood before her. In Konoha village, such masks were emblematic of the Umbu. However, Izumi was perplexed as to why she had drawn their attention, and to whom they belonged. Was it the third Hokage or Danzo? If it were the third, that would be acceptable. At least he would not harm her. But the thought of Danzo made her break out in a cold sweat. May I ask who is looking for me? At that moment, Izumi wished fervently for Shursui and Itachi's presence. With them around, she would not feel so vulnerable. And at the very least, they could alert others. Now, it seemed she was being taken away without anyone knowing. You will find out soon enough. With a resigned nod, Izumi was swiftly hoisted by the man and taken rapidly towards the heart of Konoha. At that moment, she could only hope that the one seeking her was the third Hokage, that voyeuristic old man. Otherwise, if it were Danzo, her life might become a living nightmare. Perhaps due to her good fortune, or perhaps because her prayers were answered, Izumi was brought to the Hokage tower. Following the Umbu into the Hokage's office, she saw the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, diligently reviewing documents. Third Hokage? Izumi questioned, her expression one of confusion, unable to grasp why she had attracted their attention. Uchiha Izumi. There is no need to fear. I mean you no harm. I have called you here simply to inquire whether you would be interested in attending the Ninja Academy. Setting down his documents, Hiruzen smiled warmly at Izumi. Chapter 13. The first task, are you joking? In this world, aside from that troublesome system, my greatest asset is the storyline. If things proceed as they should, I would be on par with Naruto and Sasuke. At that time, I could simply follow them closely and remain safe, provided I could avoid the Uchiha massacre event, just as Izumi was about to refuse. The troublesome system once again revealed its deceptive nature. Ding. Main quest. Become a member of the Umbu and successfully execute an Umbu mission. Failure will result in obliteration. Upon hearing the system's voice, Izumi realized he had been ensnared once more. Not only was he unable to enter the Ninja Academy on schedule, but he was also thrust directly into the role of a ninja. This was utterly ridiculous. Even prodigies like Itachi and Shursui had to spend a year in the Ninja Academy. Third Hokage, I wish to decline entering the Ninja Academy early. I believe I have already mastered what is taught there given my current situation. However, I aspire to become an Umbu ninja and serve you, third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. While he could understand if Izumi declined his proposal, it was quite unexpected for Izumi to actively request to become an Umbu ninja. Uchiha Izumi. You must understand that being a ninja is no child's play. Although you have already mastered 2 ninjutsu at your age, and may even surpass your peers or some lower-ranked ninjas, certain aspects are not solely determined by ninjutsu. I comprehend the third Hokage's concerns, but I believe practical experience will yield greater understanding. Therefore, I hope you can grant me this opportunity, or perhaps allow me to undertake a mission as a test. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Izumi, remaining silent for a long time, before finally smiling and saying, in that case, Uchiha Izumi, you may temporarily join my subordinates Umbu. Take Izumi to gather the necessary equipment. This is a mission, and during this period, you will serve as an evaluator. You are not permitted to intervene unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Izumi followed the Umbu named In as they left the Hokage's office. He felt a sense of familiarity with In, as if he had seen him somewhere before. but couldn't he quite place it among the people he knew. After receiving his equipment, Izumi departed from Konoha alongside Iin. This was his first time leaving the village, and rather than excitement, he felt a twinge of anxiety. His inaugural mission was to eliminate a band of thieves. Recently, a group of robbers had been wreaking havoc in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, and Izumi's task was to eradicate all members of this band. Looking at the mission in his hands, Izumi felt a sense of helplessness. Wasn't this supposed to be just a test? Why was he immediately tasked with killing? Though they were thieves, Izumi had never taken a life before. Captain Iin, do you have any advice for me as I embark on my first mission? After all, I am your subordinate, and it would be rather embarrassing if I were to perish on my first outing. Izumi spoke again, hoping to glean some insights from his senior. Yet he was met with silence. Izumi and Iin arrived at the vicinity of the thieves' hideout. According to the intelligence, this group consisted of ordinary humans, numbering around 30. Thus, Izumi decided to wait until nightfall to launch a surprise attack, which would increase his chances of success. While preparing for the night ahead, he contemplated his strategy. Time swiftly passed, and soon night enveloped the land. The moon had risen high, and Izumi leaned against a tree to rest, while Iin appeared somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't they have already moved by now? Why was Izumi still resting? Though the third Hokage did not set a time limit. I will consider it a failure if you continue to delay, Iin remarked. Rest assured, we can return tomorrow. While night is indeed the best time for a surprise attack, the enemy will certainly be on guard. The optimal moment would be in the latter half of the night, preferably around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Although time might be tight, seeing that Izumi had devised a plan, Iin fell silent, simply observing him from his perch in the tree. As the minutes ticked by, midnight arrived, and Izumi opened his eyes, darting toward the hideout. With Izumi's movement, Iin vanished from sight. His task was to evaluate Izumi's actions, and with the third Hokage's directive, he would only intervene if Izumi faced a life-threatening situation. Clad in black, which served as excellent camouflage in the night, Izumi cautiously approached the entrance of the hideout. 2 guards were lazily stationed there, one even dozing off. Seizing the moment, Izumi launched a shuriken, propelling himself like an arrow toward the enemy. Izumi's small stature made him inconspicuous, and the guards, caught off guard by the sudden assault, had no chance to react before one of them fell lifelessly to the ground. The sound of the body hitting the ground roused the other guard, who froze in shock upon seeing his comrade down. He opened his mouth to shout, but the first syllable never escaped, as Izumi's kunai pierced his throat. Confirming both guards were dead, Izumi quickly disguised their bodies to appear as though they were merely slacking off against the door. He stealthily entered the hideout, and soon found himself peering through a window into a room that ignited a surge of fury within him. This room appeared to be a kitchen, but the ingredients were human flesh, bodies sliced into pieces, some even stripped of their bones and discarded on the cutting board. Witnessing such a horrific scene made Izumi's stomach churn. While he understood the thieves were vile, he never imagined they would resort to cannibalism. Consumed by rage, Izumi resolved to eliminate every last thief. He cautiously advanced and shortly arrived at another room. Approaching the window, he heard the sound of women weeping. Carefully prying open a gap, he saw a room filled with women, their bodies exposed and vulnerable. Realizing that these thieves had raided nearby villages, slaughtering the men for sustenance while abducting the women for their amusement, Izumi signaled to Iin, who emerged from the shadows. Senior Iin, could you ensure the safety of these individuals? Iin did not respond verbally, but nodded after glancing at the situation inside. With Yin's silent agreement, Izumi made his way toward the center of the hideout. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized, soaring toward the wooden structures where the thieves resided. Igniting them instantly, the startled thieves rushed out, initially believing they were under attack by a ninja, only to discover it was merely a young child. Whether I am a child or not is of no concern to you, but you shall soon become a ghost for your heinous acts. May you repent in hell. Seeing the leader of the band holding a child's severed leg, Izumi was engulfed in fury. Like a bolt of lightning, Izumi charged forward, simultaneously launching 15 kunai aimed at the bandit leader. The burly leader, taken by surprise, attempted to leap away. However, as he landed, Izumi yanked the kunai, redirecting them toward him once more. In tandem, Izumi unleashed his second wave of attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. Another enormous fireball erupted, surrounding the leader completely. Before he could react, Izumi expertly manipulated the wires in his grasp, ensnaring the leader as the flames engulfed him, and his screams of agony echoed through the night. You wretched beings should all perish. Fire release, hibiscus. As I eliminated the formidable leader, my second jutsu was also unleashed. A torrent of flames surged toward the bandits, who were simultaneously charging at me. I drew the ninja blade from my back to confront them. Although I had not mastered swordsmanship, my proficiency in body techniques, coupled with shuriken skills, rendered the ordinary bandits no match for me. Meanwhile, as I engaged in battle, Silver began to rescue the women who had been captured. Upon seeing Silver, the women, whose eyes had lost all sparkle, regained a flicker of clarity. However, recollections of their harrowing experiences compelled many to weep openly. My skirmish persisted for a full half-hour, and when I finally appeared before Silver, I was drenched in blood, resembling someone pulled from a sea of crimson, with numerous wounds adorning my body. You owe your gratitude to him for your salvation, Silver remarked, visibly relieved at my return. Although he had covertly used a shadow clone to protect me, a sense of worry still lingered. The women, having heard Silver's words, approached me one by one to express their thanks. What are your plans? There are no other captives left in the hideout. They have likely met their demise. I refrained from voicing the grim possibility that those individuals may have become sustenance for others. The women shook their heads at my words and began to walk away. I paid no mind to this, but as everyone departed, a sudden thought struck me, prompting me to dash out after them. Following the direction they had taken led me to a precipice, where I found a young girl of about 10 years standing alone. No, I shouted, hoping to halt her. Thank you, little brother, for saving us, she replied, yet our families have perished. We are aware that the demons fed upon them, forcing us to consume the flesh and blood of our kin. The torment we have endured is indelible. For us, death is the only escape. With those words, the girl leaped off the cliff. I reached out to catch her, but all that remained was a tattered piece of cloth. Chapter 16, Redemption. Initially, I had aspired to rescue those individuals, yet I never anticipated such a tragic outcome. Overwhelmed by despair, I sat on the edge of the cliff, my spirit utterly crushed. The battle had taken a significant toll on me. My body bore numerous wounds, and my chakra was nearly depleted. Coupled with the emotional blow, I succumbed to unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity, I awoke to find Silver leaning against a tree nearby. Upon noticing my consciousness return, he spoke. You did well. You truly saved them. However, sometimes, living is not the best choice. Given their experiences, perhaps death was a release for them. I wished to retort, but as I opened my mouth, words failed me. Those women hailed from nearby villages, and according to intelligence, those villages were now desolate. Even if they had survived, where could they go? The world of ninjas harbors both light and darkness. Do not allow fleeting emotions to blind you. That would be a catastrophe for you. I nodded in acknowledgement, rising to walk toward the valley. What do you intend to do? Since they chose death and I could not save them, I at least wish to grant them peace in death. It would be unthinkable to let their remains rot in the wilderness, consumed by beasts. I will give them a proper burial. Silver remained silent, quietly following me at a distance. Upon reaching the canyon's base, I beheld corpses strewn about, some even dismembered, and a wave of sorrow washed over me. Without uttering a word, I began to dig a deep grave to bury one body after another. I spent an entire day and night interring the fallen. Once the final body was laid to rest, I removed my mask and bowed deeply in reverence to them. As I straightened, my eyes glowed crimson. Indeed, at the tender age of 4, my Sharingan had awakened. Silver, let us depart. Upon witnessing my awakened Sharingan, Silver's surprise was evident. He was well acquainted with my background, but a 4-year-old awakening the Sharingan was beyond his expectations. Are you astonished? The Sharingan, if given the choice, I would forego it entirely. How much better it would have been if they could have lived peacefully in their village. As Silver and I left, we exchanged no words until we arrived at the Hokage's office to meet the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third Lord, I have a request. A request? Speak. This mission was executed smoothly, and although the outcome is regrettable, it was their choice. Do not take it too much to heart. I believe they will not blame you in the afterlife. The third was aware of all that had transpired and felt a twinge of concern for my well-being. Regretting that a child of merely 4 years had been assigned such a task, I wished to formally join the Umbu. But I request that I not be registered as a ninja. In 3 years, when I reach the appropriate age, I wish to enroll in the Ninja Academy alongside others my age. Additionally, I hope you can assist me in concealing the awakening of my Sharingan. Following this mission, I had grown considerably more reserved, enveloped in a melancholic aura. Chapter 17. Venting. Very well, I can grant your request. From this day forward, you shall assist Silver. Thank you, Third Lord. I shall take my leave now. I exited the Hokage building, yearning only for rest. What do you think of this child? Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Silver removed his mask. Had I been there, I would have been astonished, for Silver was none other than Konoha's renowned technician, the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. Third Lord, I believe he possesses great potential. However, he may struggle to overcome this hurdle, possibly due to his tender age. Gazing in the direction where I had departed, Kakashi exhibited his signature blank stare. Although I longed for rest, I found myself wandering to Training Ground 7, where I encountered Itachi, while Shursui was away on a mission. Izumi? Itachi exclaimed, taken aback by my unusual state. Brother Itachi, I do not know why, but upon seeing you, all my emotions erupted. I collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Izumi happened to arrive and, witnessing the scene, was filled with confusion. Had she not known Itachi's character, she might have thought him a bully. Unaware that Izumi was present, I recounted the harrowing details of my mission. Upon hearing my tale, both Itachi and Izumi were astounded. They had not anticipated such events during my absence. Observing my tears, both felt a surge of compassion. Izumi even contemplated informing Fugaku to seek justice for me, as it was indeed excessive to assign a 4-year-old child such a mission. Thankfully, Itachi intervened, for otherwise, the situation could have spiraled into something far more complicated. Exhausted from my weeping, I nestled into Izumi's embrace. In her eyes, she had taken on the role of my elder sister, despite being 5 years my junior. In the depths of slumber, Izumi was unaware that the mission concerning Uchiha Itachi had been accomplished in such a manner, and that he had also received a new task. Upon seeing the new assignment, Izumi felt a compelling urge to contend with the system. The following day, he awoke in his familiar surroundings, striving to recollect the events of the previous day. The memory of weeping while holding Itachi and Izumi made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Although Izumi's physical form was merely 4 years old, his soul bore the weight of nearly 20 years, compounded by the nostalgia of having arrived in the world of Naruto, rendering him older than 20 in spirit. It was indeed awkward for someone in their 20s to cry while embracing 2 children of merely 9 years. Fortunately, no one witnessed the incident, or Izumi would have been mortified beyond measure. The system noted the entire affair with clarity. Izumi waited at Training Ground number 7 for quite some time. Yet Itachi and Shursui did not appear, perhaps each occupied with their own missions. Soon, however, he sensed the approach of another presence. Before long, Izumi stood before him, and upon seeing her, Izumi felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Izumi, are you alright? Izumi, you didn't see anything yesterday, right? Perhaps Izumi could only deceive himself in this manner. Yes, I saw nothing at all. Izumi understood the thoughts swirling in Izumi's mind and played along. This scroll was given to you by Itachi. It contains several ninjutsu techniques. Earlier, it was provided to him by brother Shursui. You needn't worry about what others in the clan might say. Just focus on your training and ensure your safety. I do not wish to see you battered and bruised again. Gazing at Izumi, he found himself at a loss for words. Since arriving in this world, he always felt like an outsider, perpetually alone, especially as his parents seldom appeared before him, amplifying his solitude. Izumi, feeling the intensity of his gaze, also became somewhat bashful, sensing something peculiar. Izumi, may I be your brother? Not merely in the conventional sense of family, but as true siblings. Izumi spoke suddenly. Even he was unaware of why he expressed such a sentiment. Well, all right. In light of your efforts to bring me and Itachi together, I shall agree. But you must promise to take good care of yourself and not end up injured like yesterday. Certainly. With those simple words, Izumi fully embraced his identity in the world of Naruto. He was Uchiha Izumi, not merely a traveler from another world. As Izumi departed for class, he leaned against a tree to rest, feeling a sense of ennui. He opened the system, his expression darkening upon viewing the task interface. If given the chance, he would surely give the system a piece of his mind. The main quest to gain Uchiha Itachi's favor had been completed, yet the reward was disappointingly meager, a mere transformation technique, something one could learn upon entering the Ninja Academy. His frustration with the system grew. Should he continue to quarrel with it, he might well become the first traveler to perish from sheer vexation. Following the completion of the favor task with Itachi, Izumi's latest quest was to defeat In. Although he did not know that In was Kakashi, he was aware that only the strong could enter the Umbu. In the manga, the Umbu were often depicted throwing shuriken merely to highlight the protagonists. Izumi did not believe he possessed any protagonist halo. Such a thing belonged solely to Naruto. In addition to the main quest, he accomplished a side quest, earning 100 points and a mysterious gift package. Upon opening it, he found it contained various ninja tools, none of which held any significant value. Closing the system, Izumi opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan flaring to life. Instantly, he sensed the presence of others nearby. Who goes there? Reveal yourself. He knew he could not disclose the existence of his Sharingan, lest he invite dire consequences. Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly set his sights on him. To Izumi's surprise, a small figure emerged, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata? What brings you here? Upon seeing her, his initial thoughts of silencing her dissipated. Hinata, Itachi, and Izumi May were the few individuals in this world he would never harm. As Hinata felt Izumi's gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Understanding her shy nature, he refrained from pressing further. Hinata, you must keep the matter of my eyes a secret, all right? If anyone learns about them, I might find myself in grave trouble, perhaps even facing death. I won't say a word. I promise to keep it confidential. Thank you, Hinata. May I treat you to lunch as a token of my gratitude? Despite not lacking in funds, Izumi was not inclined to offer anything extravagant to persuade Hinata. He simply wished to share a meal. All right. Hinata lowered her head, her small hands fidgeting in front of her chest, which Izumi found endearing. Had he not feared being perceived as a predatory uncle, he might have wished to embrace her. The two little ones made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. Since savoring the flavors of the ramen, he had developed a fondness for it, marveling at why Naruto was so enamored with the dish. Along the way, Hinata walked quietly behind him, her head bowed. Prompting Izumi's curiosity, wouldn't she bump into something walking like that? Or perhaps, with her Byakugan, she could navigate even while looking down? After their meal, Izumi and Hinata strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha. Inwardly, Izumi felt a twinge of gratitude. The world of Naruto was fraught with peril, and had he traversed to another realm, he might have already met a grim fate. Even with the system, it was undeniably unreliable. Suddenly, Hinata raised her head, as if resolved to make a decision, and called out to Izumi. What is it, Hinata? He paused upon hearing her voice. May I train with you when time allows? Izumi was momentarily taken aback. Was this really Hinata, the shy girl who would rarely voice her desires? Had he not confirmed that the person before him was indeed her, and not some prankster using a transformation technique, he might have doubted her identity. No. Is that not allowed? I apologize. Hinata, interpreting his silence as reluctance, seemed disheartened. Of course, it's permissible. Just come find me tomorrow. The day after. I might have matters to attend to, but Itachi should return then. You can seek him out. Rest assured, though Itachi may appear aloof and uncommunicative, he possesses a gentle heart. I understand. I'll come find you tomorrow. As she spoke, Hinata fled, her words trailing behind her. Watching Hinata retreat, Izumi shook his head in resignation. He had initially thought her shyness was reserved for Naruto, unaware that he too had become a recipient of her affections. Little did he know that Hinata only revealed her feelings to those she cherished, and Izumi had already found a place in her heart. Today, her boldness in expressing her thoughts was inspired by Izumi's encouragement to Izumi May, who in turn relayed the sentiment to Hinata. Although she remained bashful, she had gathered the courage to voice her desire to stand alongside Izumi, no longer content to hide behind trees and watch him from afar. Quan originally intended to return to the training grounds to continue her training. However, she recalled that she was scheduled to meet the third Hokage the day after tomorrow to accept a mission, the nature of which was uncertain. It was prudent to maintain her optimal condition, especially since her injuries had not yet fully healed, so she decided to take a day off. Chapter 20. The system's disdain. The following morning, as Quan arrived at the training grounds, she spotted a small figure from a distance. Although Hinata had mentioned yesterday that she would come looking for her today, Quan did not expect her to arrive so early. The winter in Konoha was still quite chilly, and seeing Hinata's face flushed from the cold, Quan removed her outer coat and draped it over Hinata's shoulders. I apologize for making you wait, she said. It is certainly impolite for a gentleman to keep a lady waiting. No, I just arrived too, Hinata replied, appearing somewhat flustered as she spoke, her words tumbling over one another. In the future, if you plan to come see me, please refrain from arriving so early. Tomorrow, Itachi will not be here too early either. Quan then inquired. Hinata, are you able to refine your chakra now? The Hyuga clan's combat style leans heavily towards physical techniques, utilizing their Byakugan for gentle fist and pressure point strikes, areas where Quan was unable to assist. Thus, the only instruction she could offer pertained to chakra refinement and control. I can already refine my chakra, Hinata responded. Excellent. Now let's practice climbing trees. Focus your chakra in your feet and stick to the trunk. This exercise is meant to train your control over chakra. I cannot assist you with the Hyuga clan's combat methods, but I can teach you this, and if you're interested, I can also instruct you in shuriken techniques. Despite her words, Quan held reservations about the suitability of shuriken techniques for the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan's prowess in shuriken techniques was closely tied to their Sharingan, which granted them acute insight and sensitivity to minute changes, making them adept at controlling shuriken. I understand. I will do my best, Hinata replied, cautiously gathering her chakra to begin her tree climbing practice. The Hyuga clan was naturally skilled at chakra manipulation. Otherwise, they would not be able to perform techniques such as the 8 trigrams 32 palms. However, given that Hinata was merely 4 years old, her ability to refine chakra was commendable, while mastering control over it proved to be quite challenging. Following Quan's instructions, Hinata attempted to climb the tree. Unfortunately, even with the Hyuga clan's proficiency in chakra control, her initial attempt only allowed her to ascend half a meter. Nonetheless, this achievement surpassed Quan's first attempt, which had only been a single step. Ding. System notification. You are outperformed by a girl. Truly pathetic. Curse this system. Do not mock me at such a time. Quan lamented, feeling both fortunate and unfortunate to possess such a system. Not far from Hinata, Quan found a large tree to practice climbing as well. At that moment, Kakashi, a silver-haired figure clad in a mask, observed the 2 children from a distance. The Hyuga clan's young lady, is it? It seems this Uchiha Quan has piqued my interest. Kakashi mused, his signature deadpan expression in place as he pulled out his beloved Ika Paradise. Although he had promised the 3rd Hokage to keep an eye on Quan, one of Kakashi's traits was certainly to take the opportunity to be lazy. After a morning of diligent effort, Quan managed to reach the top of the tree, successfully completing the first phase of chakra control. Meanwhile, Hinata was also exerting herself to the utmost, panting heavily from the considerable chakra expenditure. Despite her exhaustion, she refused to give up. Chapter 21. Hatake Kakashi. Witnessing such determination, Quan felt a flicker of doubt. Was this truly the shy Hinata she knew? In her mind, while Hinata was not one to shirk her efforts, Quan had never before seen her so resolute. Perhaps in the past, Hinata might not have behaved this way, but ever since their conversation, she had undergone a noticeable transformation, all due to Quan's words to her sister. As Quan perused the task list, she felt a glimmer of hope. Earlier that morning, she had received a side quest to ensure Hinata learned to climb the tree by noon. Had it not been for the unfortunate obligation to accept all tasks from this system, Quan might have opted out of this one. She could not bring herself to be overly harsh with Hinata. After all, such a charming young girl deserved kindness, and to be unyielding would surely invite misfortune. Hinata, let us take a break. We can resume training after lunch. If you overexert yourself, it could have lasting repercussions on your health. Quan finally interjected as Hinata prepared to continue. While she knew Hinata was diligent, she had not anticipated her to be this relentless. I can still go on, Hinata stammered, her cheeks flushing once more as she fidgeted with her hands. With that, Hinata charged toward the tree again, perhaps eager to prove herself to Quan. This time, each step was remarkably smooth. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Finally, Hinata reached a branch 10 meters high. Well done, Hinata. You succeeded within half a day, Quan exclaimed, genuinely pleased for her. However, she had forgotten Hinata's shy disposition. Her compliment only served to further embarrass the young girl. Perhaps it is because my chakra is depleted, Hinata began, but before she could finish, she lost her balance and fell from the tree. At such a height, a fall could be fatal, even for an adult, let alone a 4-year-old child. Seeing this, Quan dashed forward and caught Hinata just in time. As Hinata regained her senses, she realized she was in Quan's arms, and her face turned a deep shade of crimson, causing her to faint once again. Understanding Hinata's reaction, Quan could only set her down gently and cover her with the coat that had been laid aside. After ensuring she was comfortable, Quan assumed a defensive posture and called out, "Come out. There is no need to hide. Your vigilance is commendable," came the response. "Silver? What brings you here?" Quan asked, perplexed by Kakashi's presence. I was merely on holiday and happened to lose my way along the journey of life, Kakashi replied, his trademark nonchalance shining through. Hearing this explanation took Quan by surprise. That phrase was a hallmark of the notoriously tardy Kakashi. Suddenly, she noticed the striking similarities between the figure before her and the famed ninja. You are Kakashi? Hatake Kakashi? Now it was Kakashi's turn to be astonished. He could not fathom how his identity had been uncovered, especially by a mere child. Chapter 22. A new mission. Kakashi was taken aback that his identity had been revealed. As a member of the Umbu, maintaining secrecy was of paramount importance. It was fortunate that Quan recognized him, but if an enemy were to discover his identity, it could lead to dire consequences. How did you come to know my identity? Kakashi inquired, though he would not take Quan away. Should she fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would have no choice but to escort her to the third Hokage for further inquiries. In truth, it is of little consequence. I recall that your catchphrase is indeed this, and within the village of Konoha, a figure with silver hair belongs to the Hatake clan, along with the legendary Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. However, it is said that Jiraiya is a rather loquacious old man, and he has been absent from Konoha for many years, which leads me to surmise that you must be Kakashi. Izumi, unaware of the close call she had just experienced with being invited to join the Umbu for tea, explained herself. Upon hearing Izumi's clarification, Kakashi casually removed his mask, revealing his masked visage. Kakashi has always perceived this small child as unique. He had noticed Izumi during a previous mission, especially considering that a 4-year-old child possessing chakra levels comparable to a Chunin is rather unusual. Could you first take Hinata to the hospital? Although Izumi understood that Hinata likely fainted due to her shyness, she was still concerned about the considerable chakra expenditure. You go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. There's a mission tomorrow, and I will be heading to the Hokage building shortly to receive the assignment, so do not forget. With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Left to her own devices, Izumi took it upon herself to escort Hinata to the Konoha hospital. Fortunately, she still had some funds remaining. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing to be unable to pay. Under the healing techniques of medical ninjutsu, Hinata quickly regained consciousness. Effort is commendable, but one must not overexert oneself. Otherwise, it could lead to irreversible harm to the body. Although Izumi was unsure why Hinata had developed such a fervent desire to become stronger, she felt compelled to remind her. I know, I'm fine now. Let's go. While being with Izumi was delightful, Hinata felt quite uncomfortable being alone in a room with her. Had Izumi not been seated at a reasonable distance, she might have fainted again. With that, Izumi and Hinata departed the hospital. Hinata returned to the Hyuga estate, while Izumi dashed toward the Hokage building. Upon reaching the entrance, she found Kakashi already waiting. Prepared, Izumi followed closely behind Kakashi. Izumi, Kakashi, here is your mission for this time. The third Hokage spoke as they entered the room. Izumi was not surprised that the third Hokage addressed Kakashi by name. It was likely that Kakashi had already informed Izumi of her knowledge regarding his identity. Kakashi accepted the mission scroll, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Izumi received a notification from the system. Hunt mission. Eliminate rogue ninjas from the land of fire. Complete the task by defeating 10 individuals. Additional rewards for each additional elimination, with no cap. It appeared to be a promising assignment, but the targets were all Chunin, and even had Jonin leading them. Was the system truly intent on leading her to her demise? Izumi felt a sense of helplessness, while Kakashi, upon seeing the task of eliminating rogue ninjas, was perplexed. Such a mission was not particularly challenging for him, but with Izumi as a potential liability, it would undoubtedly increase the difficulty. Despite his doubts, Kakashi accepted the mission, turning to lead Izumi outside. As they walked toward the village's outskirts, Kakashi detailed the mission specifics. Izumi was already aware of the task through the system, yet she feigned surprise to maintain the charade. Thus, Kakashi and Izumi embarked on their first official mission together. Throughout the journey, Izumi contemplated how to accomplish her main quest. Although the task of defeating Kakashi had no time limit, she understood that completing it sooner would allow her to undertake subsequent missions. While the system was indeed quite a challenge, Izumi felt compelled to rely on it to grow stronger. She could become powerful through her own efforts, but the impending Uchiha massacre in 3 years loomed ominously. Without sufficient strength, she did not believe she would escape unscathed. Sasuke's survival was solely due to Itachi's protection, although Izumi considered her relationship with Itachi to be relatively good. She did not presume she could survive in a similar fashion. More critically, Danzo and Orochimaru were both coveting the Sharingan, without adequate strength. Even surviving the massacre would not guarantee her safety against such foes. I wish to discuss something with you. Kakashi suddenly spoke as they continued on their path. During missions, you should refer to me by my code name. Moreover, since you are now part of the Umbu, you ought to have your own code name as well. Umbu missions cannot be conducted under one's real name. Very well, Silver. From now on, you may call me Reiku, as it reflects the nature of my chakra. Had Kakashi not reminded her, Izumi might have overlooked her Umbu identity. Suit yourself. It doesn't matter since you haven't been formally inducted into the Umbu. How about we have a friendly competition? A competition? Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Izumi's suggestion. While she had displayed commendable combat skills previously, he believed there remained a significant gap, even between her and a Chunin. He could not fathom that Izumi would have the confidence to challenge him. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of engaging you in combat. Since the journey is rather dull, why not compete in something else? Lost in thoughts regarding the burdensome tasks set forth by the system, Izumi suddenly realized something. The objective was to defeat Kakashi, but it did not specify how. The competitions between Kakashi and his close friends were not limited to combat. Even games of rock, paper, scissors were included. Thus, if she could best Kakashi in any given challenge, would that not count as defeating him? With this revelation, Izumi proposed a friendly contest. Speak, what shall we compete in? As long as it does not interfere with the mission, I am open to anything. In truth, Kakashi was curious about what scheme Izumi was concocting. You said it, Kakashi. Let us compare. Izumi shared her thoughts, causing Kakashi to nearly lose his footing and tumble from the tree. This competition will not hinder the mission's progress. Or are you too afraid to face me? Izumi regarded Kakashi with a smirk. Fortunately, he wore a mask, for the expression of a 4-year-old child mimicking a gruff adult would be rather peculiar. The result of Izumi and Kakashi's competition was that Izumi emerged victorious, successfully completing her task. However, this victory cast an enduring shadow over Kakashi's pride. Silver, you cannot be serious. It was merely a single competition. Is it truly worth such distress? Moreover, you did not lose anything of significance. All I require is a bowl of Ichiraku ramen from you. Is this really necessary? Observing Kakashi's despondent demeanor, Izumi felt a pang of guilt for her actions. You do not understand. I never anticipated losing to a mere child. If it were in battle, I would have accepted it, but alas, I wish to ignore you now. With that, Kakashi increased his pace, maintaining a deliberate distance from Izumi. Is losing a simple contest truly so disheartening? Surely, Kakashi, you can handle it, Izumi murmured to herself. Thankfully, her voice was barely above a whisper, otherwise, Kakashi might have retaliated. Though some matters are trivial, losing in certain circumstances can indeed be embarrassing, especially to a 4-year-old child. Throughout their journey, Kakashi refrained from speaking with Izumi, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless and regretting her decision to challenge him. Yet, she had initially intended it merely as an experiment, never anticipating that such a contest would allow her to fulfill her mission. Fortunately, along the way, the system accompanied me in conversation, alleviating the tedium. I remarked to the system, can you not assign me a different task? What do you call this main quest? Are you certain it's not merely a ruse? And are you sure that after I complete this, the Hyuga clan won't reduce me to a mere shadow of myself? This was not the first time I had complained to the system, which steadfastly responded with a resolute no to my request for a change. I had resolved to refer to it as the mischievous system henceforth. I found myself in a predicament as the task of defeating Kakashi granted a C-rank lightning release technique. The lightning release, body flicker, a decent reward indeed. However, had this been a genuine confrontation with Kakashi, the reward would have felt somewhat deceptive. Regardless of my feelings, I was warned, should you continue to malign this system, believe me, I can alter this task to a time-limited one. System, I concede. If you were to change it to a time-limited task, how could I possibly complete it? While I do harbor feelings for Hinata, she is merely 4 years old. To suggest I kiss her risks being branded as a monster. The latest task assigned by the system was to kiss Hinata in the presence of witnesses. Such an act might be acceptable for 2 4-year-olds, but the soul inhabiting my body was that of a young adult, and after 4 years of experiences, I had become a man in his 20s, making this task exceedingly difficult. You have shown some sense. Though the main task lacked a time constraint, I remained pensive, my thoughts known only to me. Soon, Kakashi and I arrived at our destination, and upon reaching it, I was taken aback, for we had come to Short Book Street, the very place where Naruto and Jiraiya had found Tsunade. It was my first visit here, and I was eager to experience it. However, as an Umbu with a mission at hand, I could not appear openly. Chapter 25. The mission. This was our objective. Your task now is to protect yourself. The enemy is formidable, and one among them is likely a jonin. Under these circumstances, I cannot guarantee your safety. Your abilities must not be concealed, and you must eliminate all adversaries. Kakashi was particularly considerate of me. Despite our previous minor disagreements, he was not one to seek vengeance. Rest assured, my strength may not rival that of a chunin, but I can hold my own, and I hope to refine my skills in battle. Hearing my words, Kakashi hesitated slightly, but remained silent. Together, we approached our target discreetly. 20 individuals were resting by the riverbank, and Kakashi and I silently dismantled the nearby traps. Inching closer to them, I will use fire release. You follow with wind release for a direct assault. A surprise attack should yield casualties among them, I whispered. Kakashi nodded in agreement, evidently approving my plan. Thus, the battle commenced. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized, hurtling towards the rogue ninjas, and Kakashi reacted instantly. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind intensified the flames, augmenting our combined ninjutsu's potency, transforming the original fireball into an expansive technique. The flames surged like a wall of fire. Several chunin, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, faltered. Though they had seen battle, they had never encountered such an overwhelming display, leading them to defect from Konoha due to their dim prospects for advancement. In other words, they were not particularly strong. Earth release, earth flow wall. The sole jonin, realizing the imminent danger, quickly summoned an earth barrier for defense. However, against our combined ninjutsu, a singular earth release proved insufficient. The barrier crumbled in less than 3 seconds. Though that was ample time. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. This time, the earth release successfully blocked our joint technique, but it also isolated the jonin from the others. Lightning release, body flicker. I struck first, demonstrating the lightning release I had just mastered, catching an unsuspecting chunin off guard. Wind release, breakthrough. A few chunin, regaining their composure, launched a counterattack. Yet, with my Sharingan activated, I not only evaded their strikes, but also successfully copied their ninjutsu. Experiencing the Sharingan's ability for the first time, I marveled at its efficacy. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The second fire technique erupted, unleashing a barrage of flames. Curse it, he is from the Uchiha clan. Do not look at his eyes. A chunin recognized my identity, and the notorious name of the Uchiha clan resonated throughout the ninja world. As such, those who had intended to surround Kakashi redirected their attention towards me. Curse it. Faced with 10 chunin, I had no confidence in engaging them, and swiftly turned to flee. I felt no shame in escaping. I dashed away with fervor, while Kakashi wore a detached expression, observing my retreat. Chapter 26. Harvesting the bounty. Your companion seems to be in dire straits. Will you not assist him? The jonin stood opposite Kakashi, instinctively sensing that the Umbu before him was formidable. Though he was a jonin, he had been temporarily promoted on the battlefield. His strength surpassed that of ordinary chunin. Yet he fell short of a true jonin's prowess, leaving him uncertain in the face of Konoha's Umbu. That kid is no simple foe. He might resolve this skirmish before I do, Kakashi replied as he launched his attack. Meanwhile, I was fleeing at my utmost speed, pursued closely by my assailants. Despite my best efforts, my 4-year-old physique had its limits. Eventually, I was cornered by the chunin, surrounded on all sides. Very well, but regrettably, your eyesight appears to be lacking. With that, I transformed into a puff of white smoke, evading their grasp. What? Shadow clone. Where is his true self? Before the chunin could react, it was all over. Boom. I uttered, and an array of explosive tags detonated, forcing the pursuing chunin to converge towards the center. At that moment, a figure emerged. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Torrential flames surged toward the center, and despite their desperate attempts at defense, how could they withstand a B-rank ninjutsu? The rest is up to you. The lightning clone alone cannot take down that jonin. As Kakashi spoke, he darted back to his previous position. Indeed, it was Kakashi who had unleashed the B-rank ninjutsu. Earlier, I had executed the great fireball while secretly laying traps, and Kakashi had transformed into my likeness using a transformation technique, leaving the task of confronting the jonin to his lightning clone. With Kakashi's departure, I gripped my kunai, prepared to finish off the chunin who had not yet perished. One by one, their lives slipped away at my hands. Strangely enough, I felt no discomfort. I had claimed the lives of 6 Chunin, and with the 5 who fell to the Great Fireball, my task of eliminating 10 had been fulfilled. Yet, a sudden thought crossed my mind. What rewards might await if I were to slay that Jonin as well? Having resolved matters here, Izumi also beheaded these Chunin and sealed their heads within a scroll before hurrying to assist Kakashi. Upon her arrival at the previous location, she found Kakashi leisurely seated, engrossed in his reading of Intimate Paradise. As for the Jonin, he had already succumbed to a fatal wound in his chest. Witnessing this scene, Izumi understood that it was Kakashi's signature jutsu, Raikiri, at play. How did you finish so quickly? I was hoping to witness a battle between Jonin. I'm quite disappointed that it ended so abruptly, she remarked. His strength was not that of a true Jonin. He was merely slightly stronger than a Chunin. Who did you eliminate? Of course, your jutsu practically obliterated them. I merely delivered the finishing blow. All their heads are right here. With that, she presented the scroll containing the severed heads to Kakashi. He tucked away Intimate Paradise and stowed the scroll in his ninja tool pouch, then turned to head towards Konohagakure. Izumi dutifully followed behind Kakashi, initially anticipating an exceptionally fierce battle, only to realize it had merely involved harvesting heads. Indeed, she had gone out to collect trophies. Chapter 27. Special Ninjutsu Scrolls. It is often said that Kakashi is half-heartedly engaged, yet the reality is far more complex. Consider this. In the manga, the adversaries Kakashi encounters are either extraordinarily powerful or merely exist to provide experience to the protagonists. If Kakashi were to resolve all battles single-handedly, what would be left for the protagonists to accomplish? Ding. Side quest completed. Earned 100 points and 1 fragment of a special ninjutsu scroll. The system's voice chimed. At last, this side quest had reached its conclusion. On her way back, Izumi completed the task, having eliminated 11 Chunin, successfully earning her 100 points along with the special ninjutsu scroll fragment. Upon seeing such rewards, she couldn't help but lament the system. I say, esteemed system, could you at least provide me with something truly useful? My life is at stake, and what you offer is rather meager. Meager? This reward is quite generous. While the points may be few, the other item is quite valuable, the system replied. Are you referring to the fragment of the special ninjutsu scroll? What use does that serve? Even if it contained an S-rank jutsu, I currently lack the ability to learn it, and given my petite frame, I cannot possibly utilize an S-rank jutsu, can I? S-rank jutsu? You're dreaming. This fragment contains the true Flying Thunder God technique. I recall you lamenting upon your arrival in this world about wanting this jutsu. The true Flying Thunder God technique. Are you implying that the Flying Thunder God used by the 2nd and 4th Hokage is false? The might of the Flying Thunder God is well acknowledged. If the techniques of Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato are mere imitations, what then is the true terror of the Flying Thunder God? Not entirely false. Their Flying Thunder God techniques are merely incomplete. The true Flying Thunder God does not require contact with the target to establish a mark for teleportation. However, reaching such a level is still far beyond you. It's best if you focus on completing your tasks. Should I feel generous, perhaps I will bestow upon you another fragment. At such a response, Izumi found herself at a loss for words. While the allure of the Flying Thunder God was undeniable, the capricious nature of this system left her feeling rather bleak about her prospects. The distribution of rewards seemed to hinge on whimsy. Was this truly a system? It felt more like a cruel joke. Do not be disheartened. Upon your completion of this main quest, I shall grant you another fragment. How does that sound? The system, seemingly sensing Izumi's discontent, offered a rare attempt at consolation. Main quest. You dare mention a main quest? Kissing Hinata counts as a main quest? Are you trying to provoke the Hyuga clan to hunt me down? Izumi retorted. Speaking of tasks, you determine the rewards. Does that mean you also dictate the tasks? Indeed. Should you continue to insult me, your next task may involve a duel against Uchiha Madara, or perhaps a direct confrontation with Kaguya. Alternatively, I could have you dance naked in the streets of Konoha for 3 minutes. Esteemed system, I apologize. I should not speak ill of you. Faced with such a system, what could one do? Other than endure, what options remained? That is more like it. Serve me well, and I shall assign you simpler tasks to complete. Chapter 28. Page Yao, the supporting character Kakashi and Izumi returned to the Hokage Tower to submit their mission. This round trip had taken 4 days, but following this mission, Izumi was granted a few days of respite. In truth, this vacation was a consideration from the 3rd Hokage for Izumi's mental and physical well-being. After submitting the mission, Izumi promptly made her way to Training Ground 7. It was nearing noon, and the training ground held only a small figure diligently practicing gentle fist techniques. Hinata, take a break. Balance is essential for effective training. Izumi stepped forward, slightly disappointed not to see Itachi or Shursui, yet her heart fluttered at the sight of Hinata. Izumi, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? Hinata, unaware that Izumi had become a member of the Umbu and undertaken a mission, assumed Izumi had personal matters to address. Yes, it went fairly well. What has Brother Itachi taught you these past few days? He has been instructing me on chakra control. I can now easily scale to the top of a tree, and today I will begin practicing walking on water. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Izumi nodded. For the Hyuga clan's training, outsiders could offer little assistance. Perhaps they could impart knowledge of other training aspects, but chakra control was paramount. In the world of ninjas, whether it be ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or even taijutsu, the utilization of chakra was essential. Hinata, take a short break and join me for lunch. Saying this, without waiting for Hinata's response, Izumi took her hand and led her towards Ichiraku Ramen. As Izumi pulled her along, Hinata's face flushed crimson. The two walked side by side, only to encounter some rather unpleasant individuals. Just as Izumi and Hinata exited the Uchiha clan's compound, they encountered two Uchiha ninja. While this was not unusual, given that this was the Uchiha's residence, these two individuals bore an evident disdain for Hinata, launching an attack without uttering a word. What are you doing? While deflecting an incoming shuriken with a kunai, Izumi shielded Hinata behind her. What is a little brat from the Hyuga clan doing here? She must be here to spy on our Uchiha clan's secrets. If you know what's good for you, scram, or I will take you down with her, said Uchiha Peijiao. Hearing such an absurd justification, Izumi could not help but wonder if this person had lost their senses. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans are both esteemed families of Konoha. What is so strange about her being here? This is the Uchiha clan's residence, but it is also part of Konoha. Peijiao, are you trying to take your frustrations out on someone because you failed a mission? Be careful, or the clan leader will confine you. Izumi had little desire to engage with Uchiha Peijiao. 9 years her senior, he was already a chunin, yet his abilities were quite unimpressive. In Izumi's words, this individual was utterly lacking apart from his Uchiha surname. Yet, such a person held an inflated sense of self-worth, looking down on everyone, and as a result, he had the highest failure rate among peers. Uchiha Izumi, are you seeking death? With that, Peijiao charged at Izumi. Chapter 29. Conflict. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Izumi charged forward, unleashing 3 shurikens in rapid succession, each aimed at Peijiao from an exceptionally cunning angle. Peijiao, taken aback by the normally docile Izumi's unexpected retaliation, was astonished by the adeptness with which she wielded the shurikens, causing him to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. He managed to deflect 2 of the shurikens with his kunai, yet the third sliced through his right leg, causing him to stumble precariously close to the ground. Observing Peijiao's injury, Uchiha Yoshimi joined the fray, creating a daunting challenge for Izumi, who now faced 2 adversaries while also needing to protect Hinata. However, Izumi's prowess had significantly improved, manipulating the shurikens that Peijiao had struck away using a wire. She launched another assault. Peijiao, now hindered, resorted to the substitution technique to evade her onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, Izumi anticipated his every move. As he executed the technique to escape, she materialized before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. In that moment, Yoshimi hurled a kunai towards Izumi. Swiftly evading the attack with another substitution, Izumi reappeared behind Yoshimi, a kunai poised at her throat. Shall we conclude this farce? I have no desire to engage in frivolities with you. I must attend to my meal. Izumi harbored little affection for Peijiao and Yoshimi. They were clearly peers, both lacking in true strength yet harboring inflated egos, believing themselves to be prodigies at the tender age of 12 or 13, oblivious to their shortcomings. Wait, Izumi. You conspired with the Hyuga clan to harm your own kin. I shall seek justice for this. As she uttered her threats, Yoshimi stowed away her weapons, and Izumi allowed her to leave, dismissing her intimidation entirely. With the skirmish concluded, Izumi took Hinata's hand and departed. After they had walked a considerable distance, Hinata timidly spoke. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Hinata, this isn't your fault. They often seek trouble, especially with those they deem weaker. It's likely they failed a mission and sought validation here. Let us enjoy our meal and not dwell on them. Hinata nodded and continued to follow Izumi. her gaze lingering on her companion. After their lunch, Hinata returned to the Hyuga clan, as her outings were limited to the morning hours. Izumi returned to the training grounds, but refrained from immediately resuming her training. System, why is it that no one in the Hyuga clan can utilize ninjutsu? Is it possible that none of them possess any of the 5 elemental chakra types? Izumi was perplexed by the Hyuga clan's limitations. The Hyuga clan's inability to employ other ninjutsu stems from their focus on mastering the gentle fist technique, which necessitates more delicate chakra pathways than those of others. While this precision enhances their control and allows for techniques such as pressure point strikes, it restricts their use of traditional ninjutsu. However, basic techniques like the substitution technique are still viable. Chapter 30. Challenge to the third Hokage system. Is there no way for you to enable Hinata to use other ninjutsu? Despite the Hyuga clan's commendable combat skills, Izumi felt they were stagnating. I can certainly do that. All it requires is a cost in points. I can grant Hinata the ability to utilize ninjutsu like any other ninja. How many points are necessary? Not much, only 1,000 points. Upon hearing the system's mercenary tone, Izumi reluctantly abandoned this somewhat unrealistic aspiration, knowing that 1,000 points equated to 5 A-rank missions. Given her current capabilities, even a B-rank mission could prove fatal. Presently, the ninjutsu Izumi could execute included lightning release, body flicker, fire release, great fireball, fire release, phoenix fire, and the substitution technique. While this repertoire sufficed for a genin, Izumi's ambitions soared beyond that of a mere genin, compelling her to pursue greater challenges. System, are there any tasks suitable for me to undertake at my current level? I must insist on having a choice. Do not present me with any ridiculous tasks. Oh, you seek a task? That's easily arranged. Instinctively sensing trouble, Izumi was about to refute when the familiar chime of the system's prompt echoed. Ding. Side quest. Challenge the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and gain his acknowledgement. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, 8 gates technique. Failure deducts 100 points. Note, if points fall into the negative, obliteration occurs. Staring at her side quest, Izumi was at a loss for words. She merely sought a task to hone her skills, yet the difficulty of this quest seemed excessively daunting. While the reward was indeed substantial, the completion difficulty likely reached S rank. System, I regret speaking with you. Izumi dashed towards the Hokage building, recognizing that a surprise attack on the Hokage was utterly implausible, thus opting to formally request a challenge. Upon regaining her composure, she understood that, despite seeming formidable, this task aimed to earn the acknowledgement of the third Hokage. Come in. Standing before the Hokage's office, Izumi had not even knocked when she heard Hiruzen's voice. Third Hokage. Izumi, what brings you here? Third Hokage, I wish to challenge you. Challenge me? Yes. I seek to gauge the disparity between my strength and that of the mightiest in the ninja world. I aspire to grow stronger. Only through strength can I protect myself and safeguard the village. Upon hearing Izumi's declaration, Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hands and rose. Izumi, having expressed her intentions, fell silent, awaiting his response. Should Hiruzen decline, she would have to devise another plan. Very well. It has been some time since I engaged in a spar. Follow me. With Hiruzen's consent, Izumi exhaled in relief as they left the Hokage building together. They arrived at a secluded underground training facility, empty and devoid of any observers. This is my private practice arena. No one can monitor here. So you may fight to your heart's content. Being a cunning old fox, Hiruzen understood that Izumi wished to keep her abilities concealed from prying eyes. Aware of her secret agreement with Hinata. Chapter 31. Going all out, forgive me. Before the words had hardly escaped her lips, a dozen shurikens were launched simultaneously, and Izumi activated her Sharingan. With the enhanced perception granted by the Sharingan, her control over the shurikens reached new heights. In response to Izumi's onslaught, Hiruzen merely countered with a single kunai, effortlessly deflecting all the shurikens in an instant. Observing this, Izumi swiftly manipulated the shurikens, once more using wire to attack Hiruzen again. Hiruzen had anticipated such a maneuver, easily repelling Izumi's assault with his kunai. However, at that moment, Izumi unleashed her second wave of attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Hiruzen, who, upon witnessing Izumi's ninjutsu, displayed a glimmer of appreciation on his face. Earth release, earth-style wall. Even with the Sharingan activated, Izumi failed to discern the hand seals Hiruzen executed, rendering her unable to replicate the technique. Nevertheless, she had no intention of copying an Earth-release ninjutsu. Even if she could, she would be unable to utilize it. Lightning release, body flicker. A powerful bolt of lightning surged toward the third Hokage. Despite the third Hokage's formidable strength surpassing that of Izumi, the Earth-style techniques were inherently vulnerable to lightning. Furthermore, the third Hokage had not exerted his full power, allowing the earthen wall to be successfully shattered. As the lightning technique succeeded, the third Hokage anticipated that Izumi would capitalize on his advantage. Yet he was taken aback when Izumi vanished from his sight, leaving him perplexed. Suddenly, the third Hokage seemed to perceive something. He hurled a kunai towards the nearby rubble. However, before the kunai could reach its target, a puff of white smoke erupted. It turned out that while the third Hokage's attention was diverted by the great fireball and the earthen techniques, Izumi had utilized a transformation technique to conceal himself amidst the shattered earthen wall, hoping to deceive the third Hokage. Yet, his naive strategy was swiftly unraveled, and he was promptly detected. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. A torrent of Phoenix fire erupted, not aimed at causing harm, but rather to obstruct the third Hokage's line of sight. Concurrently, using the powerful insight of the Sharingan, Izumi rapidly approached the third Hokage through the gaps in the flames. The third Hokage effortlessly evaded Izumi's feigned assault, and when Izumi came within striking distance, the third Hokage remained composed and ready to defend against his attack. Even with the advantage of the Sharingan's keen perception, penetrating the third Hokage's defenses was an unattainable feat for Izumi, yet he pressed on with unwavering determination. The third Hokage, curious about the extent of Izumi's abilities, refrained from launching a counterattack, opting instead for a defensive stance. Just as he successfully deflected another of Izumi's strikes, he suddenly noticed a shuriken being thrown, not aimed at him. Sensing something amiss, the third Hokage grew cautious. The last thing he wanted was to be injured in front of a younger opponent. The shuriken flew not as an offensive weapon, but to set a trap. With the shuriken's release, Izumi swiftly tugged on the wire in his grasp, causing it to spring up from the ground and ensnare the third Hokage within its grasp. Izumi understood that such an attack was insufficient to harm the third Hokage. Thus, he swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed the great fireball technique once more. Flames surged along the wire directly towards the third Hokage, who, taken aback by this unexpected assault, regarded Izumi with newfound respect. He formed hand signs and conjured an earthen wall to block the flames. Witnessing this scene, Izumi remained undeterred, vanishing once more, only to reappear behind the third Hokage. Sensing Izumi's sudden presence, the third Hokage was already wary, pondering Izumi's intentions. Explode. At that moment, an explosion erupted from behind the third Hokage, catching him off guard and forcing him to retreat. For Izumi, managing to push back such a seasoned warrior was indeed a source of pride. I concede, Lord Third. While I still possess hidden cards, I realize that even if I were to reveal them, it would not yield a more favorable outcome. The recent explosion was merely a result of your underestimation. Should the battle continue, I believe I would stand no chance. Impressive. At your age, such prowess is commendable. Uchiha Izumi, I hope you will diligently protect Konoha. Remember, where Konoha flourishes, the flames of hope shall never extinguish. The light of fire will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the new leaves. This is the will of the first Hokage and the essence of the will of fire. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Izumi nodded. One could not deny the charismatic nature of the third Hokage. Had Izumi not been well versed in the intricacies of the Hokage world, he might have been swayed by the third Hokage's sentiments. Rest assured, Lord Third, I will strive to protect Konoha, Izumi declared, fully grasping the third Hokage's intentions while subtly overlooking the Uchiha clan. Although the tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha had yet to reach a boiling point, numerous conflicts persisted. In 3 years, the situation would inevitably escalate, compelling Izumi to choose sides. Clearly, the Uchiha clan was not a favorable ally. 3 years hence, the only formidable Uchiha would be Fugaku and Itachi. Even if the butterfly effect allowed Shursui to survive, it would not alter the course of events. Within Konoha, beyond the various clans, there remained powerful figures such as the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Danzo, whose strengths were incomparable. Only the arrogant Uchiha clan believed that a coup d'etat held any promise of success. Remember, Konoha will always be your home. The explosion earlier was triggered by a detonating tag on your shadow clone, correct? Such a combat strategy is indeed effective, but do not overuse it. The element of surprise is key. I understand, Lord Third. Izumi recognized that such a surprise attack could only be executed once. Otherwise, the opponent would certainly become vigilant. More importantly, he understood that success was not guaranteed. Ding. Side quest completed. Challenge successful. Reward, 8 gates. As the completion exceeded the basic threshold, you have received a random ninjutsu scroll. Upon hearing the system's notification, Izumi paused momentarily, eliciting a curious glance from the third Hokage. Izumi, what is the matter? Is there an issue? Not at all. I am merely astonished by your strength. It is truly fortunate for Konoha to have you as its leader. Izumi chose to conceal the system's matters, opting instead for a diplomatic response. Chapter 33, Random Ninjutsu Scroll. The third Hokage paid no mind to Izumi's peculiar behavior, as even the most astute of ninjas could not fathom the workings of the system. System, I am aware of the 8 gates. But what exactly is this random ninjutsu scroll? Can it truly yield any ninjutsu? Indeed, the random ninjutsu scroll can produce any ninjutsu that you are currently able to utilize. If it randomly selects a ninjutsu you have already mastered, you will receive an additional chance for a random selection. However, this scroll is subject to limitations. S rank, forbidden techniques, and sealing techniques will not be included. The system elucidated the rewards for this task. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Izumi couldn't help but marvel at its newfound generosity. Had it not been for the third Hokage's presence, he might have been overwhelmed with emotion. Since the system's inception, Izumi had often found himself at a disadvantage with nearly every task. Ding. System notification, main quest, complete the Umbu mission solo. Quest reward, body enhancement. Before he could revel in his previous success, the system's voice startled him once again, as he dreaded the prospect of receiving a particularly arduous task. Izumi, you performed admirably on the previous mission. You should continue to train alongside Kakashi. It is getting late. You should return and rest, but do not neglect your training. The third Hokage expressed his satisfaction with Izumi's performance. Izumi nodded and bid farewell to the third Hokage. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's compound, he noticed some disapproving gazes directed at him. Just as confusion set in, he encountered Shursui, who had just returned from a mission. Shursui, brother. Hello, Izumi. Come with me for a moment. Shursui's tone was serious, and Izumi, taken aback, followed him as the onlookers ceased their scrutiny. Did you injure Pei? What is the matter? He accused you of colluding with outsiders to injure him, yet Lord Fugaku did not believe his words, which is why you have not been apprehended. Izumi never anticipated that Pei Jiao would be the first to slander him. Nevertheless, this incident has reshaped Izumi's perception of despicable individuals. With a soft sigh, he recounted everything that had transpired. Izumi was confident that Shursui would assist him. After all, he did not believe he had acted excessively in this situation. Fear not. I shall not allow you to suffer injustice. You and I shall meet Lord Fugaku, Shursui declared, pulling Izumi towards the heart of the Uchiha clan without allowing him a chance to voice his thoughts. Izumi never expected to meet Fugaku in this manner, and more importantly, he was unprepared for the encounter. Brother Shursui, let us drop this matter. You are aware of the truth. Your clarification is sufficient. As for how it should be handled, I trust that with you by my side, I will not come to harm. If I accompany you to meet Lord Fugaku, it may appear as though I am reporting to him, and since we are all of the same clan, there is no need to escalate the situation. Shursui was surprised by Izumi's perspective. In truth, he had brought Izumi along to demonstrate that the clan bore him no ill will, and that any negative remarks from others were merely the result of Pei Jiao's provocations. Is that truly how you feel? Of course. However, brother Shursui, if you could bring me to learn ninjutsu as compensation, I would be most willing. Chapter 34, A New Mission for Izumi. The most pressing deficiency was ninjutsu. Currently, aside from the body replacement technique, he had only mastered the Great Fireball technique, the Phoenix Fire technique, and the Earth Walking technique. While these techniques were considerable for a typical genin, who among ninjas would not desire to learn more, do not worry. I will ensure you have the opportunity to learn ninjutsu when the time is right. As for Pei Jiao, we shall handle the matter as you suggested, but he will certainly face punishment. Izumi accepted this outcome without objection. However, the arrogant Uchiha Pei Jiao harbored a different sentiment, attributing all blame to Shursui, believing that Shursui's presence was the cause of his punishment. Consequently, he ambushed Shursui shortly thereafter, with the outcome easily predictable. In the following 2 days, Izumi spent his time in the training grounds, accompanied by the resting Shursui and Hinata Hyuga. Neither Shursui nor Itachi held any animosity towards Hinata, and Shursui even offered her some guidance. Though merely 4 years old, Hinata was still significantly stronger than her peers, despite not being as prodigious as Izumi. The 3-day break swiftly passed, and once again, Izumi embarked on a mission with Kakashi. Kakashi, your task this time is to escort the daimyo of the land of the evening back to his homeland. Ostensibly, I will dispatch others to protect him, while you two will operate in secrecy, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Should unrest arise upon the daimyo's return, you will assist him in quelling it. As Kakashi and Izumi entered, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, outlined their mission. Initially, Izumi was not meant to partake in such a task, but due to the peculiar situation in the Land of Water, tensions between the two nations ran high, leading most of the Umbu to be dispatched, leaving Izumi merely to fill numbers. Kakashi set off with Izumi, and outside the village, they encountered the ninja assigned to escort the daimyo, all of whom were familiar faces: Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma Sarutobi. Izumi was well acquainted with these three, though he found himself puzzled as to why this mission seemed so arduous. Despite his myriad questions, Izumi understood that Kakashi's character would not lend itself to answers, so he resolved to focus on completing the task at hand. 2 days passed swiftly, and the journey was remarkably tranquil as they departed the borders of the Land of Fire towards the Land of the Evening. Silver, someone approaches. Having left the borders of the Land of Fire for half a day, Izumi sensed someone rapidly closing in. Do not engage yet, let them handle it. We will only intervene in case of an emergency. If Izumi could sense the enemy, Kakashi was certainly aware as well. Izumi nodded. In truth, he would not be able to partake in this battle, as the 3 approaching ninjas were all Jonin level. Should he intervene, he would likely be eliminated in an instant. Who are you? Upon the enemy's appearance, Guy stepped forward, while Asuma and Kurenai positioned themselves protectively around the daimyo. The 3 Jonin remained silent, simultaneously charging towards Guy. Anticipating the attack, Guy did not remain passive. He deftly evaded the assault. Third gate, open. Leaf Gale. Aware that his opponents were Jonin, Guy did not hold back, activating the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates. With the enhancement of the 8 gates, Guy's speed became extraordinary, and before the Jonin on the left could react, he was sent flying by Guy's kick. Witnessing this, Izumi could not help but admire Guy's physical prowess. However, the next moment, the Jonin transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone. Realizing he had struck a decoy, Guy swiftly repositioned himself behind another Jonin, who immediately retaliated. Water release. Water curtain technique. A water curtain appeared before Guy, absorbing his attack without yielding an inch, leaving him momentarily uncertain. At that moment, the Jonin unleashed another jutsu. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. Faced with the enemy's onslaught, Guy used the body flicker technique to evade, reappearing in front of Asuma and Kurenai. Guy, do not charge and recklessly alone. Although aware of Guy's nature, Asuma felt compelled to caution the spirited leaf ninja. Asuma unleashed his own technique. Fire release. Ash pile burning. A cloud of ash erupted from Asuma's mouth, prompting the Jonin who had just battled Guy to instinctively sense danger. However, as the ash enveloped him, nothing occurred, leaving him bewildered. Observing his opponent's reaction, Asuma smirked, then ignited the ash with a flint stone concealed in his cheek, causing the area engulfed in ash to erupt in a massive explosion. The unfortunate Jonin had not anticipated such a jutsu. By the time he realized his predicament, he was already ensnared by Asuma's technique, leaving him no time to flee or defend, ultimately reduced to charred remains. With one Jonin down and another missing, the remaining Jonin finally completed his hand signs. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged towards the daimyo of the Land of Evening, as well as Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. Witnessing this spectacle, Izumi hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, for his task was to ensure the safety of the daimyo. Should ordinary people be struck by the great waterfall, they would likely perish instantly. Yet, Izumi suddenly noticed Kakashi beside him, intently observing the unfolding scene. Hey, Silver, are you certain you do not need to intervene? Those 3 may not withstand the great waterfall. Just watch closely. As Kakashi began to speak, Asuma finally made his move. Fire release. Dragon flame dance. A colossal fire dragon materialized out of thin air, charging directly towards the oncoming waterfall. Though water is known to extinguish fire, flames of such intensity can indeed overpower water. Ninja technique, mist shadow technique. The combination of fire release and water release generated a substantial amount of steam, obscuring their vision. With the addition of the mist shadow technique, visibility was utterly compromised. Even the usually nonchalant Kakashi ceased his frivolities, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Chapter 36. The terror brought by the Eight Gates. It was not only Kai and his companions who were enveloped by the mist shadow technique. Kakashi and Izumi were also affected. Izumi promptly activated her Sharingan, aware that, against a Jonin, she was merely a liability, and any lapse in caution could cost her life. Silver, what should we do? In this situation, it is impossible to ascertain the circumstances. Even our attempts at rescue may arrive too late. Despite activating her Sharingan, Izumi could see nothing, which filled her with rare apprehension. For a ninja, the unknown is the most terrifying adversary. Do not fret, those three are not easily defeated. Kakashi remarked, not turning his head. Kai and Asuma are formidable Jonin, and though Kunai is merely a Chunin, her prowess rivals that of Jonin. And her mastery of Jinjutsu is on par with the Uchiha clan. While he reassured Izumi, Kakashi's concern for Kai and the others was unmistakable. Within the mist, Kai, Asuma, and Kunai shielded the daimyo of the land of the evening, facing a dire situation. Without the daimyo's presence, they could have concealed themselves entirely. However, their current predicament rendered concealment impossible. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gale surged forth as Asuma attempted to dissipate the surrounding mist, only to find his efforts futile. While the great breakthrough momentarily cleared the mist, it quickly thickened again once the wind subsided. The three understood that the mist would not easily disperse. Water release, water dragon bullet. As powerful water ninjutsu manifested, Asuma immediately sought to counter with fire release. However, a flurry of shurikens interrupted his hand seals. With his technique thwarted, the water dragon bullet surged towards Asuma. In a moment of crisis, Kai sprang into action. Leaf Gale, Mighty Leaf Hurricane. As an enhanced version of the Leaf Gale, this technique's power far surpassed its predecessor. Empowered by Blue Chakra, the massive water dragon created by the water dragon bullet was shattered by Kai's kick. The two Jonin cloaked in mist witnessed this spectacle with astonishment. The two of them, alongside the previously fallen Jonin, were elite members of the Hidden Mist Village. Typically, once the mist shadow technique was employed, it signaled the time for their slaughter. And they had never heard of anyone capable of dismantling a B-rank ninjutsu like the water dragon bullet solely through taijutsu. Is this fellow a monster? To destroy a B-rank ninjutsu with mere physical prowess? The burly mist ninja exclaimed. Do you remember the 7 ninja swordsmen? Inquired another, smaller mist ninja. Of course I remember. What brings that to mind? I recall they... Wait, are you saying that ninja in green is the successor of that individual? The 7 ninja swordsmen had once nearly been annihilated by a lowly Chunin, who employed the 8 gates. Because of the existence of the 8 gates, even within the blood mist of the Hidden Mist Village, there was an unspoken rule. Any ninja radiating a red glow must be avoided at all costs. Regardless of the mission, and those returning from such encounters would not face penalties for failure. This illustrates the profound fear the 8 gates instilled in the mist ninjas. The smaller mist ninja recognized the 8 gates. Though Kai did not emit a red glow, the fear had already begun to take root within him. Chapter 37. The conclusion of battle. Damn it. How could this happen? But I will not give up so easily. Even the 8 gates cannot be invincible. I simply need to eliminate him before he activates them. The robust mist ninja's face was twisted in fear, yet he had no intention of retreating. Water release, water blade. A blade forged from water surged towards Kai, as the burly mist ninja charged forward. Kai evaded the water blade, confronting the mist ninja, who recognized that engaging in a direct battle would lead to his own downfall, and promptly unleashed his ninjutsu. Water release, water swallow. A multitude of water-based swallows surged towards Kai, forcing him to defend against the assault. At that moment, the burly mist ninja revealed his ultimate technique. Water release, water prison technique. The water swallows encircling Kai instantly fragmented, reverting to ordinary water, which formed the basis for the water prison technique. Caught unawares, Kai found himself ensnared within the prison. As the burly mist ninja beheld Kai as his captive, a cruel smile spread across his face. Killing the user of the 8 gates would surely earn him accolades upon his return, and he might even become one of the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, While the idea was enticing, reality was harsh. Although Kai was trapped, he was not without allies. After a prolonged silence, kunai finally took action. Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. The burly mist ninja was caught off guard by kunai's sudden assault. In the blood mist. Not only was it difficult to assist a trapped comrade, but failing to land a single blow would be a remarkable feat. The Jinjutsu plunged the burly mist ninja into profound terror, as the hell viewing technique drew forth his innermost fears. Generally, those with weak mental fortitude could not withstand such an assault, and thus, the paralyzed mist ninja could not maintain the water prison, allowing Kai to break free. Mighty Leaf Gale. The moment he regained his freedom, Kai launched his attack. The unfortunate mist ninja, just emerging from the grip of terror, found Kai's leg infused with a fierce gale before him. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Kai's kick had deformed the burly mist ninja's head, leaving no possibility of survival. With the demise of the robust mist ninja, the mist shadow technique gradually dissipated, and soon all mist vanished, leaving only the surviving mist ninjas to flee. Kunai, have you seen the last one? Asuma inquired as he noticed the absence of the final adversary. Understood. Kunai immediately activated her sensory technique. Within her perception, there was no presence of the mist ninja, prompting her to declare, I cannot sense him. He must have escaped. Asuma nodded in silence and approached the fallen jonin, meticulously inspecting the body. To his disappointment, there was no identification to be found. Even the forehead protector was missing. Nothing at all. However, judging by their ninjutsu, they must be from the Mist Village. I never expected the mist to interfere in the affairs of the Land of the Evening. Without any concrete proof, determining their identity was not difficult, though such assessments could not be taken as evidence. Such is unavoidable. Our Land of the Evening maintains cordial relations with your Leaf Village. Yet the Mist Village has always regarded us as a thorn in their side. The reason I requested your escort back to my homeland was precisely due to concerns over the Mist's potential actions, spoke the daimyo of the Land of the Evening, Shiyuan. Chapter 38. Pursuit. Rest assured, Your Excellency, we will ensure your safe return to the Land of the Evening, Asuma replied solemnly. Fire release, grand fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward the fleeing mist ninja. In the face of this sudden assault on the mist village, the jonin reacted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing his ninjutsu at the very moment of the attack. Water release, water barrier. The torrent of water effectively obstructed the blazing fireball from Izumi, who gazed sternly at the distant mist ninja. An operative from Konoha Zumbu? The diminutive mist ninja was engulfed in bewilderment, both astonished by the dispatch of Umbu from Konoha and taken aback by Izumi's youth. Despite his mask, Izumi's stature betrayed his age, and coupled with his youthful voice, it was nearly impossible not to perceive him as a mere child. Fire release, great fireball technique. Within a mere second and 3 hand signs, a massive fireball manifested before the mist ninja, prompting an immediate attempt to evade. Simultaneously, a flurry of shuriken erupted from various directions, converging upon the mist ninja. How infuriating! The mist ninja had not anticipated such strength from a mere child, compelling him to halt and counter with his own ninjutsu. Water release, water barrier. The wall of water not only shielded against the flames of the fireball, but also effectively repelled all incoming shuriken. Had the mist ninja been able to perceive Izumi's expression at that moment, he would have sensed treachery, but such insight was evidently unattainable. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. While the mist ninja was preoccupied with maintaining the water barrier, he was swiftly ensnared by the heart decapitation technique, rendered immobile deep within the earth. Kakashi soon emerged from the side, donning a deadpan expression. Well done, you certainly captured his attention. Although the skirmish between Izumi and the mist ninja was brief, Izumi's combat prowess was commendable, prompting Kakashi to offer a half-hearted compliment. The slight mist ninja, upon realizing the presence of another Umbu from Konoha, understood that escape was now a futile endeavor. Without waiting for Kakashi to inquire, he promptly bit down on a concealed poison, choosing self-destruction. Damn it, he killed himself? I thought I could extract some information. Had I known, I would have sought to capture him alive. Izumi expressed his frustration. Kakashi, are you aware of whether mist ninjas have a habit of committing suicide upon capture? Do I know? Kakashi replied, averting his gaze toward the sky, feigning indifference. You. Faced with Kakashi's demeanor, Izumi felt exasperated. He had only bested the ninja once, and that in a somewhat jestful manner. Why did Kakashi seem to hold a grudge? Was Kakashi truly so petty or prone to holding grudges? Let us continue our journey. Before Izumi could voice further thoughts, Kakashi turned and sprinted toward the departing entourage of the Land of Evening's Lord. Seeing this, Izumi reluctantly quelled his impulse to confront Kakashi. As Kakashi led the way, his usual deadpan expression was replaced with a look of satisfaction, clearly reveling in his subtle revenge against Izumi for having been bested by a 4-year-old child in a previous contest. It seemed that the loss of 3 Jonin had instilled a sense of caution in the Land of Blood Mist, as they encountered no further mist ninjas along the way. Occasionally, when encountering petty thieves, they would immediately retreat at the sight of shinobi. Chapter 39. Orochimaru's abandoned base. During their uneventful journey, Izumi found himself perplexed. At this juncture, the mist was under the rule of Yagura, and though it remained uncertain whether he was under Obito's control, the mist ninjas were notoriously volatile. Even after the loss of 3 Jonin, Izumi did not believe they would simply relent. Silver, is it not unusually quiet on this route? Aside from the assault by the 3 Jonin from the Mist Village, no other incidents have transpired. If this were merely a routine escort, there would have been no need to involve you, an Umbu, let alone deploy such a lavish team of 2 Jonin and 1 Chunin. As they continued onward, Izumi voiced his concerns. It is indeed quiet, but the Mist should not have abandoned their efforts. They are likely biding their time until the Lord of the Land of Evening returns, at which point they will strike to eliminate the threat, thereby tarnishing Konoha's reputation. This is precisely why you and I find ourselves here, Kakashi explained, fully grasping the implications of the current stillness. Given this, why did Lord Third not allow Guy and the others to remain and assist us? Frankly, I doubt our combined strength is sufficient to protect the Land of Evening. While the Land of Fire is indeed the mightiest of the 5 great nations, we cannot hope to stand against the Mist with just the 2 of us. From the onset, Izumi had harbored doubts about this mission. If the objective was merely to escort a minor lord, such an extravagant deployment seemed unwarranted. Conversely, if the aim was to prevent the annihilation of the Land of Evening, then why were only Kakashi and he left behind? Everything felt exceedingly irregular. My knowledge on the matter does not surpass yours. I believe Lord Third has his own considerations, Kakashi replied, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the mission's stakes. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Izumi chose to remain silent. Thus, the group finally arrived at the Land of Evening. Upon arrival, Izumi felt a sense of futility. While it was termed a country, it was scarcely larger than Konoha, and in fact, seemed even smaller. After escorting the Lord to the manor, Asuma and his team completed their task and departed the Land of Evening. Witnessing their genuine departure only deepened Izumi's confusion. Initially, he had presumed they were merely feigning departure to mislead the Mist about their intelligence, yet it appeared they had truly left. As Izumi pondered the true nature of this mission, Kakashi finally spoke. Izumi, you have a special task this time. You need not accompany me regarding the matters of the Land of Evening. This is Lord Third's directive. With that, Kakashi handed Izumi a scroll. Upon receiving the scroll, Kakashi vanished from sight. As Izumi contemplated Kakashi's abrupt disappearance, he opened the scroll and heard the system's notification. Ding. System alert. Main quest acquired. Complete the Umbu mission independently. Investigate Orochimaru's abandoned base. Quest reward, body enhancement. The scroll Kakashi had given contained only instructions to investigate an abandoned cave, yet the system revealed it to be Orochimaru's base. Who was Orochimaru? The early antagonist responsible for the demise of the 3rd Hokage, and a figure who managed to survive until the very end. A veritable paragon of scientific inquiry in the shinobi world. System, why do I feel as though you are setting me up for disaster? You want me to confront Orochimaru now? Are you sending me to my demise, or to commit suicide? I haven't wronged you recently, so why are you playing such games with me? Izumi lamented, his expression one of despair, wishing fervently to throttle the vexatious system. Chapter 40. First encounter with Orochimaru. Not necessarily. Orochimaru may not even be present. The mission states only to investigate the abandoned base. Since it is abandoned, how could Orochimaru possibly be there? The system's voice echoed, yet Izumi found such reasoning hard to accept. Brother, you are my true brother. This is far too perilous. Could you not assign me a lower-risk mission? If I were to encounter Orochimaru, I fear I would be sliced to pieces. Who knows, your existence might even be revealed. And with Orochimaru's nature, he would undoubtedly make you suffer unbearably. Izumi implored the system to reconsider the danger and spare him from executing this task. Based on my calculations, the likelihood of Orochimaru discovering my presence is negligible. Even if you were to reveal my existence, he would have no means to uncover it. So do not fret unnecessarily." Upon hearing those words, Quan realized that the system could no longer assist him. He could only grit his teeth and advance towards his destination. Following the instructions of the scroll, he soon discovered the so-called cave. It must be said that one would never expect a research facility to be concealed within such a natural cave. Taking a deep breath while gazing into the pitch-black abyss, Quan leapt into it. Since this was a mission that must be accomplished, retreat was not an option. Unbeknownst to Quan, the moment he entered the cave, he was already detected by someone. To his surprise, a small mouse had found its way here. In the darkness, a pair of serpent-like eyes suddenly turned towards the cave's entrance. Cautiously, Quan proceeded through the cave. Although it was an abandoned base, he believed it to be safe. However, to his astonishment, it seemed devoid of any presence, even traps. Finally, he arrived at a man-made area, where he encountered something he least wished to see: massive tanks containing various mutated organs, and, most importantly, all the facilities were operational. System: is this what you refer to as an abandoned base? Everything here is fully operational. Can you assure me that Orochimaru is not present? Cautiously, Quan continued onward. At this point, even if he wished to leave immediately, it might not guarantee his safety, so he pressed on. The system paid no heed to Quan's inquiries. Suddenly, Quan felt a chilling sensation and swiftly dodged. However, when he turned back to see what it was, he was met with a face he dreaded the most: Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Quan silently cursed the system. Wasn't he had said that this was an abandoned base? Wasn't he had assured that Orochimaru was not here? What was he facing now? "Oh, you recognize me? I didn't expect such a little brat to know who I am." "Well, it's only natural that you would know me since you came to investigate my base. But I wonder what your purpose here is." Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Quan, and under the murderous aura directed at him, Quan found himself unable to move, let alone escape. "I didn't know this was your base. My mission is to investigate the abandoned cave. My knowledge of you is solely because you are one of the legendary Sannin." Quan replied laboriously, the oppressive atmosphere making him feel as though death was imminent. "What do you think of the situation here?" Orochimaru asked, seemingly unfazed by the truthfulness of Quan's words, instead curious about his perspective. At the same time, he released the pressure he had been exerting upon Quan. Chapter 41. You may leave without Orochimaru's oppressive presence. Quan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, while Orochimaru waited patiently, appearing quite pleased. "Somewhat cruel, yet still acceptable. I have heard rumors of you in Konoha. You delved into forbidden techniques in pursuit of immortality. While it may be for selfish desires, it is understandable. Everyone acts for their own benefit. However, I find it objectionable when Konoha ninjas are involved." "Oh, you think that way? So according to you, if I were to use ninjas from other villages, it would be acceptable?" Orochimaru responded with surprise, clearly not expecting someone to rationalize his actions. "At least I can accept it. Using little mice for experimentation, would that not be cruel as well? From a certain perspective, mice and humans are both forms of life. To kill other lives for the benefit of humanity is also a form of cruelty. Using ninjas from other villages as test subjects is no different than using mice in experiments. Moreover, during conflicts between villages, even if you do not use them as experimental material, how can they survive? An interesting perspective. Do continue." Orochimaru mused. "As far as I know, previous battles between ninja villages rarely resulted in capturing prisoners. Even if captured, they would be sent to interrogation departments, where the chances of survival are nearly zero. Even if one were to miraculously survive, they would merely be subjected to forced labor or used as cannon fodder. Is that not also killing for the sake of profit?" Initially, Orochimaru had merely spared Quan's life on a whim, but as he listened to Quan's words, he found himself unexpectedly intrigued by this little umbu. An interesting little fellow. "Very well, you may leave. Your presence is unwelcome here." "Leave? You wish for me to depart?" Scram. Quan was taken aback, unable to comprehend Orochimaru's intentions. However, since Orochimaru had spoken, to remain would be foolish. Thus, he fled with unprecedented speed from the cave. Once outside, he leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Only then realizing that he was drenched in sweat. Is this what it means to face a shadow-level powerhouse? Truly terrifying. A wave of fear washed over Quan. He had not even had a chance to resist against Orochimaru. Ding, system notification, main quest completed. Gained Orochimaru's Favor 10100. Gained Body Enhancement. Would the host like to enhance? Enhance. Without a moment's hesitation, Quan chose enhancement. He could not afford to squander the results of nearly losing his life. Ding! Enhancement commencing. Ding! Enhancement complete. Current enhancement level, 1. Enhancement effect. Eliminates the side effects of the first gate of the 8 gates technique. Ding! System notification. Due to the quest's difficulty exceeding expectations. Gained additional reward. Special Ninjutsu Scroll Fragment X1. Gained 100 points. Gained Random Ninjutsu Scroll X1. A series of system notifications echoed in Quan's mind. Under normal circumstances, he would have debated with the system about the difficulty of this task and the meager rewards. Yet now, he had not yet emerged from the shadow of Orochimaru. Chapter 42. This time, I did not deceive you. Leaning against the tree, Quan took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. As he watched the sun dip below the horizon, he realized he had squandered a significant amount of time. Thus, he promptly relocated to a relatively safe area. Once secure, he reviewed the system. Upon seeing the rewards from this mission, he let out a sigh. System, given the peril of this mission, could you not have offered more generous rewards? I was nearly lost. Orochimaru is a most fearsome presence. I could have been sliced to pieces. I have provided you with quite generous rewards. A fragment of a ninjutsu scroll and a random ninjutsu scroll. How can that be considered meager? Did you not notice Orochimaru's favorability? In fact, this reward accumulates. There will be a series of tasks related to Orochimaru in the future, and you can rest assured that there will be substantial rewards then. I assure you, this time I did not deceive you. Upon hearing the system's words, Quan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The system's assurances were akin to Naruto claiming he was not good at lecturing. Nevertheless, Quan was too weary to argue with the system. This reconnaissance mission had been completed with only minor peril, and according to the scroll's instructions, he need not seek Kakashi and could return to Konoha alone. Ding! System notification, side quest, learn 10 C rank or higher ninjutsu. Rewards will depend on the completion of the task. Upon hearing this system notification, Quan calculated the ninjutsu he knew. Naturally, C rank and above did not include basic techniques like the body replacement technique. Presently, Quan only possessed 3 ninjutsu, 2 fire release techniques, and 1 lightning release technique. Observing the ninjutsu he had mastered, Izumi resolved to return and request additional techniques from the 3rd Hokage, also intending to commence his training in the Rasengan. Although the Rasengan is classified as an A-rank jutsu, it is, in essence, an incomplete technique. Izumi was confident in his innate talent to perfect it. As for the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, he had no intention of developing it, as it would only serve to inflict self-harm alongside damage to the enemy, especially without the support of sage techniques. Initially, Izumi had planned to check on Kakashi's situation, but with a new mission at hand, he was more eager to return and study ninjutsu. Izumi hastened back to Konohagakure, arriving at the Hokage's office. Lord Third, I have returned from the mission, he reported, presenting a scroll detailing his observations and experiences. Upon discovering that Orochimaru was mentioned in the scroll, the 3rd Hokage was taken aback. The mission was, in fact, a commission from the Land of Evening, classified as a C-rank task due to reports from nearby villagers about mysterious disappearances, believed to be linked to wild beasts. The 3rd had intended for Izumi to gain experience, but he never anticipated an encounter with Orochimaru. Indeed, I encountered Orochimaru, but I did not engage him. I was rendered immobile in his presence. Curiously, he chose not to attack me and allowed me to leave. Izumi was determined not to disclose the conversation he had with Orochimaru, knowing that the 3rd Hokage would likely react with grave concern. You may leave now. I will handle this matter. Take the next few days to rest, the 3rd Hokage instructed. Chapter 43. An unexpected turn. This mission consumed an entire week, and Kakashi had yet to return, causing Izumi to fret over his safety. Although he did not believe Kakashi was in any real danger, he recognized that his own presence had likely altered the course of events. Nevertheless, worrying was futile. Izumi's current abilities were insufficient to influence anything. The encounter with Orochimaru had ignited a fervent desire within him to enhance his strength. Leaving the Hokage building, Izumi made his way to Training Ground 7, uncertain if he wished to see Itachi and Shursui or the petite figure of Hinata. Hello, Hinata, he greeted, noticing her resting. Hello, Izumi-kun, she replied. Izumi was taken aback by the honorific she used, feeling slightly awkward but choosing not to dwell on it. How has your water-walking training progressed? He inquired, unaware of her current status since she was resting when he arrived. I can stand on the water's surface now, but I struggle to maintain it if the current is flowing, she admitted, disappointment clouding her eyes as she recalled witnessing Izumi's effortless movements on the water. Recognizing her disheartened demeanor, Izumi reassured her, Hinata, you are truly remarkable. Since I left just a week ago, you have already mastered standing on the water. In comparison, I feel inadequate. How could that be? Izumi-kun, you are very skilled, Hinata responded, her spirits lifting with his words. You need not underestimate yourself. Both tree climbing and water walking are skills typically learned when becoming a genin. We have yet to even enter the ninja academy, and being able to master these techniques is commendable. Given your current abilities, students from the academy may not even stand a chance against you. Encouraged by Izumi's optimism, Hinata's confidence blossomed, and they both dashed towards the waterfall at the training ground, where the current was more vigorous, ideal for further practice. They took turns standing on the water's surface, commencing their exercises. Despite Izumi having initiated such training earlier than Hinata, his control over chakra was not as adept, leading to his performance lagging behind hers. Perhaps thanks to Izumi's encouragement, Hinata's chakra manipulation improved significantly, and within half a day, she was able to navigate the turbulent waters with ease, while Izumi, despite managing to stand, appeared somewhat unsteady on the rushing surface. Ding! System notification, you are outperformed by a girl. You are utterly worthless, the system chimed. The remark incensed Izumi, who was already frustrated by his inability to master chakra control. He was about to argue with the system when he momentarily lost focus on the turbulent waters beneath him. In his distraction, Izumi suddenly plunged into the water, coincidentally landing atop a hidden current that swiftly dragged him downstream toward the waterfall. Chapter 44. Hinata's bold decision as the water swept him away. Izumi's head collided with a protruding rock beneath the surface, rendering him unconscious. Upon witnessing Izumi being swept away, Hinata hurriedly pursued him, yet the fierce current carried him over the edge of the waterfall. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped after him. Fortunately, the training ground's waterfall was not exceedingly high, otherwise, both Izumi and Hinata could have faced dire consequences. After plunging into the water, Izumi sank to the lake's bottom, unconscious, while Hinata swiftly swam beneath him, using her slender frame to propel him back to the surface. With all her might, Hinata managed to drag Izumi onto the shore. Thankfully, as both were merely 4 years old, their sizes were comparable, allowing her to haul the unconscious Izumi to safety. Even so, she was left utterly exhausted. On the shore, Izumi remained unresponsive. Noticing his lack of consciousness filled Hinata with anxiety. She contemplated seeking assistance, but feared that it might delay his recovery. After much deliberation, Hinata resolved to take an extraordinarily bold step. Blushing, she approached Izumi and began performing CPR, eventually leaning down to deliver artificial respiration directly. Cough, cough. With Hinata's efforts, Izumi finally regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find Hinata, cheeks flushed, kneeling before him, her face alarmingly close, clearly having just lifted her head. Feeling the warmth of her lips and the intimate nature of the situation, compounded by Hinata's crimson complexion, Izumi was taken aback, fully aware of what had just transpired. As a devoted fan, he knew Hinata well, and this realization left him incredulous. Hinata stammered, overwhelmed by embarrassment before fainting from sheer shyness. Izumi quickly caught her to prevent her from hitting her head. Both Izumi and Hinata were drenched, prompting Izumi to worry for her well-being, especially since it was winter. Although the temperature had risen above freezing, it remained quite chilly, and he feared Hinata might catch a cold. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and hurried toward the Hyuga residence. As he dashed through the streets, he fortuitously encountered Hinata's father, Hisashi Hyuga, at the entrance of their home. Lord Hisashi, Hinata fell into the water while saving me. Please, take her to change her clothes. Chen appeared directly before Hinata's father, Hisashi. With only concern for Hinata occupying his mind, nothing else mattered. Observing his daughter's condition, Hisashi said nothing as he took Hinata from Izumi's embrace and turned to enter the Hyuga residence. Izumi longed to follow but hesitated. Aware that this was the stronghold of the Hyuga clan, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, her abrupt entrance could provoke unnecessary trouble. However, her worry for Hinata proved too great, and with a determined resolve, she trailed behind Hisashi. He was cognizant of her presence, but chose to remain silent. In truth, He was well aware that Hinata had been visiting the Uchiha compound every morning for training, a fact conveyed to him by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Initially, upon learning from the third Hokage that Hinata ventured to the Uchiha compound daily, Hisashi felt considerable dissatisfaction. Yet, to his surprise, he observed a rapid enhancement in Hinata's abilities. Previously, she had not exhibited remarkable talent in chakra control or gentle fist techniques, but since she began her clandestine visits, her proficiency in both areas had markedly improved, along with a significant increase in her overall strength. Subsequently, the third Hokage had approached Hisashi, advising him to refrain from overly intervening in the affairs of the two children. Thus, Hisashi adopted a taciturn attitude towards Hinata's escapades. "May I inquire how Hinata fell into the water?" After ensuring that Hinata was unharmed by handing her over to a servant and summoning a medical ninja, Hisashi finally questioned. "Hinata fell into the water while attempting to save me. I lost focus during practice by the waterfall and fell into the river, striking a rock and losing consciousness. Hinata saw me tumble and jumped in to rescue me. Shortly after I regained consciousness, she suddenly collapsed." Izumi refrained from disclosing the details of Hinata administering artificial respiration, fearing that Hisashi would become infuriated. "Have you been training with Hinata?" "Yes. In addition to myself, there are also Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, who are a few years older than I. I merely assisted Hinata with chakra control. The Hyuga clan excels in battle through their Byakugan, and I could not offer her much assistance, though we did engage in some sparring." Upon hearing Hisashi mention training, Izumi felt a flicker of doubt, but quickly recalled that the Hyuga clan's princess could not possibly evade her father's notice each morning she was absent from the clan. Since Hinata was permitted to be out, it implied Hisashi's tacit approval of her training endeavors, and thus Izumi did not conceal this fact. "Good work. You may leave now." Izumi was perplexed by Hisashi's attitude. Was he displeased with her actions, or did he genuinely believe her performance satisfactory? Just as she pondered this, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Hisashi, the young lady has a fever." Upon hearing this, Izumi instinctively dashed out towards the previous room. Hisashi paused momentarily, surprised by her urgency. Yet he continued to walk slowly towards Hinata's room. "System, is there a way to treat Hinata?" Although a cold and fever were not severe ailments, they posed a risk for a 4-year-old child. Moreover, Izumi was deeply troubled by Hinata's frail appearance, fearing the cold winds could easily topple her, let alone a fever. "You can heal her directly with points, but are you certain you wish to proceed? It's just a cold. There's no need to be overly concerned. Aren't you protective of your points? Do I have enough points for the treatment?" Without acknowledging the system's trivial objections, Izumi directly inquired about her point balance. Upon sensing the slight irritation in Izumi's voice, the system hesitated. It was the first time it had felt her anger. To treat a basic illness requires 100 points. If you choose to use them, simply place your hands on her chest, and I will handle the rest. Izumi burst into Hinata's room, startling the servant who was using a towel to wipe Hinata's body. Before she could react, Izumi was already at Hinata's side, her hands placed gently on Hinata's chest over the blanket. "System, treat Hinata Hyuga." Seeing Izumi's determination, the system ceased its banter and unleashed its healing abilities upon Hinata. Though she had a fever, Hinata was not unconscious. As Izumi entered, she stirred awake and, upon opening her eyes, saw Izumi before her. As she attempted to speak, Izumi's hands rested on her chest, and before Hinata could utter a word, a warm chakra flowed into her body, gradually alleviating her illness. The fog clouding her mind lifted, and she felt her strength returning. Ding! System notification, treatment complete. Realizing that Hinata had regained consciousness, Izumi and Hinata locked eyes, creating an awkward moment. At that instant, Hisashi, who had quietly entered the room during the treatment, cleared his throat to remind the two that others were present. Cough. Upon hearing the cough, Hinata's face turned crimson, and she quickly hid beneath the covers, while Izumi instinctively jumped back. Izumi faltered, unsure of what to say in front of Hisashi, her words tumbling out nonsensically. "Hinata needs to rest." Hisashi offered no further comment, merely issuing an unspoken dismissal. Realizing Hisashi's intent, Izumi bowed and hastily exited Hinata's room, making her way out of the Hyuga compound with remarkable speed. Once outside, she decided against continuing her training, especially since her clothes were still damp, which posed a risk of catching a cold in the winter chill. Consequently, she hurried back to her home, shedding her wet garments before taking a bath. After her bath, As she lay in bed, she activated the system. Ding! System notification. Main quest. Kiss Hinata. Completed. Quest reward. Special Ninjutsu Scroll Fragment X1. Wind Release Ninjutsu Breakthrough. Due to exceeding the quest requirements, you have received an additional body enhancement and 500 points. Upon seeing the quest completion, Izumi was at a loss for words. This quest had been the most challenging for her, yet by an unforeseen stroke of luck, she had accomplished it. Opening her points panel, she was astonished to find she had accumulated 700 points. System, why do I have 700 points? She inquired, puzzled. Oh, that 100 points you mentioned? Today, I was in a good mood and chose not to deduct them. What? Are you unhappy? Should I reset your points to 0? No. 700 is just fine. She retorted, I wouldn't dream of losing the hard-earned points. Ding! Main quest. Eliminate the rogue ninja Sato Toshikazu. Quest reward. Significant wind release breakthrough. Upon reading the latest main quest, Izumi sighed with relief. If the task required anything from her concerning Hinata, she would have been compelled to confront the system. However, she found herself perplexed about how to confront this rogue ninja. Without a quest, she could not leave the village, and even if she did, she had no knowledge of Sato Toshikazu's whereabouts. Chapter 47. Unconfrontable realities. The only clarity that Quan possessed was the understanding that his main quest bore no time constraints. Thus, he felt no urgency to complete it. However, just as he prepared to rest, a system notification suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Challenge task. Confront One-Tail Shikaku, Jinchuriki form. Task rewards will be distributed based on task completion. Upon reading this, Quan instantly realized that he was being summoned to challenge Gaara, with the circumstances of this confrontation directly influencing his final rewards. Yet, his primary concern was not the rewards, but rather how to position himself beside Gaara. As a Jinchuriki of his village, Quan was acutely aware that Gaara would not be without protection. After all, wasn't Yashimaru depicted in the anime as his guardian? It seemed that both main and challenge tasks were far from easily achievable, prompting Quan to dismiss the matter from his thoughts as he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Quan arrived at training ground number 7, harboring a peculiar anticipation for Hinata's appearance. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, disappointment washed over him as she failed to materialize. It dawned on him that Hinata had recently fallen ill. Even if he had healed her, her family would undoubtedly be wary of allowing her to roam freely. However, he was mistaken in this regard. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, had not prevented her from leaving. It was Hinata herself who could not bear to face Quan. In the dire moments when he fell into the water, she had impulsively administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but now, reflecting on that moment, Hinata felt utterly at a loss on how to confront him. Aside from this incident, when Hinata returned to the Hyuga household, she found herself in her room, separated from Quan by merely a blanket. Soaked to the skin, she had been laid upon her bed by a servant who removed her damp clothing. Quan's sudden appearance had been entirely unexpected. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata was acutely aware of the situation, and the sequence of events left her devoid of the courage to face him. At training ground number 7, Quan was surrounded by a multitude of water balloons, eagerly preparing to practice the spiraling sphere. For quite some time, he had contemplated this A-rank ninjutsu, recognizing its vast potential for growth. Inspired by Naruto Uzumaki's development of the wind release, Rasengan, Quan was confident that his innate talent would not pale in comparison. Grasping a water balloon in his right hand, he endeavored to make his chakra swirl. Though the task sounded straightforward, executing it proved exceedingly challenging. After countless attempts and repeated failures, he finally shattered a water balloon just as he was running low on supplies. The saying "the first step is always the hardest" rang true. Once he achieved that initial success, the subsequent balloons burst with increasing ease. When all the balloons had finally exploded, Quan's chakra was thoroughly depleted. Indeed, "You are here, Quan," a voice chimed in. While the desire to grow stronger is essential, one must also strike a balance between work and rest. It was Izumi, who appeared before him holding a basket. "Izumi, what brings you here?" "Isn't Itachi off on a mission?" Quan queried, puzzled. Itachi and Izumi were now a couple. How could he have neglected to inform her of his absence? Chapter 48. The unwanted silver. "Why can't I come to check on you just because Itachi is away?" Izumi replied. "Before Shursui left, he told me to remind you to take breaks. Look at yourself, you're becoming quite the ragamuffin." Hearing her words, Quan finally noticed that he was drenched from the water balloons, and that his clothes bore some damage from the explosions. Strangely, His face was smeared with dirt. I understand. Izumi. All right, clean your face and hands. I brought you some food, she said, presenting the steaming dishes from the basket. Quan felt warmth in his heart. It was a rare comfort in this foreign world to be cared for, igniting a silent vow within him to ensure Izumi's safety at all costs. After lunch, Izumi cautioned Quan against overexertion before taking her leave. Just as he prepared to resume his training, a petite figure caught his eye. Hinata, has your cold improved? I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. Had he not been so distracted, he wouldn't have fallen into the water, and none of this would have transpired. I am fine now, Hinata stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. She had not intended to seek him out, yet unconsciously found herself drawn to this place after leaving her home. That's a relief. If you were to fall ill, I would be quite distressed. As he approached her, he inquired, Hinata, have you had lunch yet? And no, not yet. That won't do. You just recovered from your cold. You can't go hungry. Let me treat you to ramen. I haven't had lunch either. Without awaiting her response, he took her hand and dashed toward the streets of Konoha. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata had arrived earlier, almost simultaneously with Izumi, but had chosen to remain unseen. She was acutely aware that Quan had already eaten. Though she longed to decline his invitation, the sight of his back made her tongue-tied. At Ichiraku Ramen, Quan savored the rich flavors of the ramen he adored, yet his fondness for this establishment was not solely due to the food. The truth lay in his financial constraints. Though not an orphan, he was often left alone as his parents were frequently away, and their monetary support was limited. Recently, he had begun accepting missions, but the earnings were modest. Having already eaten, Quan consumed only a fraction of a large bowl of ramen, while Hinata devoured every last bite. Just as he was about to order her another bowl, she insisted she was full. As they exited Ichiraku Ramen, Quan opened his mouth to speak, but Hinata abruptly pulled him to a secluded spot. When you fell into the water yesterday, did you see me give you mouth-to-mouth? Hinata struggled to articulate the question, finding it exceedingly difficult to voice. Before Quan could respond, an unexpected figure appeared before them. Silver? What brings you here? Upon seeing Kakashi, Quan quickly realized that this encounter likely pertained to a mission, forcing him to temporarily set aside his conversation with Hinata. Chapter 49, Sato Tashi. Hinata, I'm sorry, but I have to attend to something. Please head home on your own, Quan said, departing with Kakashi. As they made their way to the Hokage's office, Quan, puzzled, inquired, what is going on? I just returned and was promised some time off, yet now I'm being assigned a mission? And you just got back too, right? There's an urgent mission. Sato Tashi has defected, carrying crucial information. We must retrieve it before he hands it over to the Cloud Ninja. Our Umbu personnel are stretched thin, and even those on leave must be mobilized. Upon hearing Sato Tashi's name, a glimmer of excitement crossed Quan's face. It appeared that he had made progress with his main quest. However, he wondered if this mission to eliminate Sato Tashi would count towards the completion of his main task. Ding. System notification. If another party eliminates the target, your rewards for the task concerning Sato Tashi will be reduced. Upon hearing such an elevation, Izumi found herself at a loss for words, as time seemed to race ahead of her. What could she possibly do? Kakashi, what is the strength of this Sato Tashi? As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Only by understanding one's opponent can one triumph over them. Sato Tashi is merely a chunin, yet his mother hails from the renowned Kurama clan, known for their formidable Jinjutsu prowess. In a contest of illusions, even the Uchiha clan would struggle to contend with them. The clan's most potent ability lies in their mastery of Jinjutsu, capable of ensnaring the senses, causing the victim to experience real harm while trapped in an illusory realm. This is the terrifying aspect of their power. Kakashi elaborated on Sato Tashi's background. Upon hearing about the Kurama clan, Izumi was immediately reminded of the unfortunate Kurama Yakumo. Little did she know that before encountering Yakumo, she would face another member of the Kurama clan. How could such illusions exist? Transforming the imaginary into reality. Could this truly be mere Jinjutsu? Though reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. The Kurama clan was once a prominent family in Konoha, their reputation rivaling that of the Uchiha clan. However, the number of those awakening their bloodline has dwindled, leading to the clan's decline. Given the potency of their illusions, the only recourse was to eliminate him before he could employ his Jinjutsu. Indeed, this time, a swift strike was imperative. Otherwise, they risked falling victim to his illusions. Izumi and Kakashi departed from Konoha, setting off in pursuit towards the hidden cloud village. In truth, there were numerous routes leading to the land of lightning's hidden cloud village, and they were merely following one of them. Whether by luck or fate, the duo encountered Sato Tashi, prompting Izumi to unleash her ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized, hurtling towards Sato Tashi. Taken aback by the strength of the child attacking him, Sato Tashi could do little but flee in a panic. While he was a chunin, his capabilities lay solely in jinjutsu. His taijutsu and ninjutsu were nearly ineffectual. As Izumi assaulted Sato Tashi, Kakashi rushed to provide support. However, two masked ninjas suddenly appeared, confronting Kakashi. Chapter 50, Fierce Battle Lightning Release, Body Flicker Technique. The fox-faced ninja unleashed a lightning technique, signaling to Izumi and Kakashi that they were likely ambushed by umbu sent from the land of lightning. Kakashi countered their attack with the same technique. While Izumi advanced towards Sato Tashi, her kunai aimed at his throat. The Kurama clan's jinjutsu was indeed formidable, but their method of casting illusions relied on painting, and Izumi was determined not to grant him that opportunity. Thus, she focused on relentless assaults to achieve her goal. Noticing Sato Tashi skillfully evade her strike, Izumi activated her Sharingan. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Though Izumi had not mastered any jinjutsu, the Sharingan itself possessed minor illusionary abilities. Sato Tashi was momentarily disrupted in his escape by her jinjutsu, prompting Izumi to launch another ninjutsu attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball re-emerged, now closer to Sato Tashi. Just as Izumi believed her attack would succeed, a voice echoed in her ear. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall obstructed her flames, and another masked ninja appeared, having cast the earth flow wall. Realizing reinforcements had arrived, Izumi sensed the gravity of the situation. The Kurama clan's jinjutsu was exceedingly potent, and even with her Sharingan, she could not confidently withstand it. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A torrent of flames surged toward her opponent as Izumi began forming hand seals. The ninja instinctively shielded Sato Tashi, invoking Earth Release, Earth Return. Lightning Release, Body Flicker Technique. Lightning Release inherently counteracts Earth Release, and the Earth Return was merely a low-level technique, easily disrupted by the body flicker. Without allowing the enemy a moment to react, a volley of shuriken flew forth, attacking from multiple angles. The Earth Release ninja remained unfazed, skillfully deflecting Izumi's shuriken with his kunai. Meanwhile, Izumi retrieved a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, extracting a windmill shuriken. The enormous windmill shuriken unfurled, towering over Izumi, who effortlessly hurled it. As the windmill shuriken approached, the Earth Release ninja leaped to evade. However, unexpectedly, the shuriken that swept beneath him detonated with a loud bang, transforming into Izumi. Before the Earth Release ninja could comprehend the situation, she swiftly unleashed her ninjutsu. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball surged forth, targeting the Earth Release ninja, while the shuriken that had fallen to the ground rose under Izumi's control, launching toward him. Facing a dual assault from both fronts, the Earth Release ninja furrowed his brow, astonished that a mere child from Konoha possessed such strength. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Flow Walls. Numerous earthen walls shielded against Izumi's fireball and shuriken. But this also isolated her from the Earth Release ninja, leaving Sato Tashi trapped outside. At that moment, Sato Tashi feverishly sketched, channeling all his power into his art. As long as he could complete his drawing, he believed the pursuers would pose no threat. Chapter 51. Annihilation. However, while his aspirations were grand, reality proved harsh. The Earth Release ninja was obstructed by his own jutsu, and Izumi had already closed in on Sato Tashi. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A colossal fireball materialized before Sato Tashi, and this time, no one could intervene. The fireball swiftly engulfed him. Witnessing Sato Tashi consumed by the flames, Izumi exhaled in relief. Her true objective was to eliminate him, for once he was dealt with, everything would fall into place. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had not completed her main mission. In other words, she had not slain Sato Tashi. Convinced she had vanquished him, Izumi charged toward the Earth Release ninja, intent on eliminating him as well. Just then, a voice echoed from behind her. What a pity, you were merely a step away from killing me. Yet here I stand, unharmed, staring in disbelief at Sato Tashi, who remained unscathed. Izumi struggled to comprehend how he had emerged unscathed from the conflagration. Isn't it curious? I shall not hesitate to reveal that my genjutsu can be cast upon both enemies and myself. By employing an illusion that renders me immune to flames, I naturally suffer no harm. Indeed, a troublesome ability. Realizing the complexity of the battle ahead, Izumi understood it would not be as straightforward as she had hoped. Very well. Let me show you the might of my genjutsu. With a swift stroke of his brush, Sado Tashi prepared to unleash his illusions upon Izumi. However, to everyone's astonishment, as he invoked his genjutsu, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed, lifeless. Ding. System notification, malicious attack system, annihilation. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Izumi remained utterly perplexed. He could not fathom when Sado Tashi had launched an attack on the system. What is happening? He pondered. Was it not clearly stated that if he attacked me, I would obliterate him? He must be unaware of your existence. How could he possibly target you? Oh, I reside within your very soul, the system responded. He attempted to directly assault your essence, which would also put me at risk, hence I eliminated him. Then, does this mean I am immune to all illusions? Since illusions target the mind, or rather the soul, attacking the soul equates to attacking you. Thus, they would all fall victim to your annihilation, allowing me to fear no illusions. Not quite. I only obliterate those who attack me. Common illusions do not pose a threat to me. Despite this clarification, Izumi felt a surge of joy, even if he were not immune to lower-tier illusions. Immunity to the higher ones was a considerable advantage. Ding. System notification. Sado Tashi has been forcibly obliterated. Special completion conditions met. Main quest accomplished. Reward. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Pressing damage. Upon hearing the system's notification, Izumi was momentarily stunned. He had previously worried that Sado Tashi might have been killed by the system, resulting in his loss of reward. To his surprise, not only was the quest completed, but there was also an additional reward. System, does this mean that I will receive extra rewards for targets you eliminate in the future? A mischievous smile spread across Izumi's face, as if he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Indeed, should you find a way to prompt me to eliminate an opponent, I would not hesitate to bestow upon you additional rewards. Chapter 52, Solo Pursuit. Although he received a definitive answer from the system, Izumi did not feel overly elated. After all, persuading the system to eradicate an opponent was an arduous task. The system only retaliated when provoked, and typical attacks could hardly affect it. Nevertheless, the successful completion of the task involving Sado Tashi and the acquisition of 2 wind release techniques were indeed fortunate outcomes. Meanwhile, Kakashi had also dealt with his adversary, though the remaining ninja skilled in earth release had managed to escape. Initially, it seemed that the mission had concluded smoothly, but when the system's voice echoed again, Izumi furrowed his brow. Ding. System notification. Main quest, retrieve the leaked information, has been completed. Reward, 300 points, a rank technique, lightning release, thunder clone. The new main quest rewards were undeniably enticing. An A-rank technique was a substantial prize. Yet, this also underscored the formidable nature of the mission they had just undertaken. The thunder fire, Kakashi mused. I did not locate the scroll containing the information. It appears the enemy has already made off with it. Upon inspecting Sado Tashi's corpse, he found no trace of the scroll. It seems you were correct. I found it peculiar that they encountered Sado Tashi by chance. And if the information truly resided with him, the optimal strategy would have been to let him escape while they obstructed us. However, their intention was evidently to eliminate us. Rather than a chance encounter, it was more of an ambush. They merely underestimated your strength. Since you agree, let us call for reinforcements and have everyone pursue in this direction. My chakra reserves are running low. At Kakashi's words, Izumi recalled that since gaining the Sharingan, Kakashi had been in a state of chakra deficiency. Though he had faced minimal pressure in prior battles, the lack of chakra had not been evident until now. Stay here. I will continue the pursuit and leave markers along the way. Despite the provision of military rations, which could replenish chakra, it still required time to restore to peak condition. And the rations were not akin to instant recovery potions in games. No, the enemy's strength is unknown. The one you fought was merely a chunin. Those who took the information are certainly jonin. Your strength is insufficient to contend with them. Do not act impulsively. Kakashi immediately dismissed Izumi's plan. Rest assured, I have no inclination towards self-destruction. I merely wish to pursue ahead and leave you markers. As a scout, I will not engage in direct confrontation. However, You must fulfill the bet you lost to me upon your return. Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Izumi swiftly continued his pursuit towards the hidden cloud village. Kakashi watched Izumi's retreating figure, suddenly struck by the resemblance it bore to Obito. What would you do? Obito and Rin represented an everlasting pain for Kakashi. Obito had taught him the essence of companionship, while Rin had imparted the meaning of sacrifice. As he observed Izumi's distant silhouette, Kakashi summoned a ninja hawk and focused entirely on recovery. Chapter 53. Battle. Izumi raced forward at a remarkable pace. Yet it was not long before he heard the system's voice once more. Ding. System notification. Main quest difficulty has been altered. Task rewards will increase upon completion. Ding. System notification. XS task mode activated. Should you exceed task completion requirements, additional rewards will be granted. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Izumi realized that the previous task's difficulty had been aligned with Kakashi and the Umbu, and now, as he pursued alone, although he was saving time, the risks had escalated significantly. This made him reconsider his course of action. At his current strength, Izumi was merely a Jonin, just a step away from becoming a Chunin. Yet he still fell short of matching true Jonin. Well, fortune favors the bold. I refuse to believe my luck is at its nadir. Resolute, Izumi accelerated his pursuit. Eager to test the extent of his abilities against a Jonin, he casually retrieved a military ration and consumed it. While he still possessed a fair amount of chakra, the forthcoming battle could bring unforeseen challenges, and failing to restore his condition could prove perilous. After approximately half an hour of pursuit, Izumi finally spotted the enemy, the very Earth-released ninja who had escaped earlier. The adversary was taken aback to see Izumi alone, but quickly turned to charge at him. Earth Release, Earth Spike. A multitude of sharp rocks erupted from the ground, launching an attack towards Izumi. Unfazed, he employed the body replacement technique to evade the onslaught. Landing on solid ground, Izumi immediately counterattacked. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Such a juvenile technique will not work on me. Earth Release, Earth Return. A massive stone slab arose to intercept all flames. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Disregarding the Earth Release ninja's taunts, Izumi unleashed another attack. This time, the Earth Return technique effortlessly blocked his assault, but the broader area of the Phoenix Fire technique ignited the surrounding trees, which the Earth Release ninja seemed to overlook. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Following the Phoenix Fire, Izumi once again unleashed the Great Fireball, and this time, the Earth Return technique was unable to withstand the attack. Shattering completely. Earth Release, Earth Wall. In the moment when the Earth Escape was disrupted, the Earth Release ninja swiftly cast the Earth Flow Wall for defense. At that moment, he was filled with confusion. Previously, Izumi had employed both lightning and fire attributes during battle, yet now he resorted to a singular elemental attack. More importantly, he could not fathom why Izumi refrained from using Lightning Release. Surely even a basic Lightning Release technique would surpass the Fireball and the Floral Paradise in potency. Earth Release, Rock Spike. Following Izumi's initial assault, the Earth Release ninja promptly initiated a counterattack, only to be met once more with Fire Release. Fire Release, Floral Paradise. While executing the Fire Release, Izumi simultaneously opened the first gate of the 8 gates. With the gate unlatched, Izumi's speed surged dramatically, and with his body exhibiting no aftereffects from the gate's opening, he was devoid of any lingering concerns. In a flurry of rapid movement, Izumi evaded the rock spike, while the Floral Paradise descended around the Earth Release ninja. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile graced Izumi's masked face. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Chapter 54. Fierce Battle. The Great Breakthrough is a rudimentary ninjutsu, incapable of inflicting considerable damage even if it strikes the enemy. However, Izumi's intent was not to utilize the Great Breakthrough as an offensive maneuver, but rather to incite the flames surrounding him to blaze even higher. Enveloped by the forest, rife with trees that served as optimal fuel, the previous series of fire releases aimed to ignite the woodland, while the Great Breakthrough was intended to amplify the inferno's reach. Initially oblivious to Izumi's strategy, the Earth Release ninja soon grasped his intentions as he found himself engulfed in flames. Without waiting for his opponent to unleash their ninjutsu, Izumi's technique manifested first. Wind Release, Pressure Damage. The emergence of this B-rank ninjutsu bore an overwhelming presence, and with the entire forest ablaze, the combination of wind and fire intensified the potency of the pressure damage. What cascaded toward the earth-release ninja was no mere wind technique, but a fusion of wind and fire ninjutsu. The already searing flames became even more terrifying under the influence of the pressure damage. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Faced with the tremendous force of the pressure damage, the earth release ninja immediately fortified his defenses, yet a singular escape technique proved insufficient against such a combined assault. The successive earthen barriers merely delayed the onslaught of pressure damage, and halting it entirely was an impossibility. As the multiple earth flow walls faltered, the earth release ninja attempted to retaliate, but alas, his hand signs were too sluggish. His ninjutsu was consumed before it could be unleashed. The synergy of wind and extreme heat ultimately left the earth release ninja as nothing more than ash. Having successfully dealt with the earth release ninja, Izumi collapsed onto the ground, having exhausted his chakra from employing a B-rank ninjutsu for the first time. He understood that the higher the rank of the ninjutsu, the greater the chakra expenditure, but the disparity between B rank and C rank was staggering. Under normal circumstances, he could use the Great Fireball multiple times without issue. Yet the recent pressure damage had completely drained his chakra reserves. Is the difference in consumption so vast between ranks? It felt almost like a tenfold increase. Of course, the B rank ninjutsu is a significant threshold. Your understanding of ninjutsu is still quite limited. While you rest, allow me to enlighten you. Both D rank and C rank ninjutsu consume minimal chakra, and their power discrepancies are not vast. Some D rank techniques may even surpass certain C rank ones. However, the majority of C rank ninjutsu are indeed stronger. Once ninjutsu reaches B rank, its defining characteristic is the substantial increase in chakra requirements, ranging from a minimum of 5 times to a maximum of 25 times. It is fair to say that B rank ninjutsu represents true ninjutsu. As for A rank ninjutsu, it essentially serves as an enhanced evolution of B rank, with minimal increases in chakra consumption, but significantly greater difficulty. Techniques ranked S and above are even more extraordinary. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Izumi recognized the long journey ahead of him. He had presumed that using C rank ninjutsu freely would translate to ease with B rank. Yet it became evident that this was a misconception. Now that he had acquired the great breakthrough, he hesitated to use it carelessly. After all, a single application had depleted 70% of his chakra, a staggering cost. Chapter 55, 1 against 3. Izumi's chakra was nearly depleted, yet he pressed on, unwilling to abandon his mission. After consuming military food pills, he resumed his pursuit. Along the way, he encountered numerous traps, all of which he detected and dismantled, leaving markers behind, yet no reinforcements arrived. Eventually, he pinpointed his target. The 3 ninjas, upon noticing only a child pursuing them, found the situation peculiar. However, upon recognizing Izumi's attire as a member of the Konoha Anbu, they dared not underestimate him. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release, lightning slash. Lightning release, lightning thousand spears. The 3 jonin coordinated their efforts, intent on a swift escape, aware that they remained within the Fire Country's borders, where pursuers could emerge at any moment. If they were to be ensnared by Konoha's hunters, their fates would be sealed. Wind release, great breakthrough. From the moment he laid eyes on them, Izumi was prepared for battle, activating his Sharingan at the earliest opportunity. Wind release inherently counters lightning release. Thus Izumi's great breakthrough successfully intercepted the lightning slash and lightning thousand spears, yet earth walk materialized directly before him. Izumi evaded the incoming attack with utmost speed. Just as he dodged the earth walk, the 3 jonin utilized body flicker technique to appear before him. Faced with their onslaught, Izumi promptly activated the first gate of the 8 gates. With his speed and strength enhanced, he charged toward the ninja who had executed earth walk. Seeing Izumi take the initiative, the ninja attempted to evade. However, buoyed by the 8 gates enhancement, Izumi's velocity was extraordinary. Before the enemy could react, he unleashed the surface lotus. Lacking the bandages that characters like Guy or Lee employed, Izumi resorted to using iron chains as a substitute. Nevertheless, he successfully executed the surface lotus. Descending from above with his head pointed downward, even a ninja would struggle to survive such a fall. Just as Izumi believed he had vanquished an enemy, the ninja on the ground abruptly transformed into white smoke. What? A shadow clone? Izumi was taken aback to discover that his opponent had merely been a clone. How fortunate. I did not expect a mere child to possess such cunning. Konoha truly merits its status as the foremost ninja village, remarked Ninja A, who had utilized lightning thousand spears. Earth release, decapitation technique. Upon witnessing the adversary's ninjutsu, Izumi sprang into action, leaping high to evade Ninja A, who was concealed underground. Lightning release, lightning thousand spears. Izumi successfully replicated the enemy's technique for the first time using his Sharingan. Earth release, earthland return. A slab of stone shielded Izumi's attack, but it also obscured Ninja A's line of sight. Seizing the moment, Izumi unleashed his second ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Accompanying the great fireball were two wind shuriken, flanking Ninja A to compel him to counter the great fireball directly. Lightning release, lightning strike flow. Lightning release, lightning strike flow. The Sharingan once again proved its might, as Izumi successfully replicated and employed the opponent's ninjutsu. Do not employ ninjutsu. The opponent possesses the Sharingan. The Ninja C, who walks the earth, has finally re-emerged, and upon his appearance, he promptly warns his comrades. Chapter 56, Danger. A voice cautions, and the other two ninjas cease their use of ninjutsu, resorting instead to physical techniques to assault Izumi. Witnessing this turn of events, Izumi reveals a slight smile. Indeed, he has the Sharingan. Yet Izumi discerns that the single Tomo Sharingan can merely replicate C-rank and D-rank jutsu. Any techniques of higher caliber fall beyond its capabilities. The three ninjas advance simultaneously towards Izumi, prompting him to swiftly form hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. The Phoenix Fire engulfs the three, while Izumi seizes the opportunity to unleash a barrage of shuriken against his adversaries. Under the onslaught of the Phoenix Fire and shuriken, Ninja A is compelled to evade, while Ninja B charges directly towards Izumi. As the enemy approaches, before Ninja B can launch an attack, Izumi suddenly raises his head. Jinjutsu, Narakujin no Jutsu. Having previously escorted the feudal lord of the land of the setting sun, Izumi had successfully replicated Yuhi Kurenai's Jinjutsu, and its sudden application ensnares Ninja B within its grasp. Battles among the strong can often be decided in an instant, although Izumi is not yet a formidable warrior. The proximity to Ninja B renders even a momentary lapse capable of determining the outcome of the conflict. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. The Great Fireball is unleashed almost in direct contact with Ninja B, and as he is still ensnared in the Jinjutsu, he is utterly unprepared, becoming consumed by the flames. When the fire dissipates, only a charred corpse remains. Damn it! Ninja C, witnessing the demise of his companion, is engulfed in fury and instantly employs body flicker technique to appear behind Izumi. Reacting swiftly, Izumi turns to defend himself, yet Ninja C's wrathful strike sends him hurtling away. Izumi crashes against a tree trunk and falls to the ground, spitting blood, clutching his injured left arm and gasping for breath. The excruciating pain indicates that his arm is likely fractured, rendering it impossible for him to utilize it in battle. A perilous situation indeed. The incapacity to use his left arm prohibits him from forming hand seals, thereby obstructing his ability to release ninjutsu, and even his physical techniques are significantly compromised. Despite his reluctance, Izumi resolves to retreat, for persisting further could jeopardize his life. He hurls a smoke bomb, preparing to escape. However, seeing this, Ninjas A and B refuse to allow Izumi, the slayer of their comrade, to flee. Wind release, Thousand Winds. The smoke created by Izumi swiftly dissipates in the gust, leaving him exposed to the enemy's gaze. With no means of escape, Izumi steels himself for confrontation. He throws shuriken with all his might, attempting to assail the two ninjas. Yet to seasoned jonin, the threat posed by shuriken is minimal. Coupled with Izumi's one-handed manipulation, the efficacy is further diminished. Thus, the two ninjas advance upon Izumi without hindrance. Konoha's dynamic entry. At this critical juncture, Izumi resorts to his barely replicated physical technique. Although the Sharingan cannot fully duplicate physical arts like ninjutsu, it can record the attack patterns. Izumi, now mimicking the technique with a semblance of success, employs a subpar version of dynamic entry, despite his fierce resistance. Facing seasoned jonin with merely this technique proves inadequate. He manages to repel Ninja C, but Ninja A's assault descends upon him, landing a heavy blow to Izumi's abdomen, sending him flying once more like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 57, The Eight Gates. Do not kill him. The Sharingan is a valuable asset, Bringing him back to the village will surely yield great rewards. The allure of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan captivates any ninja village. Even someone as powerful as Orochimaru has long coveted it. Collapsed at the base of a tree, Izumi cannot help but smile bitterly upon hearing these words. He realizes he has been overly arrogant, believing that his strength would allow him to retreat unscathed, but reality is far harsher. Aware that he cannot match his foes, Izumi is not one to surrender passively. Struggling to rise, he grips a kunai tightly, charging at his opponents. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Determined to fight to the bitter end, Izumi opens 2 gates in rapid succession. As the third gate unlocks, he feels intense pain coursing through his body, as if every fiber is screaming in agony, threatening to shatter completely. Ding. System warning. Host body is on the verge of collapse. System warning. Host body is on the verge of collapse. Hearing the system's alerts for the first time, Izumi realizes he is operating beyond his limits, yet without such measures, survival seems impossible. No longer hesitating, he propels himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Ninjas A and C are taken aback, astonished that Izumi possesses such hidden strength. Earth release. Earth returning to its roots. As Izumi appears before him, Ninja A swiftly employs Earth returning to its roots for defense. Under normal circumstances, this jutsu would suffice to counter Izumi's attack, but in the state of the third gate being open, Izumi's strength has surged significantly. With a single punch, he shatters the defense, striking Ninja A with overwhelming force. Impacted by Izumi's assault, Ninja A is sent flying, but Izumi, fueled by an insatiable speed, pursues relentlessly. 8 gates, inner lotus. Maximizing his speed, Izumi unleashes a torrent of attacks upon Ninja A, who, suspended in midair, feels the terrifying might of the 8 gates. 8 gates, outer lotus. Concluding with the outer lotus, Ninja A crashes heavily to the ground, while Izumi stands atop a branch, gasping for breath. The recent onslaught has depleted his energy reserves, leaving him utterly drained, relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain the 8 gates. Such formidable physical techniques. Not only at your age, but even among jonin, few possess such mastery. Surprisingly, the seemingly lifeless Ninja A manages to speak, and Izumi gazes in astonishment at the figure standing unscathed before him. Suddenly realizing something, he looks down at the Ninja A he had driven into the earth, only to find him transforming into mud. A mud clone? The disheartening revelation that he had been attacking a mere replica leaves Izumi dismayed. He had intended to use the 8 gates to eliminate one opponent, hoping to intimidate the remaining ninjas, but now, faced with a clone, his plans are rendered futile. No, it is a more advanced rock clone. A mud clone dissipates upon impact, but a rock clone endures until it suffers fatal damage. You are indeed strong, yet regrettably too immature. At your current state, I doubt you can continue to wield the ferocity of your previous attacks, Ninja A remarks calmly. Chapter 58, a critical moment. Is that so? Struggling to mask his own weakness, Izumi feigns readiness for battle. In his current state, he possesses no combat power whatsoever, unless he opens the 4th gate, the wound gate. Doing so would surely lead to his demise. System, is there any means to extricate me from this predicament? Unknown. I merely provide you with resources. How you utilize them is entirely your decision. I do not concern myself with such convoluted matters. Upon hearing the system's words, Izumi found herself at a loss for how to critique this wretched system. Aware that the system could offer no assistance, she resolved to rely solely on her own strength. Although Ninja A believed that Izumi could no longer utilize the 8 gates, he remained exceedingly cautious, for Izumi's previous assault had been overwhelmingly fierce. After all, if death were inevitable, she might as well take a few others down with her. 8th gate, 4th lightning release, lightning cutter. Just as Izumi was plunged into despair, preparing for a desperate final stand, a voice pierced through the chaos. Listening to the sound, reminiscent of a multitude of birds singing, Izumi collapsed against a tree trunk, a hint of relief gracing her features. The lightning cutter was Kakashi's signature technique, known only to him within the entire ninja world. With Kakashi's arrival, her safety was assured. As her mind relaxed, the 8 gates, sustained solely by her will, finally dissipated, and the ensuing fatigue, coupled with her body's instinct for self-preservation, caused Izumi to lose consciousness. In the fleeting moments before her awareness faded, she glimpsed Kakashi wielding the lightning cutter, charging toward the enemy. Ninja A and Ninja C were taken aback by the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha. Ninja C rushed toward Kakashi, intent on obstructing him, while Ninja A brandished kunai, advancing directly toward Izumi. Having been astonished by Izumi's strength in the recent battle, Ninja A recognized that allowing her to grow would pose a significant threat to his village, and thus, he aimed to eliminate this danger. Would release, would pillar wall. Another member of the Umbu appeared by Izumi's side, casting his jutsu to protect her, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Had she been awake, she would have recognized this user of wood release as Yamato, or rather, he should now be referred to as Tenzo. Ninja A had not anticipated anyone wielding wood release. It was a technique emblematic of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. Even among the Senju clan, only Hashirama Senju could perform it. Wood release, great force technique. After safeguarding Izumi, Tenzo immediately commenced his offensive. Earth release, earth flow wall. Using earth release for defense, Ninja A began to contemplate retreat. However, he grossly underestimated the prowess of the Konoha Umbu. Earth release, hell swamp. As a user of wood release, Tenzo was also adept in earth and water release. The earlier great forest technique was merely a distraction, while the true hell swamp was the real lethal strike. The ground transformed into a mire, ensnaring Ninja A, who stood upon it, while Ninja C was similarly affected. Before he could extricate himself, Kakashi's lightning cutter had already pierced through his heart. Ninja C was not immortal. With his heart impaled, he perished. The sole survivor, Ninja A, witnessing his comrade's demise and feeling himself sinking into the swamp, realized he had no chance of survival and promptly ended his own life with his kunai. Chapter 59. Danzo's appearance thus concluded the treachery of the rogue ninja, Sato Toshio, along with the intelligence leak incident. Kakashi discovered the stolen information on Ninja C's corpse. He and Tenzo rushed to Izumi's side, and after a brief examination, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Izumi's left arm was fractured, 2 ribs were broken, and most critically, she was suffering from the aftereffects of the 8 gates, her body on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the prior enhancements from the system, she would have surely perished. Even with Kakashi and Tenzo's timely arrival, it might have been futile. Kakashi carefully lifted Izumi onto his back, heading toward Konoha alongside Tenzo, neglecting to retrieve the deceased bodies of the 3 ninjas. On the way back to Konoha, Kakashi encountered reinforcements from the Umbu, one of whom, a medical ninja, began emergency treatment for Izumi. How is the situation, Kakashi? After delivering Izumi to the hospital, Kakashi proceeded to report back to the Hokage's office. Sato Toshio has been eliminated, and the leaked information has been recovered, but Uchiha Izumi has sustained severe injuries. Izumi has been gravely injured? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressed his confusion. The purpose of including Izumi in this mission was to broaden her experience, not to position her as a main force. Indeed, during the confrontation with Sato Toshio, my chakra was depleted. Izumi pursued him alone and encountered 3 elite ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire, exerting herself to eliminate one. By the time Tenzo and I arrived, she was gravely wounded. The medical ninja from the Umbu provided immediate assistance on the return journey, though it remains uncertain if she will survive. Kakashi felt a heavy sense of responsibility for Izumi's current state, believing that had he not chosen to remain in place awaiting reinforcements, she might have been spared. Although he later resolved to seek out Tenzo, who was nearest, to rescue her, the guilt lingered. Kakashi could not help but reflect on a past regret, recalling how if he had immediately decided to rescue Rin when she was captured, perhaps both she and Obito would still be alive. The parallels between Izumi's injury and that tragic event were striking. Come with me to see, the third Hokage said, setting aside his documents and rising to exit. Together, the third Hokage and Kakashi arrived at Konoha's hospital, where Izumi was still undergoing treatment. What is her condition? The third Hokage inquired. Lord Third, the patient's situation is dire. Her left arm is fractured, ribs are broken, and her right arm and both legs have sustained fractures. While these injuries are severe, we do have means to treat them. However, the damage from her forced use of the 8 gates complicates matters. Were it not for her extraordinary physical constitution, she would have likely succumbed already. For now, our only recourse is to employ medical ninjutsu to revitalize her body. But whether she will regain consciousness remains uncertain. It is contingent upon her willpower. Do everything possible to save her, the third Hokage commanded, turning to depart. He was not a medical ninja and could offer no further assistance. Hiruzen, I have heard that someone from the Umbu sustained severe injuries due to the use of the 8 gates. As far as I know, the 8 gates is categorized as a forbidden technique. The unauthorized learning of such a technique is absolutely unacceptable. Just as the third Hokage was about to leave, he heard the voice of Shimura Danzo. Chapter 60. Hinata's Vigil. Danzo, this matter does not concern you, does it? Reikage is part of my Umbu, not yours. The third Hokage's expression darkened upon seeing Danzo, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Regardless of who it is, unauthorized learning of forbidden techniques is strictly prohibited. I believe it is necessary to interrogate him. Danzo, who informed you that Reikage learned the 8 gates without permission? He demonstrated exceptional performance during the mission, which is why I imparted the 8 gates to him. As the third Hokage of Konoha, am I not permitted to teach him the 8 gates? You, Danzo, you would do well to be cautious. I hope that the defection of Sato Toshio bears no trace of your involvement. From today onward, you are to guard this place. No one is permitted to enter aside from myself. Danzo, your roots are not so idle, are they? Initially intending to undermine the third Hokage, Danzo was taken aback when Hiruzen openly declared that he had taught the 8 gates, thereby nullifying any claims of unauthorized learning. Nonetheless, Danzo had no intention of letting Izumi off the hook. Time was on his side, and failure today would not preclude success in the future. With the departure of the third Hokage and Danzo, Kakashi remained in the hospital. Soon, Izumi was transferred to a ward, her other injuries having been treated. Yet the damage caused by the 8 gates could only be mended through her own resilience. The third Hokage did not conceal Izumi's injuries, leading to visits from both Izumi, Mei, and Itachi. Witnessing the usually lively child, who often clamored to learn ninjutsu, lying pale on the hospital bed, both felt a profound ache in their hearts. After their departure, Hinata Hyuga came to visit Izumi. Upon hearing of Izumi's injuries, she hastily left her family training to come to the hospital, accompanied by members of the Hyuga clan who were concerned for her safety and followed closely behind. Upon entering the ward, Hinata rushed to Izumi's side, while the accompanying Hyuga members were blocked at the door by Kakashi. Though worried for Hinata's safety, they dared not confront the Umbu and thus remained outside. Gazing at the unconscious Izumi, tears brimmed in Hinata's eyes. Due to her gentle nature, she was not favored within her own family and had even fled home after being bullied. Since meeting Izumi, however, she had experienced genuine affection, and thus Izumi had carved a place in her heart. Izumi, you must be safe, Hinata whispered softly into her ear, and oddly enough, at that moment, Izumi's finger twitched slightly, though Hinata remained oblivious. Ultimately, Hinata had to leave the hospital, as she still had training to complete. That day, her mind was far from the task at hand. After a fortnight of unconsciousness, Izumi finally awoke, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, clearly bewildered by her surroundings. Izumi, you're awake, Hinata exclaimed with joy. Hinata? Where's this? This is the hospital ward in Konoha. You were injured during a mission and fell into a coma. Chapter 61, Awakening. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Izumi recalled the events that had transpired. Reflecting on what had happened, she felt a wave of relief mixed with dread. Had Kakashi not arrived in time, she might have been lost forever. How long was I unconscious? Today marks the 15th day. Have you been here the whole time? And no, I just arrived this morning. I have training in the afternoon, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing at the question. Thank you, Hinata. Even Izumi, though somewhat naive, could sense the depth of Hinata's concern, knowing she had been visiting every morning before returning for training. And no, it's nothing. I did nothing special. As Izumi noticed Hinata's rosy cheeks, she instinctively reached out and pinched her cheek, a gesture that left Hinata momentarily speechless. Overwhelmed by shyness, Hinata began to sway, prompting Izumi to reach out to steady her, only to forget her own frailty after weeks of unconsciousness. Though Izumi managed to catch Hinata, her weakness resulted in both tumbling off the bed. Outside the ward, Kakashi, bored and watching the scene unfold, rushed in upon hearing the commotion, only to find Izumi on the floor with Hinata sprawled atop her. Hey, you can't just wake up and act like this. Kakashi, instead of standing there, could you help us up? Izumi, feeling indignant, felt it was quite inappropriate for him to merely spectate while she was injured. Kakashi, upon hearing her plea, promptly assisted, lifting Hinata onto the adjacent bed and helping Izumi back onto her own. Thank you, Kakashi. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might not have made it. It's nothing. By the way, how did you learn the 8 gates? Izumi hesitated, unsure how to explain, as no one had ever taught her that technique. Forget it. If you don't want to say, it's fine. When you returned to Konoha, Danzo took notice. He wants to investigate how you learned the 8 gates. But the third Hokage assured him that he taught you. So just say that if anyone asks. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Izumi's expression darkened. Danzo was not a benevolent figure. And being under his scrutiny was no trivial matter. She was relieved that the third Hokage had protected her. Otherwise, she might have found herself in dire straits. 3 days had passed since Izumi awoke, and the hospital staff were astonished by her vitality. Third Hokage. Ah, Izumi, how is your recovery? Thank you for your concern. Third Hokage. I have fully recuperated. That's good to hear. The previous mission was indeed a bit much for you, but you performed admirably. Is there any reward you desire? Third Hokage, this was merely my duty. I accepted the task to prevent information leakage. I only fulfilled my responsibilities, and there's nothing that warrants a reward. The third Hokage paused, taken aback by Izumi's perspective. Chapter 62, New Items. Alright, Izumi. According to Kakashi, it seems you intended to perish alongside the enemy. And even when Kakashi could not pursue, you still intended to continue. Why is that? Because it was my mission, and I did not want to see others perish as a result of my failure. Though I am unaware of the specifics of the leaked information, the scale of the pursuit indicates its significance, and I feared for the lives of my comrades in Konoha. Understanding the third Hokage's character, Izumi linked her actions to the safety of Konoha and her companions. The third Hokage nodded in response, allowing her to leave. Although he said nothing, Izumi knew she had successfully aligned herself with him. At least he would not easily abandon her. After departing from the Hokage building, Izumi returned home. Realizing that with Danzo keeping an eye on her, it was best to refrain from wandering too much. Once home, she finally had the leisure to check her system. Ding. System notification, main quest, recover the leaked information, completed. Rewards, 1000 points, special ninjutsu scroll fragments X5, a rank ninjutsu, lightning release, shadow clone, physical enhancement X1, shadow clone technique. A rank mission token. The array of rewards brought Izumi joy, especially the special ninjutsu scroll fragments. As with the 5 just received, she now possessed 8. Just 2 away from the coveted 10, and her points had reached 1000. System, what is the A-rank mission token, and what is its purpose? The A-rank mission token is a prerequisite for exchanging S-rank ninjutsu. You receive 1 token for every A-rank mission completed in the Naruto world. Exchanging for S-rank ninjutsu? What else is required besides the A-rank mission token? To exchange for S-rank and above ninjutsu, one requires a lower-level mission identification as well as 100,000 points. For forbidden-level ninjutsu, 10 SSS-level mission completions are necessary, without the need for points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Izumi chose to disregard the S-rank and above ninjutsu, as 100,000 points is an astronomical sum. Presently, with only 1,007 points accumulated through her arduous efforts, she could at most redeem a B-rank ninjutsu, which, even if acquired, she would be unable to utilize due to the exorbitant chakra consumption involved. Ding. The system prompts her to select a main storyline task. Task 1. The Final Glory. Assist the Uchiha clan in their rebellion. Task 2. Hope in the Darkness. Assist the third Hokage in thwarting the Uchiha clan's insurrection. Note: only one of the 2 tasks may be selected. Choosing one will automatically forfeit the other. Izumi was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Recognizing that the main storyline tasks were evidently linked to the Uchiha clan's impending rebellion. However, the Uchiha clan massacre event was still 2 years away. Could it be that her arrival had hastened the timeline? System, could it be that the Uchiha massacre event has been advanced? She pondered. How could there be such a task? No, the Uchiha rebellion is not something that occurs overnight. You are merely being asked to choose a side. There is no indication that the Uchiha massacre event will commence immediately. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Izumi felt a sense of relief. She decisively chose Task 2. Although she was surrounded by the Uchiha clan, she understood that the success of their rebellion was highly improbable. Even with Itachi and Shursue's assistance, it would likely fail. Thus, she resolved to comply with the will of fate. Chapter 63, Spiral Sphere. After selecting the main storyline task, no additional missions were assigned, which Izumi paid little mind to, as her primary focus was on becoming stronger. At present, her strength was merely that of a Chunin, although she had previously succeeded in defeating a Jonin. That was only due to her opponent's momentary lapse in vigilance. Early the next morning, Izumi arrived at Training Ground 7, where a petite figure awaited her. "Hinata, why are you here so early?" Upon seeing Hinata there, Izumi was at a loss for words. Although it was already early spring, the morning air remained chilly, and she genuinely worried that Hinata might fall ill given her slight frame. "I'm not that early. I just woke up and came here," Hinata replied, her shyness unchanged despite her familiarity with Izumi, perhaps even intensifying. "Then please don't come too early. The weather is still quite cold. What if you catch a cold?" Izumi expressed her concern for Hinata, inadvertently stirring up memories of their past encounters. Upon hearing the mention of a cold, Hinata recalled the time she was treated by Izumi, and her cheeks flushed crimson once more. As they commenced their training, Izumi had just learned the shadow clone technique from the system, which was also a skill accessible to the Hyuga clan. Thus, she directly taught this technique to Hinata. Hinata began to practice the shadow clone technique, while Izumi focused on the spiral sphere. Having previously managed to burst a water balloon, she now aimed to practice with a rubber ball. She concentrated, swirling chakra in her palm, as the rubber ball morphed into various shapes, yet she struggled to break it. The entire morning was dedicated to attempting to rupture the rubber ball, but to her disappointment, she had yet to succeed even once. Meanwhile, Hinata encountered a minor obstacle while practicing the shadow clone technique. Following the scroll Izumi had given her, Hinata put in a morning's effort but still could not successfully perform the technique. It wasn't that she lacked understanding. Rather, her chakra reserves were insufficient to produce a clone with any real combat capability. "Hinata, don't be too disheartened. Chakra is closely tied to one's physical condition, so it's quite normal to have insufficient chakra at this stage. You have already learned the shadow clone technique. You simply need to build your chakra reserves, which surpasses that of most lower-ranked ninjas." I understand, Hinata replied. "What ninjutsu are you practicing, Izumi-kun?" Noticing that Izumi had been playing with the rubber ball all morning, Hinata was puzzled, as she couldn't fathom her friend's motivation. "This is the spiral sphere, a technique of the fourth Hokage. I can teach it to you, but you must keep it a secret. If anyone discovers that I am secretly practicing the fourth Hokage's ninjutsu, I would be in trouble." Izumi hesitated only briefly before divulging the truth, unwilling to deceive Hinata. "I won't tell anyone," Hinata assured, displaying a resolute demeanor. Izumi felt an urge to pinch her cheeks, but ultimately refrained, not wanting to witness her faint again. "All right, I shall teach you the spiral sphere." With that, Izumi began to explain the intricacies of the technique. The spiral sphere essentially involves gathering chakra in one's hand and directing it to flow in various directions while compressing it, thus forming a densely rotating sphere of chakra. Chapter 64. Shursui Izumi practiced the spiral sphere precisely as depicted in the anime and imparted the same instructions to Hinata. After filling a water balloon, an astonishing event transpired. "Hinata, are you certain you have not trained in this area before?" Izumi exclaimed in disbelief, observing the shattered balloon in Hinata's hand. It was known that she had practiced for quite some time before achieving success, yet Hinata managed to do so on her first attempt. "No, I've never trained like this before," Hinata replied, her gaze cast downward, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Seeing Hinata in such a state, Izumi felt unable to say anything further. Ding! The system prompted, "You, fool, are outdone by a girl." Once again struck by the system's commentary, Izumi felt a strong desire to challenge it. Hinata had completed the first stage of her training, compelling Izumi to retrieve a rubber ball. Hinata accepted the rubber ball and began preparing to shatter it as Izumi had instructed. Watching Hinata's earnest efforts, Izumi felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. She hoped Hinata would succeed, as that would undoubtedly signify her extraordinary talent. Conversely, she worried that if Hinata triumphed in the second stage on her first try, it would reflect poorly on her own efforts, which had yet to yield success. Fortune or misfortune, Hinata did not immediately complete the second stage and expressed that she had found no viable approach. By midday, it was clear that they could no longer continue their practice. So Izumi accompanied Hinata for lunch before escorting her back to the Hyuga estate. Notably, this time Izumi directly brought Hinata to the entrance of the Hyuga household. Turning to leave only after encountering a familiar face she found somewhat disagreeable, Hyuga Niji. Niji despised Hinata due to the death of his father, which he attributed to her kidnapping. Despite the fact that it was Hyuga Hizashi who had willingly sacrificed himself, Niji believed this to be a result of family coercion, leading him to harbor resentment towards the entire clan, including Hinata. This provoked a strong impulse within Izumi to confront Niji, as even if he had misconstrued his father's fate, his ire should have been directed at the family rather than at Hinata. The true culprits behind his father's demise were the Cloud Village ninjas. Instead, he chose to bully a younger Hinata, all while considering himself superior. Unbeknownst to Niji, he had earned Izumi's enmity, which would eventually lead to his downfall at her hands. However, this was unavoidable, as he had chosen to torment Hinata. Chen returned to training ground number 7, coincidentally encountering Shishui, who had just returned from a mission. Chen, I heard you were injured. Are you alright? Shishui had been away from Kanahagakure for about a month, and although he had heard of S injury, he had not come to visit or ascertain the details. I'm fine, just some after effects from using the 8 gates. I was in the hospital for a while. But now I'm okay. I'm glad to hear you're alright. I've joined the Umbu, so I probably won't be able to visit often anymore. Shishui remarked. Speaking of which, you joined the Umbu long before I did, and you're just a mere 4 years old. It's hard to believe how you've grown. Despite Chun's evident superiority, Shishui harbored no jealousy. I suppose it's just luck on my part. Since you can't mentor me as often anymore, shouldn't you teach me a ninjutsu? Chen had a continuous task left unfulfilled, so he turned to Shishui, hoping he would impart some ninjutsu. Alright, you little rascal, despite your young age, you have such a passion for ninjutsu. Since you asked, I'll teach you. Watch closely. With that, Shishui began forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Chen successfully replicated the dragon fire technique using his Sharingan, but was astonished to find he couldn't use it directly. System, what is going on? Why can't I use the dragon fire technique? Chen inquired, puzzled. The ninjutsu you need to learn cannot be replicated through the Sharingan. You must learn it gradually on your own. Of course, you cannot simply exchange for it either. Additionally, I must remind you that while the Sharingan can copy ninjutsu and enable usage, the copied techniques do not truly belong to you. To truly master a ninjutsu, you must learn it step by step. Upon hearing the system's explanation, En was not overly surprised. After all, the Sharingan's ability to replicate ninjutsu was indeed somewhat overpowered. So it was reasonable that there would be drawbacks. Since replication was out of the question, Chen resolved to learn diligently. When he turned to ask Shishui for further details, he found that Shishui had mysteriously departed, leaving behind the scroll for the dragon fire technique. Although both were C-rank ninjutsu, the dragon fire technique was far more challenging to control than the great fireball technique. Chen spent 3 days mastering it, practicing the spiral sphere with Hinata each morning, and dedicating his afternoons to the dragon fire technique. On the 4th morning, Chen arrived early at training ground number 7. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The fearsome flames surged forward, obliterating the trees in their path. Witnessing such formidable power, Chen couldn't help but smile. He finally possessed a relatively strong ninjutsu. Although he had previously learned wind release, pressure damage, the chakra consumption was quite exhausting. Ding. System notification. Continuous task completed. New continuous task automatically accepted. Learn fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Hearing the system's prompt, En felt somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that this continuous task had a sequel, and now he was tasked with learning the B-rank ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. This technique was among the most powerful offensive jutsu mastered by the 3rd Hokage, capable of unleashing 3 fire dragons from the mouth, attacking enemies from the left, center, and right. The power of this high-level fire release ninjutsu could evaporate the water from a pond in an instant. With a soft sigh, Chen realized that mastering the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet would not be achievable in the near future. Not to mention his chakra was a significant hurdle. Although he didn't know the exact consumption of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, it certainly wouldn't be minimal. Good morning, Chen. Hinata arrived at the training ground, astonished by the destruction before her. Although she knew Chen was powerful, she hadn't expected him to be this strong already. Good morning, Hinata. Having completed his task, Chen felt elated to see her. At that moment, 2 figures approached the training ground. Good morning, Hinata, Chen. Izumi greeted from afar, accompanied by Itachi Uchiha. JJ. Chen and Hinata exclaimed in unison, their simultaneous response causing a brief awkwardness, though Izumi paid it no mind. Chen, did you cause this destruction with your ninjutsu? Itachi inquired, surprised by the state of the training ground. Yes, Itachi, this is the dragon fire technique that Shishui taught me, which I just mastered this morning. Upon hearing Chen's words, Itachi nodded, though he was inwardly astonished. Although both the dragon fire technique and the great fireball technique were C-rank ninjutsu, the former demanded a much higher level of chakra control and requirement. It was no small feat for a mere 4-year-old like Chen. Even many lower-ranked shinobi might struggle with such chakra demands. Understanding that S chakra reserves were extraordinary, Itachi felt a hint of envy. While the amount of chakra one possessed did not directly correlate with strength, those with greater chakra could utilize a wider array of ninjutsu. At present, Itachi had already reached the level of a chunin and could even contend with some jonin. Yet his inability to ascend to the rank of jonin stemmed from his chakra capacity. Though Itachi had more chakra than his peers, it still fell short of the jonin standard. Ding. System notification, side quest. Explore the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chun felt a flicker of curiosity. The Uzumaki clan was shrouded in mystery within the world of Naruto, with limited members known and their demise being rather peculiar. It was well known that the Uzumaki clan was an ally of Konohagakure. If that were the case, how could the foremost shinobi village fail to protect them? Though the Uzumaki were not skilled in combat, their formidable sealing techniques were not something to be underestimated. Not to mention, the dead demon consuming seal could seal away half of the Nine Tails' power, while the 4-symbol seal and 8-trigram seal also possessed the capability to seal the Nine Tails. Such powerful, or rather terrifying, sealing techniques had ultimately led to their clan's annihilation, which seemed rather strange. Chun suspected that the destruction of the Uzumaki clan was far from simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few clan members remaining. Although the original story mentioned that Kushina Uzumaki witnessed the fall of the land of whirlpools, many questions remained. Why was she the only survivor? What about the other members of the Uzumaki clan? If there were others, like Karen, why didn't the third Hokage gather them together? After all, the third Hokage was always espousing righteousness and morality. Just as Ben pondered these mysteries, Kakashi, wearing his mask, suddenly appeared at training ground number 7. Recognizing Kakashi and recalling the recent side quest, and inferred the purpose of Kakashi's visit. Itachi, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Chun followed Kakashi as they prepared to depart. Chunjin, please be safe. As Ben was about to leave, Hinata summoned her courage and called out loudly. Don't worry, I'll be just fine. This time, Kakashi did not accompany Chun into the Hokage's office, instead parting ways at the front of the Hokage building. Third Hokage, you summoned me. A task requires your attention. Strange phenomena have suddenly emerged at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools. Please investigate. But remember to return immediately if you encounter any danger. Your mission is merely to confirm whether there are any anomalies. Do not take unnecessary risks. I understand, Lord Third. After accepting the mission scroll, Izumi turned and left the Hokage building. This marked Izumi's first solo mission, even though he had previously participated in an investigation of Orochimaru's base. He was not alone at that time. Upon returning home, Izumi began to prepare the necessary supplies for this mission, meticulously checking various ninja tools and provisions. Since he was to complete this task alone, it would be unfortunate to encounter peril due to a lack of equipment. Once everything was in order, Izumi donned his mask and departed from Konohagakure, heading towards the land of whirlpools. As he journeyed, he accessed the system, finding no new main quests, only the recently accepted side quest, with the only lingering task being the challenge quest. The challenge was to confront the one-tailed Jinchuriki, a task that Izumi was eager to undertake, yet had no opportunity to do so. System, is there no restriction on this challenge task? And is defeating the opponent not a prerequisite? Indeed, this is the case. However, should you succeed in defeating the challenge target, the rewards would be substantial. Yet, to be frank, your current strength is insufficient to overcome the one-tail. Defeating the one-tail? Did you not assign me to challenge the Jinchuriki? Upon hearing the system's words, Izumi was perplexed. The task is to challenge Shikaku, which refers to the Jinchuriki form of Shikaku. But do not forget the existence of the hypnotic technique, which also counts as a capability within the Jinchuriki form. Upon hearing this explanation, Izumi felt a strong urge to confront the frustrating system. Fortunately, he refrained from recklessly seeking out Gaara, for if he had, and Gaara used the hypnotic technique, it would have surely led to his demise. 3 days passed swiftly, and Izumi finally arrived at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. What was once a thriving land now lay in ruins, with no signs of any other nations present. Logically, given the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, there should be some form of occupation here, yet the area was desolate, as if time had frozen on the day of their demise. Alone, Izumi approached the ruins, which mirrored the desolation of the land of whirlpools, showing no signs of human life. Suddenly sensing a presence observing him, Izumi turned swiftly, preparing for battle. However, he found no one there, and the feeling of being watched vanished the moment he turned. After remaining vigilant for some time, Izumi ultimately found nothing. Just as he was about to resume his search for the mentioned anomaly, he noticed movement in the distant grass. Ready to throw a kunai? He was taken aback when a small girl emerged from the underbrush, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Noticing her striking red hair, Izumi surmised she was a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Cautiously, he approached her to assess her condition. After a brief examination, he concluded that the girl had merely fainted from hunger. He retrieved a scroll from his backpack, extracting the water and food sealed within. As he offered her some fresh water, the girl regained consciousness, gazing at Izumi with evident fear, clearly perceiving him as a threat. "You fainted from hunger. Here is water and food. Please eat something," he said, placing the provisions before her. Although she remained wary, the girl's hunger proved overwhelming, and she began to devour the food without hesitation. Watching her voracious appetite, Izumi found himself curious about how long it had been since she had last eaten. Her manner of consuming food was less about savoring and more akin to shoving it into her stomach without chewing. "Slow down. All of this is for you. Once you are full, I would like to ask you some questions. You must have come here because of me, correct?" Upon hearing Izumi's words, the girl abruptly paused. Her eyes filled with sorrow. "Because of you? Is that not the case? Given my red hair, you should recognize me as a member of the Uzumaki clan, and you must be here to capture me for a reward." It seemed that this was not the case. "I am a ninja from Konoha, and my purpose here is to investigate the strange occurrences at the Uzumaki clan ruins. Do you really not intend to capture me?" The girl regarded him skeptically, clearly unconvinced. "Why would I capture you? Until I encountered you, I was unaware that any members of the Uzumaki clan still existed. Is that true? You genuinely do not plan to capture me? You are not deceiving me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Besides, if I had intended to capture you, I could have easily bound you while you were unconscious. Even now, if I wished to capture you, do you think you could escape?" Feeling disheartened, the girl pouted at Izumi, realizing that while she did not want to believe he was stronger than her, she understood that, despite being from the Uzumaki clan, she was merely an ordinary person, whereas Izumi was a ninja. The outcome was evident when an ordinary person faced a ninja. Knowing she was temporarily safe, the girl ceased to question Izumi's intentions and continued to eat. Observing her, Izumi fell silent, simply sitting across from her. Soon, all the food he had brought was consumed by the girl, leaving Izumi fascinated by her seemingly boundless capacity for food. How could she possibly consume so much without any visible change to her stomach? "Now that you have finished eating, you should answer my questions. What is the cause of the peculiar occurrences here? Do you have any companions? If I answer your questions, will you give me more food?" The girl timidly inquired. You are still not full, are you?" Izumi replied in astonishment, fully aware that the food he had brought was meant to sustain him for an entire day, and it had entirely disappeared into the small girl's stomach. "Yes," she admitted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, as any girl would feel shy when told she could eat so much. "Go ahead and eat," Izumi said, producing more food before asking, "What is your name?" "My name is Uzumaki Aoi. The anomaly you mentioned is the light emanating from the shrine, but I do not know what it is. Only members of the Uzumaki clan experience hallucinations when approaching that light, which is why I hide there each night to avoid danger," Aoi explained while continuing to eat. Although uncertain of the nature of the light, it appeared to pose no immediate threat, as Aoi had indicated that many had seen it without any fatalities reported thus far in Konoha. "Aoi, what about your family?" Izumi inquired, though he harbored a suspicion of the situation. "I have never seen my father. My mother was taken 6 months ago. Since then, I have been hiding nearby. I was simply too hungry before, and upon hearing voices, I thought it better to risk capture than starve, so I ran towards the sound. Can you take me away from here?" Perhaps due to the sustenance provided by Izumi, Aoi's hostility towards him has significantly diminished. "Are you not afraid that I might seize you and sell you for profit? By the way, how long have you been hungry?" "Ever since my mother was taken away. I have not had a proper meal. This time, I have gone an entire week without eating anything. I have consumed everything edible around me. Yet I am unable to find any food." "How old are you this year?" "I am 5. In a few days, I will turn 6. "Very well. You may accompany me for now. Lead me to the shrine." With that, Izumi rose to his feet. Hearing his words, Aoi also stood up, clutching the food she had gathered in her arms. Observing Aoi's demeanor, Izumi found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that Aoi was genuinely frightened by her hunger. Izumi and Aoi arrived at the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. Although it was referred to as a shrine, it was in a state of disrepair, with numerous sections having collapsed. Following Aoi, Izumi navigated through the ruins, and along a narrow path, they soon descended underground. Upon entering the subterranean area, they found a flat platform, and in one corner, Izumi noticed a patch of grass that had evidently been arranged for Aoi to rest at night. A wave of pity washed over him for this poor girl, who had to endure such hardships at such a tender age. This is the place that emits light, Aoi remarked, gesturing toward a nearby wall. However, during the day, there is nothing unusual, so anyone can come here. At night, outsiders cannot enter. If they approach, they will only see illusions. Izumi looked at the wall Aoi indicated and was taken aback by the numerous masks adorning it. These masks reminded him of those used by Orochimaru to unravel the Reaper death seal, though those were found near the shrine in the Hidden Leaf Village, not here. Ding. System notification, Reaper's mask detected. Would you like to obtain it? Startled by the system's voice, Izumi was surprised to discover a Reaper's mask here. Was it possible that there was more than one Reaper's mask? Acquire it, he decided, as it would be foolish not to collect something valuable. As he made his selection, one of the masks on the wall suddenly glowed and drifted toward Izumi. Instinctively, he raised his hand to catch it, but before he could react, a chilling aura of death surged into his body through his palm, causing him to drop the mask in fright. Are you all right? Was the mask that frightening? Aoi asked, picking up the mask from the ground. Do you feel any unusual sensations? Izumi inquired, puzzled by Aoi's apparent lack of reaction. The overwhelming sensation of death he had just experienced was far from an illusion. No, I'm fine. I often play with these masks here, Aoi replied, placing the mask upon her face before Izumi could respond. He recalled that when Orochimaru donned the Reaper's mask, he summoned the Reaper itself. Although this mask was not the same, it still bore the essence of a Reaper's mask. Surely it possessed some unique properties? However, to Izumi's bewilderment, Aoi showed no signs of abnormality. Upon hearing Izumi's warning, she effortlessly removed the mask. What's wrong? I still don't even know your name, she said, suddenly realizing she had not asked for his name. I am Izumi, Uchiha Izumi, he replied, reaching out to retrieve the mask. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Ding. System notification, new system mode activated. Slaughter system initiated. Current slaughter value, 0-100. When the slaughter value reaches its maximum, you can acquire special ninjutsu. Each kill grants 1 point to your slaughter value. Ding. Character system task activated. Assist Aoi in awakening her bloodline. Successfully gain the loyalty of the Uzumaki clan. Current bloodline activation degree, 50-100. Ding. Acquired Reaper's Mask, fragment. Ding. Side quest acquired. Reaper's Mask. Collect all 3 Reaper's Masks. A flurry of system notifications left Izumi momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. System, what is the purpose of this Reaper's Mask? Ding. Reaper's Mask, fragment one of the 3 great Reaper masks. When used alone, it increases ninjutsu power by 10 and doubles the strength of sealing techniques. The use of the Shiki Fuin no longer requires the sacrifice of one's soul. Note, this mask has a cooldown time of 720 hours. Duration depends on the host's chakra limit. Current duration, 10 minutes. A 10 increase in ninjutsu power is certainly a commendable attribute. While it may not seem significant now, it will undoubtedly yield greater effects as I grow stronger. Although a month's cooldown is somewhat lengthy, the Reaper's Mask remains an invaluable item. Furthermore, Izumi noted that his exploration of the Uzumaki clan's ruins was not yet complete, indicating that there was still more to discover. Are you all right? Aoi asked, noticing Izumi's prolonged silence. Nothing's wrong. Is the light you mentioned emanating from this mask? With the task unfinished, Izumi felt compelled to continue his exploration. No. These masks have never emitted light before. Today is the first time. Previously, the entire wall would glow at night, Aoi replied honestly. Upon hearing her words, Izumi stepped closer to inspect the wall and, sure enough, discovered that it was hollow. This meant that there was another room hidden behind the wall. Izumi instinctively felt that this concealed area was where his exploration needed to lead him. Aoi, this wall is hollow. Do you have any idea what lies behind it? He asked, though he did not harbor much hope. I don't know. My mother said this place existed before the Uzumaki clan arrived, and no one knows what lies within. Even a powerful figure from the Hidden Leaf Village could not open it back then. At Aoi's words, Izumi's mind immediately conjured the image of Hashirama Senju. If even he could not gain entry, what conditions would be necessary to access it? Ding, system. How does one enter this place? Is my current task to explore within? After searching for a considerable time with no clues, Izumi ultimately resorted to consulting the system. I have no idea how to enter this time. However, I know you will definitely find a way, and it must be a method you come up with yourself. Izumi was perplexed by the system's response. Surely, there was no facial recognition or fingerprint identification system in place. With no hope of assistance from the system, Izumi had no choice but to devise a plan on his own. Nightfall was approaching, and perhaps the mysterious light would provide some insight. With nothing else to occupy his time, Izumi began to examine each mask on the wall, while Aoi continued to consume the food he had provided her. While it could be dangerous for an ordinary person to suddenly binge after 3 days without food, Aoi appeared to be unaffected, likely due to her strong Uzumaki lineage. As night fell, Izumi completed his examination of all the masks. Finding no clues, he concluded that these masks were likely crafted by the Uzumaki clan themselves, possibly intended for use in rituals, with only the Reaper's mask being of particular significance. As the darkness enveloped the surroundings, Quian pondered the absence of light when suddenly, the entire wall housing the masks radiated a brilliant glow. Quian discerned that the source of this luminescence emanated from the other side of the wall. Bathed in the light, Quian felt an overwhelming warmth, akin to the comforting embrace of winter sunlight. Simultaneously, Quian sensed an entity from beyond the wall beckoning her. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Without hesitation, Quian unleashed her ninjutsu, yet the formidable flames, despite their might, left no mark upon the wall. Fool, this wall is extraordinarily special. Even an SSS-class ninjutsu cannot breach it. Otherwise, do you think Otsutsuki Kagaya would have been unable to enter? What? Are you suggesting that the Sage of Six Paths once sought entry and failed? Quian was taken aback by the system's words, intrigued by what could possibly entice the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, otherwise, how could Otsutsuki Kagaya have remained here until now? This door only opens under normal circumstances. Attempting to force it open is futile. Realizing the impossibility of a direct breach, Quian resolved to alter her approach. She retrieved a kunai, slicing her hand to let her blood drip upon the wall. However, the wall remained unchanged, while the radiant glow intensified, as if the entity within was invigorated by the scent of her blood. Unable to unlock the barrier through this method, Quian felt an inexplicable intuition. If she failed to open the door now, future attempts would be equally fruitless. Suddenly, she recalled the system's words, which assured her of eventual access. If her entry was guaranteed, then perhaps it was not imperative to force the door open. In this world, Quian was indeed special, and her uniqueness stemmed from two aspects. First, she did not belong to this realm, but had been reborn from the real world. Second, the existence of the system. Chapter 72. The Summoning Beast. Now, the system had exhausted its options, leaving Quian to rely on herself. Her most distinctive attribute was undoubtedly her soul. While her physical form and blood belonged to this world, her soul did not. Grasping this notion, Quian swiftly conceived a method for entry. Activating her Crimson Sharingan, she projected her spiritual energy onto the wall. To her surprise, the seemingly impenetrable wall erupted with a resounding roar, and the entire shrine trembled violently. Help me! A faint voice resonated within Quian's mind. Who are you? Help me! How can I assist you? Sign a contract with your blood. Quian hesitated, realizing the possibility that the entity within the wall was a summoning beast. Excitement surged within her. What manner of being could entice the Sage of Six Paths? After a moment of contemplation, she found herself uncertain about how to forge the contract. System, 100 points, and I shall facilitate the process. Before Quian could respond, the system presented its terms. With a sigh, Quian lamented the loss of hard-earned points, but recognized the necessity of expenditure, thus opting to proceed with the payment. Upon the deduction of 100 points, a scroll materialized before her, accompanied by the system's voice. Inscribe your current name, press your blood seal, and then toss the scroll into the wall. Following these instructions, Quian began the contract process. Lacking ink, she resorted to using her blood to inscribe Uchiha Quian, pressing her handprint upon the scroll. After completing these steps, she cast the scroll into the wall. System notification: the exploration of the Uzumaki clan's ruins is complete. You have gained the recognition of the Dragon Clan. With the system's announcement, Quian was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, and the wall sealed itself once more. System notification, side quest acquired, behind the wall. Struggling to regain her footing, Quian was suddenly addressed by a voice near her ear. Thank you for rescuing me. Who are you? Upon observing a slender dragon, akin to a thread, perched upon her shoulder, Quian felt a pang of disbelief. I am Ruelong. Thank you for liberating me. Had it not been for you, I would have perished from exhaustion in that confinement. In gratitude, my kin and I are willing to aid you in battle. Ruelong, why were you imprisoned, and why is the wall sealed once more? Quian's curiosity compelled her to inquire. Our dragon clan traversed from another dimension to this world during its nascent stages of life. We intended to establish a paradise for our kind, but a formidable entity emerged, annihilating our strongest warriors. The remaining members were sealed within a small space, and that wall serves as the seal. We were informed that a human would eventually liberate us. Quian's confusion deepened upon hearing Ruelong's account. Who could this mysterious powerhouse be? Are you suggesting that someone foresaw my arrival and orchestrated my role in your liberation? She asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Chapter 73. The Dragon That I Cannot Say. I only know what I have been told by the elders of my clan. Ruelong spoke candidly, perceiving that Quian had saved his entire race and thus owed her complete transparency. How many of your kin remain? Can I summon the powerful members of your clan? There are approximately 300 of us remaining. The strength of the summoned beast depends on your chakra. The more abundant your chakra, the stronger the summoned entity. With your current abilities, you can only summon an average member of our clan. This limitation is dictated by the summoning contract, not by our preferences. Quian nodded in understanding. Summoning a deity-level dragon would likely be beyond her reach. After returning Ruelong to his realm, Quian noticed Aoi lying in a heap of grass, sound asleep. Aoi, wake up. You finally moved. You've been unresponsive for days. As if something was obstructing me from leaving. If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have starved. Do you have any food? I'm absolutely famished. As if on cue, Aoi's stomach protested loudly. In response, Quian produced some provisions, witnessing yet again what it meant to wolf down food. Observing Aoi devour the meal with fervor, Quian began to eat as well. What had been intended as a week's supply dwindled to less than a day's worth. The majority consumed by Aoi, leaving Quian perplexed at her veracity. You just said I hadn't moved at all. Indeed, the walls suddenly opened, and then you fell silent. Aoi replied, her expression one of discontent. Quian, unable to move, had been trapped within the shrine, seemingly enveloped by some force. Aoi had attempted several times to escape, but to no avail. Fortunately, the shrine's collapse had created an underground lake, sparing Aoi from the dire fate of dehydration. How long have I been standing here? I cannot say for certain, but it has been at least a week. Initially, I was unaware of your prolonged inactivity. I consumed food without care. However, I soon realized that I needed to ration my intake. Being unable to leave this place and deprived of sunlight, I could only estimate the passage of time based on my hunger. While the outside world has experienced a week, for me, it has merely been a matter of minutes, which leaves me perplexed. Nevertheless, pondering this matter is not my priority at present. It took me 3 days to arrive here, and now I have been here for 7. Surely, those in Konoha must think I have gone missing or met with some misfortune. Come, let us head to Konoha village. There, at least, you need not endure hunger. Of course, should you wish to remain here, I will not hinder you. With that, I turned to descend towards the ground. Wait for me. I will come with you. Aoi exclaimed as she chased after me. For Aoi, staying behind meant not only enduring hunger daily, but also having to evade those ill-intentioned individuals to avoid being captured. With the light in the shrine now extinguished and no refuge at night, remaining here would likely lead to her capture before long. In Aoi's eyes, I was a good person, otherwise, I would not have provided her with so much food. Thus, I surmised that my living conditions must be satisfactory. Even if they were not, I could always find a way to escape. Thus, I led Aoi towards Konoha. I desired to quicken my pace, yet with Aoi, a mere ordinary person, it was impossible to do so. Ultimately, I had no choice but to carry her, lest she hinder my progress further. After 3 days, I finally returned to Konoha. With Aoi in tow, I made my way directly to the Hokage building. Chun, you are alive? The third Hokage exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing me. It turned out I had been missing for a month. During this time, the third Hokage had dispatched Kakashi to investigate, but he had found nothing. In utter frustration, Kakashi had returned to Konoha a mere 5 days prior. Having received news from Kakashi, the third Hokage, while not declaring me dead from a mission, could not help but feel uneasy after a month of uncertainty regarding my fate. Sir, here is what transpired. I recounted my recent experiences in full, omitting only the details about the system, as I understood that any attempt to conceal the truth would be perceived by the third Hokage. Sir, this is the situation. How would you like to proceed regarding Aoi? She belongs to the Uzumaki clan, so I am aware I cannot return her to the Uchiha clan's compound. I have already created tensions with my clan concerning Hinata. I do not wish to invite further trouble upon myself. Moreover, the most pressing concern is Aoi's voracious appetite. I doubt I can sustain her. She consumes in one meal what I would in an entire day, a veritable little glutton. Please, return to rest. I will handle the matter concerning Uzumaki Aoi. Your companions have been quite concerned about your disappearance. Do remember to greet them. Come find me in 3 days. I have a new mission for you. Understood, sir. As I departed the third Hokage's office, a wave of confusion washed over me. Logically, having been absent for a month, I should be afforded a respite upon my return. Yet, in just 3 days, there was already another mission awaiting me. Furthermore, the third Hokage's demeanor suggested that this task had been prepared long in advance. Unbeknownst to me, I had wandered to the entrance of the Hyuga clan's estate. Looking up at their residence, I hesitated momentarily before gently knocking on the door. Who goes there? A member of the Hyuga clan emerged as the door opened. Greetings. I am Uchiha Izumi. I would like to see Hinata. Please inform her. You are Uchiha Izumi? Come inside. The clan member paused upon recognizing my identity, and the expression on their face did not escape my notice. It felt somewhat peculiar. Following the Hyuga clan member, I was led into the estate. Soon arriving at a door, the very room once belonging to Hayashi Hyuga. This sight further deepened my confusion. Could it be that Hayashi anticipated my arrival? Head of the clan. I present Uchiha Izumi. Come in. Yes, Hayashi-sama. Upon seeing Hayashi, I was inexplicably filled with trepidation. It was not due to his abilities, but rather an instinctive fear of something else. Where have you been for a month? My apologies, Hayashi-sama. I was undertaking a mission for the Umbu, the specifics of which I cannot disclose. I had not expected Hayashi to inquire about this, and my mind raced with confusion. Umbu missions were shrouded in secrecy. Hayashi could not possibly be unaware of this, so why the inquiry? Let us set aside that for now. Tell me, did you teach Hinata the Rasengan? Although she has not stated it was you, other than the Hyuga clan, you are the only one she could have learned from. As he spoke, Hayashi finally set down his brush. Startled by his words, I paused. A month had passed, yet Hinata had indeed mastered the Rasengan, which surprised me. I began to worry for her safety. How did Hayashi know that she had acquired such a technique? Hayashi-sama, I did teach Hinata the Rasengan. Please do not cause her distress. Cause her distress? Why would I do that to my own daughter? Uchiha Izumi, I am intrigued. The Rasengan is a technique created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Even within Konoha, only a handful can wield it. How did you come to know its training method? Faced with Hayashi's questioning, I contemplated revealing that I discovered it in Orochimaru's laboratory, but such a confession would undoubtedly constitute a severe transgression. However, a sudden inspiration struck me, and I devised a new explanation. Hayashi-sama, during my pursuit of the rogue ninja Sato Toshikazu, I encountered an enemy who casually mentioned the Rasengan when I remarked on the need for a technique without hand seals. I surmised its nature based on their description. In truth, I have yet to master the technique myself. I was surprised to find that Hinata had indeed succeeded. It seems my assumptions were correct. Hayashi did not respond immediately to my explanation. While it is true that few could utilize the Rasengan in Konoha, many understood its principles. And it was not unusual for a ninja like Sato Toshikazu, who had participated in the Ninja World War, to be familiar with the technique. Very well. Hinata is in her room. I have matters to attend to. With Hayashi's dismissal, I rose and made my way directly to Hinata's chamber. As I approached, I unexpectedly collided with Hinata as she stepped out of her room. Startled, I reached out to steady her, but in a twist of fate, I was instead pulled down by her, narrowly avoiding the embarrassing situation of landing atop her. Izumi-kun, is that really you? Hinata exclaimed, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. It is I. I apologize for worrying you. This mission proved to be quite convoluted, which caused significant delays. Are you unharmed? I had thought that Hinata would hesitate to speak further, fearing that her words might manifest into reality. How could that be? It was merely a matter of some delays. I had not encountered any battles during this mission, so how could there be any danger? Yet you, Lord Hizashi, have you truly mastered the Rasengan? Although Izumi did not believe that Hisashi would deceive her, she had never witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 76. Young Sasuke Hinata nodded, and with a flick of her right hand, a chakra sphere appeared in her palm. Gazing at the Rasengan in Hinata's hand, Izumi was utterly astonished. She had mastered an A-rank ninjutsu in less than a month, which was quite impressive, especially considering that Hinata was only a little over 4 years old. While in the original tale, Naruto had only taken 3 days, his Rasengan was not fully developed. The Rasengan is an unmarked ninjutsu, and both Minato and Kakashi, as well as Jiraiya, could perform it with one hand, whereas Naruto, even in later stages, still needed to mold it with both hands. Hinata, you are truly remarkable. I still cannot complete the second stage, yet you have already excelled in ninjutsu, Izumi exclaimed, but she soon noticed something odd. The standard Rasengan is the same color as chakra, but the one in Hinata's hand bore a faint reddish hue, which puzzled Izumi. That is because you have not practiced enough, Izumi-kun, Hinata replied, her face lighting up at the compliment, though she still believed Izumi to be more accomplished than herself. Izumi spent the evening in Hinata's room, and only when night fell did she take her leave from the Hyuga household, with Hinata reluctantly bidding her farewell at the gate. Both Izumi and Hinata held significant places in each other's hearts, yet neither fully comprehended the meaning of this special bond. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Izumi sought out Shursui, only to learn that he had just left on a mission and had not yet returned. Thus, she turned to Itachi, who, fortunately, was at home. Returning with Izumi-mei. Itachi, Izumi-mei, you two are progressing quite swiftly, Izumi remarked, observing the two of them hand in hand. She couldn't help but marvel at the precociousness of the youth in this world. Itachi was merely 9, and Izumi-mei was only 8, yet here they were, in a romantic relationship, something quite improbable in modern times. However, considering the average lifespan in the world of Naruto is only a little over 30 years, those at the tender ages of 8 or 9 are akin to being in their 20s in contemporary society. Izumi, are you alright? The Umbu missions are perilous. Perhaps you should refrain from taking on tasks for a while, Izumi-mei said, her face etched with concern. Izumi-mei, I am fine. This mission was merely tedious. I sustained no injuries, Izumi reassured her. Brother. Izumi had intended to say more when a youthful voice interrupted her. Turning around, she found Sasuke, who was the same age as her. Unable to resist, Izumi playfully pinched his cheeks. Itachi, is this your little brother? He is rather adorable, she remarked. Who are you? Sasuke replied, his expression one of discontent as he observed the closeness between Izumi and his brother. Izumi, bemused, wondered how such a charming young boy could transform into the brooding figure he would later become, afflicted with an overblown sense of self-importance. Having just acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan and daring to provoke the 8 tails, nearly meeting his demise, and later recklessly attending a Kage meeting. Had it not been for Kamui's extraordinary power, he might have lost his life long ago. Sasuke, this is Izumi. You should get along well with her, Itachi said. His eyes filled with fondness for his brother, which made Izumi feel somewhat helpless. Itachi's brotherly affection was undeniably intense. Chapter 77. Hyuga Hisashi Izumi. Hello, I am Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. As he spoke, Sasuke wrapped his arms around Itachi. Well, one a devoted brother, the other a doting sibling. These two certainly lived up to their familial ties. Hello, Sasuke. Though Izumi was not particularly fond of the older Sasuke, this younger version was quite pleasant, at least not overly brooding. Izumi, did you come to see me for a reason? Not really. I just returned from completing a mission. It took longer than expected, so I wanted to greet you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she said, preparing to depart, as she felt a bit awkward witnessing the closeness between the two brothers. Wait a moment, Izumi, a voice called out, not Itachi's, but Izumi-mei's, who had been hesitating to speak since earlier. What is it, Izumi-mei? Izumi turned back, curious. Did you tell Hinata you were back? She was quite worried about you during your absence, Izumi-mei said, recalling her lengthy conversation with Hinata, who had developed feelings for Izumi at such a tender age. Though Izumi was always kind to Hinata, he remained oblivious to her affections, prompting Izumi-mei to internally criticize him. After all, he had recognized his feelings for Itachi at first glance. Why was he blind to Hinata's emotions? Little did Izumi-mei know that matters of the heart often elude the one experiencing them, and as an outsider, Izumi subconsciously believed Hinata was infatuated with Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, his presence had caused a ripple effect, The figure residing in Hinata's heart was undeniably Izumi. At this moment, Hinata had yet to meet Naruto, and even if she were to encounter him later, her heart would remain unchanged. Yes, I have already visited the Hyuga household and seen Hinata. Thank you for reminding me. Izumi replied, unaware of the implications of Izumi Mei's words. At her response, Izumi Mei could only shake her head in resignation as Izumi returned home. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's residence, Hisashi was reviewing documents, with Izumi's name prominently featured. The documents chronicled Izumi's life from birth to the present, even noting her clandestine training sessions since the age of 3, illustrating the remarkable reach of the Konoha Anbu, who could keep tabs on even the minutiae of a child's life. Izumi, how I wish you were not of the Uchiha clan. Hisashi remarked absently as he closed the file. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the Hokage Tower, where he engaged in lengthy discussions with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, although the content of their conversation remained a mystery to all but the two involved. Upon returning home, Izumi gazed at the emptiness of the house, feeling a pang of sorrow. Despite having parents, their presence was scarce throughout the year. Having been missing for nearly a month, it seemed they had not returned. Perhaps they were entirely unaware of her absence. After a hasty dinner, Izumi lay in bed, unable to sleep. Resolute, she began practicing the Rasengan. Now that Hinata had mastered it, she felt compelled to strive harder, lest she suffer embarrassment. It was not until the late hours that she finally succumbed to sleep. The next morning, as was routine, Izumi arrived at Training Ground 7. Chapter 78. Hinata's assistant Izumi continued to practice the Rasengan with a rubber ball, yet despite her efforts, the ball refused to burst. At that moment, Hinata arrived to train as well. Upon seeing Hinata, Izumi felt a twinge of awkwardness. She had been the one to teach Hinata the Rasengan, and now Hinata had successfully mastered it, while Izumi still struggled. Izumi-kun, may I assist you? Upon noticing that Izumi had yet to master the Rasengan, Hinata summoned her courage and spoke. Could you assist me? Of course, Hinata, I would be grateful for your help. Although unsure of Hinata's methods, Izumi recognized that learning the Rasengan would significantly benefit her. Izumi, begin your training as you did before. Following Hinata's guidance, Izumi promptly started to gather chakra. Soon, the rubber ball began to change, yet it remained unbroken. At that moment, Hinata's small hand suddenly grasped Izumi's right hand, which was channeling the Rasengan. Before Izumi could voice her surprise, she realized Hinata was infusing her chakra into the rubber ball. With Hinata's chakra flowing in, Izumi felt her controlling the chakra's erratic movement, and it dawned on her why she had been unsuccessful. Izumi had initially strayed from the correct path. The first phase of the Rasengan was not merely practicing with a water balloon, but rather gathering chakra in the hand. The second phase involved a further refinement of the first, releasing chakra steadily and continuously. For instance, placing a water-filled balloon in one's hand and unleashing chakra to create chaotic movement within until the balloon burst. The water balloon's destruction stemmed from this chaotic motion. However, Izumi had opted for an opposing orderly approach. Although it too resulted in the balloon's rupture, her method merely expanded outward, ultimately failing to achieve success at the third stage. Realizing her error, Izumi swiftly corrected her course, allowing her chakra to flow chaotically while solidifying it. In mere seconds, the rubber ball in her hand shattered. Having rectified her approach, Izumi bypassed the water balloon stage and directly completed the rubber ball phase. Thank you, Hinata. Had it not been for you, I would have wandered further down the wrong path. Overcome with excitement, Izumi impulsively embraced Hinata and spun around. Hinata, already shy from holding Izumi's hand, was utterly overwhelmed by the embrace, leading her to faint. Realizing Hinata had succumbed to unconsciousness, Izumi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having momentarily forgotten the finality of the situation, she gently placed Hinata against a tree and eagerly resumed perfecting the Rasengan. Not long after, Hinata regained consciousness, her cheeks still flushed. Watching Izumi diligently refine the Rasengan brought a smile to Hinata's face, as she felt immense joy in being able to assist her friend. The subsequent 2 days were spent in rigorous training, although each afternoon, Hinata would return to the Hyuga clan for her own training. On the third morning, Izumi arrived at the office of the third Hokage as promised. You have arrived, Izumi. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. What is this mission? Relax, Izumi. I did not summon you to assign a task. I have reviewed your records and understand your desire to grow stronger. Hence, I wish to inquire if you would like to learn ninjutsu from me. The third Hokage's words struck Izumi like a thunderclap. The third Hokage, renowned as a master of ninjutsu, possessed chakra of 5 elemental natures and was well versed in all forms of ninjutsu. His 3 disciples were among the legendary Sannin. Are you suggesting I become your apprentice? Izumi was astounded. If the third Hokage were to teach her ninjutsu, her skills would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Not entirely. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. Should I take you on as a disciple, it may breed discontent within your family. If you are willing, you may learn ninjutsu from me, but I will not be your formal teacher. You had intended to enroll in the Ninja Academy, correct? Beep. System notification. Main quest Hope in the Darkness has commenced. Accept the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's proposal. Completing the quest will earn you the third Hokage's approval, while failure will incur his hostility, as well as that of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the system's voice, Izumi understood that this was the third Hokage's ultimate choice, to join his faction or to refuse. Lord Third Hokage, I am willing to accept. Thank you for your guidance. Your chakra affinities are wind, fire, and lightning. These 3 scrolls contain the foundational ninjutsu of those elements. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. I will also erase your identity within the Umbu. What you need to focus on now is your studies. Having received Izumi's affirmation, the third Hokage presented her with the prepared gifts. Lord Third Hokage, I have a question I wish to ask you. Oh, what is your query? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I am curious why the Hyuga clan is unable to use ninjutsu. To my knowledge, aside from the techniques reliant on their Byakugan and basic ninjutsu, like the body flicker technique, they do not employ any other ninjutsu. Although she had previously received an answer from the system, Izumi wished to hear the perspective of the esteemed scholar of the ninja world. The Hyuga clan possesses very unique chakra pathways. It's not that they cannot use ninjutsu. Rather, the ninjutsu they utilize often lacks the potency it should possess. Take your Uchiha clan's Great Fireball technique, for example. If a member of the Hyuga clan were to execute it, at best, it would produce a fireball the size of a human head. What sort of lethality do you think such a technique would have? Are you asking this because of Hinata, the daughter of Hayashi? Caught off guard, Izumi felt her face flush, grateful for the mask she wore that concealed her embarrassment. Yes, I believe that if she could learn some ninjutsu, her safety would be enhanced. Well, you may wish to explore this matter further on your own, but do not conduct reckless experiments. Understood. Izumi departed with the third Hokage's gifts, and shortly after, another figure entered the room. It was Hayashi Hyuga. You heard everything, did you? Indeed, Lord Third Hokage, I heard it all. Though Izumi is a child of the Uchiha clan, he is indeed unlike the others. Who would have thought that 3 intriguing individuals would emerge from the Uchiha clan? I shall not involve myself in Izumi's affairs. With the 3 scrolls in hand, Izumi returned to Training Ground 7, where only Hinata remained, as Itachi and Shursui were on a mission. Upon seeing Izumi, Hinata appeared puzzled. Knowing that he had gone to see the third Hokage, Izumi-kun, why are you back? This time, Lord Third Hokage granted me an extended break to focus on improving my strength. He provided me with some ninjutsu to study. Izumi shared openly with Hinata. Just as Izumi was about to continue, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching, and it was evident that it was not someone he knew. Sure enough, as he prepared for combat, an Umbu suddenly appeared before him and Hinata. Upon seeing the Umbu, a sense of foreboding washed over Izumi. Having just departed from the third Hokage, it seemed implausible for the Umbu to find him so swiftly. The only explanation was that this Umbu belonged to Root, an underling of Danzo. Understanding this, Izumi whispered to Hinata, when I leave, you must immediately seek Lord Third Hokage. He is the only one who can save me. As soon as Izumi finished speaking, the Umbu opposite him opened his mouth and said, Uchiha Izumi, come with me. Aware that the individual was affiliated with Danzo, Izumi had no intention of resisting. After all, the Root members were not benevolent beings. Resisting them would likely result in injury, and Izumi did not believe he was their match. Moreover, who could tell how many Root members lurked nearby? Very well, I shall accompany you. Izumi followed the Umbu, while Hinata hurriedly ran towards the Hokage building. Izumi was taken to the underground base of the Root, where he encountered Danzo for the first time. To his surprise, Danzo was covering his right eye with bandages, leaving Izumi quite perplexed. Given that Shursui was still in good health, it was impossible for Danzo's right eye to belong to him. So whose eye was it? Who are you? Wasn't it Lord Third who summoned me? Despite knowing Danzo, Izumi feigned ignorance to avoid unnecessary trouble. I am Shimura Danzo, and this is the headquarters of the root. Uchiha Izumi, I invite you to join us. Danzo wasted no time in stating his intentions. I'm afraid I don't know you. I serve under Lord 3rd Sambu and cannot join another organization. With that, Izumi pretended to prepare to leave. Impudent. The voice that spoke was not Danzo's, but that of his trained brute. A towering man, over 2 meters tall, charged at Izumi. Wielding a massive sword that was nearly his own height, aimed directly at Izumi. Seeing the attack approach, Izumi did not dare to hesitate. He instantly activated his Sharingan and formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A clone materialized before them, and simultaneously, both Izumi's hurled shurikens with extraordinary angles towards the enemy. To Izumi's astonishment, this root member did not attempt to evade but instead charged forward. Chapter 81. Battle. Understanding that relying solely on shurikens would not fend off the opponent. Both Izumis leapt to evade. From their earlier engagement, Izumi had noted the opponent's imposing physique, great strength, and decent speed, but a lack of agility. Thus, he utilized his own nimbleness to create distance between them. Once they were adequately apart, both Izumis began forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The already massive fireball grew even larger, propelled faster by the wind, as the combination of 2 C-rank techniques bore the might of a B or even A-rank jutsu. Danzo, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. Although he had gathered some information on Izumi, the protection of the 3rd Hokage had limited his knowledge, and he merely recognized Izumi as a highly talented ninja. The colossal fireball sped towards the root ninjas. The initially overconfident brute, caught off guard by Izumi's strength, hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained composure to retaliate. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall rose, yet it could not withstand the combined might of the wind and fire techniques. The sturdy wall crumbled in less than 2 seconds. Seeing this, another root ninja leaped forward. Earth release, earth flow city wall. As an advanced technique of the earth flow wall, the earth flow city wall proved to be significantly stronger, successfully blocking Izumi's assault. With his jutsu thwarted, Izumi contemplated an escape. Although he had informed Hinata to notify the 3rd Hokage, he could not guarantee timely assistance. Just then, the system unexpectedly spoke. Hey, the old man is coming. Why not leave Danzo a little memento while you have the chance? I'll make an exception and help you this time. Taken aback by the system's words, Izumi was unsure of what it meant, but with the system willing to assist, why not give Danzo a grand surprise? Both Izumis simultaneously formed hand seals, this time not for the lowest tier C-rank technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head pain. Izumi's main body unleashed pressure damage, pouring all his chakra into it, while the clone, manipulated by the system, executed the B-rank fire release technique, head pain. This combination was a signature technique of Deidara, and it had almost led to the annihilation of Kakashi's team, had it not been for Naruto and Yamado's timely arrival. Damn it. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo, witnessing the overwhelming power of the combined jutsu, could no longer remain calm and quickly took action to obstruct it. This was his stronghold. If Izumi set it ablaze, he would lose all face. Not just Danzo, but the other root members also displayed their abilities to counter Izumi's attack. Meanwhile, Izumi sat in a corner, utterly exhausted, with his chakra depleted, having lost the strength to continue. Thankfully, the clone's exhaustion was borne by the system. Otherwise, Izumi would have been unable to launch such a combined assault. Under the full force of the root ninja's defenses, Izumi's attack was finally neutralized. Although significant damage was evident outside the base, and more importantly, Izumi's actions were undeniably a slap in the face for Danzo. In a flash, Danzo appeared before Izumi. But at that moment, an unexpected voice resounded. Chapter 82. Trapping Danzo. Danzo, do you know what it means to summon Rekichi? Just as Danzo was about to unleash all his anger upon Izumi, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived perfectly on cue. Hiruzen looked at Danzo with a face full of resentment. Danzo, your reach has extended too far. The 3rd Hokage bypassed Danzo and approached Izumi. Seeing him unconscious from chakra exhaustion, further displeased with Danzo's actions. Being newly arrived, the 3rd was unaware that the devastating jutsu had been unleashed by Izumi. He assumed it was Danzo's doing. Poor Danzo, unwittingly ensnared by Izumi's cunning, found himself unable to explain. Would he dare tell the 3rd that the formidable jutsu had been executed by a mere 4-year-old? Such an admission would surely invite scorn from Hiruzen. Izumi once again found himself admitted to Konoha's hospital, but fortunately, this time, it was merely due to excessive exhaustion, and he would awaken shortly. However, Hinata remained deeply concerned for Izumi's well-being. Although it was already afternoon, and she should have returned to the Hyuga clan to practice, this time, she was determined not to leave. About an hour after the third and his entourage departed, Izumi gradually regained consciousness. Seeing Hinata sitting beside him, he spoke. "I'm sorry for worrying you. I truly am fine. You must take care of yourself. This is the medicine left by Lord Third for you to take once you awaken." With that, Hinata produced a small vial of medicine. Taking the vial, Izumi drank it down in one gulp, though the concoction was rather difficult to swallow. However, as the medicine settled in his stomach, he felt some recovery. This incident made Izumi acutely aware that he had drawn Danzo's attention, a situation that did not bode well. Despite the Third's timely intervention this time, what would happen in the future? If he were to be taken by Danzo while alone, what could he do? In the face of Danzo, Izumi felt utterly uncertain. Relying solely on the third Hokage for support, yet he could not remain by Hiruzen's side indefinitely. "Hinata, how did you manage to find the third Hokage?" It suddenly dawned on me that meeting the third Hokage is not something just anyone can achieve. Under normal circumstances, Hinata, being a non-ninja, would have no chance of encountering him. I first sought out my father, who then arranged the meeting with the third Hokage. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Izumi was momentarily taken aback, finding it unexpected that Hyuga Hayashi would go out of his way for such a matter. Izumi contemplated expressing her gratitude. Yet the mere thought of facing Hyuga Hayashi filled her with trepidation. "Hinata, please convey my thanks to your father." After much deliberation, this was the only solution Izumi could conceive. Hinata nodded, signifying her understanding. Due to Izumi's significant chakra depletion, she felt it unnecessary to remain in the hospital upon regaining consciousness, and thus returned home directly. However, Hinata, unable to shake her concern for Izumi, insisted on accompanying her. "Hinata, why not come inside for a while?" Izumi blurted out as they reached her doorstep. Hinata did not respond verbally, but merely nodded, and if Izumi had observed closely, she would have noticed Hinata's cheeks had already turned a shade of crimson. Chapter 83. Without family. As Izumi and Hinata entered the room, it became evident that Izumi lived alone, and the spacious abode appeared somewhat desolate and disordered. Feeling embarrassed by her untidy home, Izumi apologized. "I'm sorry. It's a bit messy." "Oh, it's nothing. I can help you tidy up," Hinata replied unexpectedly. Without waiting for a response, she began to organize the space, prompting Izumi to join her in the effort. The two worked in silence, tidying the room until it was neat and orderly, at which point Hinata, her face flushed, took her leave from Izumi's home. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months later, Izumi received the devastating news of her parents' untimely demise during a mission. Although she had believed her emotional bond with them was minimal, the sight of their lifeless bodies filled her with profound sorrow. "Izumi, are you all right?" Hinata inquired gently, wishing to comfort her friend but at a loss for words. She settled quietly beside Izumi, observing her weary expression. Just then, without warning, Izumi sat up abruptly and embraced Hinata, weeping uncontrollably. Hinata had never seen Izumi in such a state, though her cheeks flushed from the unexpected embrace. She did not faint as before. Instead, once she comprehended the situation, Hinata reciprocated the hug. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Izumi's tears eventually subsided, leading her into a deep slumber, which proved challenging for Hinata. Given their intertwined embrace, the compassionate Hinata couldn't bear to wake Izumi, and thus they remained in that position throughout the long night. At some point, Hinata also succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Izumi awoke first and, upon seeing Hinata before her, was momentarily startled, recalling the previous day's events and feeling her face heat with embarrassment. At her age, to pour out her emotions while holding a 4-year-old child felt utterly absurd. Just then, Hinata groggily opened her eyes. Upon noticing Izumi, her face turned crimson, and in a flurry of shyness, she playfully slapped Izumi, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Ah, Izumi, are you okay?" Hinata exclaimed, her concern evident as she watched Izumi tumble away. "I'm fine. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was just overwhelmed with grief and needed someone to confide in. So please don't hold it against me." "No, it's all right," Hinata reassured her. Once again, silence enveloped them as they struggled to find the right words. Eventually, Izumi recalled that Hinata had not returned home the previous night, and she wondered if Hinata's father had been worried sick. "Hinata, your father must be frantic." "Oh no." With that, Izumi and Hinata hurried towards the Hyuga clan residence. What was Izumi planning to do? Naturally, she intended to admit her mistake and clarify the situation, though convincing Hinata to explain might prove quite challenging. Upon nearing the Hyuga home, Izumi spotted Hyuga Hayashi standing at the entrance. Despite her inexplicable fear of him, Izumi steeled herself and approached. Chapter 84. Leaving Konoha. Lord Hayashi. "Father, Hinata, you should return home. Complete your assignments this morning." Without allowing them to speak further, Hayashi issued his directive. Hinata lowered her head and entered the Hyuga household, glancing back occasionally with concern for Izumi. Hinata is not permitted to stay out late again. Izumi had expected a punishment, but was taken aback when Hayashi merely stated this and turned away. She felt momentarily lost. Hayashi refrained from reprimanding Izumi, understanding that children rarely engage in serious mischief, and he had discreetly checked on Izumi the previous night to ensure her safety. Furthermore, given Izumi's recent loss, he couldn't bring himself to chastise Izumi. The death of her parents was a profound shock to Izumi, manifesting in the awakening of her Sharingan to Tsutomu. Izumi found herself at a loss for words regarding this transformation. The Sharingan, often regarded as a cursed eye, seemed to bring forth suffering with each awakening, first ignited by a robbery incident, and now by the tragedy of her parents. She pondered what the next catalyst might be. System. Provide me with a side quest. Ding. System notification. Side quest. Defeat the Sand siblings. Upon hearing the system's voice, Izumi inwardly lamented her predicament, knowing that the so-called siblings referred to Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. While Temari and Kankuro posed a manageable challenge, defeating Gaara, a Jinchuriki, seemed insurmountable. Despite the daunting nature of the task, Izumi chose not to berate the system further and promptly made her way to the Hokage Tower. Third Hokage. Izumi, I am truly sorry about your parents. It was the negligence of Konoha that led to such a tragedy. Please accept my condolences. Third Hokage. I wish to undertake a mission that allows me to temporarily leave Konoha. I feel the need to explore the ninja world. For remaining at home only serves to remind me of my loss. The third Hokage hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he would never approve such a request. Knowing that countless ninjas perish daily, should every family member be granted permission to leave? Yet, gazing into Izumi's sorrowful eyes, he found it difficult to deny her this respite. Very well, I shall assign you a mission. The third Hokage handed her a scroll, detailing a task to eliminate bandits along the border of the Land of Fire. Go out, clear your mind, and return when you feel rejuvenated. Thank you. Izumi took the scroll, prepared her belongings, and departed from Konoha. Though tasked with ridding the area of bandits, the mission afforded her considerable freedom, lacking time constraints or fixed objectives, essentially. It was a means for the third Hokage to allow her some solace. The first stop for Izumi was naturally the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. This time, the side quest involved defeating Gaara and his two companions. Previously, Izumi had also received a challenge mission, and it was high time to fulfill it. After changing into suitable attire at the border of the two nations, Izumi proceeded towards the Land of Wind. One cannot help but remark upon the harshness of the weather in this region. The relentless storm of sand was unyielding, and the ground was perpetually covered in grains of sand. Chapter 85. The task in the Land of Wind. How vexing. Does the Land of Wind not deserve afforestation? It is a wonder that they can endure such an environment. Having spent 3 days in the Land of Wind, Izumi had wrapped herself tightly, yet she still felt as though her clothes were filled with sand. Another 3 days passed, and Izumi finally arrived at the Sand Village. Perhaps due to her young age, the guards did not subject her to much scrutiny and allowed her entry into the village. With such lax security, it was no surprise that Deidara was able to abduct Gaara. Once inside the Sand Village, Izumi casually found an inn to stay in, and then began her investigation into the whereabouts of Gaara and his siblings. It wasn't long before she gathered information on the three of them. But the next challenge was how to engage them in battle. After all, this was the Sand Village, and any skirmish was likely to attract powerful ninjas. Currently, it was implausible for Izumi to escape from the stronghold of her enemies. After much contemplation, Izumi devised a rather cunning plan, to use Shikaku to divert the attention of the Sand Ninjas. With her mind set, she immediately put her plan into action, first locating Gaara. Izumi's idea was simple. She intended to influence Shikaku directly with her Sharingan. While she could not control the beast itself, she could manipulate Gaara. Jinjutsu, Nirvana technique. As Gaara played around, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, promptly succumbing to a deep slumber. With Gaara asleep, Shikaku instantly seized control of Gaara's body, and a massive tanuki materialized before Izumi. Seizing the moment of chaos, she swiftly departed from the scene of the incident. Next, she sought out Kankuro and Temari. "Who are you?" Temari immediately prepared for combat upon seeing Izumi clad in black. Fire style, great fireball technique. To conceal her identity, Izumi refrained from using the great fireball and opted for other ninjutsu. Wind style, kamaitachi. Not one to back down, Temari retaliated with a technique she had recently mastered. Fire counters wind, and Izumi's proficiency in ninjutsu far surpassed Temari's, allowing her fireball to pierce through Temari's defenses with little obstruction. Watch out. Puppet manipulation, crow. Kankuro could only control a single puppet at the moment, but Izumi did not underestimate him. The poison on his puppet was no trivial matter. As the crow lunged towards her, Izumi swiftly turned and kicked aside the concealed weapon shot from its beak, quickly forming hand seals once more. Seeing Izumi prepare to unleash ninjutsu, Kankuro maneuvered the crow to intercept her, but fearing the puppet's poison, Izumi was compelled to abandon her technique. Just then, Temari's attack arrived. Observing Temari wielding a fan taller than herself, Izumi found the sight rather comical. Wind style, kamaitachi. Once more, she unleashed her technique, not overly concerned. This time, however, she did not employ ninjutsu for defense or counterattack. Jinjutsu, Hell's Gaze. Temari, caught completely off guard by Izumi's jinjutsu, fell victim to its effects, leaving her unable to act as her kamaitachi approached Izumi. Kankuro, believing his sister's attack would defeat the enemy, was taken aback when a puff of white smoke revealed that the original Izumi had transformed into a ceramic jar. Chapter 86. Temari and Kankuro Substitution Technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Faced with Izumi's onslaught, Kankuro resorted to using the crow for defense, while Izumi appeared right beside Temari, rendered immobile by the jinjutsu. Temari could neither retaliate nor escape. Izumi deftly brandished a kunai against Temari's throat. Ding. System notification. Defeating the Sand siblings is 1/3 complete. With Temari subdued, only Kankuro remained. Seeing Izumi holding a kunai to his sister's neck filled Kankuro with urgency, yet he dared not act, fearing that any sudden movement would bring harm to his sister. Noticing Kankuro's anxious demeanor, Izumi said nothing, merely rising to leave Temari's side. Though puzzled by Izumi's actions, Kankuro was relieved that his sister was safe, albeit temporarily. If he could not overcome the enemy before him, both he and his sister would surely meet their demise. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted once more. But this time, Izumi's target was not Kankuro, it was the crow he controlled. Realizing that Izumi's attack was aimed at his puppet, Kankuro hastily maneuvered to evade. Yet he overlooked a critical detail. He himself was exposed to Izumi's presence. At that moment, even controlling a puppet was a strain for Kankuro, and in his focus on the crow, he neglected to monitor Izumi's movements. As Kankuro evaded the fireball with the crow, he glanced up to locate Izumi, only to find that she had vanished without a trace. "Looking for me?" Izumi's voice suddenly echoed in Kankuro's ear. Upon hearing her voice, Kankuro attempted to evade, but his reflexes could not match Izumi's speed. Thus, poor Kankuro found himself ensnared by Izumi's kunai at his throat. "Do you surrender?" Izumi's voice rang out once more. "You win, but can you spare my sister? She poses no threat to you." Desperate, Kankuro was willing to trade his life for his sister's safety, threatening to detonate the explosive tags on his person if Izumi refused. "I have no intention of taking your lives. Had I wished to do so, she would have perished the moment she fell. Now, do you concede?" "Very well. As long as you do not harm my sister, I concede." Ding. System notification. Defeating the Sand siblings is 2/3 complete. After vanquishing Kankuro, Izumi promptly departed the scene. While Shikaku's attention had been diverted, this was still the Sand village. If any other ninjas noticed that a child was being bullied, Izumi knew she would not escape unscathed. With 2/3 of the task completed, only Gaara remained. At that moment, Izumi conceived an idea. She wished to test something. If successful, it would save her considerable effort, yet if not, she would have to devise another strategy to defeat Gaara. Lightning style, lightning clone. A clone composed of lightning appeared before her. Observing the significant chakra drain from creating the clone, Izumi felt a twinge of frustration. Her chakra reserves were still insufficient. With the lightning clone now summoned, Izumi dashed towards the outskirts of the sand village. While the clone transformed its appearance to resemble a sand ninja, heading to the battlefield of Shikaku. Chapter 87. Ambushing Shikaku. Though Shikaku had seized control of Gaara's body and entered a rampaging state as a Jinchuriki, Gaara was still far too weak to bear the overwhelming power of Shikaku, resulting in the beast's mere facade within the sand village. Under the relentless assault of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the multitude of sand shinobi, Shikaku found himself retreating steadily. At this juncture, Izumi's lightning clone had arrived at the battlefield. The sudden appearance of Izumi went unnoticed by the others, for his current guise was that of a sand shinobi, a presence that seemed fitting in this context. Hold your ground. Shikaku is running low on power, Raza urged, while simultaneously exerting more control over Shikaku with the sand gold, boosting his comrades' morale. Although Shikaku's rampage had not resulted in any casualties, it had severely disrupted the internal structure of the sand shinobi. The village, already impoverished, had only recently begun to recover. Shikaku's outburst had thrust it back into dire straits. As Izumi observed Shikaku's impending defeat, he utilized the body flicker technique to appear directly before him. Raza, noticing the sudden appearance of the sand shinobi, quickly discerned that Izumi had employed a transformation technique. Realizing that Shikaku's rampage was not incidental, but rather orchestrated by someone with intent. Understanding this, Raza immediately launched an attack against Izumi. Despite his uncertainty regarding Izumi's intentions, he was certain it could not bode well. Magnet release, glass shatter, lightning release, thunderclap. Izumi and Raza unleashed their jutsu almost simultaneously. However, Raza directed his attack at Izumi while Izumi aimed for Shikaku. The already beleaguered Shikaku was struck directly by Izumi's assault, finally unable to maintain his transformed state, his colossal form dissipating into a cloud of yellow sand. Simultaneously, Raza's attack successfully struck Izumi, yet the Izumi that had arrived to assist was merely a lightning clone, and its loss was inconsequential. Unbeknownst to Raza, he merely ensnared Izumi without slaying him. Raza's intent was clear. He sought to extract the truth from Izumi's lips regarding who had instigated this attack. However, this ambition was destined to fail, for the lightning clone would not divulge the truth. Seizing the moment of Raza's distraction, Izumi released the substitution technique, evading the glass shatter attack, and executed a body flicker technique to reappear beside the young Gaara. Upon witnessing Izumi's presence next to Gaara, Raza instinctively assumed Izumi's intent was to eliminate Gaara. Regardless of the circumstances, Gaara was Raza's son, and he held a deep affection for him, prompting an immediate counterattack. Sand binding, sand rain. He unleashed two jutsu in swift succession, one to restrain Izumi and the other aimed at his demise. However, to Raza's astonishment, his attack struck Izumi, whose face bore a cunning smile, indicating the success of a scheme. The sand rain successfully obliterated Izumi, the lightning clone succumbing to fatal damage and transforming into a burst of electricity. Poor Gaara, being too close, inadvertently received an electric shock. Ding. System notification. Side quest defeat the Sand Shinobi siblings completed. Reward. Water release. Grand Waterfall Technique Scroll. Single use. Does not consume user's chakra. Points. 100. Chapter 88. Attributes and Pursuit. Ding. System notification. Challenge Shikaku. Jinchuriki form. Successful. Attribute system activated. Attribute transformation commencing. 10, 20, 90, 100. Transformation complete. Izumi encountered no surprises upon completing the task, yet he pondered the enigmatic nature of this attribute system. Curiously, he accessed the system and discovered an additional attribute section. Upon reviewing the attribute interface, he beheld his current stats. Name: Uchiha Izumi, Commoner, Strength, Chunin Taijutsu, 70 Stamina, 200 Ninjutsu, 150 Power, 50 Agility, 120 Resistance, 200 Defense, 50 Recovery, 100. Seeing this array of numbers left Izumi somewhat bewildered. Could it be that he could allocate points like in an online game? System, what is the meaning of this? Attributes are converted based on your talents and abilities. Taijutsu reflects your proficiency in physical techniques. Stamina indicates the volume of chakra. Ninjutsu represents your mastery of techniques. Power signifies your strength. Agility denotes your speed in attack and movement, and resistance indicates your ability to withstand Jinjutsu. Defense pertains to your resilience against ninjutsu and taijutsu. while recovery pertains to your body's healing capacity. With the system's explanation, Izumi finally grasped the concept. Yet another question surfaced in his mind. Was there a means to augment these attributes? System, how can these attributes be increased? Firstly, through regular training, which naturally enhances your abilities. Secondly, by completing tasks that yield special rewards, such as the physical enhancement you previously received. Is there no direct way to allocate points? None. Do you think you're playing a game? You can't just add points. Why not recharge your intelligence instead? Once again subjected to the system's banter, Izumi felt an urge to retaliate, but he quickly realized he was outmatched and refrained. Ding. System notification. Side quest escape Raza's pursuit completed. Reward. Special ninjutsu scroll fragment X1. Upon receiving the new task, Izumi recalled that he was still within the land of wind. Although he had departed from the sand village, the distance was not great. Raza, upon discovering that the assailant on Gaara was merely a clone, would undoubtedly seek the true perpetrator. With this thought, Izumi cast aside all else and began his flight. Izumi's instincts proved correct. After confirming that Gaara had survived, Raza commanded a portion of the sand shinobi to remain in the village while he personally led the pursuit. Raza was engulfed in fury. Shikaku's rampage had incinerated years of his hard work, resulting in extensive property damage that needed repair, a significant financial burden for the impoverished sand shinobi. Had it been a mere uncontrolled outburst, Raza could have accepted it as misfortune, but knowing it was a deliberate act fueled his rage towards Izumi. He vowed to capture Izumi and mitigate the damages incurred. The fifth Kazekage personally leading the pursuit of a lone individual was no small feat, bestowing great significance upon Izumi. However, he was far too preoccupied to relish such glory. The traps he had set earlier had been triggered, indicating that someone was closing in on him. Chapter 89. Battle Goodness. This is too fast. Does Raza fear that there might still be enemies within the sand village? Had I known he would pursue me so relentlessly, I would have remained in the village. This is no sustainable course of action. Great system, lend me your assistance. You cannot simply watch as I meet my end. Indeed, I cannot just watch you perish. Exactly. So please assist me. Hearing the system's response filled Izumi with hope. With its aid, he was certain he could evade capture. Thus, I choose to close my eyes and not look. Upon uttering this phrase, Izumi stumbled and fell into the sand. Curse you, system. You truly are a treacherous entity. Emerging from the sand pile, Izumi wore a disgruntled expression. This system was indeed a source of vexation. Just as he prepared to continue his tirade against the system, a sudden explosion jolted him back to reality. Realizing he was being pursued, he had no time to waste on futile complaints. Instantly, he regained his footing. Shadow Clone Technique. Due to the dwindling chakra reserves, Izumi opted not to expend energy on a larger lightning clone. Two shadow clones emerged, each darting in opposite directions, while Izumi sprinted directly towards the Hidden Leaf village. Gaining speed, she was soon pursued by Raza and his comrades, who arrived at the spot where Izumi had just been. Observing the additional footprints on the ground, Raza discerned that the enemy had employed a technique akin to the Shadow Clone Jutsu, prompting him to immediately divide his ninja into 3 teams. It is debatable whether Izumi was fortunate or unfortunate. The route chosen by Raza's team led them straight to the Land of Fire. Among the Chunin, Izumi's speed was undoubtedly commendable, yet it paled in comparison to that of Jonin and Kaga-level adversaries. Frustrated upon sensing the approaching pursuers behind her, especially upon spotting Raza at the forefront, Izumi felt a wave of despair wash over her. If it had been merely a group of Jonin, she might have found a way to evade them. But facing a Kaga-level threat left her feeling utterly helpless. Wind release, great breakthrough. She executed a jutsu in haste, her aim not to engage Raza, but to escape. Safety lay within the borders of the Land of Fire. As the wind shadow, Raza could not afford to provoke war by entering another nation's territory. And with so many ninjas trailing him, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. If the Sand Village were to engage in battle with the Leaf, the consequences would be dire, and Izumi trusted that Raza would refrain from crossing into the Land of Fire. Magnet release, Sand Shuriken. A barrage of shurikens made of sand hurtled towards Izumi. Faced with the onslaught, she had no choice but to accelerate and evade. However, without the aid of the Sharingan, she found it impossible to entirely dodge the dense barrage, resulting in several non-fatal wounds that betrayed her true presence rather than that of a mere clone. Lightning release, Earth Walk. She pivoted once more, unleashing a jutsu to buy herself some time, but the sand ninjas had begun their counterattack. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great scythe. 2 consecutive wind techniques obliterated her lightning release, surging relentlessly towards her. The assault, classified as a B-rank jutsu, left Izumi in a state of dismay, forcing her to halt and defend. Otherwise, she believed she would surely perish beneath the might of such jutsu. Chapter 90. You are powerful. I have a mission item shadow clone jutsu. A clone appeared, and together they began forming seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon fire technique. With the fire enhanced by the wind, flames surged towards Raza and his group. Magnet release, sand wave. A tsunami of sand surged forth, blocking the flames. Witnessing this, Izumi was left speechless. Such a scale of jutsu was undoubtedly at least A rank. How could she possibly respond? This was not the time for concealment. Without hesitation, she resolved to flee with utmost speed. 8 gates, first gate, open. Unlocking the 8 gates, Izumi dashed away at her maximum velocity. Although the sand wave had a vast range, its speed was comparatively sluggish, especially after she activated the 8 gates, rendering her escape impossible to hinder. Magnet release, gold sand binding. To her shock, just as Izumi landed, Raza's attack ensnared one of her feet in sand. Lightning release, earth walk. With no other choice, Izumi utilized the lightning release to shatter the sand binding her foot, yet the jutsu left her body tingling. Surrender, you are no match for me. Reveal who sent you, and I may guarantee your survival. Raza, confronted by Izumi's transformation technique, failed to perceive her true age, mistaking her for a member of a hidden village's dark faction. Humph. Raza, do you truly believe that capturing me means your troubles are over? You brought so many jonin, but how many more ninjas does your sand village have? Izumi feigned bravado, her words triggering a realization in Raza. He suddenly understood that the sand village was gravely weakened. In his moment of anger, he had led most of his forces in pursuit. If the village were to come under attack now, it would face catastrophic consequences. It appeared that the wind shadow had suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, but how long would it take to return to the sand village from here? Who indeed sent you? Raza contemplated the identity of the orchestrator behind this incident, already forming some answers in his mind. Even as the sand village teetered on the brink of destruction, he had no interest in divulging information to the wind shadow. Water release, great waterfall technique. Despite being in a desert devoid of water, A-rank jutsu was far from feeble, especially as Izumi unleashed it using a scroll rewarded by the system, defying terrain, attributes, and chakra, manifesting in its most formidable form. Witnessing Izumi execute such a fearsome water release in a waterless desert, Raza immediately suspected the Mist Village to be behind this incident, for they were renowned for their mastery of water techniques, while other villages possessed ninjas trained in water release. Only the formidable warriors of the Mist Village could execute such high-level jutsu in an arid environment. Magnet release, sand wave. Raza quickly countered with his own jutsu to withstand the great waterfall technique. Should he be engulfed by such a powerful attack, his accompanying sand ninjas would likely suffer casualties. Seizing the opportunity while Raza defended against the water release, Izumi accelerated her escape. Having exhausted her last resort, she knew that remaining any longer would be folly. Though the great waterfall technique had not depleted her chakra, her prior exertions and the successive use of wind, fire, and lightning techniques had left her chakra reserves severely diminished. After a prolonged struggle against Raza's full defense, Izumi's water release was finally thwarted. Watching Izumi vanish from sight, Raza gritted his teeth and led the sand ninjas back. He recognized that continuing the pursuit would likely result in his own demise, yet he prioritized the safety of the sand village over capturing Izumi. Chapter 91. Joining the Bounty Association, Part 1. Sensing that Raza had departed, Izumi exhaled a sigh of relief, though she dared not pause. A sudden reversal could spell disaster. Maintaining her full speed, she finally reached the border of the Land of Fire, where she finally halted. Beep. System notification. Side quest completed. Escape from the 4th Kazekage. Quest reward. Special Ninja Technique Scroll Fragment X1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Izumi felt a profound sense of relief. The pressure exerted by a Kage-level ninja was unbearable, and she had truly escaped by the skin of her teeth. Had it not been for her timely use of the Great Waterfall technique, she might have been captured or killed by the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Neither outcome was desirable for her, and she not only managed to escape, but also shifted the blame onto the Mist Village. As for how things would unfold henceforth, Izumi was disinterested in knowing. With the side quest complete, she realized that despite the effort expended, her gains were minimal. Her only rewards were the activation of a new system and the fragment of the Flying Thunder God technique. Beep. System notification. Side quest. Join the Bounty Association and become a bounty hunter. Upon hearing the system notification, Izumi initially thought Raza was pursuing her again. However, after understanding the nature of the task, she relaxed. The new quest appeared manageable, yet her foremost dilemma was the location of the Bounty Association. Surely she could not randomly accost an individual for directions. Master of the system, while it is permissible for you to assign me tasks, it would be gracious of you to provide guidance on how to proceed. You are aware of my circumstances. Upon leaving the hidden leaf, I can only find my bearings by following the sun. Would it be too much to ask for a bit of direction? Truly useless. Consider yourself fortunate this time, as my mood is benevolent, and I shall bestow upon you a map. As the system's voice faded, a map appeared in the hands of Izumi, indicating the location of the nearest Bounty Association and detailing the process of joining. The prerequisites for joining the Bounty Association were remarkably straightforward. One needed only strength. Regardless of who one was, as long as they possessed power, they could gain entry. Proving one's strength was equally simple, by eliminating a guardian. Every Bounty Association outpost has a guardian who appears to be merely a gatekeeper, yet serves as a measure of one's capability. Only by defeating this individual can one accept tasks from the association. Following the map's directions, Izumi quickly located the nearest outpost, only to discover it was situated in a restroom. How peculiar. The last time she had delivered the remains of the Land of Earth to the Bounty Association, it was also in a restroom. Could this organization possess some peculiar penchant? Hey, what brings a little brat like you here? Be careful not to fall into the cesspit. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Izumi, the guardian dismissed her as a ninja, for her stature offered ample concealment, and she bore no forehead protector, the emblem of a ninja. Even a rogue one would typically carry one. Are you the guardian? Izumi inquired, unfazed by the mockery. The guardian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young girl would be aware of his role, and her presence in this location made her intentions unmistakable. Chapter 92, Joining the Bounty Association, Part 2. With the guardian's reaction confirming his identity, Izumi swiftly launched 3 kunai to block his escape routes. At that moment, she formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward him, prompting the guardian to defend himself. Earth release, earth wall. A wall of earth rose to intercept Izumi's fireball and kunai. Just as he relaxed, he felt a sudden chill at his neck and looked down to find his head had severed from his body. It was only then that he comprehended he had perished at the hands of the girl before him. Yet he never grasped how he had met his demise. Is this your first time here? With the guardian slain, a figure promptly appeared before Izumi. She was not surprised. It would be odd for there to be only one guardian. Indeed, I suppose I have qualified now? Please, lead the way. The appearing ninja pressed a concealed button on the wall, revealing a hidden door. Izumi followed him through the door, descending a passageway that she estimated to be at least 100 meters below ground. At such depth, even an intense battle above would go unnoticed. Izumi soon arrived at the registration area. Though termed registration, it merely provided a token representing one's identity, along with a record of their name. One could write any name they desired, as no one wished to leave their true identity in such a place. After registering, she proceeded to the task reception area, with the ninja who had guided her closely following. Beep, system notification, side quest completed, joined the Bounty Association, earning 100 points. Beep, system notification, side quest initiated, accept and complete bounty tasks to earn rewards based on task difficulty. The emergence of new tasks alongside the completion of her side quest was undoubtedly advantageous for Izumi. She could earn money by fulfilling bounty tasks while simultaneously accomplishing the system's objectives. Haha, look over there. A little brat has also joined. I wonder if he is still nursing. A bald man exclaimed upon spotting Izumi. Is fighting prohibited here? She directly asked the guiding ninja, ignoring the bald man. Of course not. Fighting is permitted here. However, there are designated safe zones where combat is not allowed. If a fight breaks out in such areas, both participants will face punishment. As a newcomer, I can protect you, but should you engage first, I will no longer ensure your safety. Hey kid, do you want to take me on? Come on, let me see what you're made of. Upon hearing the bald man's taunts, Izumi shook her head in exasperation. It was baffling whether he was truly dim-witted or simply foolish. Anyone who reached this place must have slain a guardian, and under that premise, to underestimate another was sheer folly. As the bald man stood, Izumi executed a body flicker technique, appearing behind him. The bald man did not anticipate her swift movement, causing him to lag momentarily. However, his reflexes kicked in, and he ducked forward, narrowly evading Izumi's attack. Chapter 93. Accepting tasks. The bald man had evaded Izumi's strike, but that did not mean she would let him off easily. She stepped forward and kicked directly at him. Water release, water barrier. Seeing Izumi's rapid assault, the bald man immediately resorted to ninjutsu for defense. Faced with the water barrier, Izumi refrained from testing her leg against it. Instead, she sidestepped the barrier's range and began forming hand seals before the water barrier could dissipate. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Water extinguishes fire. But in this subterranean environment devoid of water sources, the effectiveness of a water-based ninja's techniques would be diminished. Although both water barrier and dragon fire technique were C-rank ninjutsu, the dragon fire technique was exceedingly close to B-rank, whereas the water barrier was merely a basic C-rank technique. Thus, the dragon fire technique successfully breached the water barrier's defenses. The bald man, caught off guard by the failure of his defense, had no time to react before being engulfed by Izumi's flames. When the fire subsided, the bald man lay dead, his body charred. Does this man have a bounty? Izumi casually severed his head and inquired of her guide. Yes, but it's only worth 1,000 ryo. The guide exhibited no reaction to Izumi's act of slaying the bald man, as if he had seen nothing. Izumi brought the head of the now-deceased man to the task reception area to exchange for 1,000 ryo, though the sum was modest. Even the smallest of rewards held value. After collecting her bounty, Izumi meticulously examined the available tasks. In this place, tasks did not possess a hierarchy. One could accept any task as long as they had the courage. Naturally, if a task remained uncompleted after a certain period, it would reappear. Gazing at the task listings, Izumi found herself at a loss for words. From the lowest-paying task of eliminating bandits to assassinations of shadow-level threats, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was listed among the assignments. Although surprised by the array of tasks, she found it somewhat acceptable. Just as she was engrossed in examining the tasks, a figure unexpectedly passed by her. The individual was unfamiliar to Izumi, yet the attire they donned was all too recognizable, an Akatsuki cloak. This garment signified their affiliation with the Akatsuki organization. However, she did not recognize this individual. They were likely an early member of the group. The appearance of Shao was merely a trivial accident. Quan had suddenly undertaken 3 missions, the first of which was to eliminate the rogue ninja from the Land of Wind. Nakagawa Yuki. Nakagawa Yuki, a former chunin from the Land of Wind, was adept in wind release techniques. He had been branded a rogue ninja after killing a teammate during a mission and had since become affiliated with the Mist Ninja Village of the Land of Water. This mission was not particularly challenging for Quan, although the current situation in the Land of Water, known for its blood mist, posed some difficulties, especially considering that Obito was likely lurking there. Despite the inherent risks, Quan accepted the task. Upon leaving the Bounty Association, he set forth towards the Land of Water. The journey was notably long, nearly traversing the entirety of the Land of Fire. However, this was of little concern to Quan as he had ample time. Half a month later, Quan finally arrived in the Land of Water. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to storm the Mist Ninja Village, especially since his target, Nakagawa Yuki, was not there but stationed at the border. It was understandable that a ninja who had once betrayed their village would find little trust anywhere. Had it not been for Nakagawa Yuki's valuable information, even Yagura would have been reluctant to accept him. Now in a foreign land, Nakagawa Yuki regretted leaving Sunagakure. Despite its poverty, there was at least no atmosphere of cold-blooded hostility there. Besides the environmental factors, Nakagawa, being an outsider, faced considerable rejection from the Mist Ninja, and due to his lack of significant contributions, he had ended up on border duty. From a distance, Quan observed Nakagawa Yuki, who had been stationed there for a whole day. During that time, Quan discerned the distribution of the few guards. Although the duty was meant to consist of pairs, no one was willing to partner with Nakagawa due to his outsider status, leaving him alone. This created the perfect opportunity. As Nakagawa began his patrol after the shift change, Quan seized the moment to strike. Fire release, peony. Utilizing a wide-ranging ninjutsu, Quan forced Nakagawa to either evade or defend with his own technique. As expected, confronted with nowhere to hide, Nakagawa swiftly demonstrated his ninjutsu. Wind release. Thousand Faces of Wind. Although fire is typically superior to wind, the peony's assault was too dispersed, allowing Nakagawa's technique to easily dissipate it. Observing his wind technique effortlessly neutralize Quan's attack, Nakagawa assumed Quan to be weak, and thus refrained from signaling for help. Undeterred by the thwarted attack, Quan maintained a stoic expression and formed new hand seals, clearly indicating that this time it was not the peony. Fire release. Dragon Fire Technique. The dragon fire surged forth with devastating force towards Nakagawa, who instinctively attempted to evade. However, as he leaped, he unexpectedly found someone behind him. Before Nakagawa could react, Quan launched his assault. Lotus Blossom. In that instant, Quan opened the first gate of the 8 gates, using iron chains to restrain Nakagawa, and the Lotus Blossom slammed him into the ground. Not far away, Quan stood resolutely, silently observing his adversary. At the last moment, Nakagawa, unbeknownst to Quan, had employed some ninjutsu that mitigated a portion of the impact. Thus, while the Lotus Blossom had succeeded, its effect was somewhat diminished. You just utilized the 8 gates, didn't you? I never thought a Konoha ninja would aid the Sand Ninja in hunting me down. This is the land of water. Are you not concerned about inciting a war? Nakagawa struggled to rise from the earth, the recent impact having left him severely shaken. If the Mist Ninja and Konoha were to clash, it could be quite beneficial for me, as it would yield greater rewards, Quan's voice rang out. Although he believed Nakagawa could not escape his grasp, it was prudent to remain cautious. He did not wish to provoke any trouble for Konoha. A bounty hunter? I didn't realize my life was so coveted. However, if I kill you, I presume I could earn a reward in return? Wind release. Great breakthrough. As Nakagawa launched his counterattack, a smile crept across Quan's face. Just as Nakagawa pondered why Quan appeared amused, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 95. Exploded Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted beneath Nakagawa's feet, violently tearing him in two, with his upper half landing beside Quan while the remnants lay scattered across the ground. When did you plant the explosive tag? Realizing he could not survive, Nakagawa sought to understand what had transpired, wanting clarity in his demise. When you employed your ninjutsu to counter the Lotus Blossom. Although I couldn't thwart your peculiar technique, I was able to set other traps, never anticipating that you would remain oblivious. Hearing Quan's words, Nakagawa coughed up blood, succumbing to his fate. Observing this, Quan quickly severed Nakagawa's head and sealed it within a scroll. The first bounty mission was thus complete. All that remained was to deliver Nakagawa's head. However, since the task had not been formally submitted, the system indicated that it was still unfulfilled. Aware that the recent explosion would attract the attention of the Mist Ninja, Quan swiftly departed the scene, taking the head with him. Shortly after his departure, a team of Mist Ninja arrived, inspecting the situation and discovering only the remains of Nakagawa Yuki. Realizing that a bounty hunter was responsible, they said nothing, merely cleaning up the battlefield and enhancing patrols in the vicinity. Thus, Nakagawa had died in vain. With the first mission successfully accomplished, it was time to turn to the second task. The target this time was a merchant from the land of water, Fukuchi Mayu. Fukuchi, being an ordinary individual devoid of any combat prowess, was nonetheless accompanied by 3 Jonin guards, a formidable entourage that would deter most. Quan stealthily approached the outskirts of the city where Fukuchi resided. Although the Mist Ninja village was known for its exclusivity, unfamiliar faces could still pass unnoticed, allowing Quan's presence to go undetected. He casually found a lodging and prepared to assassinate Fukuchi Mayu. In a direct confrontation, Quan was certain he would fail. The 3 Jonin were not to be trifled with, and he did not believe he possessed any protagonist luck that would enable him to triumph over a Jonin with a mere ninjutsu. Thus, he resolved to choose assassination, waiting for Fukuchi to be alone. 3 days passed, and Nakagawa's guards remained inseparable. Even when Fukuchi went to the restroom, the 3 Jonin stood vigil nearby. Observing Fukuchi's paranoia made Quan wonder if such a life was not exhausting. During these 3 days, Quan had not even had the chance to approach Fukuchi, let alone execute an assassination. He had initially planned to disguise himself as a beggar to ambush Fukuchi during an outing, but the Jonin were excessively vigilant, thwarting his attempts before he could draw near. On the 4th day, while covertly tracking Fukuchi, Quan finally encountered an opportunity, albeit one that left him feeling somewhat awkward. That morning, Fukuchi, accompanied by his 3 Jonin guards, headed to a brothel. Noticing Fukuchi's entrance into such a place, Quan couldn't help but smile inwardly. I refuse to believe you would enter such a place with those jonin. Surely, you aren't contemplating an orgy? Quan stealthily infiltrated the establishment, preparing to strike and eliminate Fukuchi Mayu. Chapter 96. Mayu Fukuchi. It has been proven that Izumi's judgment was indeed accurate, no matter how cautious Mayu Fukuchi may be. It is impossible for him to avoid the presence of 3 elite ninjas in an establishment such as a brothel. After all, certain matters are not typically appreciated by normal individuals when subjected to scrutiny. Izumi quietly made his way into the brothel. Although the 3 elite ninjas did not enter the room, they remained vigilant at the entrance. While it is true that ninjas can infiltrate from various points, Izumi firmly believed that should any unusual occurrence arise, these 3 would undoubtedly breach the premises. Despite having previously engaged with elite ninjas and even having slain one under circumstances that favored him, through ambush and the opponent's underestimation, Izumi did not entertain the notion that they would be careless this time. He understood that if they were to fight earnestly, he would likely emerge severely injured, if not dead. With utmost caution, he ascended to the ceiling of the room, where he observed Mayu Fukuchi frolicking with a courtesan, entirely oblivious to the presence above. As Izumi lay in wait, the opportune moment arrived when Mayu Fukuchi transitioned to more intimate activities with the courtesan. Seizing the chance, Izumi descended from the ceiling, and Mayu, caught unaware, had no inkling of the impending danger. The courtesan, however, did notice Izumi's sudden appearance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she attempted to scream, but her voice was muffled by Mayu's actions. Positioning himself behind Mayu Fukuchi, Izumi swiftly pressed down on his head and, without allowing him a moment to react, severed it cleanly from his body. Blood immediately splattered across the tatami mat, drenching the courtesan beneath in a crimson shower. Overwhelmed by terror, she stared at Izumi in shock, momentarily paralyzed by fear, forgetting to cry out. With a swift strike, Izumi rendered the courtesan unconscious. Though not inclined towards benevolence, he had no desire to unnecessarily slay the innocent. Whether she would survive was of no concern to him. After sealing Mayu Fukuchi's head in a scroll, Izumi retraced his steps, having completed his second objective with relative ease. Now, only the third task remained, which was not an assassination but rather a rare escort mission for the Bounty Association. Guided by the task's directives, Izumi soon arrived at his destination in the Land of Water, specifically in Saltwater City, one of the many coastal cities therein. Following the instructions on the mission scroll, he promptly met with his employer. How can it be a mere child? The employer, Chihiro Matsushita, expressed his disdain, muttering under his breath. Hearing Chihiro's words, Izumi smiled faintly and, in an instant, appeared behind Chihiro, his kunai poised at his throat. I hope you do not question my abilities, for I would not hesitate to exchange your head for some currency. Though your task offers a mere 1,000 ryo, the ease of it is quite alluring. Izumi's cold voice resonated. In the world of ninjas, the weak often find themselves in dire straits. The stronger one appears, the less likely others are to provoke them. Chihiro Matsushita broke out in a cold sweat at Izumi's threat. While he was aware that many ninjas had volatile tempers, he had never anticipated encountering one who would resort to murder over a mere disagreement. At that moment, he resolved that in the future, he would seek out a ninja village for assignments rather than the Bounty Association. Although the fees might be higher, at least his life would not be at risk. Chapter 97. The escort mission. My apologies, esteemed ninja. I did not intend to offend. Please, set aside your weapon, Chihiro Matsushita implored. Upon hearing this, Izumi sheathed his kunai and, with another instantaneous movement, returned to his original position. Relieved, Chihiro exhaled deeply. Esteemed ninja, I sincerely hope you can escort my daughter and me to the Land of Fire. I have made enemies, and there is a strong possibility of ambush along the way. Although they are ninjas, they are not from one of the 5 great nations. Tasks involving ninjas are often fraught with complications. After all, killing a ninja from one of the 5 great nations is no trivial matter. It is crucial to ascertain whether an adversary belongs to one of the great nations before commencing a mission, and thus most ninjas diligently confirm this beforehand, particularly those from smaller villages. This task is listed at 20,000 ryo, but it states merely to protect your safety, which does not align with the mission I accepted. Izumi stated, according to the rules of the ninja world, if the task set forth by the employer diverges from the actual mission, I retain the right to refuse it. In fact, I could interpret this as an attempt to deceive me and would be justified in eliminating you without repercussions. The previously relaxed atmosphere transformed into one of palpable tension once more. Chihiro Matsushita, taken aback by the presence of such a ruthless figure, hastily exclaimed, "I did not mean to conceal anything. It is just that my daughter." Before he could continue, he noticed Izumi rising and, in a panic, quickly amended his words. "I am willing to increase the payment. I will add an additional 20,000 ryo for your protection of my daughter and me." A 40,000 ryo escort mission was indeed a considerable fee, prompting Izumi to nod in agreement. "Very well. When shall we depart? If possible, I would like to leave immediately. I worry that unforeseen circumstances may arise," Chihiro replied. "Let us be on our way," Izumi declared, stepping out of the room as Chihiro turned to gather his belongings and his daughter. The trio set off towards the land of fire. Given that the land of water is entirely surrounded by sea, their journey necessitated travel by boat. Consequently, they rented a small vessel to commence their voyage. Chihiro Matsushita's daughter appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. Perhaps due to the novelty of her first journey, she seemed quite frightened, clinging to her father while casting curious glances at her surroundings, particularly at Izumi, a ninja of similar stature. In Matsushita Ritsuko's mind, ninjas were typically depicted as burly figures with fierce visages, and although Izumi wore a mask, his physique bore no resemblance to such brutality. Thus, Ritsuko did not perceive Izumi as a threat. However, her father seemed to harbor a great fear of the ninja seated nearby. Noticing Ritsuko's inquisitive gaze, Izumi chose to remain silent. It was entirely natural for a child of her age to be curious, especially as she was an ordinary civilian rather than a resident of a ninja village. Chihiro Matsushita, relieved that Izumi seemed unconcerned about his daughter's scrutiny, breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, Izumi was an unpredictable individual, one who could resort to violence at any moment. 2 days passed in relative tranquility. It seemed as though all danger had subsided, and no one would attack Chihiro Matsushita. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, Izumi sensed something amiss. Chapter 98. The mist ninjas strike. A thick fog enveloped the sea surface at dawn, growing denser as time passed. Under normal circumstances, Izumi would not have given it a second thought, but this fog was laced with chakra, indicating that it was artificially created. It was clear that this phenomenon was a result of the Mist Ninja Village's mist techniques. "The assailants are from the land of water, Chihiro Matsushita. It appears you have misjudged your opponent's resolve," Izumi noted, rising to assess Chihiro. At this juncture, Izumi had no intention of engaging extensively with the Mist Ninjas. Izumi was not intimidated by the Mist Ninjas, as he was on a mission, although it was an assignment from the Bounty Association. They could not use that as justification to harm him. However, he was concerned about attracting the attention of Uchiha Ibito or Uchiha Madara. Given that the current leadership was under the control of the Uchiha clan, Izumi could not ascertain whether the real Madara was still alive. Thus, avoiding interactions with the Mist Ninjas seemed the wisest course of action. "Esteemed ninja, if you are willing to ensure the safety of my daughter and me, I am prepared to offer 100,000 ryo." As Izumi decided to leave, Matsushita Chihiro quickly interjected. With the enemy right before them, the only ally he could rely on was Izumi, so it was imperative to persuade him to stay. Taken aback by Matsushita Chihiro's words, Izumi thought it unusual. Typically, a task of this nature would easily be accepted by most ninjas for a reward of 10,000 ryo, especially since conflicts, even among the 5 great nations, rarely escalated into open confrontation. Thus, when Matsushita Chihiro offered a staggering 100,000 ryo, Izumi readily acquiesced. Although he was reluctant to be in the line of sight of Madara and Ibito, he believed it unlikely that these two would concern themselves with such trivialities. Drawing out a kunai, his Sharingan flickered to life beneath the mask, the two tomo granting him a broader field of vision, though not enough to detect the enemy's precise location. As the Mist Ninja launched their attack, Izumi swiftly countered with the water release, water whip technique. In response, the Mist Ninja unleashed a massive water sphere that surged towards him. Seizing the moment, Izumi executed the lightning release, lightning ball, revealing the Mist Ninja's position while simultaneously dispelling their own water whip. Caught off guard by the apparent strength of this seemingly inexperienced child, the Mist Ninja found himself in a predicament, realizing that this task, initially deemed simple, had become perilously challenging. Ordinarily, low-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas employed singular attribute techniques, lacking significant potency. Yet, Izumi's dual elemental ninjutsu raised suspicions about his true rank. As the lightning ball sped toward the mist ninja, the water sphere advanced toward Izumi. Maintaining composure, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Chapter 99, Hozuki Shizuku, Part 1, with the wind release. Thousand-faced wind technique. Izumi dissipated the water sphere while simultaneously employing body flicker to vanish from sight. The mist ninja, recognizing the body flicker technique, concluded that Izumi was likely a jonin. In a desperate bid for survival, the mist ninja activated the water release, mist concealment technique, enveloping the area in dense fog, obscuring all visibility even from Izumi's Sharingan. Concerned for Matsushita Chihiro and his daughter's safety, Izumi opted to retreat to the boat instead of pursuing the enemy. Upon returning to the vessel, Izumi remained vigilant, aware that the threat had not necessarily departed and other ninjas might come forth to attack. The boat continued its course toward the land of fire, and Matsushita Chihiro regarded Izumi with newfound respect, recognizing that their safety depended on him, particularly after witnessing his formidable capabilities. In any land, a powerful individual commands respect. Meanwhile, the Mist Ninja returned to the village, abandoning the mission. Despite the Blood Mist village's reputation for violence, engaging a jonin was tantamount to suicide, and such failures rarely incurred penalties for those accepting missions. Frustrated, Sakuragawa Ki lamented that Matsushita Chihiro had managed to hire a jonin at such a low price. As his archrival, he understood that a jonin mission would typically require a fee of 200,000 ryo, a considerable sum for him. After much deliberation, Sakuragawa Ki resolved to procure a ninja to eliminate Matsushita Chihiro, driven by deep-seated animosity. He feared that if Matsushita Chihiro reached the land of fire, it would spell disaster for him. Relinquishing the full sum of 200,000 ryo, he promptly issued a new mission, which was soon accepted. On the other hand, Izumi and Matsushita Chihiro's boat approached the border of the land of fire, with only half a day's journey remaining. Although entering the land of fire may not guarantee protection from assassination, the Mist Ninja's capabilities diminished significantly once they left the sea. Izumi maintained his guard, though he believed the threat had subsided, assuming any mission targeting Matsushita Chihiro would yield little reward. Suddenly sensing danger, Izumi executed another body flicker technique, placing himself between Matsushita Chihiro and his daughter, pushing them to the ground just as a colossal sword swept past. "Is this a bounty hunter?" he mused, recognizing the voice and the towering blade as belonging to Hozuki Shizuku, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He had not anticipated that a figure of such notoriety would take on a mere C-rank task. Did the Mist Village lack higher-profile missions? "Oh, you know me? Then perhaps you could hand over the people behind you?" Hozuki Shizuku expressed mild surprise, though he was not overly taken aback, merely requesting that Izumi surrender the targets. Preferring to avoid conflict if possible. "Who you seek remains unclear to me. I am escorting 2 targets," Izumi replied, maintaining a defensive posture, unwilling to show any signs of weakness. "My target is Matsushita Chihiro. As for his daughter, Matsushita Rizu, I have no particular interest." Chapter 100, Hozuki Shizuku, Part 2, I see. Then I can hand Matsushita Chihiro over to you. But it would feel somewhat regrettable to not engage in a battle with one of the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen. It seems you do not intend to relinquish Matsushita Chihiro. Misunderstanding, my esteemed elder. I merely wish to challenge you. As for him, my interest in protecting him has waned. With that, Izumi unexpectedly threw Matsushita Chihiro toward Hozuki Shizuku. Neither Hozuki Shizuku nor Matsushita Chihiro could fathom such an act. While some ninjas might abandon their missions in the face of overwhelming foes, none would ever willingly hand over their charges to the enemy. Hozuki Shizuku reacted swiftly, sending Matsushita Chihiro crashing against a nearby rock. Matsushita Rizu, terrified, stood paralyzed, while Izumi seized the opportunity to close in on Hozuki Shizuku. Fire release, great fireball technique. Izumi unleashed his most proficient technique, manifesting his Sharingan as he faced the formidable Hozuki Shizuku. Any hesitation could prove fatal. An intriguing child, Hozuki Shizuku remarked, countering with water release, water whip. This was no ordinary water whip. Its magnitude far surpassed that of the Mist Ninja, and Izumi swiftly evaded while simultaneously casting Shadow Clone technique. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The combination of his most adept techniques surged forth, prompting Hozuki Shizuku to brace himself against the overwhelming flames. realizing that the power of what was supposed to be C-rank ninjutsu was far beyond ordinary expectations. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. The B-rank ninjutsu was effortlessly unleashed, resembling a tsunami as it surged toward the flames, instantly obliterating the towering inferno, leaving nothing but a dense cloud of steam in its wake. As the mist cleared, Pai Pa Shirzong discovered that Izumi had vanished without a trace. Observing this scene, a hint of amusement danced upon Pai Pa Shirzong's lips. The art of Mist Shadow had rendered most Mist shinobi adept at assassination, and as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pai Pa Shirzong excelled in this regard. However, Izumi had chosen to employ her assassination techniques before him. Wasn't this akin to showing off one's skills in front of a master? The targets, the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which should I strike first? Izumi's voice echoed from all directions, and upon hearing such words, Pai Pa Shirzong's smile broadened. For they were concepts articulated within the silent assassination techniques of the Mist Shinobi, now uttered by an outsider. How absurdly comical. Yet, the smile on Pai Pa Shirzong's face soon froze, as 8 kunai materialized, aimed directly at the vital points he had just mentioned. He couldn't help but admire Izumi's precision in throwing her kunai, but that was where his admiration ended. With his executioner's blade raised before him, Pai Pa Shirzong blocked all the kunai, but soon he sensed something amiss. Each kunai was connected by an extremely thin wire. Fire release, dragon fire technique. As the ninjutsu was unleashed, Izumi manipulated the kunai, using the wire to ensnare Pai Pa Shirzong, while the flames simultaneously surged forth. Izumi believed that with this, Pai Pa Shirzong would be unable to form hand seals, and the dragon fire technique would strike him directly via the wire, ensuring his demise. However, what seemed like a brilliant plan soon revealed itself to be a cruel reality. Although her scheme had been flawlessly executed, it had merely struck a water clone of Pai Pa Shirzong. Upon witnessing her attack transform Pai Pa Shirzong into a puddle of water, Izumi's astonishment was palpable. Her Sharingan had been fixated on him, and she had failed to notice when he had formed the hand seals or utilized the water clone technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the ocean's surface. Faced with such a spectacle, Izumi could scarcely contain her frustration. Was this truly a water dragon bullet? A water dragon towering over 100 meters. Was that what they called a water dragon bullet? Surely the technique used by Kakashi and Zabuza was a mere imitation. As the immense water dragon approached, Izumi dared not confront it head-on, vanishing from her original position with a body flicker technique. When she reappeared, it was directly before Pai Pa Shirzong, her kunai poised for a lethal strike to his throat. So naive. Water release, Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Though her Sharingan bore only 2 tomo, preventing the use of advanced Jinjutsu like Tsukuyomi, the most basic illusions were still within reach. Pai Pa Shirzong had never anticipated that Izumi possessed a Sharingan, and thus remained unguarded against her Jinjutsu, unaware that he should not meet her gaze. The Jinjutsu successfully ensnared Pai Pa Shirzong, causing the water dragon to lose control and revert to mere seawater. However, Izumi's Jinjutsu lasted only 2 seconds before Pai Pa Shirzong broke free, but that was more than sufficient. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball was unleashed almost at point-blank range, and Izumi was convinced it would injure Pai Pa Shirzong this time. Yet, just then, Pai Pa Shirzong's voice rang out once more. Water release, water barrier. The water barrier emerged almost instantaneously, successfully mitigating the onslaught of the great fireball. Yet, Izumi's attack was not entirely without effect. Pai Pa Shirzong bore several burn marks, though regrettably, these wounds did little to impede his combat effectiveness. The Uchiha clan, how intriguing. You appear quite young, yet possess such formidable strength. Truly, this is Konoha, and the Uchiha clan does not disappoint. You are indeed impressive, and I shall grant you a reprieve after your defeat today. As for that little girl, you may take her with you. Having spoken, Pai Pa Shirzong charged at Izumi with his executioner's blade raised, swinging down with lethal intent. Izumi's heart raced with indignation. Had he not just promised her mercy? If that strike connected, she would be split in 2. What of his promise? As the executioner's blade descended, Izumi initially intended to counter with ninjutsu. But Pai Pa Shirzong's speed was overwhelming. Just as she began to form hand seals, the blade was already upon her. Continuing to seal would certainly result in her demise. In desperate circumstances, she abandoned ninjutsu in favor of taijutsu. Eighth gate of the 8 gates. Open. The first gate swung open, and with the inside of her Sharingan. Izumi anticipated the trajectory of the executioner's blade. Lowering her stance, she swiftly kicked the blade's edge. Her tactic proved effective. Yet she overlooked a crucial detail, the sheer force behind the blade. Izumi's response was impeccable, but she could not contend with the immense power of the executioner's blade, which propelled her into the water. As she surfaced, Pai Pa Shirzong awaited her, and his executioner's blade fell, striking her. Yet, as she emerged from the water, she transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Shadow clone. Realization dawned upon Pai Pa Shirzong, but his reaction was a moment too late. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fusion of ninjutsu emerged once more, this time unleashed within the water. Although the seawater diminished some of its power, the close-range fusion attack compelled Pai Pa Shirzong to retreat, allowing Izumi to resurface. The distance between the two combatants widened once more, with Izumi adopting a more cautious stance. While Pai Pa Shirzong was not a shadow-level powerhouse, he was certainly a formidable opponent, a level of strength that Izumi could not hope to match. She understood that he was not fully engaged. Otherwise, she might have already met her end. As Izumi and Pai Pa Shirzong faced each other, Matsushita Chihiro, trembling behind a rock, suddenly spoke. "Ninja, please take my daughter and leave. In this situation, I cannot possibly survive." Hearing Matsushita Chihiro's words, Izumi merely glanced at him before returning her focus to Pai Pa Shirzong, clearly unwilling to heed Matsushita Chihiro's plea. Before he could make another attempt to persuade her, Izumi surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. With the enhancement of the 8 gates, her speed was now akin to that of a seasoned jonin. As she charged, Pai Pa Shirzong formed hand seals. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. The Great Waterfall Technique was an A-rank ninjutsu, and being near the ocean undeniably amplified its potency. Gazing upon the tsunami-like force of the Great Waterfall Technique, Izumi could only muster a bitter smile. This ninjutsu was beyond her capacity to withstand. However, being unable to resist, it did not preclude her from evading it. Wind release, Great Wind Cutter. This C-rank technique would not be expected to block the Great Waterfall Technique, but the Great Waterfall, like a tsunami, had its weaknesses. While the surface of the sea roiled violently, beneath the waves, tranquility reigned. Though the Great Wind Cutter could not slice through the Great Waterfall Technique, it could indeed slice through the water's surface, allowing Izumi to dive beneath the waves, successfully evading disaster. The clever little fellow has indeed devised a method to evade my ninjutsu, but do you think this is the end of it? Water style, Great Vortex. The once tranquil surface of the sea suddenly erupted into a massive whirlpool. One must understand that even in the depths of the ocean, evading a whirlpool is nearly impossible, unless one recklessly plunges into the abyss, which would undoubtedly be tantamount to suicide. Shibin swiftly leapt from the water's surface, aiming for the rocks, yet he failed. On the brink of being engulfed by the great whirlpool, in this moment of peril, he executed the substitution technique, reappearing midair. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. This technique was not intended to attack, but rather to extricate Shibin from danger. Utilizing the wind to create a counterforce, he narrowly evaded the assault of Fizong. However, before Chen could catch his breath, Thipak Shuzhong had already materialized behind him. Chapter 103, Fizong. And the blade of Shuzhong descended with lethal intent. Anqing, left with no time to evade, resorted to defending himself with the kunai in his grasp. The kunai was no match for the executioner's blade, and Shibin's strength paled in comparison to that of Fizong. Although the strike was momentarily impeded, it ultimately cleaved Shibin in two. Staring in disbelief at his bisected form, Shibin's gaze swiftly shifted to Fizong. In an astonishing twist, the severed Shibin transformed into lightning, catching the unprepared Thipak Shuzhong off guard. Ah, the lightning clone. This was the mastermind behind the spectacle before us. When Thipak Shuzhong had hurled Shibin into the sea, he had summoned the lightning clone. While Thipak Shuzhong was distracted, he managed to discreetly retreat with Feng Shichu and his daughter. Upon recovering from the shock of the electric strike, Thipak Shuzhong glanced in the direction of Chen's south hiding place, but inexplicably chose not to pursue further, instead departing. Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation. Yet this unexpected turn of events brought him a measure of relief. Little did he know that this clash had incited Thipak Shuzhong's defection, Only the latter understood the underlying reasons. Having confirmed that Kipak Shrizong had left, Chen returned to the ship with Fengshechiyu and his daughter. Although the previous battle had been intense, they were fortunate that the ship remained unscathed. Had it been destroyed, returning to the land of fire with 2 civilians would have been a daunting task. Setting sail once more, Chen and his companions finally embarked on their journey back to Konoha. At this moment, Fengshechiyu could no longer underestimate Chen, for both he and his daughter owed their lives to him. The recent battle had illuminated Chen's formidable strength. 3 days passed, and Chen, along with Fengshechiyu and his daughter, finally set foot on the soil of the land of fire. After an extended period at sea, the sensation of solid ground was profoundly cherished. Having delivered Fengshechiyu and his daughter to their destination, Ibn successfully completed his escort mission. Ding. System notification. Side quest completed, earning 100 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen felt no surprise and turned toward the nearest bounty association. Ding. System notification. Side quest accepted. Task in the land of demons initiated. Rewards to be determined by task completion. Chen was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the land of demons, for it was where the priestess capable of sealing the malevolent spirits resided, as depicted in the film Naruto, The Death of Naruto. However, he was perplexed as to what task could possibly await there. Despite his confusion, Chen proceeded to the bounty association, submitting the heads of the other 2 targets. With the completion of the tasks, his earnings finally swelled. Although he had undertaken several tasks in Konoha, the remuneration had been modest, as a portion of the rewards was allocated to the village. Arriving at the task registration area, Chen meticulously scanned the postings and soon discovered a task that had been lingering for 6 months. The meager reward of a mere 1,000 ryo explained its prolonged presence. Although one was reluctant to accept such a paltry task, he recognized it as a side quest and sensed that it might be more intricate than it appeared. Under the astonished gaze of the registration staff, Chen accepted the task in the land of demons and departed the bounty association, setting his course for the realm of the supernatural. System. This task in the land of demons cannot be as simple as it seems. Otherwise, it would not have remained unclaimed for half a year. Since I have accepted the mission, would you kindly enlighten me on its true nature? In reality, it is not overly complicated. You will encounter a manifestation of the malevolent spirit. Prepared for any potential pitfalls, Ben was unprepared for the system's unexpected revelation. A creature as formidable as the malevolent spirit, even a mere fragment, was beyond his current capabilities to confront. Brother, you are my own flesh and blood. Do you find joy in toying with me? Why not allow me to challenge the malevolent spirit directly? That entity is virtually indestructible. Even its manifestation would be insurmountable for a mere chunin like myself. Are you quite finished? Although the system's expression was invisible, Chen instinctively sensed something amiss. Oh, I stand corrected. I shall proceed with utmost diligence. My apologies, esteemed system, I shall not err again. In the face of adversaries, Chen could exhibit unwavering courage. Yet he lacked such fortitude when confronting the system. It seems you are wise enough to recognize your place. This time, the task I present to you carries no ill intent. While you will indeed face a fragment of the malevolent spirit, it is not beyond your capability to overcome. Consider this task a boon, for exceptional performance may yield special rewards. Special rewards? What might those entail? No comment. In any case, young one, strive diligently to fulfill your mission. Regarding the system's words, En held a mixture of skepticism and hope, having been misled before. Yet, as he had already accepted the task, he had no choice but to see it through. Naturally, if his life were truly in jeopardy, he would choose to retreat, venturing alone into the land of demons. Chen remained unaware of the brewing conflict between the land of wind and the land of water. Following the rampage of the Shikaku, which was attributed to the land of water by the rogue ninja, the land of wind prepared to impose sanctions. However, with the vast distance separating the two, and the additional barrier of the land of fire, any military action would prove impractical, especially with the latter unwilling to grant passage. Naturally, the unfortunate land of water would deny any connection to the Shikaku incident, resulting in a severance of diplomatic relations and trade between the two nations. As the originator of all these events, Izumi remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding between the two great nations. At this moment, she was en route to the land of demons, unhurried by any time constraints associated with her mission. Throughout her journey, Izumi simply masqueraded as an ordinary person, making her way to the land of demons. Chapter 105. Arrival in the land of demons, though not her first departure from Konoha, it was her first experience of such ease. In the world of Hokage, while conflicts often erupted, certain regions remained remarkably tranquil. Konoha was one such place, at least on the surface, and another was the land of demons. This land boasted no hidden villages, relying solely on its samurai as its military force. However, since only priestesses possessed the ability to seal malevolent spirits, no nation dared to attack the land of demons. More importantly, the 5 great nations had collectively declared their responsibility for the safety of the land of demons. Any who dared to assault it would face the united wrath of the 5 great nations. During the tenure of the second Hokage, there were those who coveted the land of the demons, only to be completely vanquished by the ninjas of the 5 great nations. Since then, no one had questioned the validity of the collective declaration. Upon entering the land of demons, Izumi made her way directly to the mansion of the daimyo, the very source of her mission. This puzzled her greatly. She wondered why a daimyo would offer such a meager reward for a task. Little did she know that the daimyo of the land of demons was deeply concerned about the welfare of his people, imposing minimal taxes within his realm, while providing generous compensation to the priestesses guarding it, hence his impoverished state. Ishida Mayu, the daimyo of the land of demons, hesitated as she observed Izumi's unassuming appearance. Leiwa, is that your codename? The mission entailed escorting the newly appointed priestess to the site of the spirit seal to retrieve her relic, lost along with the previous priestess who perished sealing the malevolent spirits. Your task is to protect the current priestess and recover this relic. Although skeptical, the daimyo had no grounds to refuse with Izumi already present. I understand, but I have a question. Is it not possible for someone else to retrieve the relic? Izumi inquired. If the priestess leaves this place, she may attract the remnants of the malevolent spirits. Moreover, to my knowledge, you have not issued any task to the 5 great nations, only to the Bounty Association. Hearing this, Ishida Mayu flushed. Not from a lack of desire to involve the 5 great nations, but from sheer financial incapacity. The reward of 1,000 Ryo would only suffice for a D or C rank mission in the 5 great nations, while any task involving hostile ninjas would be at least B rank, far beyond what this daimyo could afford. Only the priestess can enter that place, others cannot. Seeing Ishida Mayu's reluctance to elaborate, Izumi refrained from pressing further and followed the attendant to locate the priestess. According to her memory, the current priestess was Cheyenne. Upon reaching Cheyenne's chamber, Izumi found her sorrowfully seated beside her mother's portrait. Entering the room, Izumi paid her respects to Miroku, Cheyenne's mother, without acknowledging Cheyenne's presence. Though your mother sealed the malevolent spirits at the behest of many, it was also her own wish. She desired for you to have a happy and peaceful childhood. It was for that dream that she undertook the sealing. I understand your grief, but one must not dwell perpetually in the past. What do you know? You only preach here, Cheyenne retorted, initially feeling that Izumi's act of honoring her mother set her apart from others, only to discover that Izumi was no different in admonishing her. Chapter 106. Why don't I understand? Why don't I understand? I share a similar experience with you. Not long ago, my parents perished during a mission, leaving me an orphan overnight. To be honest, I never anticipated their deaths would sadden me. I am merely 5 years old, having seen them only a handful of times. Yet, the news of their departure struck me deeply. Cheyenne was taken aback, realizing that this young ninja had lost both parents at such a tender age. I think you have it better. At least your mother was with you often while she was alive, right? Surely, you would not want her to be saddened. Your life was bought with your mother's sacrifice. If I were in your position, I would strive to live fully and vibrantly. That is the only way to honor your mother. Rest early. We shall set forth for the sealing site at dawn. With that, Izumi turned to leave, knowing she had said enough. Cheyenne's choices were hers alone to make. The next morning, Cheyenne stepped out of her room unprompted, and Izumi awaited her arrival. What is that? That is the place where your mother passed. Bring some flowers to pay your respects. I shall protect you, and you shall safeguard the flowers. With that, Izumi handed Cheyenne the flowers she had just picked. Wait. The voice did not belong to Cheyenne, but to her attendant. What is it? I wish to accompany you. It is my duty to protect the priestess. Uncle, sorry. Please stay behind. I have not sensed any death this time. It should not be dangerous. Cheyenne possessed the ability to foresee death, yet this time, she had perceived nothing. Bringing you along would only hinder our speed, and if hostile ninjas appear, you would only become a liability to the priestess. Stay here. I will ensure Cheyenne returns unharmed. With that, Izumi took Shien's hand and dashed outside. Perhaps due to being cooped up for too long, Shien soon found herself out of breath after only a short run. After all, how much stamina could a 4-year-old child from an ordinary family possess? Shien was no ninja and could not train her body as Izumi did. Come on. If we continue like this, night will fall. Izumi crouched down, allowing Shien to climb onto her back as they advanced toward the ceiling site. Why aren't you sad about your parents' departure? Shien cautiously inquired from behind Izumi. Who told you I am not sad? I am here on this mission to clear my mind. Otherwise, who would travel to the land of demons for a mere 1,000 ryo? But I see no sadness on your face. Then let me ask you this. Does wearing sadness on your face bring your mother back to life? No. How could the deceased possibly return? Since the dead cannot resurrect, why should we wallow in sorrow? We, the living, must embrace joy and happiness, allowing the essence of those departed to continue through us, cherishing each day and alleviating any worries they may have for our well-being. Shien grasped Izumi's words, albeit vaguely. However, she seemed less burdened by sorrow now. Observing Izumi, Shien felt a growing curiosity about the nature of the person carrying her. Chapter 107. The Ambusher. Hey, you know my name is Shien, but I do not know yours. Me? You may call me Raikase. Raikase? How did you come by such a name? Curious about the origin of Izumi's codename, Shien pondered the significance behind it. That is my codename. Ninjas do not use their real names while on missions, only codenames. When registering with the Bounty Association, Izumi had chosen her codename from her time in the Umbu, as she found it too tedious to think of another. That is unfair. You know my real name. Yet you refuse to share yours. If you do not tell me, I shall inform the daimyo that you are bullying me on the road and intend to harm me. Ziyuan regarded Quan with an expression that seemed to challenge him, leaving Quan utterly speechless. Very well. I shall disclose the truth once I have safely escorted you to your destination, but as of now, there is no time for such matters, Quan stated. In an instant, he leapt backward, 2 kunai embedded with explosive tags materializing precisely where he had just landed. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Just as he evaded the explosive tags, the water dragon manifested, clearly indicating that someone sought to eliminate Ziyuan. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball surged toward the water dragon, although water can extinguish fire. When flames surpass water in magnitude, they can evaporate it. At this moment, Quan's assault significantly outmatched that of his adversary, who appeared utterly unprepared for the latent strength of the young Quan. Hold on tightly to me. The battle ahead shall not be easy, Quan instructed as he activated his Sharingan. Upon hearing his words, Ziyuan clung to Quan, her legs tightly gripping him as if fearing she might fall. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone emerged, and Quan charged toward their opponent. Water style, water blade. Observing Quan's proactive attack, the ambushing ninja promptly countered, unleashing a water-formed blade that sped toward both Quan and Ziyuan before Quan could close the distance. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The combined elemental ninjutsu of wind and fire erupted, engulfing the enemy in a torrent of flames. Faced with such a grand display of ninjutsu, the ambushing ninja was thrown into a state of panic. Evasion was impossible, leaving them no choice but to counter with their own technique. Water style, water barrier. This B-rank ninjutsu served as an enhanced version of the water barrier, continuously releasing barriers of water to withstand enemy assaults. As water and fire clashed, a dense steam enveloped the battlefield, and taking advantage of the obscuring mist, Quan executed a body flicker technique, appearing behind his foe. Though the water barrier hindered his direct approach, it sufficed for his purposes. Lightning style, lightning ball. Lightning style, earth walk. The lightning techniques, cast by both his original self and the clone, surged toward the enemy. The opponent's dual shields of wind and fire, already strained, were now overwhelmed by the surprise lightning assault from behind, leaving them with no chance of survival. Standing before the lifeless body of his adversary, Quan plunged a kunai into their heart. Even after confirming their demise, he remained skeptical of their death. Had it not been for his concern about the psychological impact of decapitating the foe on Ziyuan, he might have severed their head without hesitation. Chapter 108. No prophecy was he here to kill me? Why did I not foresee it? Ziyuan inquired as the chaos subsided. How should I know? Perhaps he was too weak to pose a threat to you. I recall your ability allows you to see death. Thus, it is natural for you not to perceive matters unrelated to it, Quan replied. You know about my ability? Ziyuan asked, surprised. Indeed, I do. Why do you ask? Are you not afraid of me? Ziyuan had expected Quan to be oblivious to her power, but he surprised her by admitting knowledge of it. Why should I fear you? Just because you can foresee the deaths of others? Every soul must face death. None can escape it. As for your so-called prophetic visions, I would argue they are merely glimpses into countless possible futures. One's destiny must be forged by their own hands. Yet, neither I nor my mother has ever been wrong in our prophecies. And so what? Does knowing you will die deter you from striving? Understand that effort may alter your fate, whereas inaction guarantees stagnation. Quan held no faith in prophecies, for the future is replete with infinite possibilities. What is deemed a prophecy is merely one of many potential outcomes. Ziyuan fell silent, her thoughts a mystery as they continued their journey. Quan, not being adept at comforting others, found himself at a loss, which explained his previous solitary existence. After a day of relentless travel, they had yet to reach the sealing location and were compelled to camp in the wilderness. Quan erected a tent for Ziyuan while he remained outside. For a ninja, a sleepless night posed little concern. However, depriving young Ziyuan of rest would likely lead to dire consequences the following day. Once inside the tent, Ziyuan had her dinner and lay beneath the covers. But despite Quan's thorough preparations, the outdoor camping experience kept her awake. Furthermore, Quan's earlier words resonated deeply with her young mind. Lightning Fire, what is your true name? Did you not promise to reveal it upon reaching the sealing ground? Since you must tell me eventually, why not do so now? Get some sleep. We have more ground to cover tomorrow. If those who ambushed us have not returned, a second wave of assassins may already be on their way, Quan advised, sitting by the fire. It had been nearly a month since they departed from Konoha, and he found himself missing his companions, Itachi, Shursui, and Hinata, who had trained alongside him. Humph, you can say whatever you wish, Ziyuan retorted, sulking back into the tent. System, is there a way to prevent Shursui from perishing? Like Itachi, he sacrificed his life for his dreams, and I cannot bear to witness such a scene unfold before my eyes. Feeling somewhat bored, Quan engaged in conversation with the system. That is your concern. You could easily save Shursui, but even if you were to do so secretly, where would you place him? Once Shursui was attacked by Danzo, there would be no way for him to remain in Konoha. Taken aback by the system's response, Quan pondered, indeed, saving him would lead to complications in his placement. Chapter 109. Ziyuan screamed, reflecting on the reality that even if he saved Shursui, there would be nowhere to shelter him. He realized it was not just Shursui. The same applied to Kwanmei. The Uchiha clan was gradually steeped in tension, and in just over 2 years, they would face annihilation. What then would become of him? I must establish my own power. Only then can I protect myself and those dear to me. Quan's inner thoughts roared. He had always focused on survival, but he had erred from the beginning. In a world torn by conflict, only by growing stronger could he safeguard himself. Konoha, though appearing peaceful on the surface, was rife with undercurrents. Figures like Danzo, the elders, and the third Hokage were not to be underestimated. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, even if he survived the Uchiha massacre, he would inevitably bear the mark of a traitor. In the original storyline, following the collapse of Konoha's plan, Sasuke Uchiha defected, pursued only by a cadre of lower-ranked ninjas. The official excuse was that Konoha lacked the manpower to deploy high-ranking ninjas, but was that truly the case? In such a vast village, could they not muster a few elite shinobi to pursue a mere genin? It was laughable. Although Sasuke's defection was spurred by Orochimaru's influence, it did not lack the tacit approval of Konoha's upper echelons, who assured Itachi that they would not intervene against Sasuke. Yet that did not mean they would not act through others. In their eyes, Orochimaru was the perfect weapon to eliminate Sasuke. Having arrived at this conclusion, Quan's desire to form his own faction solidified. To do so, he needed a territory. Reflecting on all the narratives he knew, he identified 2 locations most suitable for his development. The first location is the Land of Snow, perpetually blanketed in white, serving as an ideal natural barrier, and conveniently distanced from the 5 great ninja villages. The second is the Land of Demons, devoid of any ninja villages and protected by a decree that forbids any forces from attacking this place, much like the Land of Snow. It is also remote from the 5 great ninja villages. Faced with the dilemma of choosing between the Land of Snow and the Land of Demons, Izumi found herself in a moment of hesitation, as both locations were quite suitable. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly resonated from the tent. Upon hearing Ziyuan's agonized cry, Izumi rushed into the tent, only to discover Ziyuan standing naked in the corner, while a small cockroach was scuttling in the opposite corner. You kill it quickly, Ziyuan exclaimed. Hearing her plea, Izumi let out a sigh, having anticipated an enemy attack, only to find it was merely a tiny insect. With a sense of resignation, she dispatched the cockroach with a kunai and turned to exit the tent, carrying its lifeless body with her. Relieved that the cockroach was gone, Ziyuan took a deep breath to calm herself. However, a sudden realization struck her. Had Izumi just seen everything? As this thought crossed her mind, Ziyuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Although she was only 4 years old, she understood the distinctions between genders, and her mother had told her that a girl's body should only be seen by her future husband. Now, it appeared that Ziyuan had been exposed. Embarrassed and dismayed, she lamented that she had merely wanted to change her clothes. Despite being carried by Izumi all day, she had sweated considerably during their morning run, and as a girl, enduring such a predicament was intolerable. In the wild, bathing was utterly impossible, so Ziyuan had intended to change out of her soiled clothes. Little did she expect that upon removing her garments, she would encounter the cockroach, prompting her terrified scream that summoned Izumi. Inside the tent, Ziyuan was caught in a whirlpool of anxiety, while outside, Izumi remained oblivious to her turmoil. After all, Izumi's spirit was that of an adult, and to him, Ziyuan was simply a child, incapable of harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Hey, Leihua, Ziyuan finally poked her head out of the tent after much inner conflict. What's the matter? Izumi turned to face her, and upon noticing the sudden flush on Ziyuan's cheeks, his curiosity piqued. Did you see everything just now? Ziyuan asked, her voice trembling slightly. See what? Izumi was completely oblivious to the implication of her words and stared at her with a blank expression. You jerk. With that, Ziyuan retreated back into the tent. In her eyes, Izumi was undoubtedly being deliberately obtuse. He must have known what she was referring to and was simply trying to provoke her into uttering something embarrassing. Izumi watched the tent in silence, perplexed, wondering why the young priestess was acting so strangely. Could it be that she was experiencing her first menstrual cycle? If Ziyuan were to learn of Izumi's thoughts, she would surely burst from the tent to confront him. Within the confines of the tent, Ziyuan buried herself under the covers, cursing Izumi in her mind. Yet, inexplicably, the image of Izumi's silhouette during their battle lingered in her thoughts. Gathering her courage once more, she peered out from the tent. Hey, what did you see when you came in? This time, she dropped the formality of using his name, addressing him simply as Hey. Just now? Izumi was about to say he had seen nothing, but upon noticing the unusual flush on Ziyuan's face, he recalled the earlier incident. Are you referring to that? I did see something, but it was because I heard your scream and thought you were under attack. I had no intention of peeking, and I wasn't aware you had a habit of sleeping naked, he replied nonchalantly. Initially relieved that Izumi acknowledged the previous incident, Ziyuan felt a wave of frustration at his words. You jerk, she exclaimed, retreating into the tent once more. Izumi, bewildered by her reaction, wondered if he had misspoken. It must be said that Izumi possessed a high emotional intelligence. Throughout the night, Zen did not emerge from the tent, and Izumi remained unfazed, quietly standing guard outside. The following morning, Ziyuan exited the tent, her complexion notably poor. This was to be expected, as she had hardly slept the previous night, her mind plagued by the image of Izumi witnessing her in a vulnerable state, dozing off only in the early hours of dawn, but waking shortly thereafter. Are you all right? Izumi inquired. I'm fine, mind your own business, she retorted. Faced with her obstinacy, Izumi could only shake his head in resignation. After breakfast, the two resumed their journey. Izumi had intended to carry Ziyuan again, but for reasons unknown, she vehemently refused, leaving him no choice but to let her walk alongside him. Hey, aren't you tired? Shall we take a break? He suggested. My lady, you just rested 5 minutes ago. If we continue this way, we won't make any progress even in a month. No. Ziyuan dismissed him once more and prepared to press on. However, she soon encountered a steep slope and, losing her footing, stumbled. Just as she believed she was doomed, Izumi swiftly grasped her hand and pulled her back up. Carry me, she reluctantly conceded, realizing that her stubbornness would only lead to her own misfortune. Thus, Izumi hoisted her onto his back, continuing onward, while Xian lay against him, lost in thought. Leihua, what is your name? If you don't tell me, I will. I will tell everyone about seeing me naked, she threatened. Hearing her words, Izumi nearly lost his footing again. Ziyuan's reasoning was truly unconventional. Would the consequences of such a revelation befall him? Are you threatening me or yourself? You. Realizing her blunder, Ziyuan felt her cheeks redden once more, but maintained her bravado as she replied, mind your own business. Just tell me your name. Izumi, Uchiha Izumi. He finally relented, unwilling to prolong the discussion any further. Uchiha? Then you're from Konoha village. I recall that the Uchiha clan are ninjas of Konoha. Indeed. Wait. But I remember that the daimyo did not issue any missions to the 5 great nations. How did you accept a mission? A flicker of suspicion crossed Ziyuan's mind as she recalled that the daimyo had not dispatched any tasks to the 5 great nations. Didn't I tell you? I temporarily left the village to clear my mind and took on a few tasks at the Bounty Association, Izumi explained. Ah, I see. Ziyuan nodded in understanding, and suddenly, an idea struck her. She reached out toward Izumi's mask. Upon noticing the unusual behavior of Ziyuan, Quan instinctively reached out and grasped her hand. What are you trying to do? Isn't it uncomfortable wearing that mask all the time? Take it off. I want to see your face. If you don't show me, I want to leave, she asserted, struggling against Quan's back. Quan was taken aback by Ziyuan's relentless persistence. Ultimately, he chose not to engage with her further. After all, she was merely a 4-year-old child. Even if she saw his face, it would not matter much. The primary reason he wore the mask was not to conceal his identity, but to avoid being underestimated, as a 5-year-old's visage appeared excessively juvenile. Since Ziyuan was on Quan's back, even if she were to remove his mask, she could only glimpse his profile. Yet, even this fleeting sight sent her heart racing. I will take this mask. It shall serve as your compensation to me. Quan did not oppose her, and Ziyuan, in a moment of whimsy, placed the mask on her own face. With her curiosity satisfied, she succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep on Quan's back. Chapter 112. Arrival. Noticing that Ziyuan had drifted off, Quan could only shake his head in resignation as he retrieved a garment from his scroll and draped it over her. The beauty of the world of ninjas lies in the ability to seal away items within scrolls, allowing one to venture forth without the burden of excessive belongings. With no distractions, Quan quickened his pace. Time passed slowly, and Ziyuan remained asleep until the afternoon. Upon awakening, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and realized she was still on Quan's back. She said nothing but felt a sweet warmth as she noticed the garment covering her. Awake now? Would you care for something to eat? Quan inquired without turning his head. Ziyuan initially intended to deny her hunger, but her stomach protested audibly, drawing attention in the serene forest. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, as she buried her face deeper into Quan's back. Hearing the loud protest, Quan found a relatively flat area and set Ziyuan down to prepare lunch. Honestly, I'm not very hungry, she muttered, a statement she herself found hard to believe. I didn't have lunch either. Join me, Quan insisted. Ziyuan merely nodded in response. Soon, lunch was ready, and both were satisfied. However, a sense of weariness soon overcame Ziyuan once more, and she again lay on Quan's back, falling asleep as they continued their journey. Thus, they traversed 2 more days until they finally arrived at the place of sealing. Wait here for me. I will return shortly, Quan instructed as Ziyuan gazed apprehensively at the dark cave entrance. Fear gripped her heart, but only shrine maidens were permitted entry. There was no chance of bringing Quan along. There is nothing to fear. While this place seals malevolent spirits, it is also where your mother passed. She will surely watch over you here. Encouraged by Quan's words, Ziyuan found her fears somewhat alleviated. With newfound courage, she stepped into the cave, which contained nothing but a small bell, the token of every shrine maiden. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the bell and fled outside without looking back. In that fleeting moment, as Ziyuan turned, a figure appeared, watching her retreat with a hint of melancholy. Had Ziyuan turned back, she would have recognized this figure as her mother, Myler. Regrettably, her fear caused her to miss the singular opportunity to see her mother once more. Myler observed her daughter's departure but did not call after her, knowing she was but a wisp of lingering spirit destined to vanish soon. Having already parted from Ziyuan once, she wished to spare her daughter further heartbreak. Raising her gaze toward the outside world, Quan suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Before he could react, he found himself transported to another realm. Thank you for protecting my daughter. Your daughter? You mean Ziyuan? You are her mother. The former shrine maiden Myler? Quan asked, perplexed by the apparition before him. Chapter 113. Ziyuan's invitation. Indeed, I am truly grateful for your efforts in bringing Ziyuan here. I have always worried about her. Seeing her now, I can finally rest easy. As shrine maidens, we can sense each other's thoughts. so I am aware of everything that has transpired these past few days. Thank you for helping Ziyuan emerge from the shadow of my death. It was nothing. Even without me, Ziyuan would have found her way out. It's only a matter of time. People tend to look forward. Yet, you have guided her. I am sincerely thankful. Ziyuan possesses immense power, and I fear she may struggle to control it. Thus, I have sealed her powers, and the key is the Shrine Maiden's token. If one day the malevolent spirit breaks the seal again, I hope you can inform Ziyuan. Until then, I wish for her to grow up as an ordinary child. Is there truly no way to eliminate the malevolent spirit? If it breaks free again, Ziyuan will have to pay with her life to seal it, and as her mother, I imagine you wouldn't wish to witness such a fate. I too do not want Ziyuan to face this. However, the malevolent spirit is not of this world's creation. No force here can kill it. Our duty as Shrine Maidens is to continue sealing it. That is our fate. Fate, perhaps, when the malevolent spirit reemerges. There may be other means to confront it. Perhaps. I hope that when that time comes, you will protect Ziyuan once more. For she is the only one capable of sealing the malevolent spirit. With those words, Myler's form gradually faded until she vanished entirely, and Quan awoke from the peculiar space just in time to see Ziyuan rushing out. Overcome by fear, Ziyuan instinctively embraced Quan tightly upon emerging from the cave, and he said nothing in response. After a considerable time, Ziyuan finally released him, and Quan hoisted her back onto his back as they resumed their journey toward the land of demons. Hey, haven't I already told you my name? I just like calling you Hey. Is that not permissible? Whatever. Quan found himself at a loss for words with Ziyuan's antics. Hey, will we meet again in the future? Who knows? It's best if we don't. Why? Do you dislike me? Not at all. Generally, there are no tasks issued in the land of demons, so I wouldn't receive any missions here. The next task might be when the malevolent spirit breaks free, which would mean you must take on the responsibility of sealing it. At the mention of the malevolent spirit, Ziyuan's expression darkened. Her mother had perished sealing it, and she too could not escape such a fate, even if the malevolent spirit did not break free in her lifetime. Her own children would eventually bear the burden of sealing it. Uchiha Quan, could you stay? Remain in the land of demons to protect me. I can have the daimyo negotiate for you on the Fire Nation's side. Hearing Ziyuan's proposal, Quan halted in his tracks, surprised by her invitation. Truth be told, her offer was compelling. Staying would allow him to circumvent the Uchiha massacre. However, after contemplation, he felt he could not remain, for there were still those he wished to save in Konoha. Seeing Izumi shake her head, Ziyuan felt a deep sense of disappointment. She had anticipated Izumi's refusal from the moment she spoke, for they had known each other for only a few days. How could Izumi possibly leave the village she had called home for years? Chapter 114. Can you really not stay? Can you really not stay? Ziyuan persisted, her heart still hopeful. I did not refuse, but why do you look so disheartened? Do you agree? Ziyuan's eyes brightened at Izumi's words. Not exactly. I still have friends and family in Konoha. Even if I were to come here, I would need to bring them with me. Can I trust you, Ziyuan? Izumi said as she set Ziyuan down, turning to reveal her Sharingan. Should Ziyuan exhibit any signs of deceit, Izumi would employ Jinjutsu to alter her memories. Of course. What do you wish to discuss? Actually, I plan to leave Konoha and establish my own power. I seek a territory, and if you are willing, I would like to form a ninja village in the land of demons. This way, I could depart from Konoha, and if any threats arise, I would be prepared. Ziyuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated Izumi harbored such intentions. After pondering for a while, she ultimately refrained from asking further questions and simply nodded vigorously. What do you need me to do? Although I am a priestess, I cannot single-handedly determine the establishment of a ninja village. I do not require your assistance in that regard. I merely seek a territory. At present, I have no intention of forming a ninja village. My strength is insufficient, and I lack companions. However, I believe that will change soon, especially if you are willing to assist me. All right, I agree. Ziyuan herself was unsure why she placed such trust in Izumi. Perhaps it was because Izumi had safely escorted her to the sealing location? Seeing Ziyuan's willingness to help, Izumi began her preparations. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Since signing the contract, it was the first time Izumi utilized the summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, the dragon named Rue appeared before her. Long time no see, Izumi. Have you encountered some trouble? Rue sensed the absence of conflict nearby, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Long time no see, Rue. I summoned you to inquire if you could facilitate her signing a contract. I need to relay messages. but frequent travel between two locations is impractical, so I would like your assistance in conveying information. Sure, but let me be clear, I won't handle the message delivery myself. I'll have the younger members of my clan assist, since they have ample free time. Moreover, I plan to stay here for a while. It's too stifling in my clan, and I want to explore the outside world. Deal. Izumi had anticipated that persuading Ziyuan to sign the contract would be arduous, but it turned out to be remarkably straightforward. Thus, Ziyuan successfully became the second contract holder of the Dragon Clan, although, due to her status as a priestess rather than a ninja, she could only summon the weakest among them. Izumi returned Ziyuan to the land of demons and promised that if she found suitable companions, she would bring them there, using Izumi's code name, Thunderfire, as the signal. Ding. System notification. Task in the land of demons completed. Reward. Character system Ziyuan. Completion, 100. Earned 100 points, and the bloodline limit system is now activated. Once the bloodline limit system is activated, the host can develop their own bloodline limit. System. Does this bloodline limit system mean I can fuse two types of chakra? Not at all. The bloodline limit system merely allows you to develop a bloodline limit. Whether you succeed or not is up to you. This is the reward I mentioned earlier. I assume you are familiar with the concept of a bloodline limit. Chapter 115. Bloodline limit when two chakra natures are simultaneously mixed. A new ninjutsu is created, known as a bloodline limit. In the entire ninja world, every ninja possessing a bloodline limit is undoubtedly powerful. The most renowned is naturally the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whose would release can even counter the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. A bloodline limit is an immense advantage for ninjas, yet typically, they are passed down through bloodlines. Although Izumi had contemplated acquiring a bloodline limit, it was merely a thought. She never expected the system would bestow such a grand gift upon her. I truly adore the system now. I will never again refer to it as a scam. Izumi departed the land of demons with great excitement, unaware that from the moment she left, a small figure in the land of demons developed a habit of gazing toward the direction of Konoha. Though the distance between the land of demons and Konoha could not be described as insurmountable, it was not within the naked eye's reach. Yet, that small figure observed Konoha daily with unwavering focus. After leaving the land of demons, Izumi plunged back into the bounty association. The system's side quests and bounty tasks keeping her thoroughly occupied, though the system had also ensnared her in various predicaments. For instance, one task required her to urinate in the hero's water of the Takigakure, which nearly cost her life. Although she ultimately escaped, she spent a month recuperating from her injuries, but fortunately, she succeeded in acquiring a fragment of a special ninjutsu scroll. Ding. System notification. Successfully synthesized a special ninjutsu scroll. Learn the Flying Thunder God technique. True. Upon mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Izumi discovered an awkward issue. The maneuvering was exceedingly challenging. Even when leaving a mark on a target to teleport to its location, the spatial shift caused a momentary pause, which was undeniably perilous. Consequently, although Izumi had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, she had never employed it in actual combat. However, it posed no problem during her escape. Thus, the famed ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage became Izumi's ultimate escape technique. One could only wonder how the fourth Hokage would react if he learned that his technique had transformed into a means of survival for Izumi. Almost a year had passed since Izumi left Konoha, and during that time, she had carved out a reputation in the ninja world, with the Bounty Association's ghost mask referring to her. After obtaining the Death God mask, Izumi discovered that wearing it without utilizing its powers was also feasible. Thus, she switched to the Death God mask, as standard masks were prone to damage in battles. Finally back, Konoha Village, a place filled with nostalgia. Izumi reflected as she stood at the village's entrance. Who goes there? The guards and Umbu at the entrance surrounded Izumi, who wore a mask. Please, do not misunderstand. I am one of you, a member of the Umbu known as Thunderfire. Here is my identification. In a rush, Izumi produced her identification papers upon sensing hostility from the Konoha villagers. Izumi, you've returned? It has been quite a while since you left. One of the Umbu, removing his mask, revealed himself to be Shursui Uchiha. Brother Shursui, long time no see. You've been out having fun without a thought of returning. Hurry and report your mission. Come to the training ground tonight. Itachi will be there as well. It's been ages since the three of us gathered. Absolutely. Chapter 116. The Return. The other ninjas, seeing that Shursui recognized Izumi, ceased their inquiries and returned her identification. Izumi then proceeded directly to the Hokage building. Third Hokage. Oh, Izumi, you're back. The third Hokage did not seem particularly surprised at Izumi's return, as he had already received notification of the events at the village gate. Yes, I have completed the mission this time. As she spoke, she handed over the scroll detailing the mission to eliminate bandits to the third Hokage. Go and have a good rest. As Izumi departed from the Hokage building, he removed his mask, finally liberated from the need to conceal his true self. Safeguarding the mask of the Shinigami, he made his way directly to the Hyuga clan's residence. By now, it was afternoon, and under normal circumstances, Hinata would undoubtedly be training within her family. The guards of the Hyuga clan displayed a look of surprise upon seeing Izumi, partly because he had been absent for a year, and partly due to the noticeable changes in him. Although he was still just over 5 years old, he exhibited a certain maturity and had grown to approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. After the guards announced his arrival, Izumi was permitted to enter the Hyuga household with ease. Following a servant, he arrived at the training grounds, where a small figure was diligently practicing. Observing this scene, Izumi chose not to interrupt, instead standing quietly to watch Hinata train. While some might consider his behavior as a form of eavesdropping, Hinata's father, Hayashi, who was aware of Izumi's arrival, said nothing. Take a break. Someone is here to see you. Hayashi finally spoke after Hinata completed a segment of her training. Upon hearing her father's words, Hinata ceased her training and turned towards the entrance, only to be taken aback at the sight of Izumi. Although she knew he had temporarily left Konoha to clear his mind due to his parents' circumstances, she had constantly worried about him and missed him dearly. Izumi-kun, you're back, Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him, appearing quite flustered. Izumi, hearing Hinata's call, stood momentarily frozen. It had been a year since they last met. While Izumi occasionally missed those around him, he held no particular feelings for Hinata, as he was actually in his 20s and had never regarded her as a peer. However, upon returning after a year, a peculiar sentiment began to blossom in his heart, leaving him hesitant to meet her gaze. Hinata, I am back, Izumi replied, his voice betraying his own uncertainty. Let us call it a day for training, Hayashi stated before departing from the training grounds. With Hayashi gone, only Izumi and Hinata remained, both growing increasingly awkward in each other's presence. After what felt like an eternity, Izumi mustered his composure and suggested, shall we take a walk? Hinata replied in a barely audible voice, and together they left the Hyuga estate. Although a year had passed since his last visit, Konoha appeared largely unchanged on the surface. However, what lay beneath that facade was another matter entirely. Strolling through the marketplace, it wasn't long before they encountered familiar faces. Izumi, Itachi Uchiha, and Izumi Uchiha paused in surprise at the sight of Izumi and Hinata. They were aware of Izumi's absence due to his missions and were taken aback to find him here. Brother Itachi, sister Izumi, both Izumi and Hinata exclaimed in unison, leaving Izumi bewildered. He found it curious that while he had heard Hinata address Itachi as Itachi-kun before, she now referred to him as Brother Itachi. Hinata, you. Why? He inquired, puzzled. Is it strange? Hinata is now my sister. It's not odd to call him Brother Itachi, is it? Izumi clarified, and upon hearing her words, Izumi understood. He chose not to comment further, as their relationships were amicable. Thus, the four of them, Izumi, Itachi, Hinata, and Izumi, wandered the streets together. With Itachi and Izumi's presence, the atmosphere became less awkward for Izumi and Hinata. During the year of Izumi's absence, Hinata had channeled her longing into relentless training, spending mornings at Training Ground 7 and afternoons at the Hyuga clan's training grounds. It was fair to say that Hinata had not rested for a moment during Izumi's year away. After an extensive excursion through Konoha, they were eventually joined by Shursui, and the five of them gathered provisions to host a bonfire at Training Ground 7. They reveled together until the late hours of the night, but Izumi, concerned that Hinata might be reprimanded by Hayashi for returning too late, accompanied her back to the Hyuga residence. Upon seeing them return together, Hayashi made no remarks, only advising Hinata not to return too late in the future before turning away. Izumi couldn't help but find this situation perplexing. Had Hinata been neglected in his absence? Now 5 years old, she would soon turn 6, and with Hanabi's impending birth, could it be that Hinata had fallen out of favor? Izumi found this notion difficult to grasp. Surely, even if Hinata displayed some timidness, she would not be cast aside simply due to Hanabi's arrival. Little did Izumi know that Hayashi's apparent neglect was not due to a lack of concern, but rather because Hinata's rapid growth and skill, attributed to training with Izumi, had marked her as the clan's most promising talent. To prevent the elders from noticing her prodigious abilities, Hayashi had kept this information under wraps. Upon returning to his own home, Izumi found it impeccably clean, indicating that someone had been maintaining it regularly. He speculated it might be Izumi. But as he lay in bed, an image of a small figure diligently cleaning surfaced in his mind. Could it be you, Hinata? He wondered. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable certainty that Hinata had been the one to tidy his home. You are daydreaming. The system's voice broke the silence of the night, abruptly pulling Izumi back to reality. Hearing the system's voice, he felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. Is the item I exchanged truly safe for the Hyuga clan's training? Over the course of a year, Izumi had accrued 30,000 points, just enough for one member of the Hyuga clan to train like a standard ninja. Rest assured, the items sold by this system are entirely safe, devoid of any harmful effects, and of the highest quality, the system boasted. Izumi found himself at a loss for words in response to the system's self-promotion, but he recognized that this was not the moment for disparagement. He accessed the system to redeem the necessary items, and a crystalline pill materialized in his hand. Gazing at the pill, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. System. After consuming this, Hinata 1T end up in a situation where her clothes tear, will she? How do you know about that? I don't recall mentioning it to you. The system responded, its tone revealing surprise, as it had anticipated taking advantage of Izumi's naivety once more. I just knew. Izumi felt a sense of resignation towards the system, which seemed to delight in his misfortunes. After securing the pill, Izumi fell into a deep slumber, and by morning, he made his way to Training Ground 7, where, as expected, Hinata was already waiting for him. Hinata, there is something I wish to ask you, he began. Izumi-kun, please go ahead, Hinata replied, her expression earnest as she focused on him. Your clan cannot normally utilize ninjutsu, but during my travels, I discovered a special medicine that allows you to train in ninjutsu like any ordinary ninja. Would you be willing to give it a try? As he spoke, Izumi realized he had no solid justification to convince Hinata. Hinata nodded vigorously in response to Izumi's proposition. Are you not afraid that I might harm you? Are you not concerned that this could be poison? Hinata blushed as she spoke. Trusting Izumi, she accepted the pill from her hand, intending to consume it. Observing this, Izumi hurriedly urged her, wait. You should take it by the lake inside. It seems this medicine might cause a surge in chakra, which could lead to issues with your clothing. Although Izumi did not elaborate on what might happen to her attire, Hinata could infer the implications from Izumi's awkward expression, causing her entire face, neck, and even body to flush a deep crimson. Trembling, Hinata clutched the pill and slowly made her way toward the forest. Upon entering, she suddenly turned around, summoning her courage to declare, you must not come near me. After uttering this, she fled into the woods at lightning speed, leaving no room for Izumi's response. Izumi sighed softly and sat down in place. Aren't you going to sneak a peek? The system's lewd voice chimed in. Get lost. Are you truly not going? Go to hell. Am I so depraved? Hinata is just a child. Although my body is only 6, I am, after all, in my 20s. I do not wish to be condemned by the readers. Izumi lamented helplessly. But you are Uchiha Izumi, a 6-year-old, and age-wise, you are on par with Hinata. What is wrong with childhood friends becoming companions? Yet, Imo-Shien from Earth has already perished, hasn't he? You have reincarnated, retaining only fragments of your memory. The current you is merely a 6-year-old child. Did you not say during your first mission that you are Uchiha Izumi? Upon hearing the system's words, Izumi fell silent. Indeed, he was Uchiha Izumi, not the high school student Imo-Shien from Earth. Although he bore memories of his past life, Uchiha Izumi was still Uchiha Izumi. Thank you, system. I understand. As long as you comprehend, let us proceed to spy. Get lost, go to hell. Chapter 119. The unethical system. Izumi has come to realize that this system is undoubtedly unethical, not only a source of trouble, but also quite lewd, actually encouraging him to spy. Izumi was at a loss for words regarding the system. Just as the system was about to continue its persuasion, a powerful surge of chakra erupted, accompanied by Hinata's scream. System, are you sure your product has no side effects? Rest assured, while it can be somewhat painful during use, it is indeed harmless. If you are still concerned, you can go in and see for yourself. I estimate that Hinata will be too preoccupied to notice if anyone is around. Your spying will surely be successful, the system continued its unethical coaxing. Standing still, Izumi hesitated before finally rushing into the woods. It was not that he genuinely wished to spy on Hinata. Rather, he was excessively worried for her safety. Her scream had sent his heart racing. Upon entering the woods, Izumi found Hinata suspended above the lake, surrounded by water that seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, preventing it from reaching her. Hinata floated in midair, her entire form laid bare before Izumi's eyes. He stared intently at her, petrified that anything might go awry. In his gaze, only concern resided, with no other emotions to be found. Rest assured, the previous outburst was merely a surge of chakra impacting her meridians. The primary flaw of the Hyuga clan is their overly narrow meridians, which will inevitably cause some discomfort when expanded. In response to the system's explanation, Izumi seemed to hear nothing, fixated solely on Hinata, as if the world around him had ceased to exist, leaving only Hinata. Time passed, and an hour slipped away unnoticed. Gradually, the chakra barriers surrounding Hinata began to weaken, and the water drew closer. Witnessing this, Izumi instantly used a body flicker technique to appear beside Hinata, swiftly embracing her. "Izumi-kun, my clothes," Hinata barely managed to utter before losing consciousness. Following her gaze, Izumi noticed her clothes neatly arranged nearby. Gently placing Hinata under a tree, he carefully dressed her, as though any slight misstep would cause her to vanish. System, why did Hinata faint? It is merely a result of physical exhaustion. She will recover shortly. By the way, aren't you going to take advantage of this opportunity? Faced with such a system, Izumi could only feel speechless. Before long, Hinata regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she met Izumi's gaze, and both their faces flushed instantaneously. Izumi blushed due to having glimpsed Hinata's bare form, while Hinata blushed from the realization that Izumi had seen her in such a state. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Neither made a move, both feeling intensely embarrassed as they stared at one another. Finally, Izumi broke the silence. Although he opened his mouth, he struggled to articulate an explanation for what had just transpired. He had promised Hinata he would not enter, yet he ultimately did. Even though Izumi was not as lewd as the system, merely concerned for Hinata's safety, he had still breached their agreement. Chapter 120. I do not blame you, I do not blame you, Hinata unexpectedly uttered, surprising even herself with such courage. As those words escaped her lips, she turned her head away, unable to meet Izumi's gaze. I understand you were worried about me, which is why you came in. Hinata found herself at a loss for words. As a girl, being seen in such a vulnerable state was something she had never dared to imagine. Yet, it had undeniably transpired. Thank you for understanding me, but I must apologize. I did not uphold our agreement, and still entered. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Hinata recalled the events that had just unfolded, and she fainted once more. Witnessing Hinata collapse again, Izumi was at a loss for what to do. After a brief moment of hesitation, he dispatched a shadow clone to fetch food, for the system had indicated that Hinata had expended considerable energy. When Hinata eventually awoke, Izumi's shadow clone had already returned, and they enjoyed a picnic together. However, the earlier incident weighed heavily on both their minds, making it uncomfortable for either to glance at the other, rendering their meal oddly strained. Hinata, why not test your chakra attributes? He suggested, producing a chakra test paper. Hinata accepted it and infused her chakra into the paper. Soon, a portion of the paper ignited, while another section crinkled. Izumi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hinata's chakra would possess the aggressive attributes of fire and lightning. He had assumed her affinity would be water. Hinata, your primary attribute is fire, with lightning as your secondary. Allow me to teach you the great fireball technique. With that, Izumi retrieved a scroll, the very one that Shursui had once entrusted to him. Thank you, Izumi-kun. Hinata expressed her gratitude upon receiving the scroll. Hearing her words, Izumi wished to convey that such gratitude was unnecessary between them, yet he hesitated, fearing it might remind Hinata of their earlier encounter. So he simply replied, no need to thank me. Throughout the morning, Hinata diligently practiced the great fireball technique, while Izumi focused on mastering the flying thunder god technique. Since acquiring this skill, Izumi had been familiarizing himself with it. Yet he found himself unable to wield it with the same finesse as the fourth Hokage. As the morning passed, Hinata prepared to return to the Hyuga estate to continue her training. Izumi escorted her to the entrance, notably holding her delicate hand during the journey. A gesture that made Hinata blush but did not elicit any objections from her. Perhaps it was due to Izumi's newfound clarity. Or perhaps the events of the morning had emboldened him to acknowledge the special place Hinata held in his heart. After seeing Hinata home, Izumi hurried to the Hokage's office. "Third Hokage, I wish to challenge you once more. I believe I have made significant progress during my recent training." "Is that so?" "Perfect timing, as I could use a little break." "Come along," replied the third Hokage. Together, they made their way to the Hokage's exclusive training ground, where to Izumi's surprise, Kakashi was present. "Kakashi, have you lost your way on your journey through life?" Izumi quipped, playfully appropriating Kakashi's trademark phrase. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Kakashi's face was marked by embarrassment, while the third Hokage burst into laughter at the scene. Kakashi had been troubled by the events surrounding White Fang and Obito, and the subsequent Nine-Tails incident had only compounded his distress. The third Hokage had long sought to uplift Kakashi's spirits, but had always fallen short. However, Izumi's presence seemed to bring about a positive change. "All right, Izumi, I brought Kakashi here to observe and provide you with some advice," the third Hokage stated, prompting Izumi to nod in acknowledgement. As they entered the training ground, Izumi readied himself for battle. "Begin," Kakashi announced, and Izumi swiftly activated his Sharingan. He simultaneously opened the first and second gates of the 8 gates. His body now capable of maintaining these initial gates without suffering adverse effects after a year of training and completing missions. Though the third Hokage was aware that Izumi had mastered the 8 gates, he did not anticipate Izumi would employ them right from the outset. Yet, he chose not to retaliate. Izumi launched 8 shurikens, a testament to his honed skills, which had seen considerable improvement over the year. The third Hokage, rather than evading, opted to deflect the shurikens with his own. As he parried the projectiles, Izumi initiated a new technique. Shadow Clone Technique. A clone appeared, and both Izumi and his clone began to form hand seals. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. For Izumi, combining fire and wind techniques had become second nature, although he had yet to successfully fuse them into a bloodline limit. He understood that achieving such a feat was not something that could be accomplished overnight. As the raging flames surged forth, the third Hokage appeared momentarily taken aback, but maintained his composure. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In an astonishing display, the third Hokage executed the Water Dragon Bullet Technique with remarkable speed, producing a torrent that clashed with Izumi's fire, resulting in a spectacular cancellation of both attacks. Despite not gaining any advantage in the initial exchange, Izumi was undeterred and prepared for a second assault as the flames and water dissipated. Lightning Release. Lightning Ball. A multitude of lightning balls hurtled towards the third Hokage, compelling him to take the situation seriously. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. The third Hokage's version of the Great Breakthrough was far superior to Izumi's, yet as he unleashed it, a smile crept across Izumi's face. Lightning Release. Lightning Chain. With a series of hand seals, the previously independent lightning balls interconnected, forming an expansive web under Izumi's control. Faced with this formidable lightning chain, the third Hokage knew that a simple Great Breakthrough would be insufficient, prompting him to alter his strategy. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. This B-rank fire technique engulfed Izumi's lightning web. Observing this, Izumi and his clone once more began to form hand seals. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique. Although the Dragon Fire Technique was classified as a C-rank technique, it was nearly on par with B-rank. With both Izumi and his clone executing the technique simultaneously, its power surged to that of a B-rank jutsu. The third Hokage's earlier use of the Great Dragon Fire Technique had already drained considerable chakra, and now faced with the equally potent Dragon Fire Technique, neither side gained a definitive upper hand. Kakashi watched Izumi with mixed feelings, reflecting on his own capabilities at the age of 6. While Izumi's strength may not have equaled his own at that age, his understanding of ninjutsu surpassed his own. The clash of fire techniques resulted in a stalemate. But what transpired next astonished the third Hokage. One of Izumi's clones executed the body flicker technique, appearing right beside the third Hokage, simultaneously beginning to form hand seals. Though the third Hokage lacked the Sharingan, he immediately recognized the technique as a close-range fire release. While such proximity to a B-rank technique was not lethal, it could certainly place him in a precarious position. However, this was contingent upon Izumi's ability to complete the hand seals. Realizing Izumi's intent, the third Hokage swiftly delivered a kick to him. To his astonishment, Izumi did not vanish but persevered through the pain to continue forming seals. Observing this, the third Hokage quickly shifted tactics, launching several shurikens aimed at Izumi's throat. The third Hokage's strategy was straightforward: eliminate the threat before it materialized. While shurikens were not particularly deadly, a direct hit to the throat could spell disaster. The third Hokage calculated that the shurikens would strike before Izumi could finish his seals, leaving him no choice but to abandon his jutsu for self-preservation. However, what unfolded next was unexpected. Izumi made no effort to evade, his hands still moving to complete the seals as if oblivious to the incoming shurikens. Thus, they found their mark in his throat. Yet, in that instant, the Izumi before the third Hokage transformed into a bolt of lightning. Recognizing the technique as the A-rank lightning release, lightning clone, the third Hokage understood the situation. But the paralyzing effect of the lightning impacted him directly. Rasengan. Izumi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind the third Hokage, wielding a cerulean sphere of chakra. In the face of the third Hokage's moment of indecision, the Rasengan struck true. The third Hokage was sent spiraling away, and Izumi could hardly believe that such a formidable figure as the Hokage would meet such a defeat. As anticipated, when the dust settled, only a wooden stump remained in the corner of the training ground. Clearly, it had been a substitution technique. The third Hokage had sustained no harm. Izumi, pause for a moment. You just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, didn't you? The sight of the technique caused a momentary daze in the third Hokage. The Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, is a form of instantaneous movement. By employing the technique, the user can teleport by leaving a mark on the target, allowing for instant relocation of either themselves or any object indirectly connected to their chakra. When fully energized, the user can repeatedly transport large targets. Chapter 123. The Origins of the Flying Thunder God to date. Only the second and fourth Hokages in Konohagakure have been able to truly wield the Flying Thunder God technique. Even the third Hokage, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, does not possess this ability. Indeed, Lord Third, this is indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. However, I am not yet able to fully master it. There is a brief pause upon its execution, and the duration of this pause varies depending on the distance of the teleportation. Izumi did not conceal her understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, she had employed it to justify her usage. It is known that the only documented location of the Flying Thunder God technique in Konoha is the Book of Seals. Therefore, if someone were to learn the technique, they must have stolen the Book of Seals. Izumi needed to take this opportunity to explain herself to the third Hokage, for if Danzo learned of it first, it would lead to dire consequences. Where did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Lord Third, after leaving Konoha, I concealed my identity and joined the Bounty Association, where I undertook a mission to eliminate the merchants of the Land of Water. The scrolls for the Flying Thunder God technique and other ninjutsu were acquired from there. As she spoke, Izumi produced the scroll of the Flying Thunder God. The third Hokage took the scroll and scrutinized it carefully. Although he could not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, he had seen the ninjutsu before and could therefore discern its authenticity. Confirming the scroll was genuine, he found it peculiar that an S-rank technique belonging to Konoha had found its way into the outside world. Throughout, the third Hokage had never suspected that Izumi had stolen the Book of Seals. It was not that he trusted her, but rather that he believed she lacked the capability. The elite Umbu who guarded the book were the cream of the crop, and no matter how strong Izumi was, she was still just a child, with strength only at the level of a chunin, making it impossible for her to have stolen the book. As for Naruto Uzumaki's theft of the book, that was merely a narrative necessity. Otherwise, it would be absurd for a mere genin like Naruto to achieve such a feat after much contemplation. The third Hokage concluded that Izumi was unlikely even to know about the Book of Seals, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. Izumi, if anyone asks how you learned the Flying Thunder God technique, just say that I instructed you. You must not disclose anything about our conversation today. Lord Third, I have already informed others. Upon returning to Konoha, I taught the Flying Thunder God to Hinata. I believe this ninjutsu is incredibly useful. Of course, Izumi had not actually taught Hinata the technique, as time was too limited, but failing to say so would certainly lead to complications later on. Upon hearing Izumi's words, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that she would teach such an important technique to someone else after just one day of returning. Thankfully, It was to Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Had it been a spy, it would have been tantamount to handing over vital intelligence. Very well. Since you've already taught her, then so be it. However, Izumi, you must remember not to do this in the future. For you, S-rank ninjutsu is still far too advanced. The chakra required for the Flying Thunder God is not excessively demanding, but the majority of S-rank ninjutsu necessitates an immense amount of chakra. If you attempt it carelessly, you could easily encounter trouble. Chapter 124. Sure Sway, I understand, Lord Third. I will not act recklessly in the future. Well, that concludes today's match. Your progress is indeed notable. But do not grow complacent. Yes, Lord Third. Izumi left the third Hokage's residence alone. As she departed, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted from amiable to serious. Kakashi, keep a close watch on Uchiha Izumi. Understood. Though Izumi had exhibited no flaws in her performance, the appearance of the Flying Thunder God technique had raised the third Hokage's suspicions, prompting him to assign Kakashi to monitor her. After leaving the third Hokage's home, Izumi returned directly to her own abode. Once home, she collapsed onto her bed to rest. Although she could not sense Kakashi's location, she was fully aware that she was being watched, and that the watcher was likely Kakashi. If you wish to observe me so keenly, then I shall oblige. After all, you would never suspect the existence of my system. Izumi returned home to rest, while Kakashi could only observe from the shadows. This arrangement left Kakashi feeling somewhat frustrated. Monitoring Izumi was not difficult, considering she was merely a chunin, but avoiding the scrutiny of the Uchiha clan while observing her proved to be a challenge. The following morning, Izumi arrived early at Training Ground 7. Upon her arrival, she began her physical training, and not long after, Hinata also arrived. Hinata, you must not tell anyone that you learned ninjutsu, not even Lord Hayashi. Though Izumi had already cautioned Hinata the previous day, she still felt a twinge of worry. I1T. Although Hinata was uncertain about Izumi's reasons for secrecy, she chose to trust her, knowing that someone was watching. Izumi refrained from allowing Hinata to continue practicing ninjutsu and instead opted for physical training alongside her. Gentle Fist is a unique combat technique of the Hyuga clan, originating from their Byakugan. Although Izumi did not possess the Byakugan, she could still glean some techniques applicable to physical training, and Hinata was more than willing to share these with her. While Gentle Fist was exclusive to the Hyuga family, it had not been classified as a forbidden technique, as all attacks depended on the Byakugan. Without it, no matter how adept one was at Gentle Fist, the desired effects could not be achieved. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Hinata celebrated her 6th birthday, marking the impending arrival of the Uchiha massacre. Though Izumi typically did not pay much attention to the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, she still sensed the impending danger. Brother Shursui, you seem unusually busy lately. Is something amiss? Nothing much. He sighed softly. The conflict between the family and the village was escalating sharply. Despite his efforts to mediate, it felt like pouring water into a sieve, and he did not wish to burden Izumi with this matter. Brother Shursui, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, haven to you? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Shursui was taken aback. Only Itachi was aware of his awakening, and he had instructed Itachi to keep it confidential. He found it hard to believe that Itachi would divulge this information to Izumi. How did you know? Shursui did not deny it. In his view, Izumi's relationship with the family was not particularly strong, while her ties with the village seemed more robust. Chapter 125. Izumi's thoughts. Brother Shursui. Let's not delve into how I know. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Izumi clearly had no intention of revealing her identity as a traveler. That was a secret she planned to keep to herself. All right, you do not wish to speak, and I shall refrain from inquiring further. Your visit must solely pertain to the matter of the Sharingan, is it not? Shursui had no intention of delving into how Izumi became aware of her awakening of the Mangekyo, and so he merely sought to understand her purpose for visiting. Although I harbor no particular interest in the Uchiha clan, the tensions between the clan and the village have undoubtedly escalated, have they not? With less than a year remaining until the massacre, Izumi and Hinata are soon to commence their education at the Ninja Academy. One can only imagine the current state of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. To my surprise, even you have perceived it. The clan members, dissatisfied with their unjust treatment, yearn for rebellion. At this point, Shursui could only shake his head in resignation. The Uchiha clan is exceedingly arrogant, still basking in the illusion of being the foremost clan in the ninja world, oblivious to the fact that their former glory has long since faded. Apart from Fugaku Uchiha, There are hardly any formidable warriors left in the clan, with the new generation's strength resting solely upon Shisui and Itachi. Have you ever contemplated leaving? Leaving? Indeed. The ninja world is vast. It is not solely comprised of Konoha. I am aware of your attachment to Konoha, Shisui. Yet I must ask, does Konoha truly embody the will of fire as it once did? Were the deaths of Kakashi and the fourth Hokage truly unrelated to the village? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Shisui furrowed his brow. For the first time, he felt a sense of estrangement from Izumi, who habitually addressed him as Big Brother Shisui, as if he had never truly understood her from the outset. I hope for the village to improve, and I share that hope, he said, yet Konoha has already succumbed to corruption. I do not wish to perish because of it. With that, Izumi turned and departed without waiting for Shisui's response. Are you not afraid I will divulge your words? He called after her, knowing that if others were to overhear, she would inevitably be taken to a secluded room for interrogation. Others may speak, but you, Big Brother Shisui, would never do so, for you are my big brother, and I am your little sister. I merely hope that when we find ourselves in dire straits, you might dare to anticipate a miracle. Shisui was perplexed by the meaning behind Izumi's words, silently watching her retreat. As the time for entering the Ninja Academy approached, Izumi ceased taking on missions, dedicating her days solely to training. However, unbeknownst to her, what had once been a morning filled with rigorous training began to wane. Early each day, she and Hinata would arrive promptly, and as noon approached, Izumi would often pull Hinata along for leisurely strolls, sharing idle conversations. Hinata noticed the changes in Izumi. Although she was always kind to her, Hinata felt an invisible barrier lingering between them. Yet ever since she had begun training in ninjutsu, Izumi had transformed entirely. Though Hinata could not articulate what had changed, she felt the palpable shift. Indeed, Izumi had evolved. She was now the genuine Uchiha Izumi. No longer just a high school student from another world. Apart from some memories of the Hokage world, she had cast aside everything else. Chapter 126, School Izumi-kun. Tomorrow marks your official entry into the Ninja Academy. With your talents, you should be able to graduate early, correct? Hinata inquired cautiously. She relished the time spent with Izumi, and the thought of her graduating early filled her with dread, as it would mean an extended separation. The relationship between Itachi Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha served as a prime example, as they were a couple who spent little time together. Although Izumi had already graduated, the disparity in their ranks, one a Chunin and the other a Jinin, made their meetings infrequent. I have no desire to graduate early. I intend to focus on my studies. Who knows, I might even be at the bottom of the class. Izumi replied playfully. She had never considered early graduation, for even if she were to graduate now, it would bear little advantage. It was better to remain diligently at the academy, perhaps ensuring that Danzo would not forget her. Since the last time Danzo had taken her to the root headquarters, he had made no further moves, which left Izumi feeling unsettled. For that old fox was far from benevolent. I want to graduate early either, Hinata stammered, her cheeks flushing as if struck by an epiphany. Seeing her reaction, Izumi refrained from commenting. Though they spent every day together, their bond had grown closer. Hinata's tendency to blush remained unchanged. Very well, let us both graduate on schedule. I shall see you at school tomorrow. Izumi and Hinata returned to their respective homes, but Izumi's abode felt desolate. This was hardly surprising, as her parents had passed away, and her relationship with the Uchiha clan was strained, with no one visiting her except for Izumi occasionally checking in. The entire afternoon was spent attempting to unlock her bloodline limit, yet she made no progress. The fusion of two attributes was no simple feat. While Izumi possessed the potential to develop her bloodline limit, it did not guarantee success. As the afternoon slipped away into evening, Izumi quietly rested. The following morning, after tidying up, she set out alone for the Ninja Academy. Good morning, Hayashi-sama. Good morning, Hinata. From a distance, Izumi spotted Hayashi Hyuga and Hinata. Seeing the father and daughter together stirred a pang of sorrow within her, for today was the first day of school, and all the children were accompanied by their parents. While she stood alone, Izumi-kun, good morning. Hayashi greeted her with a nod, and Hinata smiled brightly. Seemingly sensing the sadness in Izumi's gaze, Hinata boldly grasped Izumi's hand. Izumi-kun, you are not alone. You have Izumi-ne and Itachi and II to support you. Hinata wished to add that she would be there for Izumi as well, but the words faltered on her lips, lacking the courage to be spoken. In truth, the feeling of isolation was not Izumi's alone. Another lonely figure stood nearby, a boy with golden hair, none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Although Izumi had encountered Naruto numerous times, she had never approached him, for his identity was too sensitive. As the school gates swung open, the students streamed inside, and most were witnessing the third Hokage up close for the first time. As the third launched into a lengthy address, Izumi found herself growing drowsy, causing her to stand there and drift off. Hinata, noticing this, stifled a laugh. Chapter 127. The Problem Student. The third speech lasted a full 2 hours, finally reaching its conclusion. Remember, where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nourish the budding leaves. This is the will of fire. I hope each of you will inherit the legacy of your predecessors. Although the third speech had concluded, the students erupted in jubilant cheers, all except for Izumi, who remained indifferent. The students were taken away by their respective teachers, and unsurprisingly, Izumi, like Hinata, became a student of Irika. This was no shock to her. As she observed the future elite of Konoha, an impulse to tease them surged within her, but she quickly dismissed the thought, finding no joy in tormenting a group of young children. On the first day of school, Quan found himself sprawled across his desk, deep in slumber. This was hardly surprising, as he had already mastered the theoretical knowledge Irika was teaching, along with the basic techniques of the body flicker technique and shuriken throwing. His presence at school was mainly to await the familiar storylines and to keep Hinata company. As the day of teaching concluded, Irika was left with a splitting headache, having encountered 3 troublesome students on his very first day as a teacher. The foremost of these was, of course, the notorious Naruto Uzumaki, whose antics had already given Irika ample cause for concern. Besides Naruto, the other 2 problematic students were Uchiha Quan and Nara Shikamaru. While they did not cause chaos like Naruto, they spent the entire day dozing off. Shikamaru would at least rouse himself when his name was called. But Quan blatantly ignored Irika, even going so far as to hold up a sign that read, "This person is deceased. Please burn paper offerings." How are you finding your first day as a homeroom teacher? Irika was suddenly jolted from his thoughts by the voice of the third Hokage, prompting him to stand up quickly. "Lord Third," he greeted. "I'm merely here to take a look. I hear you have quite a few troublesome students this year." Upon hearing the third's words, Irika hesitated before replying. "Not at all. They are all quite good students, though some are still adjusting to school life. I will ensure they adapt." The third Hokage nodded. That is reassuring. However, there is indeed one problematic student, Uchiha Quan. Are you aware of him? "Yes. He seems like a decent student," Irika replied, his impression of Quan quite vivid, for he had never encountered a student as audacious as Quan. "His situation is somewhat special. You need not manage him too strictly." "What do you mean by that? Is it that Uchiha Quan has not yet overcome the shadow of his parents' death?" Irika had reviewed each student's background upon becoming a homeroom teacher, so he was aware of Quan's basic circumstances. Of course, the fact that Quan had already joined the Umbu was not documented. "Some matters are not for me to explain. Just follow my instructions, rest assured." Uchiha Quan is also a child who has inherited the will of fire. Irika was clearly puzzled by this, but since the third Hokage had spoken, he refrained from pressing further, though his curiosity about Quan had piqued. The following day, Quan arrived at the Hyuga household bright and early. The reason being simple. He was accompanying Hinata to school. Typically, Hinata would go to school unaccompanied, so the two walked hand in hand, side by side. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally encountered Itachi, who was dropping off Sasuke. Seeing Itachi and Sasuke left Quan perplexed. Itachi had joined the Umbu and was now under Kakashi's command. Given the escalating tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, Itachi should have been exceptionally busy. So why was he here seeing Sasuke off to school? Little did Quan know. Itachi, the doting older brother, always made time to accompany Sasuke whenever he could. "Itachi, you are here so early," Quan remarked. "Yes, Sasuke has also entered the ninja academy. I will rely on you to look after him," Itachi replied. "Of course, Itachi," Quan assured, though he didn't harbor a particularly fondness for Sasuke. In his younger days, Sasuke had been somewhat endearing, but after the massacre, he had transformed into the brooding brother complex archetype, making it hard for Quan to admire him. Once inside the school, Itachi had to attend to his Umbu duties, while Sasuke glared at Quan with evident dissatisfaction. The reason for Sasuke's displeasure was straightforward. Itachi frequently mentioned Quan, and as a brother who idolized Itachi, Sasuke could hardly tolerate it. "Quan, I challenge you to a duel," Sasuke declared suddenly in the classroom. Startled from his nap, Quan lifted his head and casually replied, "Oh, you win." I concede. After saying this, he turned his attention back to Hinata, initially intending to bask in the sunlight, but now preferring to simply observe her. Sasuke, infuriated by Quan's dismissal, contemplated challenging him again. But Irika entered the room just in time to quell his intentions. All right, everyone, please return to your seats. Today's lesson will cover the foundational techniques of ninjutsu. We will focus on the body flicker technique, which encompasses 3 variations: the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Today, we will discuss the clone technique, which you must master in the coming days to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Irika began explaining the clone technique, though it was merely theoretical knowledge, as most 6-year-olds struggled to harness chakra. Without chakra, they could not employ the clone technique. Uchiha Quan, why don't you demonstrate the clone technique? Irika, overwhelmed by the increasing sounds of snoring from behind him, finally lost his patience. He momentarily forgot the third's advice. His voice did not awaken the slumbering Quan, but Hinata, noticing the situation, gently nudged him awake. Hinata, what's the matter? Is it time to go home? Quan mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Uchiha Quan, use the clone technique. Irika commanded. Before he could finish outlining the punishment for non-compliance, a puff of white smoke erupted, and 6 shadow clones appeared behind Quan. Is that sufficient, Irika-sensei? Quan asked nonchalantly. Yes, that's enough, Irika stammered, realizing why the 3rd Hokage had advised him to be lenient with Quan. It appeared that Quan was far more capable than he initially seemed. The shadow clone technique was indeed a more advanced skill. It was noteworthy that while Irika could only manage 4 or 5 shadow clones, Quan effortlessly summoned 6, indicating a chakra level far beyond Irika's own. The other students were astonished by Quan's display, with Ino and Sakura, the infatuated girls, gazing at him with hearts in their eyes. However, upon realizing that Quan was ignoring them in favor of slumber, they felt a twinge of disappointment. Shikamaru, the 2nd student who enjoyed sleeping, was roused by the commotion in the classroom, his face reflecting annoyance. Irika, exasperated, wondered what kind of students he had been assigned. For Quan, the time spent at school was merely an opportunity to nap, as he had already learned everything. Listening to the lessons again was simply a recipe for drowsiness. Irika felt utterly helpless. He wished to reprimand Quan, but found no grounds for doing so, as he consistently answered questions with remarkable ease, driving Irika to the brink of frustration. Class, today we will have practical lessons and engage in one-on-one battles outside, Irika announced as he entered the classroom. The students buzzed with excitement, as practical lessons were far more engaging than tedious theoretical lectures. Naturally, while most students relished the prospect of practical lessons, there were exceptions, Quan and Shikamaru, who adopted a lazy demeanor, content to lounge in class, alternating between sunbathing and napping. Irika-sensei, may I opt out? I suffer from a peculiar ailment that ensures I will perish if I leave the classroom. Chan, with an air of solemnity, engaged in absurd discourse. Such excuses were not novel, yet even after hearing them numerous times, the students erupted in laughter. You must attend, should you dare to refuse. I shall convert all your classes this semester into practical sessions. While others might rejoice at such an arrangement, for Chen, daily practical lessons were a veritable punishment. Reluctantly, he stood and exited the classroom, followed begrudgingly by Shikamaru, who sat before him. Once outside, the practical lessons commenced in earnest. The first match featured Hinata Hyuga against Ino Yamanaka. Surprised to be the first combatant, Hinata momentarily hesitated, but quickly composed herself and stepped forward, as did Ino. Unlike the timid character portrayed in the original narrative, Hinata was now confident enough to dispatch Ino with ease. However, she was apprehensive that demonstrating her strength might attract unwanted attention and lead to an early graduation. Much like Shin's desire to support Hinata, she too wished to delay her graduation, resulting in a prolonged contest that ultimately saw her narrowly triumph over Ino. You need not conceal your abilities, even if discovered. You won't graduate early if you choose not to, and whispered as Hinata settled beside him. I understand, Hinata replied, her shyness resurfacing as her small hands fidgeted nervously before her chest. Observing the match, Chibin felt a twinge of exasperation. This was hardly a battle. It resembled playful scuffles among children. Yet, considering their age of 6, could they be anything but children? Soon, it was Shin's turn to compete, and to his astonishment, his opponent was Sasuke, a rivalry of sorts. Sasuke had long desired to face him, yet each time, Ten had opted to forfeit, unwilling to engage. This time, you shall not concede. Otherwise, all your future lessons will be held outdoors. The threat of outdoor classes was the only leverage Irika had discovered to compel Chen. Very well. I shall fight seriously, he conceded. At last, you are willing to face me. I shall prove myself the superior. Brother has misjudged you. Chen was taken aback that Sasuke still recalled Itachi's words that had belittled him, a memory seemingly from ages past. With a soft sigh, he prepared for battle. Begin. With Irika's command, the combat commenced, but it ended almost instantaneously. As soon as Irika uttered the word begin, Sasuke was sent flying. And without knowing where it had come from, then produced a branch that he pressed against Sasuke's throat. You have lost. Having declared this, and returned to his previous seat. Disregarding Sasuke, the students were utterly astonished. None had witnessed how Sasuke had been launched away or how Chen had appeared before him with the branch poised at his throat. As a Chunin, Irika only glimpsed the general outline of events. At the moment he declared the start, Chen had seemingly teleported behind Sasuke, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, leaving Irika baffled by the rapid sequence of events. The duration of the match between Chen and Sasuke was the shortest recorded, and disbelief was etched across Sasuke's face. Clearly, he had not comprehended what had transpired before his defeat. Stung by the outcome during class, Sasuke sought to cling to Itachi for guidance, but Itachi was presently preoccupied. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Perhaps I will teach you next time, Itachi said, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead with his fingers, his gaze filled with affection. Brother, you must not deceive me, Sasuke lamented, feeling dejected as Itachi prepared to leave. He desperately wished to prove himself against Jun, but was it truly so simple? In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed since Jun entered the ninja academy. One evening, while strolling with Hinata, he heard the long-awaited notification from his system. Ding! System alert. Side quest, save Uchiha Shursui. Upon hearing the task, Jin immediately understood the implications, prompting a furrowed brow. Chun, Kuin, what troubles you? Hinata inquired, noticing his sudden pause. It's nothing. Hinata, I have something to attend to. Will you return home on your own? If you have matters to address, then please go ahead, she replied. With urgency, Shun made his way to Training Ground 7. Although the original narrative did not specify where Shursui last met Itachi, he was convinced it must be there, as it was the secret base for both Itachi and Shursui. As he rushed, concern gnawed at him that he might arrive too late to save Shursui. Upon reaching the training ground, he witnessed Shursui bidding farewell to Itachi. The Uchiha coup is now unavoidable. Should Konoha descend into civil war, foreign nations will exploit the chaos, and conflict is inevitable. I had intended to use Koto Amatsukami to thwart the coup, but Danzo seized my right eye. He does not trust me and insists on employing his own methods to protect the village. I fear he will not spare my left eye either. Before that happens, I entrust this eye to you, Shursui. I must rely on you, my dear friend. Safeguard the village in the name of the Uchiha. I accept it. What do you plan to do? Itachi inquired. If I perish, the situation may alter. My will has been prepared, Shursui responded. Wait, Shursui. Do not obstruct me, Itachi, if you are still my friend. Shursui. Seeing Shursui on the verge of plummeting from the cliff, Shibin swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, catching Shursui and bringing him back to safety. In that moment, he was grateful for having previously practiced the technique with Shursui, marking him for this very occasion. Brother Shursui, you only forbade Itachi from saving you. You never mentioned I could not. Chun, how did you arrive here? Both Itachi and Shursui were taken aback. They had not disclosed their presence to anyone. That is inconsequential. Brother Shursui, I comprehend your desire to protect the village and the Uchiha, yet even in death, you cannot prevent the Uchiha rebellion. Your demise would be utterly meaningless. Why not pursue a course of action that holds greater significance? However, my death could directly undermine the morale of the younger Uchiha, affecting their combat effectiveness. Perhaps this way, I could extinguish the seeds of rebellion. Shursui's reasoning was indeed compelling. However, he need not sacrifice himself. The mere sight of your will, coupled with a witness, could convincingly attest to your death. Even if Danzo harbors suspicions, he would find no evidence against you. Furthermore, have you considered the implications if the Uchiha discovered your body without your eyes? They may very well conclude that the village had forcibly taken them. To orchestrate the suicide of Shursui, one must first make him comprehend that taking his own life would only exacerbate the conflict. Only by instilling this understanding can we ensure his survival. Shursui, as Izumi aptly stated, if your clan witnesses your loss of sight, their first suspicion will fall upon the village. You cannot simply succumb to death. It was evident to Itachi that Izumi was persuading Shisui against the act of suicide. As a longtime friend, he too wished for Shisui to live on. However, even if I refrained from ending my life, should news of my demise spread without a body to corroborate it, Danzo would not easily be convinced. Furthermore, even if Danzo were to believe it, I would have nowhere to hide. Rest assured, Brother Shisui, I anticipated a scenario akin to today, and thus I have prepared accordingly. Prepared, you say? This left even Itachi somewhat perplexed. Chapter 132, Shisui's Refuge indeed. Do you recall that I was able to leave Konoha for a year? During that time, I journeyed to the land of demons, where I formed a close bond with the priestess Cheyenne. Brother Shisui can simply take refuge in the land of demons. Danzo would never suspect such a hideout. Izumi's suggestion was quite astute. You should temporarily seek shelter in the land of demons. If you refuse to go, I shall disclose your plans immediately, which I am certain you would rather avoid. Seeing Shisui still hesitating, Izumi resorted to threatening him. Faced with this ultimatum, Shisui could only nod in agreement. Very well, Itachi, we must devise a plan to facilitate Brother Shisui's departure from Konoha. My Flying Thunder God technique can only teleport myself or my clones. It cannot transport others. I can manage the exit from Konoha. Do not underestimate me just because I have lost my sight. Then I will send a clone to a location 1 kilometer east of the village. This is my token. Take it to find the priestess Cheyenne. She will make the necessary arrangements for you. Prior to that, my clone will guide you. Brother Shisui, if my clone does not encounter you before dawn, I will immediately disseminate everything. Fearing that Shisui might take his own life after their departure, Izumi felt compelled to threaten him further. Fear not, having promised you, I shall not choose to end my life. Understanding Izumi's intent, Shisui managed a slight smile of embarrassment. Shisui departed first, preparing to slip away from Konoha, while Itachi and Izumi remained behind. Thank you, Izumi. Shisui is my elder brother. If he were to perish, I would be unable to assert my influence. Thus, I must save him. By the way, Itachi, your eyes have already awakened to the Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? Izumi's words caught Itachi off guard. His expression hinted that he had anticipated Itachi's awakening at this moment, stirring a sense of inexplicable curiosity within him. Nonetheless, Itachi promptly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the gaze of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Izumi felt a sense of discomfort, though fortunately, Itachi merely activated it momentarily before retracting it. You are impressive, Itachi. The Mangekyo Sharingan has already manifested. I have just awakened it. I did not expect your perception to be so acute as to notice this. Itachi, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. I must return to rest. With that, Izumi executed the body flicker technique and departed from the cliff. Ding. System prompt. Side quest completed. Successfully saved Uchiha Shisui. Reward. 1 body enhancement and A-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release. Lightning dragon dance. The system's notification brought a sigh of relief from Izumi. This ensured that Shisui would likely abandon any thoughts of suicide. Upon returning to his room, Izumi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Shisui had lost his eyes, which signified that the Uchiha clan massacre was only 3 to 4 months away. And Izumi had to survive this incident. Chapter 133. Hinata's Concern System. Can Brother Shisui's eyes be restored? If they were his original eyes, I could do nothing, as it involves ocular techniques. However, I could provide him with a pair of ordinary Sharingan, though it would require a considerable expenditure of points. How many points would that entail? Not much, just 100,000 points. Upon hearing the figure of 100,000 points, Izumi felt disheartened. He had toiled for an entire year to accumulate 30,000 points through relentless task completion. Acquiring 100,000 points was no small feat system. With the Uchiha clan massacre approaching, is it not possible to transplant someone else's Sharingan to Brother Shisui? Are you foolish? Are you not aware of rejection reactions on Earth? Transplanting another person's eyes would essentially equate to suicide. Realizing the implications of the system's words, Izumi remembered the concept of rejection. Shisui had no siblings, and Izumi believed that even if he did, Shisui would certainly refuse a transplant. Therefore, the only means to restore Shisui's sight would rely on the system's assistance. 100,000 points was astronomical for Izumi, who could not roam freely at present. Nevertheless, having hope was better than despair. The following morning, within the Uchiha compound, Izumi heard the news of Shisui's suicide, with some claiming Itachi had slain him. Such rumors left Izumi scoffing. Would Itachi truly kill Shisui? Their bond surpassed that of mere brothers. Under such circumstances, Itachi would never harm Shursui. As usual, Izumi met Hinata at the Hyuga estate to walk to school together. Throughout the journey, Hinata appeared troubled, wanting to ask something but hesitating to speak. Brother Shursui has passed. The incident occurred last night. However, do not worry too much. Everything is under control. Izumi-kun? Hinata was taken aback by Izumi's contradictory statements, but quickly grasped his intention. Shursui had not truly perished. Over the past 2 years, due to her daily visits to Training Ground 7, Hinata had developed a good rapport with both Itachi and Shursui. Knowing that Shursui was safe brought her some relief. Just as Izumi and Hinata arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, an Umbu appeared before them. The third Hokage requests your presence. Nodding at Kakashi, Izumi watched Hinata enter the academy before turning to follow Kakashi. Kakashi, what has happened? Uchiha Shursui has committed suicide. You are aware of this matter, I presume? Of course. I was present at the scene. Regrettably, I could only watch as Shursui took his own life. Itachi instructed me not to mention my presence during the incident. But seeing you here implies that the third Hokage is already informed. Indeed, Izumi and Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office, where only the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, awaited them. This surprised Izumi, as he had expected to confront Danzo and the Elder Council members. Third Hokage, you summoned me? Izumi, did Shursui truly perish? The third Hokage gazed into the distance, his expression inscrutable, leaving Izumi feeling uneasy. Chapter 134. Monitoring the Uchiha, he should have died. I witnessed Brother Shursui leap from the cliff, swept away by the river. I wanted to save him, but I was too late. However, to this day, the body of Shursui has yet to be found. What? Does this mean there is still hope for Shursui's survival? Third Hokage, I implore you to allow me to participate in the search and rescue efforts. I am confident that I can persuade Shursui to hold on to life. At that moment, Izumi's acting skills were on full display, her astonishment evident in her eyes. Shursui did not truly wish to end his life. Rather, he aimed to thwart the Uchiha clan with his death. Thwart the Uchiha? Izumi was perplexed by the third Hokage's words, not due to the content itself, but because she could not fathom why he would disclose such information to her. After all, there is still no concrete evidence of the Uchiha's desire to rebel, and it seems rather imprudent to speak of it so openly. Izumi, although you are a member of the Uchiha clan, your limited interactions with your kin may have left you unaware. The Uchiha have resolved to instigate a coup due to their dissatisfaction with the village's actions. Of course, this is merely a budding thought at present. My purpose in sharing this with you is to prevent your involvement in this matter. Listening to the third Hokage, Izumi was utterly stunned. She could not comprehend why he would confide in her. If she were to leak this information, the Uchiha might promptly initiate their coup, which would spell disaster for Konoha. Third Hokage, why reveal this to me? If this information were to leak, the Uchiha would either abandon their coup or execute it immediately, with the latter being far more likely. My intention in disclosing this matter is to have you monitor the Uchiha. Should they exhibit any signs of movement, report back to me without delay. Taken aback by the third Hokage's words, Izumi wondered why monitoring the Uchiha was not entrusted to Itachi. Why was the task falling to her? This left her with a profound sense of confusion, and she could not inquire further, as only the higher-ups of Konoha were privy to Itachi's role as a double agent. After a moment of silence, Izumi finally spoke. Third Hokage, I accept this mission, but I have one condition. A condition? Yes, if the worst should occur, I wish for Uchiha Izumi's life to be spared. She is like an elder sister to me, and I do not wish for her to come to harm. I can grant you that promise, not only Uchiha Izumi, but even in the most dire circumstances. I assure you that the village will not harm the innocent. Thank you, third Hokage. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Izumi made her way directly to the Ninja Academy. The events of the day weighed heavily on her. She could not fathom why the third Hokage would assign her such a significant task. Her current abilities were merely that of a Chunin, so it seemed ludicrous to have a Chunin monitor the Uchiha clan. Upon her return to the academy, Irika did not inquire further, as Hinata had already informed him that Izumi had been summoned by the Umbu. He was curious about why the Umbu would seek out someone as young as Izumi, but given her earlier display of formidable strength, he speculated that the third Hokage wished for her to graduate early. Chapter 135. Uchiha Madara soon. The day's classes concluded, and for the first time, Izumi did not leave with Hinata, instead heading straight to Training Ground 7. Itachi was indeed waiting there. Today, the third Hokage had approached her regarding Shursui, and tasked her with monitoring the Uchiha. It was I who requested that the third Hokage assign you to watch over the Uchiha. Itachi, the discord within your clan has reached an irreconcilable state, and a coup could occur at any moment. The village currently lacks sufficient evidence. However, once proof is found, there will be a swift and decisive crackdown. My actions are intended to steer you towards the village. I believe this will prevent the third Hokage from taking action against you. Izumi was taken aback, touched by the realization that Itachi was acting for her sake. Itachi, have you had contact with Uchiha Madara? After a moment's hesitation, Izumi chose to confront Itachi directly. How do you know of this? Itachi was startled. He had not anticipated that Izumi would be aware of Madara's existence. I cannot disclose how I know, but I must tell you that the person you encountered is not the true Uchiha Madara. The real Madara perished years ago. What you saw was merely a puppet of Madara, albeit one of considerable strength, with a bizarre spatial ability that is nearly insurmountable. I am surprised that you possess such knowledge. Now, what do you intend to do? Itachi was skeptical that Izumi would reveal this information without ulterior motives. Madara likely spoke of seeking revenge against the Uchiha, yet his true aim is the Sharingan. You have awakened the Mangekyo, so you should have access to more information from the tablet. However, I must caution you that the contents of the tablet have been tampered with. Uchiha Madara is one of the deceived. Itachi's expression grew serious as he regarded Izumi. He was astonished by her extensive knowledge, especially regarding the secrets of the tablet, which even he had only come to understand after awakening the Mangekyo. As of now, Izumi's eyes were merely the standard Sharingan, far from the Mangekyo. Izumi, how did you come to know all of this? If you do not reveal your sources, I will be compelled to employ special methods. It must be Tsukuyami, then. How convenient. We can discuss this more easily within the realm of Tsukuyami. Itachi was increasingly astonished. He could not fathom how Izumi knew about his ocular abilities, especially since he had not yet utilized any powers in front of her. Tsukuyami. After a moment's hesitation, Itachi activated Tsukuyami, and the two entered its world. The reason I know so much is quite simple. I merely feared that speaking of it would draw too much attention. However, if it is you, Itachi, I have no such reservations. While I have not awakened the Mangekyo, my Sharingan possesses a unique ability, the capacity to glimpse into certain future events. The future? Yes. For instance, I foresaw Shirshue's imminent death yesterday, which is why I rushed over. Otherwise, how could I have known that something was amiss with Shirshue? However, this ability activates at random. Sometimes I see events occurring shortly thereafter, while at other times, I glimpse far-off occurrences. The most critical limitation is that I cannot trigger this ability at will. Chapter 136. Guarding Konoha from the shadows, Izumi attributed all her insights to the Sharingan. This way, even if Itachi still harbored doubts, he would not suspect her knowledge of this world, nor would he consider that she was not a denizen of it. What have you seen? I witnessed you, Itachi, bearing the burden of slaughtering your entire clan while watching over the Akatsuki, guarding Konoha from the shadows. Izumi chose not to conceal the massacre of the Uchiha. She believed that even with knowledge of the future, Itachi would still choose to shoulder such a fate. I understand. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Itachi refrained from asking further questions and prepared to depart. I intend to send Izumi away. I trust you have a way to facilitate this, Itachi? At Izumi's words, Itachi hesitated, momentarily pausing in his steps. He had not expected her to consider Izumi's well-being at such a time. For Itachi, the most significant individuals in his life were Sasuke and Izumi. Thus, protecting them became a formidable challenge, especially under the current circumstances. The third Hokage might allow a portion of the Uchiha clan to continue residing within the village, yet Itachi firmly believes that Danzo would never permit this. Otherwise, he would not have acted against Shirsue. The time is not ripe. I shall notify you at the appropriate moment. I entrust Izumi to you. Izumi nodded and watched as he departed. Their previous encounter had occurred within the realm of Tsukuyami, rendering everything instantaneous. Nonetheless, Izumi gleaned a modicum of information regarding the illusion technique. Upon returning home, everything appeared as usual. However, from that day forth, Izumi transformed into a shadow clone for his daily school attendance, while his true self remained within the Uchiha clan. As he began his diligent surveillance of the Uchihas, he discovered an atmosphere thick with the scent of impending war, a sensation that deeply unsettled him. Where could the Uchiha possibly find the audacity to instigate a coup? System, enlighten me as to why the Uchiha are so brazen? I am uncertain. It seems you are rather idle. Do you lack tasks? It appears so. Please assign me a simpler task, but let it be known that I expect no betrayal this time. Your previous mission to the Land of Grass nearly cost me dearly. If you continue in this manner, I shall be left pondering how to contend with this troublesome system, as my capabilities cannot possibly surmount it. Ding. System notification, special task. Gather evidence of the Uchiha clan's rebellion and submit it to the third Hokage. Task reward, a level task marker X3. Upon hearing the system's task, Izumi exhaled a sigh of relief. This was a task he could accept, for he had come to monitor the Uchiha in the first place, making the task seem quite fitting. How does this time fare for you? This system is exceptionally benevolent, never one to deceive lightly. Upon hearing this, Izumi felt a surge of irritation, yet he chose the path of reason and refrained from acting on his impulse. Throughout the day, he secretly observed the movements of the Uchiha, yet yielded no significant discoveries. However, Izumi thought it entirely reasonable, if evidence were readily available. The third would not have entrusted him with this task. Izumi maintained his distance to avoid detection, which resulted in scant findings. And the reports he relayed to the third Hokage were dismally meager. The third said nothing regarding this. Chapter 137. A glimpse into the shadow clone in truth. Izumi understood that the third Hokage had assigned such a task largely due to Itachi's reputation, and it also served as a means to associate Izumi with the third, ensuring his survival amid the impending Uchiha massacre and safeguarding him from subsequent persecution. As time slipped by, over 2 months elapsed, during which Izumi consistently employed shadow clones at school, a fact known only to Hinata. Curiously, while the Byakugan could not discern the distinction between a shadow clone and the original, Hinata could always tell which was which. Has your task not yet concluded, Izumi-kun? Hinata inquired as they left school. My true self is still occupied with the task, he replied. Yet, in your presence, this clone feels utterly inconsequential. It seems as if I am two distinct individuals before your eyes. Hinata, having pondered for a moment, soon arrived home, and Izumi's shadow clone naturally dissipated. With the clone's disappearance, Izumi received the day's tidings, realizing that Hinata seemed to miss him. He resolved to grant himself a brief reprieve the following day, as his prolonged surveillance had yielded little of value. As night fell, Izumi, as usual, arrived at the cliff's edge at Training Ground 7, where Itachi awaited him after a long vigil. Observers would assume the two were merely reminiscing about the late Shursui. How fares Shursui? Itachi queried, concern etched upon his features. Quite well. With the assistance of Cheyenne, he has become one of her guards. When do you plan to escort Izumi away from here? Tomorrow. I will devise a method to extract Izumi from Konoha, likely from the same location Shursui departed. Your Flying Thunder God technique is still usable, correct? Naturally, once inscribed, the Flying Thunder God mark does not fade. But how do you intend to transport Izumi? If you rely on Uchiha Ibito, I advise you to abandon that notion. He is hardly a person of virtue. No need. I can breach Konoha's barriers. I will not allow Izumi to come to harm. That's reassuring. The clan has resolved to rebel. We now only await decisive evidence. How do you plan to handle this? Have you not seen with your own eyes? The only way to protect Konoha is to eliminate everyone, ensuring the clan does not bear the stain of treachery. I have resolved to collaborate with Uchiha Madara. I lack the strength to eradicate them alone, and I require his power. As the gravity of the impending events weighed on him, Itachi appeared profoundly sorrowful. Who could remain unmoved by such dire circumstances? When do you intend to act? After I secure Izumi's departure, I shall proceed. Lacking decisive evidence at present, a clan assembly will convene in 3 days. There may be useful information revealed there. If I can ascertain certainty, I shall take action. And Sasuke? Do you still plan to leave him in Konoha? Wouldn't relocating him to the land of demons offer greater safety? No, I have arrangements for Sasuke. However, I hope you will look after him well. From tomorrow onward, we should refrain from meeting. It seems Uchiha Ibito has caught wind of something, so exercise caution. With that, Itachi departed. Chapter 138. A surprise foiled watching Itachi's forlorn silhouette fade into the distance. Izumi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, regretting his inability to prevent the Uchiha massacre. He harbored no intentions of saving the Uchiha clan. Their arrogance warranted their downfall. His regret stemmed solely from his inability to shield Itachi from the infamy of slaughtering his entire clan. With Itachi gone, Izumi stood rooted in place, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He was merely a lowly chunin, yet he dared to dream of halting the relentless march of history. The Uchiha massacre entangled too many figures. The third, Danzo, the Uchiha, Obito, Kagaya, none of whom he could hope to confront. Suddenly reminded of Itachi's request to look after Sasuke, Izumi felt a headache coming on. That overly dramatic youth was indeed problematic. He had no desire to meddle in his affairs, yet for Itachi's sake, he would ensure the boy did not starve. Bright and early the next day, Izumi arrived at the gates of the Hyuga clan, soon spotting Hinata emerging. Izumi-kun, you have arrived. Is your task complete? Seeing Izumi's true self, Hinata's face lit up with joy. Is my shadow clone technique truly so lacking that you could discern me at a glance? I intended to surprise you, yet you saw through it immediately. Because you are Izumi-kun and no one else embodies that name. No matter how closely a shadow clone resembles you, it can never be you, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed. April's weather still bore a hint of chill, especially in the early morning, prompting Izumi to wrap his scarf around Hinata's neck. Fortunately, only you could discern my true form. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits during battle. I shan't be undertaking any missions for the next few days. It is high time I relished my time at school. Hinata responded with a sweet smile, offering no resistance as Izumi took her hand. The two then proceeded to school together. Upon entering the classroom, Izumi was met with a cacophony of noise. After all, it was only natural for a group of 6- and 7-year-olds to be rambunctious. Izumi Uchiha, I challenge you. The voice belonged to none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Chun is genuinely perplexed about how she has provoked Naruto Uzumaki. Ever since that day when she and Sasuke had a sparring match in class, Naruto has incessantly sought to disrupt her, much to her irritation. Were it not for her concern over the potential wrath of the Konoha higher-ups, she would have entertained the notion of obliterating Naruto. Go and challenge Sasuke, she proposed. If you manage to defeat him, I shall engage you. Moreover, should you truly conquer him, I shall present you with the most embarrassing evidence against him. Overwhelmed by annoyance, she decided to direct Naruto's antics towards Sasuke instead. What evidence do you possess? Upon hearing her words, Sasuke approached with a face full of resentment. I won't disclose it to you. It's something Itachi entrusted to me, and it's sufficient to haunt you for a lifetime. Sasuke, sensing the gravity of the situation, contemplated subduing Jin to extract the truth, yet after careful consideration, he acknowledged that he was no match for her. Since their first encounter, he had faced her in battle twice, each time suffering a complete defeat without even grazing the hem of her garment. If you wish to keep your secret hidden, simply avoid losing. Should you falter, I will reveal your secret, and I suspect even Itachi would turn his back on you. Chapter 139, Teasing Irika. While Sasuke could dismiss other threats, this particular remark from Chen clearly struck a nerve, especially given his deep-seated admiration for Itachi. Losing his favor was an unbearable prospect. Very well, Naruto. Let us engage in a real combat session today. Absolutely. Today, I shall surely defeat you. As the two spirited individuals departed, Nin let out a sigh, pondering the absurdity of school life, wondering why it had to involve such troublesome characters. Ho ho, she chuckled at her own discontent, prompting Hinata to laugh out loud beside her. Is it truly that amusing? I apologize, Chen-kun, but your demeanor resembles that of our peers. At other times, you bear a striking resemblance to Irika-sensei. Hinata, how could you say such a thing? I am still a blossoming flower of our nation, while Irika is quite past his prime. Upon hearing Hinata juxtapose her with Irika, Chen feigned distress over her identity while subtly disparaging Irika, only to find him entering the classroom at that very moment. Uchiha-chan, as he stepped into the room. Irika's ears perked up at her words, particularly the remark about being past his prime, which irked him immensely. Although he might not be the most handsome, Irika considered himself youthful. Oh, Irika-sensei, what brings you here so early? What did you just say? Oh, nothing. I merely remarked on your advanced age. Chen, undeterred by Irika's ire, boldly stated her opinion. What did you say? Is it not the truth? The oldest among us is merely 7, the youngest 5. Irika-sensei, you must be in your 20s. Is it not fitting to describe you as old? Or perhaps your body has aged into your 20s, yet your heart remains that of a 7-year-old? Having spent considerable time with the system, Vin had developed quite the sharp tongue, leaving Irika speechless. Class is in session. Observing Irika's discomfort, Vin found it amusing but decided against further teasing him, recognizing the importance of respecting a teacher, even if jesting occasionally was permissible. Throughout the day, Chen remained in class, glancing at the attentive Hinata before gazing out at the clouds. She had little interest in the lessons, much to Irika's dismay. Each time he posed a question and answered flawlessly, leaving him at a loss for words. Chun, Kuin, please refrain from bullying Irika-sensei in the future. I am not bullying him. Merely jesting. Hinata, I plan to attend school diligently over the coming days, but should I miss a day, please refrain from seeking me out at the Uchiha compound. Not even at Training Ground 7. With the Uchiha massacre approaching, Shin did not wish for Hinata to inadvertently get entangled in the turmoil. I understand, I will not go. Although puzzled by an sudden request, Hinata nodded in agreement, for she was always obedient to Chin's wishes. After escorting Hinata back to the Hyuga household, been prepared to meet with Omoi. This time, she did not merely transfer her shadow clone, but instead manifested her true self at the designated location. Upon arrival, she soon spotted Itachi, clad in Ombu attire, approaching with Yanmari. Chapter 140, Sending Off Omoi. Chun, what is happening? Chenmei inquired, bewildered, as Itachi instructed her not to ask questions and to follow him, nearly leading to a significant misunderstanding, especially with Jin's sudden appearance. Let us discuss the specifics once you reach your destination. For now, accompany my clone out of the land of fire. It will guide you near the location, and with my token, you shall meet the others, where additional surprises await. As she spoke, Min summoned her shadow clone. Itachi, what is the meaning of this? If I leave the village like this, I will surely be branded a rogue ninja. Chenmari was thoroughly confused. Rest assured, once you arrive, you will receive all the necessary explanations. For now, you must depart. To Chmin's astonishment, Itachi leaned in and kissed Chenmari right before her eyes. Stunned, Bing stood frozen in place. Was this really Itachi? The same person she knew? Could this be an imposter? Yet, the sensory perception confirmed it was indeed Itachi, and the flying thunder god mark she had placed on him remained intact. Itachi, what are you doing? I am still here. Chenmei's face flushed crimson. Although this was not her first kiss with Itachi, it was the first time in the presence of another, particularly someone she regarded as a younger brother. Take care of yourself over there. Itachi paid no mind to Chenmei's embarrassment. His thoughts were elsewhere at that moment. I understand. You must be careful too. Uncertain of the circumstances, Chenmei nodded, sensing that this time apart from Itachi might stretch for a long while. After a nod from Itachi, he watched as Chenmei departed, only sighing once her figure had completely vanished. Thank you, he said sincerely, turning to Chan. There is no need for gratitude. Chenmei is my sister. If you truly wish to thank me, simply ensure you live well. I do not want my sister to be saddened. I understand. As for Itachi's words, Chenmei harbored doubts. Yet according to the timeline, Itachi's demise was still nearly a decade away. She believed that within that time frame, she could evolve into someone capable of influencing the tides of battle. With Chenmei safely out of Konoha, Shin returned home, her plans meticulously arranged. Now, all that remained was to survive the impending massacre, knowing Itachi would not turn against her, but she was certain Obito would come for her. Although she possessed the flying thunder god technique, she preferred not to reveal her abilities in front of Shursui, as it was better to minimize exposure to enemies. 2 days swiftly passed, and on the 4th day after school, Kakashi once again appeared before Chen. The third Hokage wishes to see you. Upon Kakashi's arrival, Chen knew the time had come. Casting a glance at the exuberant Sasuke, who was ready to head home, she let out a silent sigh. A shadow clone was created to protect Hinata on her way home, while Izumi followed Kakashi to meet the third Hokage. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Izumi was startled, for the room was filled not only with the third Hokage, but also an abundance of Umbu operatives. This situation left her perplexed, even leading her to suspect that her covert act of sending Izumi Mei away had been exposed. Otherwise, why would there be so many Umbu present? Chapter 141, The Uchiha Clan Massacre. You may leave now, the third Hokage commanded. Yes, with his order, all the Umbu vanished in an instant, and even Kakashi had disappeared from sight. Izumi, the Uchiha have ultimately chosen the path of rebellion. Are you saying they intend to stage a coup? Though she had suspected as much, the realization still took her aback. Indeed, you shall remain here for today. Lord Third, I wish to partake in this mission. As she spoke, Izumi donned the mask she had always carried, assuming the identity of Reiku. Do not forget that I am also a member of your Umbu. However, they are Uchiha. The third Hokage did not expect Izumi to voluntarily participate in this operation, considering the Uchiha were, after all, her kin. I am Reiku now, not Uchiha Izumi, and I have my own motives. I wish to protect Izumi Mei personally. I hope you will grant me this. Stay by my side. After a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage consented to her request. Thank you, Lord Third. Hearing his words, Izumi exhaled in relief. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the third Hokage was unaware that Izumi may had already left the Leaf Village, which brought her some comfort. Soon, the third Hokage, Izumi, Kakashi, and a host of Umbu, along with Danzo and his root organization, proceeded towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon arrival, they were met with a gruesome sight. Bodies littered the ground. Even though Izumi had anticipated such a scene, the sight of the carnage stirred her emotions. The perpetrator of these murders was Itachi, but the root cause lay with Konoha, specifically Danzo. Had he not continually undermined the Uchiha, the conflict between them and Konoha would not have escalated to this extent. Search for survivors. The third Hokage ordered as he surveyed the grim scene. A survivor has been found. Not long into the rescue efforts, Yuzuki Yugao located a survivor, prompting Izumi and the third Hokage to rush to her side. Indeed, they found Uchiha Sasuke, unconscious. Take him to the medical unit. Lord Third, allow me to escort Sasuke to the medical unit. Go ahead. Without turning back, the third Hokage replied. Izumi hurriedly carried Sasuke towards Konoha's hospital, with Itachi having already struck. Her presence was no longer necessary. Yet, she could not fathom how an entire clan could vanish overnight, leaving no survivors, with only Uchiha Obito and Itachi to blame. Reflecting on the downfall of the Uchiha, Izumi lamented that while Uchiha Fugaka's inaction had allowed Itachi to succeed, where were the others? With such a pitiful remnant of strength, they still dared to attempt a coup. It was truly absurd. Initially thought to be arrogance, it now appeared to be sheer folly. Surprisingly, Izumi had survived the Uchiha massacre with relative ease. Nonetheless, this was not without its merits. At least there was no combat. And those she wished to save had been rescued. The only concern remaining was Itachi's ailment. Though she believed the system could cure Itachi, the thought of its unreliable points led her to seek alternative solutions. Chapter 142, The Last Hope for Konoha. After delivering Sasuke to the medical unit, it was determined that he had merely suffered psychological trauma, with no physical injuries. Observing the still unconscious Sasuke, Izumi felt a twinge of helplessness. What was wrong with this boy? Itachi had sacrificed so much for him. 2 hours later, the third Hokage arrived at the hospital, confirmed Sasuke's condition, and turned to leave, accompanied by Izumi. Izumi, Itachi's matter must not be mentioned to Sasuke. This is Itachi's wish. The third Hokage, aware that Izumi was also informed, felt it necessary to caution her. Otherwise, if she divulged the entire situation to Sasuke, he might react in a way that could jeopardize Konoha. While it was improbable that Sasuke could pose a threat given his current state, the third Hokage could not afford to let him continue to grow up like an ordinary child. Rest assured, Lord Third, I will not speak of this to Sasuke. Itachi already advised me against it. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha incident? The third Hokage inquired calmly. I have no significant opinions. The Uchiha have effectively brought about their own demise. You tasked me with monitoring the Uchiha, and I witnessed their arrogance, a hubris that was not commensurate with their strength. Had they instigated a rebellion during their prime, it might have been understandable. Powerful individuals often seek higher positions. Yet now, the Uchiha have lost the strength of being Konoha's foremost clan, and the very name Uchiha has blinded them. In response to the third Hokage's inquiry, Izumi chose not to conceal her feelings. She genuinely harbored disdain for the Uchiha. Had she not been born into the clan, she would have preferred to avoid any association with them, except for Itachi, Shursui, and Izumi Mei, of course. Is that so? So you think this way? With only the three of you left, and Itachi labeled an S-rank rogue ninja, what are your plans? Do you wish to graduate early? With your abilities, you could leave the ninja academy at any time. No, I intend to remain at the academy. On one hand, it is quite leisurely. On the other, I can keep an eye on Uchiha Sasuke. Though he is unaware of the entire situation, I fear someone may intervene. While I do not particularly like Sasuke, I also do not wish for Itachi's efforts to be in vain. You still regard Itachi as your older brother, do you? Of course. Just as you still consider Itachi a member of Konoha, he will always be my brother. You are correct. He is indeed a part of Konoha and a hero who protected it. Gazing at the starry sky, the third Hokage, with his back to Izumi, began to doubt whether he had made mistakes throughout the years. Had he been more resolute, perhaps the Uchiha would not have faced annihilation. Lord Third, may I request something of you? What is it? If one day Itachi returns to Konoha, could you grant him a new identity? regardless of the circumstances. Itachi had undeniably committed the act of murdering his clan, a fact that could not be concealed. Even if everything came to an end, Itachi could not return as a hero. He would require a new identity, for the Itachi who returned could not be the one known for the massacre of the Uchiha. Izumi, do you understand what that entails? The third Hokage turned to fixate on Izumi, who stood resolute without flinching. Chapter 143. This is the Konoha you wish to protect. In truth, Izumi's inquiry was not driven by a genuine desire for Itachi's return to Konoha, but rather to create a reason for her own continued presence in the village. While the Uchiha massacre was primarily instigated by Danzo's machinations, it was not without the tacit approval of the third Hokage. Due to these circumstances, Izumi had long been contemplating her departure from Konoha. Now, she found herself at a crucial crossroads, contemplating one final opportunity. If the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could exhibit a change of heart regarding the Uchiha clan massacre, she would choose to stay. However, if he remained steadfast in his previous stance, her only option would be to leave. For Izumi understood that if the third did not alter his approach, no one would stand by her side when Danzo sought to persecute her. She refused to place her life in the hands of others. Hence, she needed to devise her own plans. Izumi held the gaze of the third Hokage for an extended moment before finally bowing her head. I apologize, Lord Third. I acted impulsively and did not consider the broader implications. As she lowered her head, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed her face, so subtle that even the third Hokage failed to notice. If there ever comes a day when peace is restored, I will consider allowing Itachi to return. Upon hearing Izumi's words, the third Hokage hesitated, but Izumi, already disheartened, found it difficult to trust his reassurances. Without further ado, Izumi exited the Hokage building. The aftermath of the massacre had led to the Uchiha compound being sealed off by the Umbu, rendering her home a distant memory. With nowhere else to go, she made her way to Training Ground 7. Sitting at the edge of a cliff, her gaze was vacant, lost in thought. Are you leaving? She suddenly spoke, just as Itachi appeared behind her. Yes, I must entrust Sasuke to you. And be wary of Danzo and the council, they are far from ordinary. Itachi was taken aback by Izumi's perceptiveness, yet he refrained from questioning her. I spoke with the third Hokage earlier and asked if, once everything settles, he could grant you a new identity to return to Konoha. He did not provide an answer. This is the Konoha you are meant to protect, Itachi. Hearing her words, Itachi remained silent, while Izumi quietly stared into the abyss, creating an oddly tense atmosphere between them. Take care of Sasuke, and ensure your own safety as well. As she spoke, Izumi tossed a specially crafted kunai to Itachi. This is my unique Flying Thunder God kunai. By channeling your chakra into it, you can send messages to me. However, its range is limited to information transfer. Keep it with you, and we shall rely on this to communicate. Itachi accepted the kunai with a nod before vanishing from her sight. Once Itachi had departed, Izumi suddenly realized that Konoha held little allure for her anymore. As this realization washed over her, a petite figure materialized in her mind. Hey, are you starting to develop a crush? Should you seek comfort at the Hyuga household? The system's voice chimed in. Surprisingly, Izumi did not retort this time. With no response from her, the system, sensing the lack of engagement, fell silent. All night long, Izumi remained at Training Ground 7. As dawn broke, she washed her face and made her way to the Hyuga household. Along the way, she noticed whispers among the villagers, indicating that news of the Uchiha massacre had spread. However, she paid little attention to their gossip. Chapter 144. An assertive Hinata, Izumi-kun. Long before she reached the gates of the Hyuga estate, Izumi spotted Hinata, who had also seen her, and rushed over. Thank goodness, Izumi-kun. You're safe. In an unexpected display of affection, the usually shy Hinata embraced Izumi, leaving her momentarily stunned. Hinata, what's wrong? They say the Uchiha clan has been wiped out. That everyone is dead. I went to the Uchiha compound, and it was sealed off. I thought you might have perished too. As she spoke, tears streamed down Hinata's cheeks, and Izumi noticed her eyes were already swollen from crying. A pang of sorrow struck Izumi's heart. I'm fine. The third Hokage summoned me yesterday, so I wasn't at the compound, and thus avoided the tragedy. I'm sorry for not coming to reassure you sooner. I assumed the news wouldn't spread so quickly. It's all right. As Hinata confirmed Izumi's safety, she gradually regained her composure. However, the memory of her bold embrace returned, causing her to blush profusely. Observing the flustered Hinata, a smile crept onto Izumi's face. She realized she was not alone. At least Hinata genuinely cared for her, and she had someone thinking of her even in the land of demons. Izumi carried Hinata back to the Hyuga estate. The Hyuga family was accustomed to seeing Izumi with an unconscious Hinata, so no one inquired about the situation. Once inside Hinata's room, Izumi gently laid her on the bed and quietly sat beside her. After a considerable time, Hinata finally awoke, her cheeks still flushed. Upon realizing she was in her own room with Izumi nearby, her face turned even redder. "If you don't get up soon, we'll be late for school," Izumi teased, enjoying the sight of Hinata's bashful demeanor. "Ah, Izumi-kun, I'm sorry, enough. Let us head to school," Izumi said, pulling Hinata up. Hand in hand, they left the Hyuga household, unaware that they had been under surveillance since Izumi's arrival, with the observer being Hyuga Hayashi. While Hayashi previously held a favorable impression of Izumi, the Uchiha massacre had raised concerns about her emotional state, prompting him to monitor his daughter closely to prevent any potential harm. However, seeing Izumi's demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. Izumi and Hinata arrived at school, and in their haste, they rushed into the classroom just before Irika entered. Noticing their near tardiness, Irika intended to reprimand Izumi for not focusing on her studies and affecting Hinata. However, as he opened his mouth, he recalled the grim news of the Uchiha massacre that had spread that morning. Gazing at Izumi, Irika was filled with worry. To him, the thought that her family had been slaughtered overnight was a devastating blow for someone as young as Izumi, only 7 years old. He resolved to find an appropriate time to speak with her. In class that day, only Sasuke Uchiha was absent, still unconscious due to the effects of Tsukuyami, and it would take several days for him to awaken. For the first time, Izumi stayed alert, diligently listening to the lesson rather than daydreaming or gazing out the window, which surprised Irika, as he saw no signs of sorrow in her demeanor. Chapter 145. The main branch of the Hyuga family Izumi-kun, the Uchiha compound, has been sealed off. Where did you stay last night? Hinata, taking on the role of a diligent student, was the first to speak to Izumi during class. I was at Training Ground 7. I'll probably be there for the next few days, as the Uchiha compound is likely closed to outsiders for the time being, Izumi replied openly. Feeling warmth from Hinata's concern, why don't you stay at my house tonight? I can speak to my father about it. He should allow you to stay temporarily. Hinata's face flushed as she suggested this, knowing that the vast Hyuga estate could easily accommodate Izumi. That might not be convenient. Izumi hesitated, pondering the implications of being an Uchiha in the aftermath of such a tragedy and the potential trouble her presence could bring to the Hyuga family. It's nothing to worry about. My father won't mind. Hinata's voice gradually diminished to an almost inaudible whisper, her small hands fidgeting nervously in front of her chest. Well, thank you, Hinata. In response to Hinata's kind offer, Izumi ultimately chose to accept, partly because he had nowhere else to go, aside from Training Ground number 7. His only option was to stay at the hospital with the unconscious Sasuke, a prospect he found quite unappealing. Thus, he acquiesced to Hinata's suggestion. Throughout the day, Izumi obediently attended his classes, a situation that only intensified Irika's concern. He intended to speak with Izumi after school, but as soon as the bell rang, he discovered that Izumi had already vanished. Consequently, he had no choice but to wait for another opportunity. Izumi and Hinata arrived at the Hyuga residence, where Hinata sought to explain their situation to her father. However, before they could reach the house, they unexpectedly encountered the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon seeing him, Izumi and Hinata halted and bowed respectfully. Oh, Hinata and Izumi. Perfect timing. Come along with me, the third Hokage beckoned. Both Izumi and Hinata exchanged puzzled glances, unable to grasp why the Hokage, who had come to find Hayashi Hyuga, was summoning them as well. Hayashi, please don't be so formal. We are not in the Hokage's office. I am here in a personal capacity, the third Hokage continued. Today, I wish to request that the Hyuga clan take in Izumi Uchiha. As you are aware, the Uchiha clan has faced dire circumstances, and Izumi finds himself without a home. I hope you can provide him shelter. Izumi and Hinata were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the third Hokage's visit to the Hyuga residence would concern them in this manner. Of course, that is no problem. We are all part of the same village. If there is any way I can assist the Uchiha clan during this tragic time, I am more than willing. Hayashi replied decisively. Izumi, would it be acceptable for you to stay with the Hyuga family for the time being? The third Hokage turned to Izumi, who appeared astonished. Yes, Hokage-sama, I would be grateful for your kindness. I had come to the Hyuga residence in hopes of seeking temporary refuge from Hayashi. so I never expected you would advocate on my behalf. Chapter 146. Hayashi's protection. With Hayashi's approval for Izumi to stay, refusing would only serve to offend him. Moreover, the Hyuga residence was hardly a den of danger. At worst, Izumi would endure a few curious glances. Thus, Izumi, you shall reside here for now, and we will reassess once Sasuke Uchiha has recovered. The third Hokage concluded before rising to leave. The Uchiha clan's extermination had left many matters to address, and today's visit was merely a brief respite amidst the chaos. Once the third Hokage departed, Hayashi instructed, Hinata, please prepare a room for Izumi. Izumi, come with me. Yes, father, Hinata complied, stepping out to ready a room for Izumi, while he followed Hayashi. Upon entering Hayashi's chamber, a long silence ensued before he posed a question. Izumi, it is because of you that Hinata can utilize ninjutsu, correct? Izumi was taken aback, puzzled by how Hayashi had discerned that Hinata was capable of performing basic ninjutsu. He had meticulously set up sensory barriers during their practice at training ground number 7, making it nearly impossible for anyone to notice. Moreover, he had repeatedly advised Hinata not to disclose this information to anyone. Indeed, the Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique are skills I taught her. However, I believe these techniques would enhance her abilities. If there are any repercussions, I hope you will forgive me, Izumi admitted, refraining from outright denial, as he had indeed imparted those techniques to her. I am not referring to those 2 techniques alone, I mean other forms of ninjutsu. Hayashi, taken aback by Izumi's caution, hesitated before continuing. I have no ulterior motives, but I implore you not to share this information with anyone. Should others discover that Hinata can wield ninjutsu, the clan elders will not spare either you or her. Izumi was astonished to learn that Hayashi was concerned for both his and Hinata's safety. In light of the Uchiha clan's demise, you have lost your protection. If the clan learns you have found a way for members of the Hyuga clan to practice ninjutsu, your fate may not be favorable. You must also caution Hinata, particularly within the confines of the family. Do not use ninjutsu, not even the Shadow Clone or Rasengan. Hayashi's words left no room for misinterpretation. Denying the truth would be futile. Moreover, if Hayashi were to believe this matter was unrelated to Izumi, Hinata would likely face severe consequences, given that generations of the Hyuga clan had struggled to master ninjutsu. I understand, Hayashi-sama. Thank you for your guidance. From now on, you shall stay here. Returning to the Uchiha compound may hinder your development due to the memories it evokes. Hayashi concluded. Thank you, Hayashi-sama. As Izumi exited Hayashi's chamber, he encountered Hinata rushing towards him. Izumi-kun, your father did not give you any trouble, did he? Not at all. Hayashi-sama merely requested that I stay here from now on. Looks like I'll be living off your family's hospitality, so don't think too poorly of me. Izumi joked lightly. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Besides, you won't be a freeloader. After all, Hinata's old habits resurfaced, and despite Izumi's earnest efforts to listen, she absorbed nothing at all. Chapter 147. Ninja Academy. Graduation. As the seasons turned, another year passed, and Izumi had reached the age of 12. Today marked the day of graduation for him, Hinata, and their peers. The past few years had been marked by tranquility, and Izumi had diligently remained at the Ninja Academy. Sitting in the classroom, Izumi found his gaze drifting towards Naruto Uzumaki, pondering that perhaps only Naruto could pilfer the scroll of seals without being apprehended by the Umbu. First of all, congratulations on successfully graduating from the Ninja Academy. You will soon form teams of 3 to embark on missions under the guidance of your Jonin instructors. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Izumi Uchiha. Izumi was astonished to learn that he and Hinata had been assigned to Team 7. He had assumed Hinata would be a member of Team 8, led by Kunai Yuhi. Moreover, it was perplexing that Team 7 consisted of 4 members. The confusion was shared among the students, and even Irika himself, yet this arrangement had been personally orchestrated by the third Hokage, and Irika's role was limited to merely announcing the teams. Team 8, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno, Hiba Inazuka. Team 10, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka. With Team 7's roster announced, the other teams remained unchanged aside from the swap between Hinata and Sakura. That concludes the team assignments. Shortly, your Jonin instructors will come to conduct your training, Irika stated before turning to leave. Once Irika had exited, Izumi took Hinata's hand and suggested, Hinata, let us take a walk. But isn't our teacher supposed to arrive soon? Don't worry, that latecomer won't show up anytime soon. If Kakashi were punctual, Pigs would fly. Without waiting for Hinata to respond, Izumi pulled her and jumped directly out of the classroom window. Ah, what a bother. Seeing Izumi and Hinata leave. For some reason, Shikamaru began to complain again. The bond between Izumi and Hinata was evident, as they were always together, no matter the time. Ino watched them, her mind wandering as she imagined being entwined with Sasuke. Over the years, the relationship between Izumi and Hinata had grown stronger, and any student in the school who wasn't blind could see it. Yet, neither Hinata nor Izumi had expressed their feelings to one another. Perhaps only they understood the reasons behind this silence. As Asuma and Kurenai took their respective team members away, poor Sasuke and Naruto were left staring at each other, waiting for Kakashi. Sasuke, who typically exuded coolness while seated, found himself wishing for Izumi to take him away for the first time. Ever since the Uchiha clan massacre, due to Izumi's previous close relationship with Itachi, Sasuke had harbored resentment towards her as well. Izumi chose to ignore him, pretending he did not exist. After having lunch with Hinata, Izumi leisurely walked back to school, only to find Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke wearing expressions of discontent. Izumi Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, where have you two been? Oh, Hinata and I lost our way on the path of life. Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Naruto looked ready to challenge Izumi, while Kakashi appeared equally frustrated, having just used a similar excuse himself. Chapter 148, a long-awaited mission. All right, follow me. Under Kakashi's guidance, the four of them ascended to the rooftop. Now, let's start with self-introductions. Why doesn't Kakashi-sensei introduce himself first? Very well, my name is Kakashi Hitaki. I prefer not to share what I like or dislike, and my future dreams are varied. Although Izumi anticipated Kakashi's response, hearing it still made her want to give him a good thrashing. I am Izumi Uchiha. I don't have anyone I particularly like or dislike, and as for my dreams, I haven't decided yet. As for my interests, who knows? As the second to introduce herself, Izumi was as nonchalant as possible, yet Kakashi, with his keen insight, noticed that when she mentioned liking someone, her gaze momentarily flicked to Hinata. I am Hinata Hyuga. I have a fondness for flower pressing, and my dream is to become a ninja who can help others. At this moment, Hinata glanced shyly at Izumi, her cheeks flushing. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I love instant ramen, particularly the Ichiraku ramen that Iraka-sensei treats me to. I despise waiting 3 minutes for my ramen to cook. My interest lies in tasting and comparing various instant noodles, and my ultimate dream is to surpass the Hokage and gain the recognition of the entire village. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have many things I dislike and nothing I particularly like. My ambition goes beyond mere dreams. I seek to revive the Uchiha clan and to kill that man. Kakashi felt a wave of despair wash over him as he looked at the trio of problematic youths. Naruto and Sasuke were already enough to handle, and now there was Izumi as well. After announcing that they were to gather at the first training ground at 5 the next morning, Kakashi left in a hurry, and Izumi couldn't help but find amusement in his departure. Ding! System notification, long-awaited side mission. The familiar sound of the system brought a sense of nostalgia to Izumi. The last mission had been to monitor the Uchiha, which, although ultimately unsuccessful, was still a task assigned by the system. Like before, Izumi accessed the system to check the task, only to be rendered speechless by the current assignment. System, ISNT this task a bit. What's wrong? I think this task is rather good. Are you not satisfied? No, I am quite satisfied, in fact. More tasks like this in the future would be welcome. Kakashi, who had just fled, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping in. Why do I feel this way? Is it truly because I have to deal with those 3 troublesome students? Kakashi pondered, his eyes flat as he contemplated. Izumi and Hinata returned to the Hyuga household. For the past few years, Izumi had been residing there. Initially, some members of the Hyuga clan had harbored resentment towards Izumi's presence, considering the Uchiha to be inherently untrustworthy. However, as time passed, the clan gradually accepted her existence. Izumi-kun, have you met Kakashi-sensei before? Of course I have. It's not just me. You've met him too. Do you remember when the Umbu came looking for me during school? That was Kakashi. During my time with the Umbu, he was the one leading me, so I know him quite well. Chapter 149. An awkward morning, is that so? After returning to their respective rooms, Izumi and Hinata began their daily training routine. While Izumi couldn't learn the gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan, she was able to borrow some techniques, resulting in significant improvement in her physical skills. The night passed without incident, and at 5:10 the next morning, Izumi felt someone nudging him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Hinata. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, "Hinata, what's the matter?" "Izumi-kun, don't you remember? Kakashi-sensei said we had to be at the first training ground by 5. Hinata had risen early and had come to check on him as the time approached. "Oh, that. You can go back to sleep for a bit. We'll leave at 9. Kakashi is famously late. If he isn't 4 or 5 hours late. He isn't Kakashi. Go ahead and rest, Hinata." With that, Izumi flopped back down to continue sleeping. Hinata was at a loss, knowing that, given the Hyuga family's teachings, she should never be late. However, she felt it would be inappropriate to leave Izumi behind. Seeing him so relaxed, she decided to wait for him to wake up, believing he wouldn't truly sleep until 9. Reluctantly, Hinata chose to sit beside Izumi and wait quietly. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Izumi quickly fell back into a deep slumber. Sensing something beside him, he instinctively turned over, his hand landing on whatever it was. The something beside him was, of course, Hinata. As he turned, his hand rested on her shoulder, and Hinata, caught off guard by his sudden movement, was unintentionally pulled closer. Now lying beside him, as she attempted to sit up, she turned her head and found Izumi's sleeping face mere inches away, causing her to once again lose her composure. Izumi and Hinata, one asleep and the other flustered, remained in that position until after 8. When Izumi finally awoke, he was startled to see Hinata lying next to him. He jumped up in confusion, unable to comprehend why she was there. "System, what is going on?" Izumi asked, clearly flustered. Although he knew nothing had happened between them, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "It's nothing. You both just fell asleep next to each other." Upon hearing the sound of the system, Quan was immediately engulfed by regret, lamenting why he had sought the counsel of such a dubious entity. Was it not a futile endeavor? Thus, he earnestly began to reflect on his memories and suddenly recalled that in the midst of slumber, he had seemingly touched something upon turning. In retrospect, it must have been the moment he had inadvertently pushed Hinata down. Realizing what had transpired, Quan silently chastised himself for not behaving properly in his sleep. "Hinata, wake up," he urged, noticing it was nearly 9 o'clock, compelling him to awaken her. "Good morning, Quan-kun," Hinata greeted, still bewildered by the events. She initially believed Quan had come to rouse her from sleep. However, as recollections of the morning's incident flooded back, she leapt from her bed, her previously serene face now flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 150. The Flustered Pair. Hinata. This situation was truly an accident. It's entirely my fault for not being composed in my sleep. I sincerely apologize, regardless of the outcome. It is my responsibility, and I accept any punishment, Quan said, bowing his head as he knelt before Hinata. Quan-kun, let us just gather with the others first, Hinata suggested, though she bore no ill will towards Quan. The morning's events were too easily misconstrued, leading her to hastily shift the conversation as she noted the time. Recalling their impending assembly, Quan also decided to put aside the earlier incident. Thus, Quan and Hinata hurriedly made their way to the meeting point. Fully aware of what was to unfold that day, Quan ensured Hinata had a hearty meal before they arrived at the training ground. To Quan's surprise, Kakashi had yet to appear, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to comment, Kakashi arrived. "Kakashi-sensei, you are exceedingly late," exclaimed Naruto, launching into a tirade. Though Kakashi swiftly disregarded him and promptly announced the day's mission. "Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells?" "Because only 2 of you can remain among the 4, while the others must return to the Ninja Academy to continue their studies." Upon hearing the nature of the task, both Sasuke and Naruto grew tense, while Quan and Hinata remained at ease. Quan had already informed Hinata about the bell-snatching challenge on their way. Let the timer begin. With Kakashi's declaration, Sasuke and Hinata concealed themselves, while Naruto boldly stood his ground, challenging Kakashi directly, and Quan perched himself on a tree, ready to observe. Noticing Quan's lack of involvement, Kakashi sighed in relief. Although he harbored no fear of Quan, the latter had demonstrated Chunin-level prowess years prior, and his current capabilities were uncertain. If Quan had attained Jonin strength, Kakashi doubted his ability to defeat him without causing collateral damage. Confirming Quan's inaction, Kakashi fixed his gaze on Naruto, who was the only one thinking of engaging in a frontal assault. Naruto charged forward with great speed, aiming a punch at Kakashi's head. Kakashi effortlessly intercepted Naruto's attack with one hand while retrieving his favorite tool, the Intimate Paradise, with the other. Undeterred by his failed punch, Naruto attempted a kick, but Kakashi, without even looking, deftly dodged. When Naruto stumbled from his missed kick, Kakashi swiftly pushed him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Nonetheless, Naruto quickly regained his footing and retaliated with another kick. In response to Naruto's second attack, Kakashi easily grasped his ankle, throwing him to the ground. The force of the impact caused Naruto to momentarily lose consciousness. Just then, Kakashi formed a hand seal, signaling the onset of a classic maneuver. Hidden Leaf's secret technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Naruto was struck squarely, launching him into the water, eliciting gasps from the onlookers, including Quan. Chapter 151. The Hidden Leaf's secret technique. Though Quan had witnessed Naruto endure the 1,000 Years of Death multiple times, experiencing it live was entirely different. As Kakashi prepared to rise after his attack on Naruto, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence. Before he could react, Quan appeared behind him, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Quan. Kakashi gasped in surprise, but what transpired next left him pale. Jinjutsu, Nariku's vision. Utilizing his Sharingan, Kakashi fell victim to the illusion, and Quan's face twisted into a sly grin. Hidden Leaf's secret technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Quan executed the technique, taking advantage of Kakashi's momentary shock from the sudden attack and the Jinjutsu. Even Kakashi, formidable as he was, hesitated for a brief instant, which cost him the chance to evade. The 1,000 Years of Death struck true, and as Kakashi broke free from the illusion, he felt a sharp pain in a sensitive area before being sent flying into the water, much like Naruto. Ding. System notification. Side quest. Successfully strike Kakashi Hitaki with 1,000 Years of Death. Reward, 1 point. Though it was merely 1 point, Quan questioned why he should not complete the task. Poor Kakashi had been unwittingly ensnared by the system, and even in death, he might not comprehend the nature of his predicament. Quan-kun, how could you use such a technique against Kakashi-sensei? Hinata began, but recalling that it was Kakashi who had employed it first, she refrained from further comment. It's nothing. I simply returned his own tactic to him. Who told Kakashi to be so lewd? Just as Kakashi emerged from the water, he heard Quan's remark, wishing he could silence him with a single blow. After all, he was Quan's superior, having led him in the Umbu, and he wished Quan would show him some respect. Quan, why did you involve yourself? Kakashi was caught off guard by Quan's sudden intervention. Kakashi-sensei, I am now a member of Team 7. Isn't it natural for me to engage with you? Besides, you never said I couldn't intervene at the start, Quan replied, indifferent to Kakashi's feelings, prioritizing his own amusement. Fine, since you wish to participate, I have no objections. Quan had spoken much. He was now a member of Team 7, not the former Umbu Lightning Fire. As such, it was entirely reasonable for him to act. I hope Kakashi-sensei doesn't lose to me, Quan quipped before taking Hinata's hand and vanishing before Kakashi with the Flying Thunder God technique. Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, had witnessed the entire exchange unfold before his eyes. He found it hard to believe that Quan, of similar age, had successfully ambushed Kakashi, a jonin, while he was merely a freshly graduated student. Though Quan had engaged in a sneak attack, was that not the essence of a ninja's combat? As Quan and Hinata concealed themselves, Naruto emerged from the water, clutching his backside. While he had not witnessed the earlier confrontation, he had seen Kakashi fall into the water. Chapter 152. Dousing Water. Haha. Kakashi-sensei, you've become a drenched chicken. Serves you right for employing such a lewd technique. Naruto began to mock as he climbed ashore, unknowingly striking a nerve within Kakashi. The unfortunate Naruto had yet to comprehend the situation when Kakashi materialized before him, delivering a single punch that sent Naruto crashing back into the lake, becoming the target of Kakashi's ire. With Naruto dealt with, Kakashi swiftly turned his attention to Sasuke. In the presence of a jonin, Sasuke's modest concealed abilities were far from sufficient. Sensing Kakashi's approach, Sasuke hurled shurikens at him, while simultaneously attempting to create distance. He understood that engaging a jonin in close combat was utterly imprudent. Kakashi effortlessly evaded the shurikens, yet they did momentarily hinder his advance. As Sasuke distanced himself, he promptly began to form hand seals. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger, fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball surged towards Kakashi. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi was genuinely astonished. After all, it was no small feat for a freshly graduated genin to wield a C-rank jutsu. This surely marked Sasuke as a prodigy, especially considering that most genin of his age could scarcely muster the chakra required for such techniques. Of course, Kakashi excluded Izumi. who had demonstrated the ability to perform the fireball jutsu at the tender age of 4, and not just once. In an instant, the massive fireball engulfed Kakashi, leaving Sasuke in disbelief. Previously, Kakashi had appeared nonchalant. How could a jonin be so easily dispatched? Just as Sasuke pondered this, a voice resonated from beneath him. Earth-style, inner decapitation jutsu. Before Sasuke could react, he was dragged underground, leaving only his head exposed. Frustration etched across his face. He gazed at Kakashi. Although he recognized the considerable gap between himself and a jonin, he had never anticipated such a disparity. At that moment, he recalled Itachi's words. He was indeed too weak. Having subdued Sasuke, Kakashi fixed his sights on Izumi and Hinata. After years apart, he was unaware of the extent of Izumi's prowess. Though her prior achievements as a chunin were indisputable, Kakashi made his way back to the original meeting point, for as a non-sensing type ninja, locating a concealed Izumi would not be an easy task. Shortly after Kakashi departed, Sasuke felt a shadow loom over him. Is that you? Ah, our prodigy Uchiha Sasuke. Buried in the ground. I wonder what will sprout if we water you a bit. To his astonishment, Izumi produced a watering can and began to pour water over Sasuke's head. What are you doing? Sasuke struggled in vain, as being buried made movement impossible, and he could hardly evade the water cascading down. Of course I'm watering you. Did you think our genius Sasuke wouldn't know that? Stop it. Oh, still unable to remain calm? With your strength, you stand no chance against Kakashi for the bells. The so-called bell test isn't the true essence of this trial. Think it through. I'm off to have some fun with Kakashi. With that, Izumi placed the watering can atop Sasuke's head and departed. Sasuke was no fool, though often dramatic. He quickly grasped the intent behind Izumi's words and understood the true meaning of this trial. He began to struggle anew. Izumi and Hinata approached Kakashi, realizing that a surprise attack would be challenging against a vigilant opponent. Is this a good spot? Izumi inquired, glancing at Naruto, who was bound and unable to partake in lunch. Well, it should be fine, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Izumi sprang into action, employing the body flicker technique to appear before Kakashi, activating her Sharingan immediately. Having once suffered at Izumi's hands, Kakashi activated his own Sharingan to avoid being ensnared by her Jinjutsu. Both wielding the Sharingan, they could easily discern each other's attacks. Yet Izumi's youth rendered her strength and speed inferior to Kakashi's adult form. Consequently, their skirmish quickly tilted in Kakashi's favor. Recognizing her disadvantage, Izumi feigned a move to create distance. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, pressure damage. Hinata unleashed her fireball jutsu while Izumi executed pressure damage. The overwhelming flames surged towards Kakashi. Must you be so serious? Kakashi was taken aback that Hinata could utilize jutsu, and her fire style was no less potent than that of an ordinary ninja, perhaps even surpassing Sasuke's earlier attempt. Water style, multiple water wall. Kakashi leapt into the lake. Fortifying his defenses, such a scale of fire would surely incinerate him. The combination jutsu of Izumi and Hinata dissipated against the multiple water wall, yet before Kakashi could relax, the two girls reappeared behind him using the flying thunder god technique. Lightning style, lightning net bind. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Izumi ensnared Kakashi with lightning style, while Hinata unleashed her recently mastered powerful attack, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With each strike landing on Kakashi, Izumi finally released the lightning net bind. Although the gentle fist technique could incapacitate even Kakashi if all blows connected, Izumi doubted he would be so easily ensnared. Indeed, her Sharingan detected Kakashi's unusual behavior, prompting Izumi and Hinata to act without hesitation. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, great breakthrough. The duo executed their techniques simultaneously, just as Kakashi transformed into lightning. Had they reacted any slower, they surely would have been caught in the ensuing blast. Upon witnessing Kakashi's transformation, Izumi recognized it as the A-rank jutsu. Lightning release, shadow clone technique, and a smile crept across her face. It was well known that Kakashi was severely low on chakra. A single lightning clone could deplete most of his reserves. A jonin without chakra was significantly weakened. Back to back, Izumi and Hinata prepared for the impending assault. The successive C-rank jutsu, combined with the gentle fist technique, left Hinata's chakra nearly exhausted. Although she maintained a standing posture, it was evident to all that she was running on fumes. Hinata, what's wrong? Can you hold on? I'm fine, Izumi-kun, but I can only perform one more jutsu. Despite Hinata's efforts, her age limited her chakra output. Her youthful body could not harness much chakra. Hinata, unlike Izumi, does not possess exceptionally formidable mental strength, which results in her chakra being somewhat limited. Of course, this is in comparison to Izumi. When measured against ordinary genin, her chakra is ample. Aware that Hinata cannot endure for too long, Izumi decides to cease the confrontation, recognizing that the fundamental purpose of this test is not to defeat Kakashi, but to foster a sense of teamwork. Just as Izumi prepares to concede, Kakashi seizes the moment to launch an attack. Earth-style, decapitation technique. Kakashi's target is Hinata, and he quickly discerns her chakra deficiency. Additionally, he notices Izumi's protective demeanor towards Hinata, thus identifying her as Izumi's Achilles heel. Seeing Hinata being ensnared in the earth, much like Sasuke, ignites a sense of urgency within Izumi, and her earlier inclination to surrender vanishes in an instant. The 8 gates: first gate, open; second gate, rest gate, open; third gate, life gate, open. In mere moments, Izumi activates the first 3 gates, resulting in a significant surge in her power and speed. Kakashi, taken aback by this unexpected display, realizes that he cannot underestimate Izumi, who now possesses tremendous velocity. She charges at Kakashi with unyielding force, delivering a punch that he can only barely deflect. However, the sheer strength of Izumi's attack sends Kakashi hurtling backward. Instead of pursuing him, Izumi rushes to Hinata's side to rescue her. Hinata, use that technique, Izumi instructs. Hinata blushes slightly at the command but nods in agreement, saying, Izumi-kun, I can only use it once. After that, I will have no fighting power left. Understood. In truth, whether or not the technique succeeds, Izumi has no intention of prolonging the battle. His original plan was to withdraw, yet Kakashi's sudden aggression towards Hinata has altered that course. From a distance, Kakashi realizes that Izumi and Hinata are preparing to execute a significant move, prompting him to remain vigilant. In the next instant, Izumi and Hinata vanish from sight, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Kakashi. Sensing their presence, Kakashi swiftly turns to counterattack, only to strike 2 shadow clones. Not good. He realizes he has fallen for a ruse. At that moment, Izumi and Hinata's voices resonate from above. Reninka, 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. As Kakashi looks up, he sees Izumi descending rapidly while cradling Hinata, both of them rotating at high speed. The combination of Reninka and heavenly spin amplifies their destructive potential, and even Kakashi's expression shifts dramatically at the sight. If Izumi and Hinata were adversaries, he would have strategies to counteract them. However, as his students, he cannot afford to retaliate with lethal force and must resort to defensive measures. Earth-style, multiple earth walls. Numerous earth walls rise to shield Kakashi. But as Izumi and Hinata's rotation intensifies, they swiftly dismantle the walls. By the time they break through the final barrier, Kakashi has already vanished from sight. At this juncture, Hinata's chakra is nearly depleted, leaving her incapable of continuing the fight. Thus, the remainder of the battle falls solely on Izumi. Kakashi-sensei, is it really appropriate to hide like this? The task at hand is to seize the bells, and if you don't show yourself, this game cannot proceed. With kunai in hand, Izumi remains alert, scanning the surroundings. Byakugan. Realizing Izumi is struggling to locate Kakashi, Hinata activates her Byakugan and quickly spots Kakashi's hiding place. Izumi-kun. He's at your 2 o'clock. Fire-style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Upon hearing Hinata's guidance, Izumi promptly launches his attack. Years of close companionship have fostered an almost telepathic understanding between Izumi and Hinata, allowing them to coordinate effortlessly without any signals. The B-rank ninjutsu heads straight for Kakashi, who, faced with such an onslaught, cannot afford to be dismissive and leaps back to commence a full-speed hand sign sequence. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. While Izumi has encountered the Water Dragon Bullet before, he has never witnessed anyone execute the hand signs with such speed as Kakashi does. Izumi marvels at Kakashi's prowess, acknowledging him as Konoha's foremost technician, not only in ninjutsu, but also in the rapidity of hand sign formations. Although both techniques are of B-rank caliber, water naturally extinguishes fire, compounded by Kakashi's superior skill in ninjutsu, resulting in Izumi's Great Dragon Fire technique being successfully doused. Just as Izumi readies to unleash his jutsu, Kakashi appears behind him, a kunai poised at his neck. It's over, Izumi, you've lost. To Kakashi, Izumi's involvement seems little more than a farce, given that according to the third Hokage's arrangement, Izumi is merely a temporary addition to Team 7 and will soon be promoted, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata behind. Kakashi, you have underestimated me. Without waiting for Kakashi's reaction, Izumi lowers his head, purposefully placing Kakashi's kunai against his own throat. Of course, Izumi does not intend to take his own life. Instead, he activates the A-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, lightning clone technique. As the clone perishes, a surge of electricity erupts around him. Kakashi, caught off guard and surrounded by conductive water, finds it challenging to evade. Due to his momentary lapse in caution, Kakashi unwittingly walks into a trap. The paralysis induced by the lightning clone renders him immobile, allowing Izumi to swiftly snatch the bells from Kakashi's waist, one for him and one for Hinata. As noon arrives, Naruto remains bound to a stump, now accompanied by Sasuke. Your performance has been lacking. However, I am willing to offer you another chance. After lunch, the test will resume. But Naruto and Sasuke, you will have no food. If anyone dares to share their meal with you, they will be sent back to the Ninja Academy. With that, Kakashi vanishes. Regarding Kakashi's remarks, Izumi pays no mind, retrieving his lunch to eat. However, the kind-hearted Hinata, seeing Naruto and Sasuke tied to the stump, feels a twinge of compassion. Yet, having always consulted Izumi about such matters, she refrains from directly sharing her food. Izumi-kun, Naruto and Sasuke seem so pitiful. Should we share our lunch with them? Upon hearing Hinata's willingness to share, Naruto's eyes nearly fall into the lunchbox, while Sasuke, despite his disdainful demeanor, finds his stomach protesting loudly, reddening his cheeks. All right, they do seem quite unfortunate. You two can have my lunch. Hinata, let us share a portion. Izumi, wishing to prevent Hinata's meal from being consumed by either Naruto or Sasuke, decides to divide his bento. Upon hearing Izumi's plan, Hinata blushes and nods in agreement. Thus they share a single portion. Hey Izumi, we can't eat while we're tied up. Naruto exclaims in despair at the sight of the bento, so close yet out of reach. Here, you two can feed each other, Izumi replies, handing them two exceptionally long chopsticks, clearly indicating that they must fend for themselves. Chopsticks were handed to two individuals, and Izumi, along with Hinata, approached a nearby tree, wishing to avoid any unfortunate incidents with the utensils. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, both reluctant to feed the other. However, it was clear that if neither of them took the initiative, the meal would remain untouched. Ultimately, Naruto chose to acquiesce and began to feed Sasuke with the chopsticks, marking the commencement of their lunch. At that moment, Kakashi appeared before them like a phantom. Hey, you've passed, he declared, initially adopting a rather fearsome demeanor, only to swiftly shift to a more amiable expression, leaving Sasuke and Naruto pondering the peculiarities of their teacher's temperament. Was Kakashi-sensei truly unwell? Wasn't he who had stated that sharing lunch with others would lead to elimination? Just as Kakashi began to explain, he was abruptly interrupted by Izumi. Allow me to elucidate. In the world of ninjas, violating the rules renders one a scoundrel, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are the very worst of scoundrels. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Naruto and Sasuke appeared contemplative, while Kakashi wore a look of displeasure. It was indeed frustrating to have one's intended words snatched away. The day's training had been thoroughly disrupted by Izumi, yet as the supervising instructor, Kakashi felt powerless to object. Given that Izumi's past had been entirely erased from memory by the third Hokage, and discussing it was strictly forbidden. This is the essence of it. From now on, the four of you are comrades who will support one another, so never abandon your companions, no matter the circumstances. That concludes today's task. We shall commence with our mission tomorrow morning. With that, Kakashi departed in a rather gloomy state, while Izumi and Hinata left hand in hand. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, bound to a wooden post, exchanged bewildered glances before realizing their own predicament. Hey, Hinata, Izumi, hurry up. Let us down. As newly graduated genin, the only tasks available to them were D-rank missions, which predominantly entailed mundane labor such as weeding for villagers or retrieving lost cats, essentially trivial undertakings. Chapter 157. The mission to the Land of Waves. For an entire week, Kakashi's Team 7 engaged in tedious D-rank missions, and Naruto could no longer contain his boredom. One day, they arrived at the Hokage's office, where Naruto clamored for more challenging assignments. After much insistence, the third Hokage finally granted them a C-rank mission, which, as it turned out, was the mission to the Land of Waves. Knowing the plot, Izumi understood that this so-called C-rank mission was actually of B-rank difficulty, if not A-rank. Considering that Zabuza was one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Despite her knowledge of the impending events, Izumi had no intention of warning Kakashi, especially since she had been eagerly anticipating this mission. Ding. System notification. Main quest. Defeat Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Reward. Sealing technique. Evil sealing method. Ding. System notification. Side quest. Ensure Zabuza Momochi's survival. Ding. System notification. Character quest. Haku. A series of system notifications echoed, prompting a slight smile from Izumi, as this mission aligned perfectly with her desires. Under Kakashi's guidance, the 4 members of Team 7 set off for the Land of Waves, accompanied by the intoxicated Tazuna. They quickly departed from Konoha, and upon reaching the border of the Land of Fire, they encountered 2 conspicuous puddles. Observing the puddles, Izumi felt a sense of foreboding. Even without knowing the events to come, their obviousness was striking, and anyone with a modicum of common sense would recognize something amiss. Izumi, Hinata. It seems those puddles are unusual, Hinata remarked, about to voice her concerns, only to halt when she noticed Izumi subtly shake her head. Izumi, Kakashi. And Hinata pretended to act nonchalantly as they approached, while Kakashi deliberately lagged behind. As they distanced themselves from the puddles, the hidden demon brothers finally made their move. First, an eerie iron chain swiftly ensnared Kakashi. Witnessing this, Naruto and Sasuke were rendered speechless, and even Hinata turned pale, while Izumi remained unfazed. After all, despite being Chunin, the demon brothers were merely marginally stronger than Genin, posing little threat. Second, after eliminating Kakashi, the demon brothers set their sights on Naruto. Paralyzed by fear, Naruto found himself unable to move, but at a critical moment, Sasuke used a shuriken to sever the chains that bound them, freeing their movements. With the chains anchored to a tree, the demon brothers abandoned their restraints. One rushed toward Sasuke, while the other charged at Hinata and Izumi. In the face of the attack, Izumi deftly sidestepped, surprising the demon brothers. However, their target was Tazuna, so they paid no heed to Izumi's maneuver and continued their assault on Hinata. Although Hinata's strength was nearly on par with Chunin and even surpassed the demon brothers. This was her first real combat experience, and having just witnessed Kakashi's gruesome demise, she found herself frozen in place, forgetting to defend. As the demon brothers' attack loomed, Izumi furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated Hinata's lack of combat readiness. In a moment of crisis, he utilized the body flicker technique to position himself before Hinata, simultaneously launching an assault on both demon brothers. Chapter 158. A glimmer of brilliance. The demon brothers were caught completely off guard by Izumi's sudden appearance. As they attempted to block his strike with their iron claws, they gravely misjudged Izumi's strength. His seemingly lackluster punches sent them both flying. Having dispatched the demon brothers, Izumi did not relent. One dared to attack Hinata, and that would warrant no mercy. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without holding back, he unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu, reducing the hapless demon brothers to mere ashes. The sight left everyone present astounded, particularly Tazuna, who had never anticipated such formidable power from a mere child. Sasuke, too, contemplated just how strong Izumi truly was. He had not witnessed Izumi's previous encounter with Kakashi and remained unaware of Izumi's extraordinary capabilities. Kakashi-sensei, you should really step in. After all, you are a Jonin instructor. Must I handle everything myself? Izumi lamented, growing increasingly frustrated with Kakashi, who had been lax since Team 7's formation, leaving most tasks to Izumi. Well, don't dwell on such matters, Kakashi replied. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Naruto exclaimed, astonished to see Kakashi reappear, having just witnessed him being torn to pieces. Surely, he was a Jonin and not so easily vanquished. The earlier situation was, in part, a test of their abilities, and in part, a means to ascertain the true targets of the 2 mist ninjas. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi-sensei? Indeed, Kakashi affirmed. Mr. Tazuna, perhaps you should clarify the current situation? With that, Kakashi turned his gaze toward Tazuna. Clarify what? Tazuna stammered, knowing he had something to hide. Yet neither Izumi nor Kakashi intended to let him off the hook. Mr. Tazuna, your commission was to ensure your protection from thieves and bandits. However, we have just been attacked by a Chunin from the mist, and their target was you. Hence, the level of this mission should be classified as B rank rather than C rank. Kakashi cast a discontented glance at Tazuna, reminding him that concealing the true nature of a mission could easily result in casualties among ninjas. Kakashi's assertion was valid. A B-rank mission necessitated at least a chunin, not a genin. Mr. Tazuna, your actions could be construed as deliberate, and we reserve the right to refuse such a client. In severe circumstances, we might even execute you on the spot. By the time she finished speaking, Izumi's eyes had turned a vivid crimson. Her Sharingan's two tomo fixed intently on Tazuna. Faced with such a gaze, not only Tazuna but also Naruto and Sasuke felt profoundly uneasy. How could this be? The Sharingan. She had awakened it, and it had reached two tomo. How could this be possible? Sasuke had always regarded Izumi as relatively weak. Yet today's revelations had thoroughly contradicted his assumptions. Wait, I didn't mean to conceal anything. Realizing that Izumi was indeed prepared to take lethal action against him, Tazuna dared not withhold any details. Chapter 159. Financial struggles. Tazuna divulged everything, the details regarding Kato and the bridge, without reservation, even refraining from dramatics due to Izumi's intimidation. Mr. Tazuna, I apologize. While I sympathize with your plight, this level of mission is beyond my team's capabilities, so this task concludes here. Of course, we can escort you back to Konoha. With that, Kakashi prepared to turn away. From Kakashi's perspective, they had barely exited the Land of Fire when they encountered a Chunin, and given that Kato was a wealthy magnate, it was not surprising to face an attack from a Jonin. Although there were at least two Chunin in Team 7, Izumi and Hinata, Kakashi remained unwilling to take risks. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, Izumi interjected. What is it? I believe our team possesses the strength to accomplish this mission. Upon hearing her words, Kakashi furrowed his brow, perplexed by her reasoning. Typically, B-rank escort missions required either one Jonin or 2 to 3 Chunin. With one Jonin already in their ranks, alongside Izumi and Hinata, the configuration seemed adequate unless they faced an adversary of Kaga-level strength. More critically, Izumi was adamant about not failing this mission. Kakashi fell silent. Indeed, from a purely numerical standpoint, they could protect Tazuna, but he could not disregard the presence of Sasuke and Naruto, who were mere Genin. Against a Jonin, Genin would be little more than cannon fodder, and a moment's negligence could lead to their demise. Moreover, they had already left the Land of Fire, making it impossible for Kakashi to send Sasuke and Naruto back to Konoha. Very well. However, if the situation becomes untenable, I will terminate the mission immediately. After much hesitation, Kakashi relented, for Izumi had previously demonstrated prowess beyond that of an ordinary Chunin. The emergence of Izumi, like a butterfly, prevented Naruto from impulsively piercing his palm with a kunai, as in the original narrative. Nonetheless, whether Naruto was resolute in his desire to grow stronger was of little concern to Izumi. Tazuna was taken aback that Izumi and the others were aware of the impending danger, yet still chose to accept the mission. He felt a pang of guilt, wishing to voice his thoughts, but recalling Izumi's icy stare, rendering him mute. What exactly are you planning? Izumi and Kakashi walked at the rear of the group. Kakashi's expression, one of confusion. Nothing much. Funds have been tight lately, and as you know, my income relies solely on the meager allowances from Konoha, which barely suffice. Now that we finally have a lucrative task, why not seize the opportunity? Lucrative? Tazuna noted that he had only compensated them at the C rank level. Even if they returned to the village and the mission was upgraded to B rank, the remuneration would not increase. Kakashi remained perplexed by Izumi's explanation. I'm not interested in the mission's pay. Didn't you hear Tazuna say that Kato is a callous millionaire? Since we are already out here, you cannot claim the spoils for yourself, nor can you report me. Once the situation is resolved, I'll share a portion with you. Izumi did not conceal her intent to rob Kato from Kakashi, understanding that executing such a plan would require her to temporarily leave the group. Izumi, what exactly do you intend to do? Kakashi suspected that her motivations extended beyond mere monetary gain. Did I not mention it? I am in dire need of funds. I've long been aware that Kato is no virtuous individual. I've been eager to confront him. Isn't this opportunity fortuitous? Chapter 160. Zabuza Momochi, you would engage in such acts? Pray tell, what are your true intentions? As your supervising teacher, I reserve the right to terminate this mission. Kakashi found it hard to believe that Izumi had suddenly developed an interest in the merchant Kato. Are you daft, Kakashi? I've been living with the Hyuga clan for years, enjoying their hospitality without contributing anything. Even if they do not resent my presence, I feel ashamed. Now that I have a chance to earn some extra income, why wouldn't I pursue it? I warn you, if you dare refuse this mission, I will expose the incident from years ago when we competed in the floodgate opening. Kakashi felt a sense of resignation. He had not anticipated that, after all these years, Izumi would still remember that event. More importantly, if that incident were to surface, he would find himself utterly embarrassed. While Kakashi remained skeptical of Izumi's motives, he chose not to press further, as Kato was merely a wealthy merchant, not someone of particular concern. As the group continued forward, Izumi soon sensed an unusual presence. Just as she was about to alert the others, a sudden wave of danger surged through her, prompting her to push Hinata to the ground. Simultaneously, Kakashi shouted for the others to take cover, and they narrowly evaded a flying decapitation blade. I find it curious that the demon brothers have not returned. It seems you are here, Kakashi Hitaki. Hey, you bald uncle. How do you know Kakashi-sensei? Naruto, step back. This is not an enemy you can confront. The man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu, the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. It is no disgrace for the demon brothers to fall to your hands. Though he knew it was unlikely, Zabuza inquired, might I request that you hand over the old man behind you? That is out of the question, Mr. Tazuna is the person we are escorting, and it would not be prudent to hand him over. Then it seems we are left with no choice but to engage in combat. With that, Zabuza leapt onto the water's surface. Water style, hidden mist technique. The land of waves, an island surrounded by sea, was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, and the appearance of the hidden mist technique further reduced visibility. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata form a protective barrier around Mr. Tazuna. Understanding their adversary's objective, Kakashi immediately began directing the team. Hinata and the others positioned themselves around Tazuna, while Izumi stood beside Hinata, safeguarding her. 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which shall I strike first? Zabuza's voice echoed ominously from all directions, causing unease among Naruto and Sasuke. Hinata wished to unleash her Byakugan in search of Zabuza's whereabouts, but was unexpectedly halted by Izumi. Izumi-kun? Hinata gazed at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he would stop her. The notorious Zabuza Momochi was a master of silent assassination techniques, and should anyone ascertain his position, his stealthy methods would undoubtedly falter. To prevent such a scenario, Zabuza would likely prioritize eliminating perceptive ninjas first, and neither Kakashi nor I could guarantee Hinata's safety. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from detection in such circumstances. Chapter 161. The battle commences. Izumi spoke without lowering his voice. His words served both as a warning to Hinata and a reminder to Kakashi to safeguard her. I can't believe my name has reached even the ears of the young ones from Konoha. What an honor. Zabuza's voice echoed as he materialized in the center of the intricate formation. Sensing Zabuza's presence, Izumi swiftly propelled Hinata out of harm's way, and his Sharingan activated instantaneously. Jinjutsu, Narakuju. Izumi's mental prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, ensnaring even the formidable Zabuza within his illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Izumi thrust a kunai into Zabuza's heart. Impressive. Young one, you've managed to defeat my clone. Zabuza's voice resonated behind Izumi, even as the Zabuza he had pierced transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone. Did Haku not instruct you about never turning your back on an enemy? Izumi remained unfazed by Zabuza's appearance behind him. It would have been peculiar if Zabuza had been vanquished that easily. What? Zabuza's words were cut short as a kunai was pressed against his throat, while the Izumi before him dissipated into a wisp of smoke. A shadow clone. When did he? Although Zabuza anticipated Kakashi's arrival behind him, he did not expect a mere child like Izumi to employ such a technique against him. Zabuza, this is the end. You have failed. Kakashi was evidently confident that the battle was over, for in this state, Zabuza had no chance of escape. Is that so? Perhaps not. Before the words could fully escape Kakashi's lips, another Zabuza lunged from the mist, catching Kakashi off guard and sending him flying. Kakashi landed in a nearby lake, sensing something amiss as he entered the water. Water release, water prison technique. Alarm bells rang in Kakashi's mind. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he attempted to break free, but he was ultimately a beat too late. The water prison was successfully cast, trapping him within its confines. Observing Kakashi ensnared in the prison akin to a scripted scene, Izumi felt a touch of exasperation. Was this truly Kakashi? The Kakashi who once stood alone in the Umbu had fallen so easily? Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Perhaps you should refrain from watching too much Paradise of Affection. Your skills have declined significantly. With Kakashi incapacitated, Izumi was left to confront Zabuza alone. In the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke faced Zabuza's water clone, but perhaps due to a butterfly effect, it was Zabuza's clone that cast the water prison this time, not his true self. Izumi, you must take them and flee. You cannot contend with him. Kakashi, mistakenly believing that the one who had ensnared him was Zabuza's true form, remained unconcerned for Izumi and Hinata's safety. It's not that I don't wish to escape, Kakashi-sensei, but evading the true Zabuza is no simple feat. What? The true form. Understanding this, Kakashi grew anxious. Although Izumi was formidable, he still doubted his ability to confront Zabuza directly. At that moment, Zabuza, wielding his executioner's blade, manifested directly behind Izumi, who was already prepared for Zabuza's advance, and sprang into action. Chapter 162, Full Force 8 Gates. First Gate, Open. Upon unlocking the first gate, Izumi evaded Zabuza's deadly strike with remarkable speed, as Sasuke hurled a shuriken and charged at Zabuza. Clearly, Sasuke wished to participate in the fray. If you wish to live, then step aside. I have no time for a burden like you. A body flicker jettisoned Izumi next to Sasuke, sending him flying. Izumi found it perplexing that Sasuke, a mere Jonin, would dare to challenge an elite Jonin, especially one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Was this not akin to courting death? Not to mention, even Izumi could only defend himself. Fire release, great fireball technique. Casting aside Sasuke without concern for his reaction, Izumi launched an enormous fireball towards Zabuza. Witnessing a Jonin wield such an attack, Zabuza was taken aback, but continued to weave his hand seals without hesitation. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A shark surged forth, colliding with the fireball. Izumi was momentarily stunned. The water shark bullet was typically associated with Kisame. Why would Zabuza possess it? He quickly remembered that while only Kisame was depicted using it in the original story, this jutsu was not a bloodline limit, but rather a common water technique. The clash of water and fire resulted in a simultaneous annihilation, yet the steam produced only thickened the surrounding mist. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. Izumi unleashed a gust to dispel the surrounding fog, successfully achieving what he could not against Haku's mist. As the mist dissipated, Zabuza's water technique emerged. Izumi paid it little heed, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, pressure damage. The B-rank technique unleashed a violent gale towards Zabuza, who found his water technique unable to withstand the onslaught. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed a Jonin executing a B-rank technique. He hastily formed hand seals to counter Izumi's assault. Simultaneously, a youthful voice rang out. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Hinata, standing not far behind Izumi, unleashed her own fire technique in concert with his attack. The synergy of wind and flame amplified their power, rendering Zabuza's singular technique futile. He was left with no choice but to abandon his seals and utilize the body flicker technique to escape. Having forced Zabuza back, Izumi approached Hinata, speaking softly. In the presence of outsiders, refrain from using ninjutsu. Previously, Izumi had cautioned Hinata against recklessly employing jutsu, and in her desire to assist him, she momentarily forgot his warning. I'm sorry, Izumi-kun. I realize now that I acted impulsively. Hinata, noticing Izumi's concern, quickly responded. On the other side, Zabuza, though he managed to evade the combined assault of Izumi and Hinata, still bore the marks of burns along his left arm, a testament to the flames that grazed him. Fortunately, it did not hinder his combat prowess. That insufferable brat. This time, Zabuza was thoroughly incensed. Being bested by a mere genin was undeniably humiliating. Zabuza, it seems you are rather slow on the uptake, Izumi remarked, gesturing behind him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zabuza recalled that Izumi's attack had not only targeted him, but also his clone and Kakashi, who was ensnared in the water prison technique. Lightning release, body flicker. Just as Zabuza contemplated Kakashi's escape, Kakashi's assault reached him. In the face of Kakashi's onslaught, Zabuza was compelled to rely once again on the body flicker technique to evade. When he reappeared, he landed directly on the surface of the lake. Kakashi followed suit, standing on the water's surface as they faced each other, both swiftly beginning to weave hand signs. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In a matter of seconds, the water dragon bullet technique, requiring 44 hand signs, manifested almost simultaneously from both Kakashi and Zabuza. Two colossal water dragons collided fiercely. each tearing at the other. Concurrently, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in intense combat, with Kakashi's Sharingan providing him with unparalleled foresight, allowing him to anticipate every one of Zabuza's moves. Damn it, he sees through all my actions. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Zabuza seethed with fury, realizing that Kakashi had perfectly replicated his every maneuver, both in amplitude and timing. Truly an odious foe. Is that what you wish to convey? Hearing Kakashi articulate his thoughts, Zabuza's rage intensified, compelling him to eliminate Kakashi without hesitation, as the prospect of his every technique being foreseen was intolerable. Once again, both Kakashi and Zabuza initiated their hand signs simultaneously, and this time, although Kakashi mirrored Zabuza's jutsu, he executed it first. Water release, great waterfall technique. The A-rank jutsu unleashed a torrent of water, surging towards Zabuza like a breaking dam. Regardless of Zabuza's formidable strength, he was unable to withstand such a deluge and was swept away by the current. Nearby, Izumi observed Zabuza's defeat, reminiscent of the original narrative, and began contemplating how to allow him to escape. In the original story, Kakashi had failed to perceive White's deception due to impending unconsciousness. But Izumi believed Kakashi would not overlook any flaws now. Is this the nature of battle among Jonin? Sasuke, standing nearby, was utterly astonished by the clash between Kakashi and Zabuza. He was acutely aware of his own inadequacies compared to a Jonin, yet he had not anticipated such a chasm in their abilities. Zabuza was propelled far by the torrent, ultimately crashing into a large tree, and the impact of the great waterfall technique significantly diminished his combat effectiveness. Chapter 164. The unconscious Kakashi and Izumi approached the now incapacitated Zabuza. At that moment, Izumi sensed another presence nearby, instinctively recognizing it to be Momochi Zabuza. As Zabuza struggled to rise, still intent on continuing the fight, Kakashi prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, two Senbon struck Zabuza's vital points, and he fell instantly to the ground. That mask, you must be from the Mist Pursuit Unit, Kakashi said gravely, gazing at White, who stood atop a tree. Indeed, I am from the Mist Pursuit Unit, here to ensure Zabuza's demise. I thank you for your assistance, and I hope to take Zabuza's body for my own purposes. Kakashi paid no heed to White's words, instead kneeling beside Zabuza to confirm his death. Once assured of Zabuza's demise, Kakashi nodded. Given your affiliation with the Mist Pursuit Unit, it is only fitting that I relinquish Zabuza to you. Izumi, puzzled by Kakashi's decision, could not fathom why he had overlooked White's oddities. Thank you, White replied as he approached Zabuza's lifeless form, hoisting the body over his shoulder before vanishing from sight. Once Zabuza and White had departed, Izumi expressed her confusion, as even she had detected the unusual circumstances. She wondered why Kakashi had failed to notice. Well, this situation has been resolved smoothly, and everyone appears fatigued. We should find a place to rest, Izumi suggested. Before she could finish her sentence, Kakashi collapsed, leaving everyone in shock. Izumi rushed to Kakashi's side, examining him closely. He simply exhausted himself. He has fainted. However, I fear Kakashi-sensei will be unable to fight for a while. Tazuna-san, we are not far from your home. We need to rest. Although Izumi posed it as a question, her tone was commanding. Yes, my home is nearby, Tazuna replied hurriedly, intimidated by Izumi's earlier display of strength. All right, Sasuke, Naruto, you two carry Kakashi-sensei. We must depart. With that, Izumi stood ready to leave. Why must I carry him? Sasuke protested, clearly displeased at being commanded by someone his age. You can either carry Kakashi-sensei now or face my wrath, and then bear him while injured, Izumi retorted, striding forward without looking back. Sasuke, along with Naruto, begrudgingly took up the task of carrying Kakashi, while Izumi and Hinata fell behind. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. You noticed something was off as well, didn't you? Izumi whispered to Hinata. White's tactics might fool others, but they would not deceive Hinata, as the Hyuga clan was renowned for their mastery of chakra points, knowing precisely which could lead to death and which could induce a state of apparent death. Chapter 165. Izumi's intentions that Mist Ninja clearly came to rescue Zabuza. Why did you allow him to escape? If you were concerned about his strength, could we not have defeated him together? Hinata inquired cautiously, as if fearing to upset Izumi. That Mist Ninja is named Momochi Zabuza, likely of Chunin rank. Though he possesses a bloodline limit, I believe we could handle him together. However, I wish to bring both Zabuza and Momochi White under my command. Izumi-kun, Do you intend to shelter Zabuza and Momochi White? But they are from the Mist Village. They cannot be accepted back into their village. At this point, I must confide in you. I had already planned to leave Konoha the year I first departed the village. Though Konoha appears peaceful on the surface, beneath lies a turbulent undercurrent. As a member of the Uchiha clan, merely surviving to this day is a stroke of luck. Thus, I have established some influence outside, and what I need most now are strong allies. Indeed, both Sister Izumi and Brother Shizuka have already arrived. Previously, due to the lack of an opportune moment, I refrained from informing you. Now, encountering this situation, I felt compelled to share it with you. I wish for Zabuza and Mizuki to assist me in my endeavors. Izumi, do you truly intend to depart? Hinata absorbed little of the surrounding conversation, only grasping Izumi's intention to leave Konoha. Yes, he affirmed. If I remain in Konoha, I fear it will not be long before Danzo makes his move against me. I aspire to grow stronger, and staying here would attract too much attention. Therefore, I must leave. At this juncture, Izumi yearned to inquire if Hinata could accompany him. Yet he hesitated, ultimately swallowing the question. He understood that posing such a query would place Hinata in a difficult position. Unlike Izumi, who was already alone, Hinata had family, parents, and a sister, who were intertwined in her fate, making her situation far more complex. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Hinata found herself at a loss for words. She wished for him to stay, but the danger he would face if he did was palpable. Enough of this, Izumi said. I haven't declared my departure just yet. Even if I do leave, I will strive to maintain a good relationship with Konoha. I may be branded a rogue ninja, but I will not be hunted down. And we will keep in touch. At that moment, Izumi was already acutely aware of his feelings for Hinata, yet he was too afraid to articulate them, fearing that doing so would only harm her. I understand, Izumi. No matter where you go, you must ensure your safety, Hinata replied, suppressing her tears while harboring a bold thought. The group arrived at Dazuna's home, where Kakashi was severely exhausted and needed rest to recover. After examining Kakashi, Izumi comprehended why he had fallen unconscious in the original narrative. Under normal circumstances, even with a considerable chakra deficit, Kakashi would not succumb so easily. The culprit behind his fainting was none other than the Sharingan, specifically the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kimui, which had significantly drained his chakra. However, Izumi was puzzled as to why Kakashi had fainted despite not using Kimui to escape from the water prison technique. Chapter 166. The two young ones in distress. Izumi was unaware that Kakashi's fainting had much to do with him. Previously, in an effort to save Kakashi, Izumi had utilized a technique that caused harm, and combined with Hinata's Dragonfire technique, the resulting force had been extraordinarily powerful. At that moment, Zabuza had merely destroyed a water clone, while Kakashi's real body remained exposed, compelling him to use Kimui to shift the flames into the Kimui dimension. After a while, Kakashi finally awakened. Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in too much of that Intimate Paradise series. Such a battle has left you weak, don't you think? Izumi jested. Kakashi shot a glance at Izumi, inwardly musing, isn't it your and Hinata's combined attack that caused this? I won't be able to fight for the next 7 days as I need that time to recover. During this period, you must dedicate yourselves to training. Zabuza may not be dead. Kakashi recalled the peculiarities from earlier and began to prepare for their training regimen. As for you, a patient, just focus on resting. I will arrange the training for you, Izumi said, genuinely concerned that Kakashi might collapse if he pushed himself too hard. All right, I will rest assuredly, Kakashi conceded, recognizing Izumi's strength and relinquishing control over the training. Izumi and Hinata led Sasuke and Naruto into the woods, where Izumi observed that the trees were sufficiently tall. In the coming days, your focus should be on mastering your chakra control. Both of you, Naruto and Sasuke, are woefully inadequate in this regard, he remarked. To illustrate, if a normal jutsu consumes 10 units of chakra, you both expend over 15, and your jutsu potency is below standard. Thus, to train your chakra control, we will begin with tree climbing. Tree climbing? Naruto and Sasuke echoed, perplexed. Indeed. First, you must concentrate your chakra beneath your feet to adhere to the tree. This exercise will enhance your chakra control. As he spoke, Izumi effortlessly ascended the tree, reaching the canopy with ease. Witnessing this, Naruto and Sasuke were astonished, as what Izumi accomplished defied their understanding. This will be your training for the next few days. Initially, you may use a running start, marking your progress with kunai. Now commence. Hinata and I have other matters to attend to, so we shall not supervise you. Remember, Do not slack off. Wait. Naruto interjected as he saw Izumi and Hinata preparing to leave. Izumi, you can climb the tree, but can Hinata do the same? Given that Hinata had only demonstrated her skills once, neither Naruto nor Sasuke believed she could match Izumi's prowess. Hinata, why don't you show these two fools how it's done? Izumi instructed without further explanation. Very well, Izumi-kun, Hinata replied, gracefully ascending the tree trunk. Observing this, Naruto and Sasuke felt a profound sense of defeat. It was one thing to be outdone by Izumi, but to be surpassed by a girl like Hinata was particularly disheartening. Sasuke, in particular, began to feel his inadequacy in comparison to Itachi. Chapter 167. The transaction. All right, you two imbeciles, get to practicing. Izumi commanded. I'm not an imbecile. Watch me reach the treetop, Naruto declared, gathering his chakra and launching himself at the tree, only to plummet back down and sustain a bump on his head. Enough of your antics. For you two, mastering this will take more than a day or two. Even if you manage to climb the tree now, there's no reason to take pride in it. Hinata and I were capable of reaching the treetop at the age of 4, and this year we are both 12. Just like you. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Naruto and Sasuke felt even more defeated, while Izumi and Hinata exited the forest. Izumi-kun, where are we headed? Hinata inquired. We will attempt to locate Haku. Even if Zabuza is not dead, he will require medicinal herbs for recovery. The only place nearby where we can find these herbs is beyond the mountains. Perhaps we will encounter them, which would simplify my plans considerably. Hinata did not pose any further questions, quietly following Izumi. Throughout the day, they searched for any sign of Haku, yet it appeared he was nowhere to be found. As dusk approached, Izumi decided it was time to return, only to unexpectedly spot Haku on their way back. Mizuki Haku. Izumi called out, startling Haku, who, upon recognizing Izumi and Hinata, was filled with confusion, unsure of how his identity had been revealed. Do not be alarmed. I have come to propose a transaction. A transaction? Haku echoed. Indeed, a transaction. You and Zabuza are relentlessly pursued by the Mist Ninjas, and even here you are not safe. I can offer you both a secure refuge. But I wish for you to join my village. Your village? How could Konoha possibly harbor rogue ninjas from other villages? Moreover, I am a rogue ninja from the water country's Kirigakure, alongside Mr. Zabuza. If we were to be sheltered, it would undoubtedly lead to discord between our nations. I shook her head, not convinced by Izumi's words. This matter does not concern you. I simply wish to know if you and Zabuza would pledge your allegiance to me. Should I provide a secure environment? Of course, I shall not issue commands frivolously. You would be equal members of my faction. Mr. Zabuza would likely refuse, Izumi replied. I see no reason to continue this discussion. Upon hearing Bai's words, Izumi did not retreat but pressed on. Zabuza is of utmost importance to you. Let us propose a different exchange. I know you and Zabuza intend to continue your assault on Tazuna, which means a battle is inevitable. If Zabuza is defeated, I can guarantee his life. Would you then be willing to join my organization? Bai was momentarily taken aback. She understood that their chances against Kakashi were slim. Given his notorious reputation, coupled with the unpredictable strength of the lower ninja, Izumi, Bai did not believe that she and Zabuza could emerge unscathed. If what you say were to happen, and you could indeed spare Mr. Zabuza's life, then I would agree. In Bai's heart, Zabuza was of paramount importance. She would gladly sacrifice herself to ensure his survival. Chapter 168. The deal is sealed. Very well. Our deal is struck. I hope you remember your words when the time comes. Additionally, I am not only courting you, but also Zabuza. You may convey my words to him upon your return. Being hunted is hardly a pleasant experience. With that, Izumi departed with Hinata, leaving Bai in contemplation. As days passed, Naruto and Sasuke tirelessly practiced tree climbing, both unwilling to concede to the other, eager to succeed first. Consequently, Izumi felt no need to monitor them closely. Instead, she trained alongside Hinata to enhance their combat abilities. Finally, the 7th day arrived, and Kakashi had fully recovered. Izumi anticipated that today would be the day Zabuza and Bai would strike, for the bridge was nearing completion. Izumi, if Zabuza is still alive, he should initiate his attack today, Kakashi remarked lazily, observing the busy workers by the bridge. Izumi remained silent. As the mist on the bridge thickened, which was unusual for midday. Alert! Kakashi swiftly raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and issued a warning. Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke safeguarded Tazuna, while Izumi stood her ground. Did you not expect to see me again? Zabuza, the demon of the mist, remarked, having survived against the odds. Your companion is indeed impressive, but does bringing her along guarantee your victory? How could one know without trying? Water release, hidden mist technique. The mist thickened further as Zabuza confronted Kakashi once more, while Bai directly targeted Izumi, Hinata, and the others. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. A multitude of ice blocks surrounded the four, and Izumi, witnessing the ice release for the first time, felt a sense of novelty, oblivious to any feeling of entrapment. If you wish to avoid killing, why engage in battle? The crux of this fight lay between Kakashi and Zabuza. The victor would claim total victory, while the loser would face utter defeat. Izumi recognized Bai's aversion to combat, hence her disinterest despite witnessing the demonic mirroring ice crystals. No, this time I must fight for Mr. Zabuza. We need to see the truth of your words. Bai declared, merging into the ice. Izumi was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Zabuza's willingness to join, otherwise Bai would not seek to validate her strength. After all, a faction too weak could hardly evade the pursuit of the Mist Village's forces. What Izumi was unaware of was that Bai had conveyed her words to Zabuza, who was intrigued by the prospect of evading pursuit. The Mist Village, though no longer the blood-soaked village it once was, still bore the scars of its past. The pursuit forces were exceedingly ruthless, and if Izumi could indeed offer Zabuza a safe haven, joining her organization might not be out of the question. Now I understand. I must reveal my true strength. Hinata, please escort Mr. Tazuna away from here. Grasping Bai's intent, Izumi felt a surge of determination. Chapter 169. The battle commences. Hinata led Tazuna away from the demonic mirroring ice crystals, and Bai did not impede her. Now, only Izumi, Naruto, and Sasuke remained within the ice. Izumi instantaneously activated her Sharingan, while Bai, upon Hinata and Tazuna's departure, launched her assault. Countless shuriken rained down upon Izumi, and with the aid of her Sharingan's keen insight, she deftly evaded most, only resorting to kunai against the few she could not dodge. Bai was taken aback. Although her secret technique was not invincible, it was the first time someone had countered it so effectively. None of her shuriken had struck Izumi. Naruto and Sasuke, watching from their position, were astounded by Izumi's agility, each pondering whether they could evade like her. The answer was a resounding no. Water release. 1,000 killing water shuriken. Realizing that shuriken alone would not suffice, Bai swiftly unleashed a jutsu against Izumi. Recognizing Bai's intent, Izumi immediately countered. Fire release. Dragon flame jutsu. The searing flames surged toward Bai's 1,000 killing water shuriken. In terms of jutsu mastery, Izumi far surpassed Bai, and even though her flames were countered, they devoured Bai's attack. Ice release. Ice shard burst. A massive ice sphere hurtled toward Izumi, prompting her to furrow her brow. This jutsu was clearly an A-rank technique, making Izumi question whether Bai was also a jonin. Regardless of her suspicions, they were in the midst of battle, and Izumi could not afford to inquire. Shadow clone technique. Clones of Izumi emerged, and both simultaneously performed hand seals. Wind release. Wind pressure. Lightning release. Lightning strike. The combination of lightning and wind, both potent in their offensive capabilities, surpassed the destructive force of the wind and fire combo. Izumi's and Bai's attacks collided, both dissipating into the ether. To the untrained eye, it appeared evenly matched. Yet Izumi recognized she had found herself at a disadvantage. Previously, Bai had utilized a single A-rank jutsu, while Izumi had employed two. She had aimed to restrain Bai. Yet the result was merely a stalemate, far exceeding her expectations. Fire release. Head stamping technique. Wind release. Wind pressure. Before Bai could launch another attack, Izumi unleashed a combination jutsu. This time targeting not Bai, but her secret technique, the demonic mirroring ice crystals. Bai recognized Izumi's intention, but could not intervene, despite the power of her ice shield. Even a bloodline limit had its limitations. Utilizing the ice shield to withstand flames is already a disadvantage, and now, confronted with the dual elements of wind and fire from Izumi, it becomes exceedingly difficult to cope. In desperation, Bai is compelled to abandon the magic mirror ice crystal. Ice shield, magic mirror explosion. As Bai's voice reverberates, the surrounding ice blocks detonate instantaneously, catching Izumi off guard. Observing the explosion, she hastily employs the flying thunder god technique to escape the epicenter of the blast. Though Izumi successfully evades, Naruto and Sasuke, trapped within the magic mirror ice crystal, cannot perform the flying thunder god technique. The unfortunate duo is rendered unconscious before they can even make a move, overwhelmed by the violent shockwave of the explosion. Chapter 170. Hinata's assistants casting a glance at the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto. Izumi silently apologizes in her heart. Yet, in the next moment, she charges forward. 8 gates. First gate, open. With the opening of the 8 gates, Izumi almost instantaneously appears before Bai. Caught off guard, Bai hesitates for a moment before launching a counterattack. Ice release. Ice shuriken. A multitude of shuriken emerges simultaneously from behind Izumi, hurtling towards her. Nearby, Hinata clenches her fists instinctively, yearning to assist Izumi. However, her current mission is to protect Dazuna. Should anything happen to him, their efforts would be in vain. Go help them, Dazuna suddenly urges, causing Hinata to pause, puzzled. As she turns to him, help your comrades. I know you wish to. Rest assured, I will not perish easily. I will remain alive until your battle concludes. As your client, I command you. Thank you, Mr. Dazuna, Hinata replies, bowing slightly. As she rushes to provide support, Izumi also takes action, ignoring the kunai approaching from behind. She delivers a powerful punch to Bai, immediately teleporting back to her shadow clone's side using the flying thunder god technique. Izumi evades the kunai, but Bai is struck by his own weapon. Fortunately, Bai reacts swiftly, using his shuriken to block the attack, resulting only in a tear in his clothing rather than any real injury. Water release, water dragon missile. Bai unleashes a jutsu once more, this attack significantly stronger than before. Izumi's expression grows grave as she prepares to form seals to counter Bai's assault when a youthful voice interjects. Soft fist, 8 trigrams palms, heavenly return. Hinata rushes in front of Izumi, employing heavenly return for defense. Seeing Hinata's arrival, Izumi's heart tightens. The water dragon missile is a B-rank technique, and Hinata alone cannot withstand it with just heavenly return. Realizing this, Izumi hastily moves to support Hinata. Wind release, gale dance. Wind release, breakthrough. 2 relatively low-level C-rank techniques are unleashed. Izumi does not intend to directly use a powerful jutsu to counter Bai's attack, as that could endanger Hinata. Instead, she simply aims to enhance the speed of heavenly return, utilizing wind release to accelerate its efficacy, thereby bolstering their defense. Finally, with Izumi's assistance, Hinata manages to block the water dragon missile. However, despite successfully fending off Bai's assault, Hinata sustains multiple injuries. Observing the wounds on Hinata's arms, Izumi feels an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He would willingly bear the brunt of the pain himself rather than see Hinata harmed. Yet in protecting him, she is hurt. I'm sorry, Izumi-kun. It's nothing but superficial wounds. We must focus on securing victory in this battle first. Hearing Hinata's words, Izumi nods. Their best plan now is to defeat Bai and subsequently rescue Zabuza. Chapter 171. The Red Apple on the Other Side. Bai breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing that Hinata only has minor injuries. From the outset, Bai never intended to kill either Izumi or Hinata. At the moment Hinata charged forward, she had already planned to release her jutsu. It was only upon witnessing Izumi's attack that she refrained from doing so, remaining prepared to assist at any moment. Hinata adopts a combat stance, ready to support Izumi, who teleports to Bai's rear using the flying thunder god technique. Initially, Izumi's reckless punch at Bai was meant to mark him for the technique, allowing her to appear behind him at will. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Bai promptly forms a single-hand seal. Ice release, ice wall. An imposing ice wall materializes between Izumi and Bai. Undeterred, Izumi continues her assault, delivering a powerful kick to the ice wall. Though her attack does not breach the defenses of the ice wall, the tremendous force causes it to shift, compelling Bai to move behind it. At that moment, Hinata charges forward. From the instant Izumi initiated her attack, Hinata understood Izumi's intent and thus prepared herself immediately. Soft fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. As Hinata's most potent attack lands upon Bai, she breathes a sigh of relief, having sealed all of Bai's chakra pathways through her Byakugan. However, at that instant, Bai before her transforms into an ice sculpture. Be careful. Hinata, it's an ice clone. Realizing the predicament, Izumi inwardly laments. This is akin to the lightning releases lightning clone. Not only can it absorb considerable damage, but it can also explode. Understanding the threat posed by the ice clone, Izumi disregards her own safety, employing the flying thunder god technique to tackle Hinata to the ground. shielding her with his body. Yet, after an agonizing wait, no explosion occurs. Turning to face the ice sculpture in confusion, Izumi discovers that it shows no signs of detonation. You didn't detonate the clone? Izumi questions Bai, puzzled as to why she refrained from doing so. Had Bai triggered the ice clone, Izumi would have likely sustained severe injuries, if not death. Indeed, Zabuza's task was not to eliminate you. Our transaction still stands, provided Kakashi can defeat Zabuza. Nodding at Bai's words, Izumi helps Hinata to her feet. In the heat of battle, Hinata had not reacted much due to the urgency of the situation, but now, as the fight winds down, her cheeks flush once more. Gazing at the red apple at her side, Izumi suddenly feels a pang of reluctance to leave Konoha. Departing would mean separation, and parting from Hinata is not something Izumi desires. However, remaining in Konoha fills him with dread at the prospect of becoming a casualty. The confrontation between Izumi and Bai reaches a temporary stalemate. Neither has revealed their full potential, while the clash between Zabuza and Kakashi continues on the other side. Chapter 172, Kakashi and Zabuza Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Water Release, Water Shark Bullet Technique. Kakashi unleashed his fire technique with unwavering determination, its potency rivaling that of Zabuza's. Although the inherent strength of his ninjutsu was lesser than Zabuza's Great Fireball Technique, Kakashi's mastery of ninjutsu surpassed Zabuza's, rendering his attack considerably formidable. As Kakashi's and Zabuza's techniques clashed, a thick mist enveloped the battlefield, allowing Zabuza to seize the opportunity to charge at Kakashi, wielding his executioner's blade with lethal intent. In response, Kakashi swiftly employed kunai to deflect the incoming strike. Water Style, Water Surge Wave. As they were locked in a stalemate, Zabuza abruptly released his grip, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. A torrent of water surged towards Kakashi. Despite Zabuza's swift execution, he remained visible under the scrutiny of Kakashi's Sharingan. Water Style, Water Surge Wave. The identical technique countered each other, neutralizing the attack. Seizing the moment, Kakashi struck first, delivering a powerful kick to Zabuza's arm, forcing him to relinquish his executioner's blade. Simultaneously, several shuriken were unleashed from Kakashi's hands as he promptly formed additional seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Water Style, Water Barrier. Faced with a barrage of shuriken, Zabuza was compelled to employ defensive ninjutsu. In this fleeting opportunity, Kakashi launched another offensive. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The terrifying flames surged towards Zabuza's water barrier, effortlessly shattering it. However, to Kakashi's astonishment, the flames only extinguished a water clone, while the real Zabuza had already vanished. Upon noticing Zabuza's disappearance, Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could react, Zabuza struck, sending Kakashi flying with a powerful kick. As Kakashi was propelled through the air, Zabuza reclaimed his executioner's blade, albeit at a cost. His left arm bore a gash from Kakashi's kunai, blood trickling down and staining the ground. At that moment, Izumi and Haku arrived nearby, instantly capturing the attention of both Zabuza and Kakashi. Acknowledging their presence, Zabuza understood Haku's assessment, while Kakashi remained perplexed, noting that Izumi and Haku appeared more like allies than adversaries. Despite his confusion, Kakashi did not relent in his assault. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique, including Pakin. His ninja dogs appeared instantaneously. Having previously injured Zabuza, the scent of his blood made it impossible for Zabuza to evade the dog's pursuit. Realizing Kakashi's intention, Zabuza chose not to hide this time, forming hand seals with haste. Frustrated, Kakashi swiftly replicated Zabuza's technique using his Sharingan, finding himself in a troublesome predicament. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. The technique Zabuza had previously withheld now emerged, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation, with Izumi and Haku caught in the crossfire. Chapter 173. Rescue. Izumi and Haku narrowly evaded the aftermath of the Great Waterfall Technique, regaining their footing on the water's surface as Kakashi and Zabuza collided once more. Zabuza's executioner's blade descended upon Kakashi, who attempted to block with kunai. However, Zabuza's blade seemed to have gained an inexplicable sharpness, effortlessly severing Kakashi's kunai. This unexpected turn of events thrust Kakashi into a defensive position. Observing the scene, Izumi was bewildered. The executioner's blade appeared dull, yet it had easily cut through the kunai. In truth, while Zabuza seemed brutish, he was far from reckless. The blade, though not sharp enough to sever with a single strike, could indeed achieve such a feat with repeated assaults on the same spot. As Kakashi found himself on the defensive, Zabuza relentlessly pursued his advantage, his executioner's blade raining down upon Kakashi, who could only evade, unable to mount a counterattack. In a moment of peril, Kakashi stumbled, losing his footing and falling backward. Zabuza, seizing the opportunity, aimed to cleave Kakashi in two with his blade. "Are you not going to intervene?" Haku watched as Kakashi faced imminent death, while Izumi remained motionless, her expression one of confusion. That is Kakashi Hatake, the Leaf's foremost strategist. He cannot be so easily vanquished. Izumi had faith that Kakashi would not meet such an end. As if to confirm her belief, just as Zabuza's blade was about to descend, Kakashi was miraculously divided by a torrent of lightning rather than blood. Indeed, Kakashi had employed the lightning style, lightning clone technique. Even Zabuza, formidable as he was, found himself momentarily paralyzed by the electrical surge. In that instant, the real Kakashi struck, summoning Earth-style, Pursuit Fong technique. Taking advantage of Zabuza's paralysis, Kakashi commanded his ninja dogs to fully restrain him, immobilizing all of Zabuza's joints, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Now witness my unique, self-created technique, lightning style, lightning cutter. Meanwhile, Izumi had activated her Sharingan, eager to replicate the formidable lightning cutter, but alas, her Tsutomu Sharingan proved insufficient for the task. As Zabuza teetered on the brink of death, Haku prepared to intervene, only to be restrained by Izumi. "Leave this to me. I promised I would save Zabuza, and I intend to keep that promise." Izumi's grip tightened as Haku prepared to act. Kakashi charged towards Zabuza with the lightning cutter, poised to deliver a fatal blow. But in that critical moment, Zabuza inexplicably vanished, leaving Kakashi astonished. Soon, he observed Zabuza had reappeared beside Izumi and Haku, prompting Kakashi to fix a serious gaze upon Izumi. "Izumi, what in the world is happening?" "Teacher Kakashi, I sincerely apologize. During my travels, I received a favor from Kiba Tenzu. He had the opportunity to eliminate me, but chose to spare me. So I must honor my promise to let the successor of the executioner's blade go once." "Teacher Kakashi, our mission does not involve killing Zabuza, and he won't attack Dazuna anymore. Can we let him go?" Upon hearing Izumi's words, Kakashi hesitated. If what she said was true, then her decision to spare Zabuza was understandable. Yet, an inexplicable feeling lingered within Kakashi, suggesting that Izumi was concealing something. Although Kakashi hesitated momentarily, he eventually sighed softly and spoke. "Given the circumstances, I can only pretend I did not see anything. However, should Zabuza reappear, I will intervene regardless of your objections." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Just as the battle concluded, an exceedingly annoying figure appeared, Kato. Upon seeing Kato, who had grown even more rotund than depicted in the original narrative, Izumi felt a renewed wave of irritation. Kato, accompanied by a handful of samurai, emerged at the opposite end of the bridge. Although his numbers were indeed advantageous, in this realm, ninjas vastly surpass samurai, excluding the anomaly that was Mifune. Could Kato's band of exiled samurai truly contend with Mifune? The situation seemed awry. How could the rabid dog I hired be found standing alongside the enemy? Kato exuded an air of confidence, as if he were the undisputed victor. Observing Kato, Izumi felt utterly speechless and turned to Bai, asking, "Is your employer a fool? Or did he forget to take his medicine today?" It seems to be the first option," Bai replied after a moment of contemplation. "Hey, brat, what are you saying? Do you believe I won't dismember you shortly?" Kato retorted, visibly irked by Izumi's words. "Dismembering me won't be as easy as you think." As soon as the words left his lips, two Izumis appeared beside Kato, seizing his collar and hurling him towards Zabuza and Bai without a backward glance. Despite being a horde of rubbish, their sheer number would indeed pose a challenge. "What did you just say, brat?" The lead samurai, clearly displeased at being belittled by a mere child, charged furiously towards Izumi. With a soft sigh, Izumi began forming hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, pressure damage. This formidable composite ninjutsu, composed of two B-rank techniques, rivaled even A-rank jutsu in power. Though numerous, the samurai before Izumi were merely that, samurai, not ninjas. They could only resist with their frail bodies. Faced with an inferno, the samurai stood transfixed. By the time they realized they should flee, the flames had already engulfed them. In mere moments, nearly all the samurai on the bridge were reduced to charred remains. blown away into dust by the wind. Chapter 175. Journey to Kato's company. Some of the samurai, positioned further back, leaped into the water, barely preserving their lives. However, these survivors surely lacked any courage to face Izumi again, for the recent display of ninjutsu was nothing short of spectacular. Not far off, Kakashi observed Izumi with his signature deadpan gaze, a hint of envy flickering within. The reason for his envy was simple: the amount of chakra. Based on Kakashi's rough estimation, Izumi's chakra reserves had now surpassed his own significantly. At that moment, Kato sat slumped on the ground, evidently shocked that a mere teenager possessed such formidable combat prowess. Just then, Izumi sensed a multitude approaching from the rear of the bridge. Turning to look, he saw Inari arriving with villagers from the village. This scene felt familiar to Izumi, as in the original narrative, Inari had also come to offer support. Though Izumi was not surprised by Inari's arrival, he was quite curious about how Naruto had persuaded him, considering he and Sasuke had solely been training for days. Kakashi-sensei, I shall take my leave for now. Please explain things to Lord Third for me. Also, Naruto and Sasuke are unconscious but not seriously injured. Izumi did not mention Hinata, as he had left a flying thunder god mark on her. Should she find herself in danger, he could arrive without delay. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Kakashi sighed resignedly and ceased to intervene. Alongside Zabuza and Bai, Izumi advanced, dragging the dazed Kato towards his company. Uchiha Izumi, what exactly do you intend to do? Are you planning to recruit me into your organization? Zabuza inquired, intrigued by the prospect of potential alliance. I merely expressed interest in ensuring my safety from pursuit. However, with your current strength, you cannot adequately protect me, and Bai, can you? Zabuza seemed to have begun to trust Izumi's words, but sought further confirmation. Indeed, I cannot offer you protection alone, especially as you are being hunted by the Mist Village. However, there exists a place where you can evade pursuit, the Land of Demons. No ninjas are permitted entry there, not even the Mist Village, so once you arrive, you shall be safe. The Land of Demons, you say? Fascinating, placing the organization there. In that case, I shall temporarily accompany you. But let me be clear, I do not intend to follow you indefinitely. Suit yourself. Now is merely a time for mutual assessment. If you find it suitable, joining formally would not be amiss. Izumi believed that providing Zabuza and Bai with a stable environment would ensure they would not leave easily. As they reached Kato's base, although some samurai remained, Bai and Izumi swiftly dealt with them. Zabuza, wounded, was tasked with restraining Kato to prevent his escape. Kato, you now face two choices. First, I can take all your wealth, kill you, and obliterate your entire enterprise. Second, you can become my puppet and earn wealth for me. Now, make your decision swiftly. Not long ago, Shizune had informed Izumi that Zishuan had begun preparations to covertly establish a ninja village, but was sorely lacking in funds. Hence, Izumi thought of Kato. Initially, he had considered killing Kato to seize his wealth for the construction of the ninja village in the Land of Demons, but upon reflection, he dismissed this notion. While Kato's wealth was considerable, it was finite. Killing him would yield only a one-time gain. However, if he were to keep Kato alive, a continuous flow of wealth could be directed towards the Land of Demons. Chapter 176. Money over life. You want my money? No, absolutely not. You will gain nothing. Kato exclaimed defiantly, adopting an attitude of defiance over his life. Witnessing this, Izumi drew a kunai, preparing to deal with Kato. Wait. Just as Izumi was about to act, a voice called out to him. The speaker was none other than Kato's secretary, Shirakawa Nanako. Hearing Izumi's intentions, she stood up and pleaded, Ninja-sama, please do not kill him. If Kato dies, his assets will be inherited by his brother. If you can compel him to sign an agreement to transfer the company to you, I am willing to manage the entire Kato group on your behalf. This way, you would gain far more than by simply killing Kato. You bastard. Shirakawa Nanako. How dare you betray me? I will kill you. Kato shouted in outrage upon hearing her words, but alas, such a fate was impossible. Izumi swiftly employed his Sharingan to control him. Shirakawa Nanako, your proposal is indeed appealing. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Additionally, I require a substantial amount of cash immediately. Prepare it. Yes, Nanako responded, her face lighting up with excitement. You're still just a child. Are you not afraid he will turn on you? That so-called contract holds little significance. Zabuza interjected, unable to contain his frustration at Izumi's arrangements. I have long harbored distrust towards Shirakawa Nanako, hence from the very beginning, I cast an illusion upon him. Should he ever entertain treachery, he would find himself tormented. The pain would be unbearable if he dared to betray me. As I spoke, I revealed my Sharingan. The Sharingan, indeed, is a most convenient ability. Aware of my intentions, Zabuza refrained from further comments. In truth, the Sharingan lacks such powers. Any semblance of such abilities is solely attributed to the system. During my time at the Ninja Academy, I undertook several rather mundane tasks, and the unique sealing technique I just employed was among them, albeit it was only effective against ordinary individuals. Shirakawa Nanako had amassed a considerable sum of cash, which I promptly sealed within a scroll. As for Kato, he was swiftly eliminated once all of the company's assets were transferred to my name. Shirakawa Nanako, I shan't waste words with you. I have inscribed a special seal upon you. Should you dare to betray me, your demise will be most gruesome. If you think my words are mere threats, feel free to test me. However, should you fail, the cost will be your life. I would never. I will dutifully manage Kato Corporation for you. Since I preferred not to attract attention, Kato Group retained its name. After all, it was merely a label, unnecessary to change. Zabuza, Shirakawa. And I set forth towards the land of demons after a day of preparation. Soon, we arrived, disguised to conceal our identities. And Zabuza's decapitating blade was sealed within a scroll. Upon reaching the shrine, we encountered numerous visitors paying their respects. I made my way directly to Shine's dwelling, yet was halted shortly thereafter. I presented Shine's token to gain entry. Chapter 177. Reunion with an old friend. The guard, upon seeing the token, escorted us to Shine's residence. Lady Shine, 3 individuals wish to see you. One bears your token. Although Shine was initially reluctant to let anyone in, the mention of the token sparked her surprise, prompting her to rise and rush towards the door. However, realizing that such a display might be unseemly, she composed herself and said, "Let them in, they are my friends. You need not remain outside." "Yes, Lady Cheyenne." As we entered, Cheyenne's eyes glistened with moisture upon seeing me. Despite our frequent communication, this marked our first meeting in nearly a decade. "You rascal, why have you not come to see me for so long? You only send people my way. Are these 2 also here to visit me?" Cheyenne's expression was one of mild reproach, which was understandable given that nearly 10 years had elapsed since I escorted her to the sealing grounds. "Dear Cheyenne, as a ninja in Konoha, how could I possibly come and go freely? This time, I devised another excuse to sneak away, and upon my return, I'll surely face an interrogation. If I were to sneak out more frequently, I'd likely be dealt with by the Umbu." Understanding my predicament, Cheyenne softened, though a hint of resentment lingered. "Humph, you have a point. How long can you stay this time?" "For just a day. I must depart the day after tomorrow." "How are brother Shursui and sister Izumi?" "They are well. I expect they will arrive shortly, as I have discreetly notified them." No sooner had I spoken than Shursui and Izumi's voices echoed from outside. "Lady Miko, we have arrived." As the door opened, Izumi rushed forward, enveloping me in an embrace. "Izumi, it's been ages. I hardly recognized how much you've grown." Witnessing the intimacy between Izumi and me, Cheyenne felt a pang of jealousy. Had it not been for the concern that rushing forward to embrace me might be misconstrued as frivolous, she would have done so. For nearly 10 years of longing had been a torment. "Izumi, could you please let go? I cannot linger too long. Trouble will surely follow. However, I shall soon be leaving Konoha." Thinking of Konoha brought forth a wave of melancholy in Izumi as she involuntarily recalled the Uchiha clan. Did Itachi truly kill everyone? Yes. Itachi and that masked man annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Your parents fell victim to that masked man. Izumi was taken aback. For years, a question had tormented her. The Uchiha clan had all perished at Itachi's hand, which meant he was both her beloved and her family's killer. A painful paradox that weighed heavily on her heart. Is this true? Yes, brother Itachi had no choice but to act. The only option was to refrain from direct involvement. Izumi and Itachi were star-crossed lovers, unable to unite amidst the shadows of tragedy. Additionally, Izumi had been deeply affected by the clan's massacre. Chapter 178. The Overlooked Cheyenne. Thank you, Izumi. In my heart, I have long known the truth, yet I could not bring myself to accept it. Upon hearing my words, Izumi offered a faint smile. Brother Itachi had no choice. He wished to protect both the village and the Uchiha, sacrificing himself in the process. However, I have been deeply disappointed in Konoha. I once asked the 3rd Hokage if, one day, everything could be set right, and could Itachi be given a new identity, but he said nothing. Initially, I held a modicum of goodwill towards the third Hokage, believing him to be different from Danzo. Yet, through closer interactions, I realized that both were cut from the same cloth. One operated in the light, while the other lurked in the shadows. What are your intentions, Izumi? Surely you do not seek revenge against Konoha? Shursui, sensing my discontent with the village, expressed concern that I might reveal my fangs. Do not worry, brother Shursui. I still harbor some affection for Konoha. As long as they do not trouble me, I have no plans to act against them. Part of this is due to brother Itachi's sacrifice to protect the village, and also because of Hinata. As a member of the Hyuga clan, she would undoubtedly intervene if I were to attack Konoha. Her nature does not permit her to witness any loss of life. I sensed Shursue's skepticism, but felt it was warranted given my apparent demeanor. Wow, Izumi, you finally acknowledged Hinata. That heiress of the Hyuga clan looks at you with such different eyes every time you appear. She has long harbored feelings for you. When did you start to reciprocate her affections? Perhaps you began to like her when she first liked you? Izumi's words turned my cheeks crimson. Although I had long since dismissed concerns about our age difference, being called out on my feelings rendered me quite bashful. You're blushing. It must be true. You two were just 4 years old back then, right? Though you were childhood friends, you were still quite young. I thought my relationship with Itachi was early, but it seems in this regard, I must concede to you. I can only say I admire you. With each word from Izumi, my blush deepened, and at that moment, no one noticed the crestfallen expression on Shine's face, left to the sidelines. He had long been enamored with another, and what of me? What am I to him? Shall our story conclude without resolution? Unknown to Quan, since that seemingly trivial task, Ziyuan's heart had already been claimed by him. Over the years, her feelings for Quan had not waned with the passage of time. Rather, they had intensified. Could you at least consider my feelings? After all, I am the host here. Ziyuan finally interjected, unable to bear the light-hearted banter between Quan and Quan Mei any longer. My apologies, it has been many years since we last met. And I was momentarily overwhelmed, Jishui replied. This is Tao Di Zaibu-Zhan and Mizuki Bai, who have temporarily joined us. Upon hearing Ziyuan's voice, Quan was reminded of the presence of others and the serious matters at hand. Chapter 179. A late-night visit. Greetings, I am Uchiha Jishui. And this is Uchiha Kwanmei. Uchiha Jishui, I thought you had perished years ago. How is it that you are here? Zaibu-Zhan expressed his astonishment. For Jishui was a genuine powerhouse, his name once eclipsing even that of the copy ninja Kakashi. Jishui is merely pretending to be dead. Although Konoha appears splendid on the surface, it is not dissimilar to Kirigakure beneath, Quan explained. He then divulged the situation regarding the Kato Company to Ziyuan and the others, revealing that the cash they had brought could officially establish a ninja village in the land of ghosts. After deliberation, it was decided that Bai and Quan Mei would oversee the transition with the Kato Company, as both possessed low profiles despite being of the Uchiha clan. Unlike Jishui and Zaibu-Zhan, who attracted too much attention. After discussions, it was concluded that Ziyuan would serve as the head of the ninja village. Although she was not a ninja and possessed no extraordinary strength, her status as the priestess of the land of ghosts bore significant symbolic weight, likely garnering the support of the villagers. Quan, I am concerned that the 5 great ninja villages may interfere with the establishment of our ninja village. Jishui voiced his long-standing apprehension, noting that the former land of ghosts had never hosted a ninja village, and its sudden inception could raise eyebrows, especially given the sensitive identities of both himself and Zaibu-Zhan. I anticipated this, which is why to prevent leaks, the ninjas of our village must be from the land of ghosts and subjected to rigorous selection. Moreover, they must wear masks in public. If we can remain undisclosed for 3 years, I am confident we will grow strong enough, Quan countered, acknowledging the risks involved, but recognizing the necessity of their boldness, lest they fall prey to Danzo's schemes in Konoha. Having settled on the matters concerning the ninja village, they ultimately decided on a simple name. Invoking the word ghost from the land of ghosts, Quan was escorted to rest, while Zaibu-Zhan and Bai relocated to the future site of the ninja village. As night fell, Quan organized the details regarding the ninja village and began planning to recruit formidable individuals, future powerhouses. A ninja village's strength relied on its might, as long as they possessed power. Even if Jishui and Zaibu-Zhan were discovered, it would not matter. Having prepared the necessary documents, Quan settled down to rest when he suddenly heard footsteps entering. Who goes there? Despite not believing anyone in the land of ghosts would notice him, he chose to exercise caution. It is I, Ziyuan. Ziyuan. What brings you here at such a late hour? Quan inquired, opening the door to let her in, perplexed as they had concluded discussions regarding the ninja village earlier that day. Is it forbidden for me to visit if I have no business? Ziyuan retorted, a hint of grievance in her voice, as the years apart had rendered their conversation scarce. That is not the case. I merely thought you had urgent matters to discuss given the hour, Quan replied, oblivious to Ziyuan's underlying feelings. In matters of emotion, he was rather oblivious, having only recently realized Hinata's affections for him. Humph, come with me for a walk. No refusals. If you dare decline, I shall withdraw my support for the establishment of the ninja village, she declared. Rest assured, I would not refuse, Quan assured her. Chapter 180. Will the wraiths revive? Quan and Ziyuan made their way outside, where Ziyuan insisted on ascending to the rooftop. Reluctantly, Quan hoisted her onto his back and carried her up. Being carried once more after several years left Zin momentarily dazed. The act was but a fleeting instant for a ninja. Before Ziyuan could reflect further, Quan set her down. Sitting upon the rooftop, she fell silent, gazing at the stars. Over the years, reminiscing had become a daily ritual for Ziyuan, recalling every moment Quan had escorted her, cherishing all their shared experiences. Quan, do you think the wraiths will revive? Ziyuan suddenly broached the subject of the wraiths, the very reason they had come together. Perhaps they will, perhaps they will not, Quan replied, well aware of the narrative that foretold the wraith's revival in a few years. However, he refrained from divulging this knowledge, knowing it would only cause Ziyuan worry, and he could not explain how he came by such information. I sincerely hope the wraiths do not return. If they do, I fear I too would perish. I truly do not wish to leave this world, Ziyuan spoke earnestly. In the past, when Quan had not yet appeared in her life, she had wished for the wraiths to return sooner, so she could seal them and reunite with her mother. Yet, since meeting Quan, she had developed a profound desire for the wraiths to remain dormant, longing instead to share her life with him. Even if they do revive, we shall eliminate them. Nothing is truly invincible. So-called invincibility merely stems from insufficient strength. With adequate power, even the wraiths can be vanquished. I harbor little concern for the wraiths, for with the system as our ally, what cannot be achieved with enough points? Quan mused. In truth, he had once inquired of the system whether the wraiths could be eradicated, receiving confirmation that it was indeed possible, thus reinforcing his belief that strength would suffice to defeat them. But I fear the day they truly return, when no one can conquer them. Ziyuan shivered at the thought. For regardless of her status as a priestess, she was merely a young girl of around 10 years. Discussing death at such an age felt overwhelmingly heavy. That will not happen. I will certainly be able to slay the wraiths. Trust in me, Quan declared with unwavering confidence. Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback by his words. To her ears, it resembled a confession. However, as she looked into Quan's eyes, she discerned no deeper sentiment. In that instant, she realized that in Quan's heart, she was merely an ordinary friend, perhaps even less significant than Ji Shui or Quan Mei. Are you leaving the day after tomorrow? Ziyuan shifted the topic, no longer dwelling on the wraiths, for they were not a present concern. Most likely tomorrow. Hinata just informed me that Kakashi-sensei, my guiding jonin, is waiting nearby for my return. If I can accompany them back to the village, it will save me much trouble, Quan replied. Upon hearing that Quan would depart the following day, Ziyuan yearned to plead with him to stay, but found herself lacking a reason to do so. Gazing up at the starry sky, she wished to confess her feelings to Quan, having planned to do so since his arrival in the land of ghosts. Yet, she had not anticipated that he had already found someone he cherished. Chapter 181. A silent farewell. Quan and Ziyuan sat quietly atop the roof, watching the stars. And unbeknownst to them, Ziyuan had fallen asleep. As Cheyenne slept peacefully against Izumi, the latter shook her head gently and carefully lifted Cheyenne into her arms. Uncertain of Cheyenne's exact room, Izumi decided to place her in her own chamber. Glancing at the slumbering Cheyenne, Izumi hesitated for a moment before penning a note and quietly exiting the room. However, as Izumi vanished, the seemingly deep-sleeping Cheyenne suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze already glistening with tears. She sat up, tears streaming down her cheeks, taking a deep breath as if trying to inhale the scent Izumi had left behind. Why did you leave without a word? Did you not say you would depart tomorrow? Am I truly that significant to you? Cheyenne felt an overwhelming sense of loss as she stared in the direction Izumi had gone. Indeed, Izumi had left, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique as she exited the room, with a kunai marked by her presence at Hinata's location. Izumi was able to reach Hinata despite the vast distances that lay between them. Upon arriving at Hinata's side, Izumi encountered a moment of awkwardness. She had not anticipated the substantial chakra drain from such a long-distance teleportation. Consequently, she collapsed directly onto Hinata. Startled from her dreams, Hinata instinctively kicked Izumi off her. And as she realized it was Izumi who had fallen upon her, it was too late to retract her strength. Poor Izumi was sent tumbling out of the tent, crashing against a tree. Kakashi, keeping watch, observed the scene with an exasperated expression. "What are you two doing?" he questioned. My apologies. I did not realize it was you, Izumi." Hinata blushed, hurriedly helping Izumi to her feet. "It was my fault. I never imagined that using the flying thunder god from such a distance would consume so much chakra. Had it been any farther, I might have been completely drained." Izumi admitted, equally embarrassed. "All right, enough of that. You two should get some rest. We need to return to the village early tomorrow. This mission has already consumed a considerable amount of time," Kakashi remarked with a hint of resignation. After escorting Hinata back to the tent, Izumi stepped outside alone. "Have you completed your task?" Kakashi inquired. "Yes, I managed to acquire a fair sum of money from Kato, but just so we're clear, I will only give you 30%, and you must not disclose this matter to the third Hokage, or he will certainly demand I turn it in," Izumi stated as she sat beside Kakashi. "There's no need. Keep it for yourself. Since you've been away, Hinata has been preoccupied with thoughts of you. If it weren't for her, I would have brought the others back to the village long ago. You kids are truly precocious. You'll handle the night watch. I'm going to get some rest. No objections, or I'll report you," Kakashi said, rising to take his leave. Izumi paused, taken aback by Kakashi's words. While she did not expect him to remain silent about the incident, she still hoped the third Hokage would remain unaware. However, Kakashi's intention to refrain from reporting the matter was evident. Initially, he had planned to inform the Hokage, considering Izumi had left with the rogue ninja Zabuza. Yet, witnessing Hinata's distracted demeanor throughout the journey and recalling his own teacher, the fourth Hokage's unwavering trust in him despite his flaws, Kakashi resolved to trust Izumi. Chapter 182. Kuruma Ayam. The following morning, Kakashi led Team 7 back to report their mission. In an effort to conceal Zabuza's appearance, he did not request an elevation of the mission's rank, but did inform them of the Ghost Brothers' encounter, resulting in the mission remaining classified as B rank. Due to this B rank mission, Team 7 was granted a brief respite, although they did not truly relax. Naruto and Sasuke, spurred on by Izumi's influence, became more determined. While Izumi began preparing for her departure from Konoha, Hinata, on the other hand, continued her training alone. Izumi quietly made her way to the Kuruma Hill Villa. Her purpose clear, to seek out Kuruma Ayam. Well aware of the narrative, she recognized Ayam's formidable Jinjutsu abilities, believing them to surpass even those of Itachi Uchiha. In the entire Naruto world, perhaps only Shirsue's Koto Tsukumi could rival Ayam's Jinjutsu, given its overwhelming potency. Upon arriving at the villa, Izumi detected the presence of nearby Ambu. But these guards posed little threat to her as they were weaker than expected, assigned merely to monitor Ayam. Stealthily, Izumi infiltrated the villa and successfully reached Ayam's room. "Who are you?" Ayam exclaimed, startled as she suddenly stood, having sensed an intruder while drawing. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. In fact, I wish to assist you," Izumi assured her. "You have long sought to uncover the truth behind your parents' demise, as well as certain matters regarding the third Hokage. Have you not? You know of these matters?" Ayam questioned, her expression one of confusion, for Izumi appeared to be of a similar age, seemingly incapable of knowing such truths. "It is not that I know, but that you already possess this knowledge, albeit forgotten. My aim is merely to help you remember," Izumi explained, activating her Sharingan. Jinjutsu, Narikomi no Jutsu. The technique, Narikomi no Jutsu, forces an individual to confront their deepest fears, and for Ayam, the death of her parents was undoubtedly her greatest terror. Under the influence of this Jinjutsu, Ayam began to recall the events of that fateful day. No, this cannot be. You are deceiving me. It was the third Hokage who sent you to trick me." Ayam cried, overwhelmed with fear, unable to fathom that she could have caused her parents' deaths. "Of course. It was not you who killed them," Izumi replied calmly. "Are you not coming out? How long do you intend to remain a spectator, Ito?" Ito? Hearing this name, Ayam froze, suddenly experiencing a splitting headache as Ito materialized before Izumi, who was promptly drawn into a Jinjutsu space. "You seem to know me well. Yet you show no reaction to the changes around you, Ito remarked. Ito, your ability is merely illusion. Since it is an illusion, it is inherently false. While you can manipulate a person's mind to perceive the illusory as real, your power remains fundamentally that of deception, Izumi asserted. Chapter 183. Ito's abilities were indeed formidable. Yet no matter how powerful, they stemmed from Kuruma Ayam. As long as Ayam could regain control of herself, Ito would inevitably vanish. Ha ha ha, just an illusion? I expected you to know me and have the audacity to appear before me. You possess some skill, but it seems you are no different from those fools, Ito scoffed. Underestimating Izumi. Ayam, everyone harbors a monster within their heart, though its strength may vary. What you believe to be true is not the reality. The third Hokage did indeed speak of elimination, but not of you. He intends to eradicate Ito, the demon within your heart. No, it was not me. I did not kill them. Ayam remained ensnared in the anguish of her parents' demise, oblivious to Izumi's words. Upon this realization, Izumi intended to employ the technique of instantaneous movement to reach Yakumo's side, only to discover that she was unable to perform any ninjutsu. This predicament reminded Izumi that the sovereign of this space was Yakumo. Without her permission, nothing could manifest. Acknowledging this, Izumi resignedly approached Yakumo, while Ito, witnessing Izumi's utter disregard for her, was consumed by a wave of rage and charged forward. As Ito approached, Izumi promptly prepared to counterattack. Although she could not utilize ninjutsu, a ninja's prowess extends beyond mere techniques. Ito was formidable, yet in terms of physical combat, she remained inferior to Izumi. Seizing an opening, Izumi swiftly reached Yakumo's side, and before Ito could give chase, she delivered a resounding slap to Yakumo's face. Faced with such a Yakumo, Izumi felt a surge of irritation. Thus she did not hold back her strength. The force of Izumi's slap sent Yakumo flying, and as she struggled to sit up, half of her face was visibly swollen, a testament to Izumi's might. However, this strike also brought Yakumo back to her senses. What good does this do? Will lamenting your parents bring them back to life? I acknowledge that your parents perished because of you, but the true perpetrator is Ito, the monster before you, not you. Now, I ask you, do you genuinely wish to harm your parents? Izumi gripped Yakumo's collar, her gaze intense and predatory, leaving both Yakumo and Ito taken aback by her words. No, I do not wish to kill them. I never intended to harm them. Then is it not resolved? Deep within your heart, you do not desire their deaths. Otherwise, knowing the truth, you would not suffer. You merely harbor resentment towards your parents for preventing you from becoming a ninja. Your grievances are directed at Ito, this monster who twisted your intentions and caused your parents' demise. The true murderer is Ito, not you. The words spoken by Izumi struck a chord with Yakumo, who had previously suppressed this memory. Now, as she recalled everything, she believed she was the one responsible for her parents' death. Even if she did not deliver the fatal blow, Ito acted upon her desires. No, I was born from your will. Everything I do is for you. Ito's panic became evident as she sensed Yakumo's turmoil. Chapter 184. Inviting Yakumo, do not flatter yourself. If everything you do is truly for Yakumo, then why did you not inform her that the third Hokage sought to eliminate you, not her? If your intentions were genuinely for Yakumo's sake, why not disclose the events of that year? If your motives were truly for Yakumo, why are you unable to comprehend her true desires? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Yakumo turned her gaze towards her, seemingly awaiting a revelation. She understood that her fleeting thoughts of wanting to harm her parents were merely transient frustrations. Given time, all would fade. Even if Yakumo had the ability at that moment, she would never have harmed her parents. Yet, Ito's presence distorted everything. Her intentions were not for Yakumo but for her own growth, to plunge Yakumo into darkness. Rendered speechless by Izumi's accusations, Ito instinctively took a step back. Yakumo, if your parents could return, they would not harbor resentment towards you. Every parent wishes for their child to flourish. I have reviewed your past records. Your circumstances were indeed unsuitable for becoming a ninja, yet your parents implored the third Hokage to seek Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to aid you. Upon hearing Izumi's words, tears streamed down Yakumo's face. She had long believed her parents had deprived her of her dream of becoming a Jinjutsu ninja, unaware that they had tirelessly fought for her well-being. Thank you for telling me this. Do not mention it. I have my own purpose in finding you. I am forming an organization that requires your strength. An effective Jinjutsu ninja is a formidable asset. Izumi did not conceal her intentions. Claiming she was there solely to rescue Yakumo would have been disingenuous. But my body is simply incapable of becoming a ninja. Yakumo, of the same age as Izumi, recognized her own frailty. I am merely asking if you desire to be a Jinjutsu ninja. As for the rest, solutions will arise. Kuruma Yakumo, I formally invite you to join us. Saying this, Izumi extended her hand with a beaming smile. Gazing upon Izumi's sincere and warm smile, Yakumo felt an unexpected radiance, one that illuminated the darkness within her heart. Thus, Yakumo reached out and grasped Izumi's hand. Since you have chosen to join, I have your first task, eliminate Ito. But can I truly do that? Yakumo looked towards Ito, fear swelling within her. It was understandable. Ito's appearance was indeed frightening. For a physically weak girl, confronting such a monster seemed nearly impossible. Ito's strength is entirely derived from you. In this realm of Jinjutsu, you are the true sovereign, and she is merely a usurper. Here, you are invincible, not her. If you wish, you can vanquish her. But everyone harbors a shadow within. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. Ito exists because of you and can also perish because of you. Ultimately, you must resolve this yourself. I will not intervene. With that, Izumi casually seated herself, disregarding Ito entirely. Infuriated by Izumi's contempt, Ito charged at her. Witnessing this, Yakumo remained motionless, prompting Izumi to let out a resigned sigh. Just as Ito reached Izumi, a skeletal hand suddenly emerged, restraining Ito with ease. Chapter 185. The joining of Kuruma Yakumo. Yakumo, do you see? This is the darkness within my heart. Not just you. Everyone possesses a shadow. Where there is light, there must be shadows. Yet one should not dwell on them, for shadows are birthed from oneself. They represent the past. One must always look forward. The enormous skeletal claw hurled Ito to the ground at Yakumo's feet before vanishing as if it had never existed. At that moment, Yakumo finally came to trust Izumi's words. Yakumo seized a kunai from the ground and drove it directly into Ito's forehead. Ito was powerful, yet before Yakumo, her abilities were rendered null. Thus, Ito could not resist. Why? Why must everything I do align with your desires? Why? Because that is not what I truly wanted. Facing Ito, Yakumo finally shed her fear, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Ito's disappearance was not a result of the kunai's strike, but rather a consequence of Yakumo unraveling her mental shackles. As a manifestation of her inner demons, Ito could no longer exist in this world. Having eliminated Ito, Yakumo felt a surge of gratitude rising within her, but just as she opened her mouth to express it, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her, causing her to stumble forward. Witnessing this, Izumi swiftly caught Yakumo, laying her gently on a nearby bed to allow her to rest. Ding system notification, character task initiated, Kuruma Yakumo. Ding system notification, character task completed, gained the loyalty of Kuruma Yakumo. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Izumi was taken aback, surprised that she had completed Yakumo's task so swiftly. System, what is this? How could the task be completed so soon after it began? Although the majority of tasks are assigned by me, certain quests must be triggered. Essentially, these are hidden tasks. Under normal circumstances, Kurama Yakumo would not intersect with you, which means you must actively initiate the task. Furthermore, the character system can also be engaged by earning the favor of your objectives. Are you suggesting that Kurama Yakumo holds a high regard for me? Not merely high, but fully maxed out. Only then can one access the character system. In fact, even engaging in intimate activities with her is permissible at this point. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Just when I thought the conversation was serious, the system began to act unscrupulously again. Leave me be. Who behaves as shamelessly as you? Wait a moment. If my favor with her diminishes, could it be that she really starts to like me? And what about Izumi? Isn't she also a member of the character system? The thought sent a chill down Izumi's spine. If that were true, Itachi would undoubtedly torment her with Tsukuyumi for 7 days and nights. After all, that would be a grievous betrayal. It's merely favor, not intimacy. However, if they genuinely like you, that favor can indeed transform into intimacy. Nonetheless, with someone like Izumi, it's more of a sibling or friend dynamic. You claim you're not lewd, yet you're thinking about such matters. Should I create a harem system for you? Get lost. Just vanish. I have no desire to converse with you. Izumi was at a loss for words regarding the system as shamelessness. She harbored no improper thoughts. Rather, it was the system that continually led her astray. Chapter 186. Awakening and joining. Izumi waited quietly in Yakumo's room, not because she intended to act as the system suggested, but rather out of concern that Yakumo might encounter some unforeseen circumstance. Additionally, she needed to discuss the details of joining with her. After a considerable time, Kurama Yakumo finally awakened, gazing at the familiar ceiling, feeling as if she had just emerged from a dream. "You are awake," Izumi remarked. "Ah, you didn't leave? Was everything that just happened real?" Yakumo was startled by Izumi's voice. "Of course it was real. I stayed because I was worried something might go wrong while you were asleep. Moreover, I wanted to inform you that I plan to leave Konoha soon, and you must accompany me. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, not even to Yuhi Kurenai." Upon hearing Izumi mention Kurenai, Kurama Yakumo fell into a daze. With the restoration of all her memories and the eradication of Itachi, she naturally recalled every detail about Kurenai. "May I meet Kurenai-sensei?" Izumi had initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing Yakumo's hopeful gaze, she ultimately agreed. "You may meet her. I will arrange for you to see her before I leave Konoha, but until then, you must not meet her. If she discovers that you have eliminated Itachi, it could jeopardize my plans and potentially prevent our escape from Konoha." "All right. However, if we leave Konoha, will I have to confront Kurenai-sensei in the future?" Yakumo suddenly worried about the possibility of becoming adversaries with Kurenai upon their departure from Konoha. "Rest assured, I won't easily become enemies with Kurenai. Even if a confrontation arises, I will not harm anyone from Konoha. Thank you. You can trust that I will join your organization, but I fear that my physical condition may become a burden. Don't worry. Although I currently cannot resolve your physical issues, I assure you that I will find a solution. For now, stay here until we leave. This kunai bears a special mark. Simply infuse it with chakra to send me messages." Having made arrangements for Kurama Yakumo, Izumi departed from the Ramen Hill Villa. Although she did not engage in direct combat to recruit Yakumo, she remained exceedingly cautious. If Yakumo failed to defeat Itachi, Izumi would be in significant trouble. Despite her calm demeanor, she was well aware of the uncertainties that lay ahead. Upon returning to the Hyuga household, Hinata was still training. Since the mission in the Land of Waves concluded, she had been working diligently, which puzzled Izumi. He wished to persuade Hinata to relax, but she stubbornly ignored his advice for the first time. "Izumi-kun, you're back. How did it go?" Hinata rushed over upon seeing him return. Izumi shared the events with her, albeit only mentioning that he went to seek companions. "It went quite smoothly. The first companion has agreed to join. Now I must focus on the next one, so I may not have much time to spend with you in the coming days. It's all right. I understand that you have things to attend to." Hinata never considered blaming Izumi. Perhaps in her kind-hearted world, the concept of blame did not exist. Chapter 187. The second observing Hinata, Izumi felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had come to understand his own heart, yet soon they would part ways. Izumi felt a deep sense of reluctance, but remaining behind left him ill-equipped to confront Danzo. This temporary separation was, in truth, a step towards a future of togetherness. With the first member secured, the next candidate was none other than Uzumaki Aoi. Having initially brought her out from the Uzumaki clan, Izumi had long since intended to take her away. However, during the first few years, Aoi was under constant surveillance by Konoha due to her origins, which limited their interactions. Uzumaki Aoi. Izumi arrived at the Ninja Academy, where Aoi, despite being of a similar age, had not entered the academy alongside him because she was delayed by a year for scrutiny. Thus, she still remained at the academy. "Izumi Onaikin, you're here." Upon seeing him, Aoi ran over. Having lost her family, she regarded Izumi as her brother, not to mention it provided her with a legitimate reason to visit the Hyuga household for meals. "Indeed. How have you been? Have you been listening to your teacher? Have you been bullying other students?" Aoi's class did not contain particularly outstanding students, and without having awakened the talents of the Uzumaki clan, she had inadvertently become the leader among them. "Izumi Onaikin, why would you say that? I haven't bullied anyone. By the way, why haven't I seen Hinata Nichan today?" Since learning about the mutual affection between Izumi and Hinata, Aoi had taken to referring to Hinata as Nechan. Of course, she dared not call her that in front of Hinata, as the first time she did so, Hinata had blushed profusely. "You and your incessant thoughts. Come, let us take a walk." Without waiting for Aoi's consent, he led her towards the schoolyard. The two arrived at a relatively secluded spot, and once Izumi confirmed that no one was watching, he finally spoke. "I plan to leave soon. Do you wish to remain in Konoha, or will you come with me?" Izumi's true intention was to take Aoi with him, for as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he knew that Danzo would undoubtedly seek to experiment on her. The fact that he had not acted yet suggested that the third Hokage was still providing her protection. However, the notion of remaining in Konoha was fraught with peril. Izumi believed Aoi would inevitably become a test subject. Leave Konoha? Where will you be going for a mission? Will it take a long time? Aoi misunderstood Izumi's intention, thinking he was embarking on a lengthy mission. This isn't a mission. It's about leaving Konoha. Didn't I mention before? Danzo is coveting the Sharingan, and I refuse to be his guinea pig, which is why I must depart from Konoha. If you wish, you can come with me. Before Izumi could finish, Aoi had already made up her mind. In Konoha, I have no relatives. If you leave, it would lose all meaning for me to remain here. In any case, I am determined to stick by you, for you are my brother, after all. I have never claimed you as my sister. That was merely your own self-satisfied delusion. Since you wish to leave, I shall inform you when the time comes. Until then, do not mention this matter to anyone. Chapter 188. The arrival of sand ninjas understood. Even if I wanted to speak, I wouldn't know who to talk to. Well, I must prepare for a match with the neighboring class. We have agreed to compete in taijutsu today. With that, Aoi departed, leaving Izumi to ponder the possibility that the women of the Uzumaki clan might have a tendency towards violence. With 2 members confirmed, all Izumi needed to do was wait for the Chunin exams to arrive. Only after Orochimaru's catastrophic plan was set in motion would Izumi have the chance to leave Konoha. Otherwise, facing a multitude of pursuers, she could not guarantee a safe escape for herself and the others. Time flew, and a month swiftly passed. During this period, Kakashi led Team 7 on several C-rank missions, and at last, the day of the Chunin exams had arrived. As in the original story, Naruto and Sasuke encountered Gaara, leading to a confrontation. Initially, Izumi had no intention of getting involved, but suddenly feeling playful, she decided to intervene. Regardless of your intentions, if you come to Konoha, you must behave properly. If your Jonin leader has not educated you, I would not mind taking on that responsibility. Izumi's voice resonated, capturing everyone's attention, while Kankuro and Temari watched her in sheer horror. The reason being, Izumi had casually placed her arm on Gaara's shoulder, leading anyone unaware of the situation to assume they shared a close bond. You're going to be killed, Kankuro exclaimed, astonished that Izumi dared to approach Gaara so boldly. Although Temari remained silent, her alarm was evident. Who are you? Gaara asked, taken aback by Izumi's presence. He had not noticed her until she spoke, which surprised him. He silently contemplated that eliminating Izumi would surely affirm his existence. When inquiring about someone else's name, one should first introduce oneself. Otherwise, it is considered impolite, little panda. Noticing Gaara's dark circles, Izumi playfully called him by his nickname. Sandstorm Gaara. All right, I shall remember your name, little panda. My name is Uchiha Izumi. With that, Izumi stepped away from Gaara. Let's go, Kankuro Temari. After stating this, Gaara led Kankuro and Temari away. Izumi-kun, why have the sand ninjas come to Konoha? Hinata asked, puzzled. It must be for the Chunin exams. Kakashi would eventually enlighten us on such matters. Before long, Kakashi arrived to inform the 4 about their participation in the Chunin exams. However, Team 7 now consisted of 4 members, and according to the rules, each team could only have 3. Kakashi, are you still worried about the Chunin exams? When alone, Izumi habitually addressed him as Kakashi, rather than Kakashi-sensei. You can't possibly leave one of you out, can you? Kakashi sighed, his deadpan eyes revealing his exasperation. Initially, he found it odd that Team 7 had 4 members, but had not considered the implications. Isn't this easy to solve? I can team up with Hinata, while Naruto and Sasuke can pair up. 2 can participate, and that suffices. The regulations for the Chunin exams set a maximum limit for teams, but not a minimum. In fact, our team's power far exceeds the limit. Chapter 189. Entering the Forest of Death. Upon hearing Izumi's suggestion, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of realization. He had been fixated on the idea of 3-member teams and overlooked the possibility of 2-member formations. While it may seem that a 2-member team lacked 1 member, the strength of both Izumi and Hinata was formidable. The Chunin exams commenced as scheduled. Izumi and Hinata effortlessly dispelled the Genjutsu and entered the examination grounds. However, Izumi found it curious that she ended up seated next to Hinata, despite the distance between them. Were not the members of other teams separated? As Izumi perused the exam questions, she felt exasperated. The queries were far beyond the syllabus. Nevertheless, since this phase was designed to assess cheating abilities, she activated her Sharingan and began to copy the answers. The first exam concluded smoothly, while Naruto submitted a blank paper. The second trial, the Forest of Death, was about to begin. For Izumi and Hinata, this was not an overly challenging task, as Izumi had already reached the level of an elite Chunin, while Hinata possessed Chunin strength. Izumi-kun, what shall we do now? This was Hinata's first time executing a mission alone with Izumi, and she appeared somewhat apprehensive. However, it was understandable, as they would be alone for the next few days. Our objective is the Heaven Scroll. We must first locate nearby enemies to acquire the Earth Scroll. Once we have gathered the necessary scrolls, we can hunt other teams. The time limit for this task is 5 days, and once we secure what we need, we can assist the Leaf teams with any surplus scrolls. Understood, Izumi-kun. Hinata nodded as they advanced swiftly. Just as they prepared to seek out prey, they unexpectedly found themselves being targeted. Water release, water surge. 3 ninjas from the land of rain simultaneously unleashed their jutsu, sending a torrent of water cascading toward Izumi and Hinata. Seeing the oncoming wave, Hinata prepared to step forward and use her Byakugan to defend, but Izumi swiftly pulled her back. Your abilities are not suited for countering such techniques. Allow me to handle this. Okay, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed. Neither she nor Izumi displayed any signs of fear. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Although Water Surge was a C-rank jutsu, its power was amplified due to the simultaneous efforts of 3 individuals. Thus, Izumi invoked a B-rank jutsu, the Phoenix Fire technique. As the flames roared, the trio of rain ninjas stood dumbfounded. They had not anticipated encountering such strength during the Chunin exams. Their combined attack seemed utterly futile. Do not hold back. Our opponent's strength is overwhelming. If we hesitate, we will surely lose. Water release, water prison technique. The B-rank water prison technique was beyond the capability of mere genin to execute. Yet these 3 were triplets, perfectly synchronized in their collaboration, creating a combined technique. Seeing their opponents also utilize a B-rank jutsu, Izumi remained unfazed, for there was a fundamental disparity in their strengths. A mere jutsu or 2 could not bridge that gap. Jinjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique. Activating her Sharingan, Izumi cast a Jinjutsu on her adversaries. As the water prison emerged, she deduced that the trio relied on a unique method to perform their B-rank jutsu, rather than genuinely possessing the skill to do so. Chapter 190. The weak grass ninja. The Hell Viewing Technique successfully ensnared the 3 in an illusion, causing their water prison to dissipate due to the lack of chakra support. Izumi opened their ninja tool pouch, but was disappointed to find that they, too, possessed the Heaven Scroll. Izumi-kun, our luck seems to have run out. We must continue searching for targets. As Hinata approached, Izumi sighed, having hoped to conclude this exam sooner, only to face this unexpected outcome. Chun and Hinata continued forward, soon arriving near a stream. Unlike others who were cautious, Chun boldly set up a tent, intending to rest here. This was not a matter of arrogance. Rather, it was a strategy to draw in more foes. As night fell, Chun ignited a fire and began to prepare food. Chun, isn't this too exposed? What if too many enemies come? Hinata expressed her concern. Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about. Just some low-ranking ninjas. There's no need for excessive caution. Among the participants in this exam, we should only be wary of Gaara from the Sand Village. The rest are merely insignificant. It seemed we had been underestimated. 3 ninjas from the Grass Village emerged, clearly displeased by N's dismissive words. Although Konoha was a great ninja village with its pride, N's attitude was excessively contemptuous. I had thought you wouldn't show yourselves after all this time. I wonder if your scrolls contain the Earth style? If so, it would make things much easier for me. Even with the enemy before him, N remained seated, his disdain unmistakable. How infuriating. You dare to use traps. Fight me honorably. One of the grass ninjas yelled from below. Chun was at a loss for words. The battle etiquette of the Grass Village ninjas was shockingly poor. They didn't even understand the basic principles of being a ninja, which was truly pathetic. Having waited long enough without receiving the scroll, Shen decided to stop wasting time. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball surged towards the pit, filling the confined space with flames. The 3 grass ninjas realized that if they didn't surrender their scrolls, their lives would be in peril. Having successfully seized the scrolls from the grass ninjas, Chun and Hinata finally gathered what they needed. However, an unexpected event soon unfolded. Chapter 191. Orochimaru. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be you, Uchiha-chan. Upon hearing the sinister voice, Min instinctively shielded Hinata behind him. Orochimaru. It's been a long time. The former Umbu brat has transformed into this. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his expression inscrutable. Facing Orochimaru, Chen felt a wave of uncertainty. After all, one of the legendary Sannin was not to be trifled with. What troubled Shimon the most was his fear that Orochimaru was interested in him, rather than Sasuke, intending to make him a vessel for reincarnation. Indeed, it has been a while. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, have you taken an interest in a Chunin exam? Sort of. Initially, I was only interested in Sasuke, but encountering you seems even more intriguing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen immediately prepared for battle. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 clones appeared, one protecting Hinata while the other stood beside. Saintess movements. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glinted with a murderous intent that surged forth. Hinata, wanting to assist Chen, found herself paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Orochimaru. Do not fear, I will handle everything. The 2 clones, unable to withstand the oppressive aura, dissipated, while Chen grasped Hinata's hand, holding her close to shield her from Orochimaru's malice. Interesting. The little brat has grown quite a bit. Orochimaru, what do you intend to do? What do I want? I merely wish to test how much you have grown. With that, Orochimaru lunged toward Chen. Not wanting to fall victim to Orochimaru's curse mark, Lei sprang into action. Without Itachi's assistance, Sasuke had no means to counter the curse mark. Wind style, great breakthrough. Utilizing ninjutsu to halt Orochimaru's advance, Chen quickly began forming hand signs, his speed accelerating under the threat of death. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. A torrent of flames surged towards Orochimaru. Even he could not withstand such an assault, and had to resort to countering with his own ninjutsu. Earth style, Earth Wall. A massive earthen wall successfully blocked Chen's attack. Using a C-rank jutsu to defend against a B-rank jutsu, with no elemental advantage, illustrated the vast disparity between Chen and Orochimaru. Though his attack was thwarted, In did not retreat. His hands continued to form signs rapidly. Wind style, Pressure damage. Fire style, Dragon Fire Technique. Hinata also assisted with her own fire technique, and together, their combined assault surpassed the potency of the Phoenix Fire Technique, rivaling even A-rank ninjutsu. At last, Chunin and Hinata's attack broke through Orochimaru's defenses, but as the earth wall crumbled, Bei found himself startled by the absence of Orochimaru. Where are you looking? Orochimaru's voice echoed from behind Chen, his repulsive tongue grazing against Lei's neck. Realizing Orochimaru was behind him, Lei swiftly executed a body flicker technique to escape. Body flicker technique. How fascinating. It seems you have indeed grown significantly. Orochimaru remarked with a mocking tone. Chapter 192. Crisis. Seeing a mere genin proficiently utilizing the body flicker technique while carrying someone else surprised Orochimaru. Initially, he had intended to merely plant a curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke and leave, but his curiosity about the ensuing battle led him to encounter Double Tomo Sharingan. What an intriguing little fellow. Even Uchiha Sasuke awakened his eyes when he first encountered me. I did not expect your talent to surpass his. And the girl beside you must be from the Hyuga clan? It is remarkable that someone from the Hyuga clan can use ninjutsu. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes fixated on Chen and Hinata, who were engulfed in fear. Despite possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, Min could not guarantee its effectiveness against Orochimaru. With the potential for any situation to unfold, including the ability to counter the Reaper Death Seal, a simple body flicker technique could prove trivial. Orochimaru, what is your true objective? Objective? I am merely curious about you and the little Hyuga girl beside you. Hinata is indeed the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Should you dare to lay a hand on her, the Hyuga family would undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Even as one of the legendary Sannin, facing the wrath of the entire Hyuga clan would be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, I doubt your arrival in Konoha is merely for a casual stroll. If anything were to happen to Hinata, the entire village would be on high alert, making any of your plans utterly impossible. Izumi could only invoke Hinata's identity, hoping to deter Orochimaru from attacking her. Yet, could such a threat truly hold any weight? The Hyuga clan is merely a minor obstacle. I am curious to see how they might challenge me. With that, Orochimaru lunged at Izumi with the swiftness of a serpent. Open. The third gate, the life gate. Without a moment's hesitation, Izumi activated the 8 gates and charged at Orochimaru, simultaneously hurling Hinata in another direction. Go. Seek assistance from a Jonin. I will hold off Orochimaru. Open. The fourth gate, the Hurt Gate. Upon opening the fourth gate, Izumi unleashed a powerful punch towards Orochimaru, who, to Izumi's surprise, did not evade the attack. The tremendous force struck Orochimaru, shattering several trees before he finally halted. How astonishing. I did not expect you to wield the 8 gates. My interest in you grows. Orochimaru reappeared behind Izumi, revealing that the Orochimaru he had struck was merely a mud clone. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Izumi reacted instantly with a sweeping kick. But Orochimaru skillfully evaded the attack with a remarkable fluidity. Witnessing this, Izumi executed a body flicker technique to create distance between them. Fire release, fireball jutsu. The B-rank ninjutsu surged forth, aimed squarely at Orochimaru. As flames approached, Orochimaru prepared to evade, dismissing this level of attack as inconsequential. However, an unexpected event transpired. Jinjutsu, Dream of Chains. Due to the reanimation jutsu, Orochimaru's soul was not whole, rendering him somewhat vulnerable to Jinjutsu. Consequently, Izumi's illusion successfully ensnared Orochimaru. This same Jinjutsu, though cast by different individuals, invoked in Orochimaru a profound fear reminiscent of his encounters with Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 193, Deception Ah? Even when struck by a B-rank ninjutsu, Orochimaru sustained injuries, albeit minor burns that did not significantly harm his physique. However, the psychological impact of the attack ignited a furious rage within him. Uchiha Izumi. Quite impressive. As Orochimaru's malevolent gaze fell upon him, Izumi's heart raced with trepidation. Despite revealing all his trump cards, he knew he could not defeat Orochimaru. Currently, the 8 gates allowed him to barely keep pace, but Izumi was not Lee. He could not maintain the 4th gate for long. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Several venomous snakes lunged at Izumi. In response, he swiftly dodged, his Sharingan enabling him to evade effectively. Lightning Release, Body Flicker. After avoiding the snakes, Izumi retaliated with ninjutsu. But the effectiveness of the technique was lacking, failing to inflict any damage on Orochimaru. Realizing that his ninjutsu was ineffective, Izumi resolved to employ Jinjutsu once more. Jinjutsu, Naraka's Gaze. Foolish child, do you truly believe your illusions can affect me? Orochimaru effortlessly dispelled Izumi's Jinjutsu, reappearing before him with his Kusanagi sword poised to strike. Even with the 8 gates activated, Izumi found himself unable to evade, resorting to a body replacement technique at the last moment. Nevertheless, this maneuver resulted in an injury to his arm. Having executed the body replacement technique, Izumi swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to distance himself from Orochimaru. Although he recognized Orochimaru's formidable strength, he had not anticipated such a vast disparity. Now, Izumi's only remaining card was the summoning technique. He believed that summoning the dragon would ensure his safety, yet doing so would reveal all his secrets, leaving him vulnerable in Konoha. Orochimaru, your fury stems not from my attack, but from your past with Itachi, does it not? If you spare me, I can divulge a secret about Itachi, one that could lead to his defeat. In a moment of clarity, Izumi devised a cunning plan. Oh, upon hearing Izumi's words, Orochimaru indeed paused his assault. To him, eliminating Izumi would be effortless, yet learning a secret about Itachi was far too enticing to ignore. You must promise to let me go if I share this information. Agreed. As long as you unveil Itachi's secret, I have no qualms about sparing you. Orochimaru, indifferent to whether he killed Izumi, lowered his Kusanagi sword. The eyes of the Uchiha brothers possess a mutual restraint. Itachi once mentioned his Tsukuyami. Its effect on Sasuke is minimal. Therefore, if you seek to defeat Itachi, you must possess Sasuke's eyes. Orochimaru paused, astonished by this revelation. He had indeed coveted the Sharingan, but had not considered that Sasuke's eyes could counter Itachi's Jinjutsu. Is what you say true? What purpose would there be in deceiving you? Moreover, this information is verifiable upon thorough investigation. Just as Orochimaru was about to inquire further, he sensed someone approaching rapidly. Aware that lingering would only complicate matters, he vanished from Izumi's sight. Chapter 194. Escape and Unconsciousness. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's departure, Izumi was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason behind his sudden exit. At that moment, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy appeared before him. Realizing that Konoha's ninjas had arrived, Izumi understood why Orochimaru had retreated. Kakashi, have you seen Hinata? Suddenly recalling that Hinata was alone, Izumi feared for her safety should Orochimaru seek her out. Izumi. As soon as his words left his lips, Hinata rushed into his embrace. Seeing that she was unharmed, Izumi finally felt relief and subsequently released the 8 gates, the technique's side effects hitting him with overwhelming fatigue, causing him to collapse against Hinata. Noticing Izumi's condition, Hinata quickly wrapped her arms around him to prevent him from falling, while Kakashi hurried over to assess the situation. You utilized the 8 gates? It appears Orochimaru is indeed a serious threat. We must terminate this examination, otherwise, the candidates will be in danger, Kakashi stated gravely. There's no need for that. Orochimaru has likely departed. His target this time seems to be Sasuke. It appears he has set something in motion against him. Even if we halt the exam now, I doubt we can prevent Orochimaru from executing his plans, Izumi replied. Kakashi fell silent, initially intending to escort Izumi and Hinata out of the forest of death. But now it seemed impossible. Are you certain you wish to continue the exam? Do not worry, I am fine. I am not so fragile, Izumi reassured him. Hearing this, Kakashi and the others nodded and departed. As they left, Izumi could no longer maintain his strength and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen fell into a deep slumber, and the responsibility of caring for him fell upon Hinata, given that they were in the forest of death, a place teeming with perilous beasts. In addition to the exam participants, Hinata took refuge in a tree hollow, carrying the unconscious Chen with her. To avoid detection, she cleverly concealed the entrance with branches and grass. Inside the dim hollow, only Hinata and Chen were present. Observing S' unconscious form filled Hinata with sorrow. She lamented her own weakness, believing that had she been stronger, she could have aided him. Thus, Hinata harbored a fervent desire to grow stronger. After a full day and night, Chen awoke in the depths of the second night. Realizing he was in a confined space, he understood that he was momentarily safe. When he looked up, he found Hinata, exhausted, sleeping atop him. Gently, and lifted Hinata and laid her beside him, whereupon he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Yet, he refrained, aware that they both cherished each other, though neither had confessed their feelings. Thus, he did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Having settled Hinata comfortably, Chen reclined beside her, and together they drifted into slumber. On the following morning, both Chen and Hinata opened their eyes simultaneously, only to find themselves in an awkward embrace, face to face. The proximity was embarrassing, compounded by the fact that they were inexplicably holding each other. Chapter 195. An awkward awakening. Understanding their predicament, Hinata's face flushed crimson, but fortunately, there was no power outage this time, which was a small relief. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, she stammered. Last night, when I saw you asleep on me, I moved you aside, not realizing I was so restless in my sleep. Chen, equally blushing, attempted to explain, though he felt quite flustered by the situation. And no, it's nothing, Hinata murmured so softly that Chen could barely hear her. Hinata, let South leave this place, Chibin suggested. All right, she replied, and like a child caught in wrongdoing, Jin followed Hinata out of the hollow, both feeling an undeniable awkwardness. I'm sorry, Chun-kun. If it weren't for protecting me when we encountered Orochimaru, you wouldn't have fallen unconscious. At that moment, you could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Hinata finally broke the silence after a long pause. You are mistaken, Hinata. In that encounter with Orochimaru, it was your strength that mattered. Though I possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, I might have failed against him. If you hadn't found Kakashi-sensei and the others, I wouldn't have survived. Fighting side by side doesn't always mean fighting to the death. Sometimes, retreating to seek help for our comrades is equally vital. But there are no buts here. Chen stepped closer to Hinata, firmly grasping her hand as he continued. Even if you possessed strength equal to or greater than mine, facing Orochimaru would still lead to dire consequences. Only by calling for aid could we have hope. Chibin sensed that Hinata was blaming herself for her perceived weakness, yet she had already attained the strength of a Chunin. In battles with Jonin, she could hold her own. Was that still considered weak? Orochimaru was a formidable Sannin, and Asvin had stated, having more of himself would be meaningless against such power. Hinata nodded, a smile gracing her face. I understand now, Chen-kun. All right, after breakfast, we shall commence our hunt. After resolving their breakfast, Chen and Hinata began ambushing ninjas from other villages. That morning, they encountered two teams. Concerned for Chen's recovery, Hinata insisted on confronting the enemies herself, resulting in her single-handedly handling both battles. I've told you, I'm fully recovered. The after effects of the 8 gates technique have long since faded. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Chen said, gently bandaging the wounds on Hinata's arm. Feeling a pang of concern. It's fine. "They're just minor injuries," Hinata replied, her entire arm exposed and in Chen's hands, causing her to feel bashful as her cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson, making her appear utterly endearing. "That won't do. You've already been injured in this skirmish. If we encounter other teams, we'll fight together. If you go off alone again." Chun pondered how to threaten Hinata gently. At that moment, another group approached them, though this time it was not enemies, but familiar faces. Chapter 196. An unpleasant encounter before Chun and Hinata stood none other than Team 8, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno. The trio was astonished to see Chun and Hinata. Although Kiba could distinguish enemies by scent, the duo had taken special precautions upon entering the Forest of Death, leading them to believe Chun and Hinata were merely other ninjas from different villages. "Chun, Hinata, what are you doing here? It's not strange for us to be here. We're all participating in the exam, right? By the way, you're missing one scroll, aren't you? Hey Chun, are you planning to snatch the scroll from us?" Kiba said, a hint of nervousness in his tone, not out of fear of Jun's strength, but because he believed there was no need for internal conflict among comrades. "Hinata and I have already gathered our scrolls. If you need the heavenly scroll, we happen to have an extra," Chen said, producing the surplus scroll. At this, Team 8's eyes brightened, especially Sakura, who nearly rushed to seize it. Witnessing this, Min felt an increasing aversion toward her. "Chun, that's not right. You worked hard to obtain those scrolls. Even if you've gathered yours, an extra scroll can be exchanged for intelligence. At times, it can be used as a ruse against opponents," Shino interjected. Though he desired the heavenly scroll, he felt uneasy about receiving it without effort. "It's all right, Shino. We have no use for this scroll anyway, and we're all from the same village. There's no need to be so meticulous. If the roles were reversed, would you deny us your surplus scroll? Then I'll accept it," Kiba said, taking the heavenly scroll from Chen's hands. "If you need any assistance, make sure to let me know. If you encounter me and Akamaru in the upcoming tests, I'll do my best to go easy on you." After Team 8 departed, Chun and Hinata prepared to continue their search for other teams. As they walked, Hinata suddenly inquired, "Kun, I feel like you harbor some animosity toward Sakura. What is that about?" Taken aback by Hinata's perceptiveness, Jiminhan expected her to notice his dissatisfaction. "It's not animosity per se. When I revealed the heavenly scroll, Shino's team seemed eager for it. Shino chose to highlight the value of the surplus scroll and expressed refusal. For a team from the same village, simply refraining from competing against each other is already a significant help. As for Kiba, although he took the scroll directly from me, I could see genuine gratitude in his eyes, and his request for the heavenly scroll came from the heart." Among the members of Class 8, only Sakura Haruno was solely focused on obtaining the scroll, and when Niji acquired it, there was not a trace of gratitude on her face. Initially, Hinata believed there was some conflict between Izumi and Sakura, but she was taken aback to realize the situation was different. Understanding the events that transpired, Hinata found herself disliking Sakura as well. After all, when someone helps you and you show no appreciation, it is undeniably perplexing. Well, there's no need to dwell on it. It's best to keep a distance from such individuals. People like Sakura tend to plead when they need something, yet vanish when they don't. Seizing the opportunity presented by this plan, Izumi directly instilled in Hinata the notion of avoiding Sakura. Chapter 197. Kankuro Izumi and Hinata, one an elite chunin and the other on the cusp of chunin strength, formed a formidable duo capable of sweeping away any team, even if one of them were absent. In this round of the chunin exams, Izumi had reservations about two teams, the first being Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari from the Sand Village, and the second being Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi. Gaara's team possessed overwhelming power, not to mention the might of Shikaku. Gaara himself was a formidable threat. As for Shikamaru's group, they were renowned for their intellect, and Izumi had no desire to fall victim to Shikamaru's cunning. In the remaining 3 days, Izumi and Hinata relentlessly hunted down various teams. This round of the chunin exams was not limited to the original cast. Even the second phase, the Forest of Death, boasted nearly 300 participants. As the 5th day of the exam approached its conclusion, Izumi and Hinata returned to the central tower, immediately attracting attention due to their status as a duo and the sheer number of scrolls they possessed. Roughly estimating, the teams they had eliminated accounted for about a third of those participating in the exam. Nonetheless, many still reached the tower, and all of Konoha's participants successfully advanced. As in the original narrative, Kabuto chose to forfeit, and the first match featured Sasuke Uchiha against Kankuro. At this moment, Sasuke was still under the curse mark, which flared during the match, yet he managed to suppress it through sheer will. The second match involved Izumi from Konoha against Kankuro from the Sand Village. Upon hearing his name, Izumi appeared in the arena. Instantaneous movement? This individual is a genin? As the leading jonin of the sand, Maki recognized Izumi's use of the technique and furrowed his brow, even questioning whether Izumi was a disguised jonin. While the ability to use instantaneous movement did not necessarily denote a jonin, it was clear that one capable of such a technique was not weak. However, considering Kankuro's puppets were laced with deadly poison, Maki opted not to intervene. The match commenced. As the referees signaled to start, Kankuro readied himself for battle. Hey, sand ninja playing with dolls, you might as well surrender now. It would be quite unfortunate if you were to perish here. Years prior, Izumi had already bested Kankuro and Temari, and now, her strength had grown immensely, rendering Kankuro no match for her. What did you say? Kankuro seethed with anger. His pride in his puppet techniques had been insulted. I suggest you concede quickly. If you wish to play with dolls, find a secluded spot instead of embarrassing yourself here. Don't you feel ashamed? Izumi taunted. Bastard. Kankuro roared as he unleashed his crow from behind, while Izumi simultaneously released a shadow clone. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The combination of fire and wind amplified the power of the attack, surpassing standard techniques, and the flames surged towards Kankuro. Chapter 198. Hinata's confession. Seeing the flames approach, Kankuro had no choice but to deploy his salamander puppet for defense, though he wished to conceal his strength. The salamander, a masterpiece of the Sand's genius puppet master, was able to withstand Izumi's assault, but this did not surprise her. Is your attack finished? Now, let me show you my prowess. Kankuro's voice echoed from within the salamander, as the crow appeared behind Izumi. Although the Uchiha clan had waned, they were not to be disregarded. Had no one informed you that the Sharingan is the eye of insight? Your chakra threads appear to me like flickering candles in the night. As he spoke, Izumi used a kunai to block the crow's attack, but the crow's arm suddenly opened, releasing a cloud of toxic smoke. As Izumi was enveloped, Kankuro emerged triumphantly from the salamander. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Just as Kankuro prepared to taunt Izumi, she launched an attack from behind him. Even without using the 8 gates, her strength and speed were beyond Kankuro's ability to evade. Consequently, the unfortunate Kankuro was sent flying by Izumi's kick, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood, clearly incapacitated. With no confirmation of his opponent's fate, lowering one's guard against the sand puppet master proved to be a grave mistake. After stating this, Izumi instantaneously returned to the stance. Maki understood that Kankuro was not Izumi's equal, yet he had not anticipated such a swift defeat. He recognized that while it appeared Izumi's strength was the primary factor, it was also due to her constant provocation that Kankuro lost his composure. As the matches continued, it soon became Hinata's turn to fight, and as in the original story, her opponent was Niji Hyuga. Hinata, be careful. If you can't win, just concede. I don't want to see you hurt. Rest assured, Izumi-kun, I will protect myself. Hinata stepped onto the field, and Niji approached the arena. Lady, give up. You are no match for me. Brother Niji, this time I will not lose to you. I want to become stronger. I do not wish to remain in others' shadows. I want to prove to Izumi-kun that I can stand by his side, for he is the one I cherish most in my heart. Izumi was taken aback by Hinata's declaration in such a setting. After all, Hinata was known for her shyness. Even in private, he had not expected her to voice such sentiments. Hinata's voice was loud and resolute, drawing the attention of all present, seemingly awaiting Izumi's response. Hinata, you are already strong, but regardless of how powerful you become, even if you become a Hokage-level ninja while I remain a mere genin, you will always be behind me. For I, too, deeply cherish you, and no matter how strong you grow, I will be your protector. Should anyone wish to harm you, they must first cross my lifeless body. Hinata loves Izumi, and how could Izumi not reciprocate her feelings? Now that the bashful Hinata had expressed herself so clearly, Izumi felt that failing to respond would surely invite the scrutiny of all present. Chapter 199. Similar battles, different outcomes. As Izumi's words lingered in the air, Hinata blushed and gazed at him, her face radiant with a smile of happiness. Her long-held silent affection and unrequited efforts had finally borne fruit. At this moment, although Hinata appeared to be composed on the surface, her heart was filled with profound shyness. She trembled slightly, and compared to her, Izumi experienced even greater internal turmoil. Unbeknownst to anyone, the originally two-tomo Sharingan of Izumi had manifested a third tomo. Hinata's confession and Izumi's response were merely an interlude, as the competition was far from over. Observing Hinata's readiness, Hyuga Niji charged forward. Due to Izumi's presence, Hinata had not been abandoned by Hinata Hisashi. Thus her regular training partner was none other than Hisashi himself. The last time Hinata faced Niji was when she was merely 5 years old, leading Niji to underestimate her prowess. As members of the Hyuga clan, both Hinata and Niji employed the gentle fist technique against each other, yet their approaches differed significantly. Niji's style was imbued with a sense of brutality and ferocity, while Hinata's was remarkably ethereal and agile, often retreating after a single touch, a fighting style influenced by Izumi's guidance. On the surface, it seemed that Niji held absolute dominance. Yet he was the one silently struggling. Although many of his attacks landed on Hinata, they inflicted no real harm. Conversely, Hinata's attacks, though infrequent, consistently sealed his chakra points. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. At last, Hinata seized the opportune moment to unleash the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, rendering Niji incapable of utilizing chakra. "Brother Niji, you have lost," Hinata declared, causing Niji to freeze in disbelief, collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing this, Moonlight Breeze promptly announced the match's conclusion. As Hinata prepared to return to her previous seat, an unexpected event unfolded. "No, it cannot be. How could I possibly lose?" Niji, clearly unable to accept Hinata's triumph, descended into a frenzied state. In his madness, he suddenly drew a kunai and charged at Hinata. At that moment, Hinata, not having activated her Byakugan, was unaware of the impending danger, and the others remained oblivious as well. The only one who noticed Niji's aberrant behavior was Izumi. Realizing Niji intended to ambush Hinata, Izumi could not allow this to transpire. In an instant, she appeared before Niji, snatching the kunai from his grasp. Before he could react, she delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. The kunai embedded near his neck. "The so-called fate you speak of cannot be shattered. Hinata has already defeated you. What more do you desire? Is your destiny as a member of the Hyuga clan merely to ambush others? This notion of fate is nothing more than a pitiable excuse to numb oneself. Do you not consider yourself a genius? Can you truly be dulled by such a ludicrous rationale?" Izumi, filled with anger at Niji's treachery, refrained from inflicting further harm. Recognizing his tragic state, had she wished to, she would have employed ninjutsu to retaliate. Chapter 200. Shaoli. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Niji was momentarily taken aback. He had never questioned the notion of fate being predetermined since birth, but Hinata's unexpected reversal made him reconsider his long-held beliefs. Izumi and Hinata returned to the stands, while Niji was escorted away by Guy. After all, should there be any repercussions, it would be Niji who would bear the brunt of it, especially since he belonged to the branch family, while Hinata was from the main family. Guy contemplated whether he should visit the Hyuga household to speak on Niji's behalf. The competition resumed, and the next match, which Izumi eagerly anticipated, pitted Gaara against Shaoli. Konoha, Rock Lee vs. Sand Ninja, Gaara. The match commenced. As Moonlight Breeze declared the start of the bout, Shaoli immediately began to move at high speed. However, burdened by weights, he was unable to harm Gaara. "Lee, I permit you." Yet, Guy had previously stated that it was not a problem. "It is fine, I permit it." As Shaoli shed his weights, his speed reached its pinnacle, prompting Izumi to activate her Sharingan. Observing Shaoli's velocity, she could not help but admire his prowess as a taijutsu fanatic. Having released his weights, Shaoli's speed surpassed that of Izumi at her own first gate. Despite Shaoli's incredible swiftness, he still could not inflict damage upon Gaara, leading to the unveiling of the 8 gates. 8th gate, the opening gate, open. 2nd gate, the rest gate, open. 3rd gate, the life gate, open. 4th gate, the wound gate, open. With all 4 gates opened, Shaoli's complexion flushed red. Witnessing this, Izumi felt compelled to commend him. It was known that when she opened the 4th gate, she had not been able to endure for long before succumbing to unconsciousness, whereas Shaoli, only a year her senior, had already managed to open 5 gates. Upon opening the rest gate, Shaoli commenced his assault. His accelerated movements were so rapid that even the 3-tomo Sharingan struggled to track his actions. Moreover, not only had his speed increased, but his strength had also surged significantly. with Gaara's sand armor being swiftly compromised. Within mere seconds, Gaara found himself under relentless attack. The frequency of the strikes made Izumi question whether her own use of the 8 gates had been of such caliber. Had her performance been at this level during her encounter with Orochimaru, she would not have been left in such a precarious situation. 5th gate, the limit gate, open. As the limit gate opened, Izumi's Sharingan could no longer perceive Xiao Li's movements. The only sight she could discern was Gaara soaring through the air. Li Lotus. Under the adverse effects of the 8 gates, even Xiao Li could no longer withstand the strain, leading to the final attack descending upon Gaara. The Li Lotus struck true, propelling Gaara to the ground like a cannonball. At that moment, the gourd on Gaara's back rapidly transformed into sand, forming a cushion upon impact. With a thunderous crash, even with the sand's cushioning, the power of the Li Lotus was overwhelming, causing the very earth to tremble, and the dust enveloped both Xiao Li and Gaara. The ground was riddled with cracks, yet thanks to the sand's cushioning and the protection of Gaara's armor, he sustained no real injuries. Observing the scene through her Sharingan, Izumi let out a gentle sigh. Chapter 201. Irresponsible Kakashi. Though familiar with the unfolding narrative, Izumi found herself wishing for a deviation from the script. The dedication Xiao Li exhibited was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, something few could replicate. Even during their time at the Ninja Academy, Izumi had taken notice of Xiao Li, and she admired the effort he put forth. As the dust settled, both Xiao Li and Gaara revealed themselves. Although Gaara was temporarily incapacitated, he had not sustained any genuine injuries, while Xiao Li, due to the after effects of opening the 5th gate, found himself nearly unable to move. Observing Gaara's sand approaching Xiao Li, Izumi instinctively positioned herself before him, delivering a swift kick that scattered Gaara's sand. Izumi's sudden appearance startled everyone, as the match between Gaara and Rock Lee was not yet over, and typically, outside interference was prohibited. Izumi? Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her before him. Your body can no longer continue the fight. Though I understand your unwillingness, this is merely a competition. It is not worth risking your life. In due time, when you grow stronger, you may very well overcome Gaara. Li, Izumi spoke wisely. You performed admirably this time, and there will be another opportunity. At that moment, Guy approached Li. Upon seeing Guy, Izumi chose not to linger on the battlefield any longer. Returning to the stands, Kakashi glanced at Izumi and inquired, Do you know something? Are you referring to Gaara? Indeed, I am aware of certain aspects. As you have seen, Gaara can manipulate sand. Had his sand enveloped Li just now, I fear Li's body would have been crushed into a pulp. Kakashi nodded silently, refraining from further comment. While Izumi's intervention in the match contravened the rules, it did not alter the outcome of the battle. Moreover, this is Konoha, so Maki raised no objections. The preliminary rounds concluded swiftly, and soon there would be a drawing for the finals taking place a month later. Izumi initially believed he might have a bye, but unexpectedly, he was matched against the strongest contender of this Chunin exam, Gaara. Yet, Izumi remained unfazed by this matchup. Gaara completely counters Li's abilities, which is why Li faced defeat. However, Izumi is a ninjutsu specialist, excelling in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Izumi-kun, you must be cautious. Upon learning that Gaara was Izumi's opponent, Hinata grew worried for him, having heard of Gaara's formidable prowess from Shino and the others. Do not worry, I will be fine, Izumi replied confidently. Izumi, I intend to provide special training for Sasuke during this month, so I am entrusting you with Hinata and Naruto. Kakashi, rather irresponsibly, delegated the training to Izumi, rivaling the negligence of that unscrupulous system. I can agree to this, but I require something in return. What do you seek? Kakashi asked, puzzled by Izumi's request. Teach me your Raikiri. My fire and wind techniques are powerful, yet my lightning techniques are lacking. Please impart Raikiri to me. Raikiri is an S-rank technique. You may not be able to master it at your current level. Kakashi frowned slightly, not out of reluctance to teach, but rather concerned that Izumi might struggle with Raikiri, which is a considerable burden even for him. Chapter 202. Breakfast. Rest assured, I will manage. I am not like you, always distracted by your romantic pursuits, leading to chakra depletion. If you refuse to teach me, I will simply annoy Naruto and Hinata daily. Upon hearing this, Kakashi chose to relent, particularly since Raikiri does not carry the same risks as the 8 Gates technique, allowing him to feel at ease in teaching it to Izumi. Having obtained the Raikiri scroll, Izumi took Hinata's hand, and they departed. Of course, Hinata lacked the courage to be so intimate with Izumi in front of so many people. But she could not resist Izumi's boldness. Upon returning to the Hyuga estate, they encountered Niji along the way. Izumi harbored a strong dislike for Niji. Though it was only the current version of him, once Niji comprehended everything, Izumi believed he would be quite commendable. Izumi-kun, are you about to begin practicing your ninjutsu? Back at home, Hinata speculated that Izumi was preparing to study Raikiri. There is no hurry. Raikiri is not a technique one can master quickly. What is most essential now is to rest well. Not to mention others, your current state is quite poor, is it not? Even if you defeated Niji, the toll on you is considerable. Let us rest today, and tomorrow morning we shall go shopping. As for training, there is no rush. We have a month ahead. Izumi and Hinata returned to their respective rooms, where they changed into fresh clothes and began to wash up. After 5 days of survival exercises, both had become quite muddy, with Hinata faring slightly better. However, Izumi's battle with Orochimaru had left him in a rather disheveled state. Although he had regained his strength, his clothes and body bore remnants of mud and blood. After washing up, Izumi and Hinata had a light meal before retreating to their rooms for rest. The moment Izumi entered his room, he fell into a deep sleep, having not rested well over the past few days. In contrast, Hinata found herself tossing and turning in her room, preoccupied with thoughts of Izumi's impending departure after the Chunin exams, with the finals just a month away. And the conclusion of the exams signaling Izumi's departure, Hinata was reluctant to part ways so soon after establishing their relationship. Throughout the night, Hinata contemplated Izumi's departure, and by the time she fell asleep, the dawn light was beginning to break. The following morning, on the second day of the preliminaries, the sun had already risen high in the sky when Hinata finally awoke. After freshening up, she noticed Izumi sitting in the hallway and felt a twinge of guilt. Izumi-kun, I apologize for waking up so late, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed. It is of no consequence. I just awoke as well. You have been quite exhausted these past days. It is only natural to rest longer. Here is your breakfast. With that, Izumi produced a meal seemingly from thin air, under Izumi's watchful gaze. Hinata blushed as she polished off the entire breakfast. As she finished, Izumi continued to observe her, causing Hinata to feel a sudden wave of shyness, her cheeks growing even rosier. How did it taste? Izumi asked, noticing her flushed face. It was, quite good, Hinata stammered, unsure why Izumi was inquiring. That is a relief. I feared I had made it inedible. Now let us go shopping. Without waiting for Hinata's response, Izumi took her hand and led her out of the Hyuga estate, surprised to learn that the breakfast had been prepared by Izumi. Hinata felt a wave of sweetness wash over her heart. Chapter 203, The Perverted Sage. Jiraiya, Izumi, and Hinata departed from the Hyuga estate just as Kakashi exited from Hayashi's room. The two expressed their loyalty to one another, a matter that surely warranted informing Hinata's father, Hayashi, as she was the heiress of the Hyuga clan. After listening to Kakashi's report, Hayashi said nothing, neither opposing nor supporting it, merely nodding to indicate his awareness of the situation. Shortly after arriving at the marketplace, Izumi and Hinata ran into Naruto, who had just returned from visiting the hospital. Knowing he had been assigned to Izumi by Kakashi, Naruto latched onto Izumi without realizing he was becoming quite the third wheel. Naruto, I will give you a ninjutsu scroll, and if you can master it, I will teach you a powerful technique. To deter Naruto from further interrupting his time with Hinata, Izumi handed him a scroll containing the shadow clone technique, leaving the outcome of Naruto's ability to learn it to chance. Excitedly clutching the scroll, Naruto dashed away, prompting a smile from Hinata as she observed his enthusiasm. Hinata, what are you smiling about? Izumi asked. Oh, nothing, Hinata replied. Really? Actually, I was thinking about how mischievous you are, Izumi-kun. The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu. How could Naruto, being a mere genin, possibly learn it? He likely lacks the chakra required. Ah, but you are mistaken there, Hinata. Naruto hails from the Uzumaki clan, known for their immense chakra reserves. In terms of chakra alone, Naruto possesses more than I do. However, your point is valid. Naruto indeed struggles to master the art of restraint. Since his graduation, have you witnessed him employ any ninjutsu apart from the shadow clone technique? It is surprising that Hinata finds amusement in this matter, and Izumi also attempts to explain. Given that he possesses a vast reservoir of chakra, why is Naruto incapable of utilizing ninjutsu? Perhaps it is simply a matter of his intellect, as forming hand seals poses a significant challenge for him. Otherwise, why would he consistently fail theoretical exams during his time at the academy? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Hinata nodded in agreement. As Naruto departed from Izumi and Hinata to continue their shopping, they soon passed by a bathhouse, where Izumi noticed a lecherous man with white hair peering in. Recognizing him as Jiraiya, Izumi was initially reluctant to seek him as a mentor, yet she considered it a reasonable choice to extract some ninjutsu knowledge from him. "There is someone spying," Izumi shouted with fervor, startling Jiraiya so much that his heart seemed to skip a beat. "What are you yelling about, brat? I am merely gathering material," Jiraiya protested. "You call that gathering material? It's clearly just peeping," Izumi retorted. "It's material, not peeping. What do you know, you little brat?" Jiraiya continued to argue, but he forgot that Izumi's shout not only startled him but also caught the attention of the women inside the bathhouse. Furious, the women stormed out, leaving only Izumi, Hinata, and Jiraiya outside. Naturally, Hinata being a girl was exempt, and Izumi, being merely a child, was easily identified as an innocent bystander, which led the women to conclude that Jiraiya was the sole culprit. The more he defended himself, the angrier they became. "It matters not whether I understand. What is crucial is whether those behind you comprehend," Izumi declared. Chapter 204, The Lecherous Toad Man. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Jiraiya instinctively turned around to find himself confronted by a horde of women with fiery eyes. "Listen to me." But before Jiraiya could explain, he was besieged by a chorus of outraged cries. After a considerable time, the women finally vented their frustrations and departed, leaving the unfortunate Jiraiya battered and bruised. Who is he, and why is he so despicable? Even Hinata disapproved of Jiraiya's behavior, though her upbringing prevented her from uttering harsh words. "I am the great sage of Mount Mayaboku, known as the Toad Sage," Jiraiya introduced himself proudly. "Hinata, did you hear that? This fellow is the lecherous Toad Man." After hearing Jiraiya's introduction, Izumi promptly assigned him a new moniker. "Hey, it's Toad Sage, not lecherous Toad Man," Jiraiya exclaimed. "Humph, you little brat. Just wait and see how I deal with you." As he spoke, Jiraiya's white hair elongated, lunging toward Izumi. "Hinata." Upon hearing her name, Hinata instantly understood Izumi's intention and began forming hand seals alongside her. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The combined elemental techniques surged toward Jiraiya. Caught off guard by the impressive coordination and strength of the two young girls, Jiraiya, despite being one of the legendary Sannin, was not easily defeated. Water style, water barrier. He countered with a C-rank ninjutsu that successfully blocked their assault. However, before Jiraiya could breathe a sigh of relief, Izumi appeared behind him. Sensing someone behind him, Jiraiya instinctively turned, only to lock eyes with Izumi. This is bad. The moment he glimpsed the Sharingan, Jiraiya realized the gravity of the situation, but he was a moment too late. Genjutsu, phantom restraint technique. Due to his overconfidence, Jiraiya fell victim to Izumi's illusion. Yet she understood that simple genjutsu could not hold him for long. Thus, she swiftly formed another set of hand seals. Lightning style, thunderclap. A bolt of lightning struck Jiraiya just as he broke free from the genjutsu, forcing him to resort to the body replacement technique to escape. Although he managed to evade physical harm, the earlier lightning strike left his hair standing on end, making him resemble a lion from a distance. "Stop. I am not your enemy. I am also a Leaf Village ninja, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage," he implored, realizing that continuing the fight was pointless. He had come to Konoha merely to observe, and any further conflict would surely attract the attention of the village's higher-ups, potentially leading to him being coerced into the role of Hokage. "One of the legendary Sannin? I believe I have heard of such a person. I previously encountered Orochimaru, who is indeed formidable. Are you stronger than him?" Izumi inquired. "Of course I am the strongest. That stinky snake could never match my prowess," Jiraiya boasted. "Is that so? If so, why not teach me some ninjutsu?" Chapter 205, Rasengan. Ignoring Jiraiya's self-aggrandizement, Izumi directly expressed her desire. "Teach you ninjutsu? Humph, I have no time for that. I am a renowned novelist," Jiraiya retorted, preparing to turn and leave, feeling that today had been extraordinarily unlucky. First discovered while gathering material, then beaten up. "Are you certain you won't teach me ninjutsu?" Izumi asked, her expression mischievous, causing Jiraiya to feel a sudden sense of foreboding. "Of course not. What can you do to me?" he scoffed. "True, you are one of the legendary Sannin, and I cannot hope to defeat you. However, I have heard that you are the author of Make Out Paradise, correct?" "Oh, you know of it?" I didn't realize I had become so famous that even a brat like you is aware of my works. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of lewd delight upon hearing the title. Since you admit that Make-Out Paradise is your creation, tell me, what do you think would happen if I informed Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, that you wrote it? Or if I mentioned how you refer to her as old hag in front of others? Jiraiya's face turned pale at Izumi's words, recalling the time he had been nearly killed for peeping on Tsunade while she bathed. Brat, you could never find Tsunade. Her whereabouts are difficult even for me to ascertain. Are you sure? Since you are so confident, lecherous sage Jiraiya, you may take your leave. I can't threaten you. After all, Izumi said, taking Hinata's hand and preparing to depart. Seeing Izumi's intention to leave, Jiraiya, who had been so sure of himself, suddenly felt anxious. If Izumi was willing to leave so easily, she must possess some assurance. Brat, can you really find Tsunade? I can't. Lecherous uncle, what is your favorite flower? Flower? Yes, so that when Lady Tsunade inevitably takes you down, I can bring flowers to pay my respects. As Izumi's words sank in, cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's brow. The more she spoke, the more he sensed that she might indeed find Tsunade. All right, you win. I will teach you ninjutsu. But whether you can learn it is up to you. Agreed. Watch closely. With that, Jiraiya manifested a Rasengan in his hand, and Izumi's face lit up with momentary pride. A fleeting expression that Jiraiya failed to notice. What ninjutsu is this? This is the Rasengan, a technique developed by the 4th Hokage. It is truly an A-rank ninjutsu. A-rank ninjutsu? That is indeed remarkable. However, isn't it somewhat insufficient to rely solely on this? Izumi continued to set traps for Jiraiya, who, oblivious to the truth, unwittingly walked into the pit Izumi had prepared. Insufficient? It's not that I underestimate you, young one. The fact that you could master this technique is already quite commendable. Humph. Who are you trying to fool? Such a simple technique, I could learn it in an instant. While saying this, a hint of unnaturalness flickered across Izumi's face, betraying a sense of insecurity. Very well, if you can master the Rasengan within 3 days, I will teach you any jutsu you desire. Observing Izumi's demeanor, Jiraiya became convinced that she lacked confidence in mastering the Rasengan and believed that it was not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 206, Digging a Pit. Humph. Don't say 3 days. I could learn it in a day. After all, I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Izumi continued to feign bravado. Fine, 1 day it is. If you can master the Rasengan, I will teach you any jutsu, but don't even think about forbidden techniques. Could it be 3 days instead? How can that be? You are a genius of the Uchiha clan. Seeing Izumi backpedal, Jiraiya became even more convinced that she would not be able to master the Rasengan. Moreover, if you lose, you must find me a suitable place for materials as compensation for disturbing me. Indeed, you are a lecherous sage. I accept your wager. It's Sage Jiraiya. Remember, it's lecherous Sage Toad. Izumi hurriedly pulled Hinata away, seemingly eager to learn the Rasengan. Once they reached Training Ground 7, Izumi could no longer contain her laughter. How could she not be happy after outsmarting one of the legendary Sannin? Izumi-kun, why didn't you tell Lord Jiraiya that you already mastered the Rasengan? Hinata inquired, looking perplexed. Of course, it's to persuade him to teach me more jutsu. My current repertoire is still too limited, and the 3rd Hokage doesn't grant me any advanced techniques, so I must seek alternatives. Although Jiraiya is rather lecherous, he possesses formidable strength and a wealth of jutsu. Hinata nodded in understanding. Suddenly, they found themselves at the long-forgotten Training Ground 7, which had fallen into disrepair since the Uchiha clan's demise. Initially discussing the learning of jutsu, both fell silent for reasons unknown. Izumi-kun, are you really going to leave? Hinata asked suddenly. Yes, after the Chunin exams, I will find an opportunity to depart, but rest assured, once I establish myself outside, I will return to find you. As Izumi gazed at Hinata, he felt a blush creeping onto his face, leaving him bewildered as to why this occurred. Ding, system notification, you have developed a crush. Startled by the system's voice, Izumi snapped back to reality, only to realize that he had unconsciously embraced Hinata, whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Yet she did not push him away. Hinata, let us explore the marketplace. Without waiting for her response, he took her hand and dashed toward the market. Observing Izumi from behind, Hinata felt a sense of confusion. She did not understand what he was avoiding. In truth, Izumi was indeed evading. As he prepared to leave Konoha, he was uncertain of what awaited him. Despite possessing a system who could guarantee survival in such tumultuous times, He feared a tragic fate awaited him outside. For leaving Konoha meant encountering more adversaries. Throughout the day, Izumi and Hinata wandered through Konoha. Perhaps due to the earlier awkwardness at Training Ground 7, Izumi seemed somewhat distant, merely holding Hinata's hand throughout the day. The following morning, Izumi and Hinata arrived near the same bathhouse as the previous day. Chapter 207, Learning Jutsu. Lecherous Sage. Why are you peeping again? Stealthily approaching from behind, Izumi exclaimed loudly. Keep your voice down. Jiraiya responded, hastily covering Izumi's mouth, fearing another outburst like yesterday's. Humph. If you have no guilty conscience, why not? As per our agreement, I have mastered the Rasengan. It is time for you to teach me jutsu. What? You mastered the Rasengan? Jiraiya was about to express disbelief, but then he saw the Rasengan forming in Izumi's hand, leaving him agape in astonishment. That is indeed the Rasengan. As per our agreement, you must teach me any jutsu I desire. This place is unsuitable. Let us go to the training ground in Konoha. Don't even think about escaping, or I will reveal everything you said yesterday to Tsunade. Hearing Izumi's words, Jiraiya could only follow, feeling utterly perplexed by how Izumi could learn the Rasengan in just one day. Alright, what jutsu do you wish to learn? Upon reaching Training Ground 7, Jiraiya inquired. I wish to learn Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Izumi stated directly, eager to finally tackle this long-standing task. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. That is a B-rank jutsu. As a mere genin, you lack the chakra to perform such a technique. Choose another. Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, Izumi merely smiled and began forming hand seals. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of blazing flames surged toward Jiraiya. Witnessing Izumi's effortless execution of the technique caused Jiraiya's face to twitch. After narrowly dodging the fireball, he pondered how the lower ranks had become so astonishingly powerful in Konoha. Very well, since you can perform a B-rank jutsu, I will teach you. Watch closely. Unwoo. Si. Chun. Z. Cho. Een Wei. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Successfully executing the B-rank jutsu, Izumi had already activated his Sharingan, copying the technique. Without waiting for Jiraiya to speak, Izumi began experimenting with the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Noticing the three-tomo Sharingan, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Izumi belonged to the Uchiha clan, he had initially thought he had misseen it. Intrigued by Izumi, Jiraiya chose to stay, sitting nearby to watch Izumi practice the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, while Hinata opted to sit far away from Jiraiya. Hinata's distance was partly due to Jiraiya's earlier lecherous behavior, which was undeniably repulsive, and partly because Izumi had strictly instructed her to maintain distance from Jiraiya, to avoid any interaction with him, and to refrain from accepting anything he offered. Initially, Jiraiya thought it would take Izumi at least a day or longer to master the technique, but to his astonishment, within just 2 hours, Izumi genuinely succeeded in using the Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The terrifying flames erupted, signifying that Izumi had successfully learned the technique. Ding! System notification. Continuous task. Learn Fire Dragon Flame Bullet completed. Ding! System notification. Continuous task. Learn Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique completed. Chapter 208. Upon hearing the system's notification, Izumi paused momentarily. He was not surprised at the completion of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb task, but the Great Fireball Technique belonged to Uchiha Madara, a unique ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly learn it? Would he have to wait for Madara's resurrection to replicate it with the Sharingan? Perverted sage, I've already mastered the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Could you possibly teach me another ninjutsu? After all, you have nothing pressing to attend to. Izumi turned to Jiraiya, who appeared astonished. You are of the Uchiha clan. What is your name? I am Uchiha Izumi. Upon hearing Jiraiya's question, Izumi realized he had neglected to introduce himself, which was indeed a bit awkward. And what of her? I recall there were 2 male survivors from the Uchiha. She is Hinata, Hyuga Hinata. Jiraiya found it peculiar that an Uchiha was associated with the Hyuga clan, but he refrained from commenting further, as it was ultimately a matter for the Hyuga family. Since you wish to learn ninjutsu, I shall teach you one more, but this will be the last. While you can perform B-rank ninjutsu, having many techniques is not necessarily advantageous. You must thoroughly comprehend ninjutsu, essentially transforming it into a technique that belongs solely to you, improving upon the original. Izumi was taken aback by Jiraiya's words. All of his ninjutsu had been acquired through study and the system, yet he had not optimized the techniques he had learned. System. The purpose of the consecutive tasks is not merely for me to learn ninjutsu, but to encourage me to develop my own techniques, is it not? Indeed. That is the essence of the consecutive tasks. Ding. System notification. Consecutive task initiated. Develop wind release ninjutsu. Ding. System notification. Consecutive task initiated. Develop lightning release ninjutsu. As Izumi grasped the significance of the consecutive tasks, the tasks for wind release and lightning release were also activated. Unlike the fire release task, these two attributes required him to innovate rather than merely learn. Watch closely. Fire release, dragon flame. A dragon-shaped flame erupted, striking the distant trees. Izumi quickly deduced that this was merely a C-rank technique, yet controlling the flames proved exceedingly challenging. He understood that Jiraiya intended for him to learn how to control ninjutsu. Izumi began to explore techniques that were uniquely his own, while Jiraiya stole a glance at Izumi and Hinata before departing. Izumi-kun, you should take a break, it's already noon. Having devoted an entire morning to refining his ninjutsu, Izumi had completely forgotten about Hinata's presence. It's already noon. I apologize, Hinata. I completely overlooked you. Allow me to treat you to lunch today. After enjoying lunch with Hinata, Izumi had initially intended to take her shopping as an apology, but Hinata opted for training instead. As she was preparing for the finals against Temari from the Sand Village, she needed to practice diligently. Thus, Izumi became Hinata's sparring partner. Although he could not use the gentle fist chakra points, he could imitate its techniques. In fact, having lived in the Hyuga household for several years, Izumi had mastered nearly 80 to 90% of the gentle fist style, though Hizashi paid little heed to this. Chapter 209. A month swiftly passed, and the day of the Chunin exam finals finally arrived. Izumi's presence transformed the nature of the competition, although Naruto Uzumaki was the first to compete. His opponent became Shino Aburame. At that moment, Naruto's strength was not particularly formidable. Aside from Shadow Clone technique, he had not learned any other ninjutsu. As for the great breakthrough technique that Izumi had taught him, he had not managed to master it in a month. It was not due to a lack of talent, but rather because he simply could not remember the seals for the great breakthrough. In the second match, Sasuke Uchiha was set to face Shikamaru Nara, but due to Sasuke's absence, the match was postponed. Next came the third match, featuring Hinata Hyuga against Temari. During the month of training, Izumi had shared Temari's combat style and ninjutsu characteristics with Hinata, instilling confidence that she would emerge victorious. Konohagakure, Hinata Hyuga versus Sunagakure, Temari. With the declaration of the match's commencement by Nara Shikaku, Hinata dashed toward Temari. Hinata excelled in close combat, while Temari relied on long-range attacks. Thus, only by closing the distance could Hinata hope for victory. Trying to get close to me? Kamaitachi. Understanding Hinata's intent, Temari promptly employed Kamaitachi to block her approach. However, to Temari's surprise, Hinata suddenly vanished. Where did she go? Temari scanned the surroundings, only to find Hinata appearing behind her, striking her back with both hands. Hey, Kakashi. Have you even taught Hinata the body flicker technique? Seeing Kakashi just arriving at the arena, Guy inquired, astonished. That wasn't my instruction. It must have been Izumi who taught her, Kakashi responded, realizing only then that Hinata could utilize the body flicker technique. How infuriating. Kamaitachi. Feeling her chakra blocked where she was attacked, Temari quickly attempted to distance herself from Hinata. While Temari's intentions were sound, Hinata was intimately familiar with her tactics and had already anticipated Temari's counter. Before Kamaitachi could manifest, Hinata evaded to Temari's side, and by the time Kamaitachi appeared, Hinata was already behind her. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata unleashed 2 strikes of the gentle fist, sealing Temari's chakra pathways once more. At this moment, Temari was filled with frustration. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Yet, she found herself unable to create distance, as if her opponent could predict her every move. Realizing that simple ninjutsu would not suffice to displace Hinata, Temari decisively resorted to taijutsu. While Temari's physical techniques were commendable, they paled in comparison to the proficient gentle fist style mastered by Hinata. How infuriating. Wind release, great Kamaitachi. Frustrated, Temari abandoned her restraint, unleashing a terrifying storm towards Hinata. Faced with such a widespread ninjutsu, Hinata furrowed her brow. Witnessing this, Temari was certain Hinata would choose to flee, and she prepared to pursue. 8 trigrams, Revolving Heaven. Chapter 210. Revolving Heaven was the Hyuga clan's most formidable defensive technique. While it did not constitute absolute defense, it was more than capable of countering the B-rank Great Kemaitachi. After all, although the Great Kemaitachi was classified as B-rank, its potency was considerably diminished, should it have been a more destructive B-rank technique. Hinata's revolving heaven would have been ineffective. As Temari's assault was thwarted by Hinata, Niji Hyuga, watching from the stands, silently praised her. Although he had long known that Hinata had mastered revolving heaven, this was the first time he witnessed her employed in battle. "Father, has my sister grown this strong?" Sitting beside Niji, Hanabi watched Hinata with a troubled expression. During their previous training sessions, Hinata had not displayed such prowess. If Hinata truly possessed such strength, how had she been able to defeat her sister before? Indeed, not long ago, Hinata faced off against Hanabi, but alas, she was bested by her younger sister. This victory brought immense joy to Hanabi, who proudly boasted to Hayashi about her triumph over her elder sister, only to receive a nonchalant "oh" in response. Now, you understand why she was able to defeat Hinata, don't you? Observing the sulky expression of his younger daughter, Hayashi rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. It dawned on Hanabi that her sister had been holding back, and this insufferable sisterhood had led her to celebrate prematurely. Hinata, contrary to appearances, is far from simple. Her prowess now likely surpasses that of a Chunin, and the one responsible for her growth is none other than Izumi, who resides in our home. Are you referring to my brother-in-law? The moment the words escaped her lips, Hanabi regretted them. After all, Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and matters of marriage are no trifling affair. While it may be permissible to jest in casual settings, broaching such topics before their father was decidedly inappropriate. Although Izumi hails from the Uchiha clan, she differs significantly from most of her kin. Hayashi's seemingly random remark left Hanabi puzzled, and she secretly resolved to seek Izumi's guidance after the Chunin exams concluded. In the arena, the battle between Hinata and Temari raged on. After employing the Great Scythe technique, Temari's chakra was nearly depleted, compounded by her previous evasive maneuvers to dodge Hinata's attacks, which had drained her stamina considerably. In contrast, while Hinata too had expended considerable energy, her combat effectiveness remained undiminished. Wind release, great breakthrough. As Hinata charged once more, Temari swiftly retaliated with a ninjutsu. Due to her dwindling chakra, Temari could no longer summon the Great Scythe, resorting instead to the relatively broad-range C-rank technique, Great Breakthrough. Faced with Temari's assault, Hinata deftly utilized body flicker technique to evade. When she reappeared within the spectator's sight, she found herself directly behind Temari. Without allowing Temari a moment to react, Hinata launched her attack. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. The entirety of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms struck Temari, sealing her chakra completely. The inherent damage of the Gentle Fist rendered Temari unconscious, and Hinata refrained from pursuing further. At that moment, Kazekage announced the match's conclusion, only for Kankuro to rush into the arena. Chapter 211. Uchiha Izumi vs. Gaara. Upon witnessing his sister incapacitated, Kankuro was infuriated, preparing to unleash an attack on Hinata. However, just as he unfastened his crow, 3 kunai were pressed against his throat. The match had concluded. What more did he intend to do? Naturally, it was Izumi who restrained Kankuro, her body and 2 shadow clones blocking all possible avenues of attack. Any hint of aggression from him would result in dire consequences. Feeling the menacing aura emanating from Izumi, which rivaled even that of Gaara, Kankuro broke into a cold sweat, abandoning any further thoughts of aggression. Nothing much. I merely wished to take Temari with me. Oh, I see. My apologies. I assumed you intended to harm Hinata. As she spoke, Izumi nonchalantly retracted her kunai, while her 2 shadow clones dissipated in a puff of smoke. The new generation of Konohagakure truly possesses remarkable strength. Disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru couldn't help but commend Izumi for her mastery of the body flicker technique, which surpassed that of many seasoned jonin. That is not the case. However, he was rather impulsive. For reasons unknown, the 3rd Hokage found the Kazekage's demeanor peculiar. Konoha's Uchiha Izumi vs. Tsunagekyu's Gaara. The match commenced. With the announcement from Kazekage, the battle officially began. Right from the outset, Gaara unleashed a torrent of sand from the gourd on his back, preparing to assault Izumi. Upon witnessing the sand, Izumi activated her Sharingan, fully aware of the threat posed by the one-tailed Jinchuriki. She could not afford to be careless. A misstep could leave her crippled by Gaara's sand. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged forth, aimed directly at Gaara. This time, however, the great fireball technique exhibited a marked improvement over her previous attempts, both in size and temperature, now twice as intense, a testament to the fruits of her month-long training. As the massive fireball approached, Gaara raised his hand to conjure a sand wall, successfully shielding himself from Izumi's flames. At that moment, Izumi executed the body flicker technique, appearing at Gaara's side, completing her final hand seal as she did. Fire release, dragon fire technique. This second fire jutsu targeted Gaara once more. Faced with the advancing flames, Gaara had no choice but to continue erecting sand walls for defense. Observers would note that the sand was beginning to melt into glass where it met the fire. Although Izumi's two attacks were thwarted before Gaara could exhale in relief, Izumi materialized behind him, unleashing yet another fire technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. This C-rank ninjutsu re-emerged, and Gaara's brow furrowed in concern. He realized that relying solely on his sand manipulation and the sand shield would not suffice against Izumi's onslaught. Thus, he promptly transformed the sand's shape. Desert wave. As he unleashed the desert wave technique, Gaara enveloped himself within the swirling sand, effectively shielding himself from Izumi's sight. Witnessing this scene, Temari, who had just regained consciousness, felt a jolt of fear. She understood all too well what such a state signified, and was simultaneously astonished by Izumi's prowess. As the battle had scarcely begun, and already Gaara found himself in a precarious position.